Chapter 281 Gu Yan's Mysterious Physique. Soon, the two came to the cafeteria near the third college and met Yin Ruoqing. Yin Ruoqing was a small person, standing in the crowd and constantly jumping and waving. Chu Yun. Over here. The three of them met. This is Yin Ruoqing, my teammate. Chu Yun introduced each of them. This is Gu Yin, my roommate. Hello. Gu Yin greeted in a humble manner. Yin Ruoqing was a little scared. Hello. You? After a brief acquaintance, the three of them went to the cafeteria to choose breakfast together, and Chu Yun stood between the two of them, acting as a mediator. Although Gu Yin had behaved very gently, Yin Ruoqing was still a little scared. But in the eyes of outsiders, the scariest of the three is Chu Yun. Look! It's Chu Yun. Wow! That arrogant look is really scary. He's the number one on the genius list. Hearing these discussions, Chu Yun felt helpless. Now it was time to choose breakfast. If not breakfast, should we look at their faces? Being watched by a large group of people, the three found a secluded place to eat breakfast. Yin Ruoqing, who had been eating breakfast like a squirrel, was now much more cautious about eating with Gu Yin next to her. Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Yin is just a little bit stupid, but she's actually a good person. Don't be afraid. What do you mean I'm a little stunned? Gu Yin was slightly dissatisfied with Chu Yun's adjective. Yin Ruoqing still didn't dare to look at Gu Yin. I understand. Compared to Gu Yin's personality, the strange aura that Gu Yin constantly exuded made Yin Ruoqing more afraid. The profession of detective gave Yin Ruoqing extremely sensitive observation. He could often see things that other professions could not see and sense the aura that other professions could not sense. This strange aura emanating from Gu Yan's bones made Yin Ruoqing tremble uncontrollably. In the past, when facing various dangers, Yin Ruoqing had never been so scared. But after getting so close to Gu Yin, Yin Ruoqing sensed something that was countless times more terrifying than all the previous dangers combined. Yin, sister. At Chu Yun's strong request, Gu Yin forced a smile and said the best greeting she could. Don't be afraid, hee hee. Chu Yun couldn't hold back and almost laughed out loud. Gu Yin was furious. How could this be the same as the shame game? At this time, Yin Ruoqing suddenly spoke. Gu Yin, is there something stored in your body? Gu Yan's expression froze instantly. The whole body. The black smoke surged uncontrollably. Chu Yun quickly reached out and patted Gu Yan's shoulder, and the rich vitality erupted, suppressing the dark and strange breath in Gu Yan's body. This black smoke is indeed powerful. But Chu Yun's vitality is obviously more exaggerated. Chu Yun is a person who has the memory of the god of life. In the end, all the black smoke was retracted into Gu Yan's body, and Gu Yan's stagnant expression became lively again. Cough. Huh. Gu Yin gasped as if he had survived a disaster. At this moment, Gu Yin was sweating profusely. Thank you. What's wrong with you? Yin Ruoqing asked. And your body reacted so much. Chu Yun was very confused. Miss Yin is right. Gu Yin pursed her lips, still used a more appropriate title, and lowered her voice. There is indeed something in my body. This thing gave me my current strength. But my soul was also occupied by this thing, and it is difficult to separate. I'm very sorry. I can't pronounce the name of this thing. Otherwise, I will be out of control like just now. Miss Yin Ruoqing just pointed out its existence, and it rioted to seize the autonomy of this body. Chu Yun stretched out his palm, and the rich vitality merged into a green light, which continued to relax Gu Yan's emotions. Praise for reason. Praise for reason. Praise for reason. Gu Yan's demeanor gradually became much calmer. I can only say that it is an extremely dangerous thing. I understand. Yin Ruoqing shrank her neck. After the three of them finished breakfast, they chatted and relaxed Gu Yan's mood while going to the third college. Apart from the special case of the first academy, the third academy has the fewest students among the three academies. It does not have the feeling of being crowded like the second academy, but is rather sparse. The architectural style of the third academy is also different from the neatness of the second academy. It has become wider, more holy, and peaceful. Just looking at it gives you a neat and warm feeling, as if it is full of vitality. The content of the third academy is also how to help teammates and survive, etc., so that skills can be released more reasonably, etc. The students in this academy are basically gentle. Yin Ruoqing, did you get the core fire chip? What is this? Yin Ruoqing scratched his head, indicating that he was not quite clear. Chu Yun and Gu Yan looked at each other and told Yin Ruoqing everything. I see. Maybe my grades were not good enough, so I didn't get the Xinhua chip. Yesterday's practical class really made me anxious. But fortunately, I have a week to do it. What is the task of the practical class? Hey, I'll leave you a thought. You will know when the class starts. Yin Ruoqing took Chu Yun and Gu Yan to their classroom, because Yin Ruoqing had been hiding for a long time. She also attended class 1 taught by Kevin, the boss of the 3rd college. Kevin's profession is a holy light priest. There is a layer of white light on his head, exuding a calming temperament. And Kevin himself is also quiet and gentle. Classmates, have you reviewed yesterday's theory class? Today, as usual, we will have a theory class first. Soon, Kevin started teaching the content, because they didn't have the first theory class. Chu Yun and Gu Yan were confused. Yin Ruoqing, do you have the notes for the first class? Yes. Yin Ruoqing pushed a notebook over. The rest of the students basically didn't take notes, because their memory was strong enough at the Diamond Star level. But Yin Ruoqing was a professional detective, so taking notes was a subconscious behavior. After reading the notes, Chu Yun and Gu Yan quickly caught up with the rhythm of the theory class. The two of them were geniuses among thousands, and they learned very quickly. When distributing the healing effect, should we consider the enemy's kill line and release it in advance? Good. This is something I hadn't thought of before. Chu Yun nodded slightly. After a notebook and a theoretical class, Chu Yun felt that his practical ability had improved a bit. Compared to other professions, a healing profession like a physician would gain more from Kevin's class. And next, it was the practical class. Chapter 282 Protecting Dandelions. Students, this practical class is still the same as yesterday. Testing your ability to protect. As Kevin's voice fell, a layer of light flashed on the desks of all students, and a thin layer of soul was transferred to the desks. A scepter full of holy light appeared in Kevin's hand. With his gentle wave, dozens of dandelions were born from the scepter, fell on the soil, and slowly took root. These dandelions swayed slightly, looking extremely fragile, breaking at a touch and scattering at a blow. Next, I will create different weather from time to time to affect the dandelions on the desks in front of you. You use your own abilities and methods to protect your dandelions. As long as someone can guard the dandelion for 10 minutes, they will pass the practical class this week. The rules are simple, but it is definitely difficult to practice. Chu Yun looked at the class and found that almost no one was absent, which meant that no one could complete the practical class yesterday. Yin Ruoqing also stuck out her tongue. It's too difficult. This dandelion is very fragile. It will be destroyed by the slightest disturbance, let alone guarding it for 10 minutes. The best student yesterday only guarded it for about 1 minute. What if the dandelion is destroyed? Chu Yun looked at Yin Ruoqing next to him. After being destroyed, it will grow again in about 15 seconds. Although it is easily destroyed, it still has strong vitality, Yin Ruoqing explained. Chu Yun nodded slightly, and he roughly understood the specific rules. In short, he just needed to do his best to protect the dandelion, reaching out and poking the dandelion in front of him very lightly. Chu Yun was sure that he had just touched the dandelion with his fingers, and the dandelion seemed to have received a huge stimulation, and the white fluff flew away instantly, becoming bald. Chu Yun retracted his fingers, and he knew why this practical class was said to be so difficult. Many students around were talking. I didn't expect that even Chu Yun failed. Stupid. Although Chu Yun is a doctor, his main job should be the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon. It seems that this practical class will hold Chu Yun back for a long time. Seeing Chu Yun's failure, the students around him started to discuss and were not optimistic about Chu Yun's practical class. Chu Yun was a little speechless. It hasn't even started yet, and these guys have already concluded that he can't do it. Gu Yanbin, who was standing by, also wanted to touch the dandelion, but after seeing Chu Yun's results, he withdrew his hand in disappointment. But 15 seconds later, the dandelion in front of Chu Yun returned to its original state. Classmates, today's practical class starts now. Kevin held the holy light scepter and waved it. The air in the classroom suddenly became cold, and a layer of cold wind suddenly blew, as if it had instantly entered the cold winter. Kevin could simulate the weather of the whole world with ease, and the simulated weather seemed to be real. Several students were unable to protect it. The dandelions in front of them were blown away by the cold wind. The remaining students quickly began to use various means to protect the dandelions in front of them. Some students used powerful protective skills to protect their dandelions, and some students used anti-interruption and high-frequency treatment to prevent the dandelions from being destroyed. However, their methods of coping had some flaws, and were easily invaded by the cold wind. The dandelions were destroyed in an instant, and this challenge failed. Many students could not even last 30 seconds. Protection must be all round. Not only must we protect the target, but we must also observe the situation of the entire field. Kevin explained the key points. Coordination. We must understand coordination. These two words contain one of the essences of our third academy. We must understand more. Only the most stable and comprehensive observation of the overall situation is the best. We must protect our teammates, understand the battle situation, and pay attention to the enemy. Only in this way can we achieve a better rhythm. Kevin has tried his best to make the elements easy to understand, but most of the students are confused. However, many students have successfully increased the length of the guard to about 10 seconds. This made Kevin nod again and again, and the teaching was not in vain. At this time, all the dandelions in the class were basically wiped out. But Kevin found something strange. On a desk, a dandelion was shaking slightly. It was the dandelion that Chu-Yun was guarding. The life source staff had appeared in Chu-Yun's hand, and the dark green life force was emerging, surrounding the dandelion, forming a life force matrix. The biting cold wind was completely unable to penetrate this green breath composed of life force. But if you look closely, this life force is not all used to protect the dandelion, but rather to take the initiative to attack, to dissipate the surrounding cold wind, and fundamentally reduce the threat to the dandelion. Kevin nodded slightly, showing an expression of praise. Student Chu-Yun has understood the meaning of attacking as defense, which is really good. After most of the dandelions on the table were restored, Kevin waved the holy light scepter again, and the biting cold wind dissipated immediately, turning into scorching heat. A ball of heat rolled towards a dandelion that had just recovered, and the dandelion immediately wilted. Guardian failed. For a while, many people did not have time to deal with it, and the dandelions in front of them failed to guard. And the few dandelions that survived the cold wind also became sluggish under the panic of the guardian. Humph! The heat breath was very destructive and could destroy dandelions more easily than the cold wind. And the scorching heat it brought could even directly penetrate many defenses to affect the dandelions. This dandelion, which is so fragile that you can't even touch it with your fingers, will definitely be destroyed if it is touched by the heat. Chu-Yun changed his strategy again and expanded the vitality matrix several times, blocking the heat while isolating it directly outside, and gradually creating fresh air and temperature to neutralize the scorching heat. Chu-Yun's micro-manipulation shocked the people around him. These students couldn't help but discuss it. Oh my god! Chu-Yun's operation is so meticulous. Is this an operation that a human can achieve? On-the-spot reaction, thinking and response are all first class. This is Chu-Yun. Kevin's admiration in his eyes became more and more intense. And he changed the next weather. The weather this time was barren, and the air was seriously lacking in moisture. The dandelions of several students withered instantly. This broken dandelion is too fragile. Many students sighed, but while sighing, they would occasionally look at the dandelion at the end of the class, which was intact and protected by the breath of vitality. That was the dandelion that Chu-Yun was protecting. Up to now, 5 minutes have passed. The successful protection time has exceeded the entire field. Chapter 283 Chu-Yun's Strategy. Use offense as defense. Ah! Yin Ruoqing beside her screamed. She was careless, and the dandelion in front of her was destroyed. It is so difficult to protect such a fragile dandelion in the almost pervasive erosion. On the side, Gu Yin also gritted her teeth slightly. She also failed to protect the dandelion in front of her. Her black shadow ability is very versatile, but it is still lacking in protection. Kevin changed the weather again. This time, the weather was a heavy rain, and the rain fell precisely on the table, not on the students' heads. This is the ultimate level of detail. Damn it! Many students' dandelions failed to protect themselves after the rain fell, and they gritted their teeth and lamented. The raindrops were not threatening energy, and they instantly penetrated many students' defenses and stained the dandelions. The dandelions stained with rain immediately became withered, and the flowers fell one after another. This time, Chu-Yun used the drainage method to pick up and divert every drop of rain, letting the raindrops flow elsewhere, instead of trying to resist. because the raindrops would not disappear after being shattered, but would be divided into more and finer raindrops, which would most likely penetrate Chu Yun's defense and erode the dandelions. Good. 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 Kevin said 3 good words in a row. At this time, Chu Yun had been guarding for 8 minutes. Kevin waved the holy light scepter in his hand again, and the rain at this time suddenly turned into a storm. Not only were there endless raindrops, but there was also a constant cold wind. The raindrops were swayed by the cold wind, and the landing trajectory suddenly changed. The difficulty was more than 10 times higher than the simple rain just now. Chu Yun gritted his teeth, got up 12 points, and tried his best to divert every drop of rain. The students around him almost pulled their hearts together, and it depended on whether Chu Yun could successfully hold on for 10 minutes. Was Chu Yun just testing it just now? Now it's so smooth. What a great micromanagement. I am ashamed of myself. Can Chu Yun hold on for 10 minutes? At this time, the students around him no longer cared about the dandelion in front of him, and let it be destroyed by the rain. Anyway, it would recover every 15 seconds. Now let's see if Chu Yun can hold on for 10 minutes. Kevin waved the holy light scepter slightly, and the pressure of the rainstorm was gradually increasing, and Chu Yun's diversion pressure was getting heavier and heavier. Originally, Chu Yun could divert all the falling raindrops at a distance of 1 meter. Now the rain has almost fallen to the top of the dandelion and is about to stain the dandelion. Chu Yun quickly drained every drop of rain, and even a few drops of sweat fell from Chu Yun's forehead. Even he couldn't stand such a seat operation. Just when Chu Yun diverted a certain raindrop, the raindrop actually split into a small drop, penetrated Chu Yun's protection, and fell down. Drop. The raindrop hit the dandelion. The dandelion immediately wilted. What? What? Did Chu Yun fail the challenge? This practical class is too difficult. It's a pity for Chu Yun. Chu Yun also let go of all his protection and let the heavy rain pour down on the dandelion in front of him. At this time, Chu Yun was sweating all over. The students around him showed regretful expressions. Only Kevin smiled slightly. Congratulations to Chu Yun. You passed the test. The students around were puzzled. But Chu Yun's dandelion has been destroyed? Why did he pass the test? Because the goal of our practical class is to protect the dandelion for 10 minutes. Kevin smiled and said, I have calculated the time. At the moment when the raindrops fell, it was exactly 10 minutes. The students around were in an uproar. Yen Ruoqing looked at Chu Yun with great admiration, while Gu Yan looked at Chu Yun with a complicated expression. Kevin looked at Chu Yun gently. He was really satisfied with this genius. Chu Yun, tell us the key points of your passing the test. It probably depends on the situation at the time. You can't just memorize it. Combat is not a game. It's ever-changing and needs to be adapted to local conditions. Chu Yun thought for a while and said. As soon as he said this, the students around him were stunned. Even Kevin was a little stunned. Chu Yun was a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Chu Yun said it too well. Damn. Has Chu Yun already reviewed these contents in advance? This is too orthodox. Like a teacher with super teaching experience. The students responded with surprise and admiration. Kevin also nodded. Student Chu Yun said it very well. Everyone needs to work harder. I set the time limit of 10 minutes because it is the approximate duration of a short confrontation. Only those who can hold on to this time can be considered barely qualified. Hearing this, the students became depressed again. This practical class is still too difficult. 10 minutes. Too long. Yen Ruoqing came over. Chu Yun, how did you do this? Can you teach me? Okay. Chu Yun sat closer and began to teach Yen Ruoqing step by step. Seeing Chu Yun and Yen Ruoqing so close, Gu Yan, who was sitting next to them, felt uncomfortable for a while. Under Chu Yun's meticulous teaching, Yen Ruoqing successfully guarded the dandelion for 3 minutes instead of less than 30 seconds. So that's how it is. There are many wonderful uses for it. Yen Ruoqing nodded. After a while, Kevin walked towards Chu Yun, and in his hand, he held 3 chips. It was the core fire chip. Chu Yun, this is the core fire chip for you. One is for today's share. One is for the share you didn't claim yesterday. And the other is a reward for completing the practical class quickly. Do you know how to use this thing? I know. She just told me yesterday. Okay. Then you can take these 3 core fire chips. You can stay in the classroom or leave on your own. After Kevin gave the order, he turned around and walked to other students to give instructions. Chu Yun told Yen Ruoqing everything he could say. and then came to Gu Yan's side. Let me teach you how to extend the guarding time. No need. No need. Right? Chu Yun nodded and immediately stood up to leave. No. Don't. Gu Yan immediately became anxious. I don't really need it. It's just. Anyway. You just need to teach me. Chu Yun turned around. Okay. It has been said since ancient times that straight balls defeat sundaras. Gu Yan always felt that she was defeated by Chu Yun, and could not use any countermeasures. Chu Yun sat next to Gu Yan, without any excessive expression, and simply told all his tips. Chu Yun can be regarded as a person with a lot of thoughts in his mind, but for Gu Yan, it is really unnecessary. Chapter 284 The Rich's Spare. Chu Yun had seen Gu Yan, a guy who looked gloomy on the outside, but was actually arrogant and proud on the inside. As long as Chu Yun wanted to, he could control her at any time with just a few words. But Gu Yan was Gu Pan's granddaughter. Chu Yun was afraid that if he used any improper means, he would be controlled by Gu Pan. After explaining his secrets to Gu Yan, Chu Yun stood up and turned to leave. Where are you going? Gu Yan realized. It was not until now that she felt how much she depended on Chu Yun. At home, everyone revolved around her. Although the requirements were very strict, she could clearly feel that everyone's attention and care fell on her, and after coming to the outside world, she was a little panicked, because everything was so strange, and the world did not revolve around her, but the Chu Yun in front of her. Although Chu Yun seemed to not understand her various hints and her double talk, which often made her feel embarrassed. Once she clearly said what she needed, Chu Yun would immediately return to solve it for her. This was an inexplicable sense of security, which made Gu Yan want to rely on Chu Yun. I'll go buy you the Xinhui chip. Chu Yun paused, and then said, when you successfully guard it, send me a message, and I will come back to pick you up as soon as possible. After that, Chu Yun stepped out. The atmosphere in the classroom was weird. What's going on? Are Chu Yun and Gu Yan fighting for Yin Ruoqing? Yin Ruoqing was wearing a small detective suit, sitting on one hand, with a serious look. Very cute. And many boys in the class were interested in Yin Ruoqing. Chu Yun and Gu Yan, the top two male geniuses, seemed to be competing with each other. A student next to this person shook his head. Not really. I always feel that Chu Yun and Gu Yan are a bit gay. What? Oh my god. You don't say it. Chu Yun and Gu Yan were leaning against each other just now. It was really interesting. No way. Could it be that Yin Ruoqing is the light bulb between the two of them? The atmosphere of the discussion became more and more weird. Many students secretly looked at Gu Yan and Yin Ruoqing. Kevin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't spread rumors about other students at will. Okay. These students shrank their heads, and once again devoted themselves to the process of trying to protect the dandelion. Gu Yan lowered her head, her long black hair covering her expression, which looked extremely gloomy to outsiders. But in fact her face was already blushing. What are these guys talking about? Huh? Yin Ruoqing, who was immersed in trying to protect the dandelion, seemed to hear someone calling her name. She looked up blankly, and after finding that no one seemed to be looking at her around, she once again devoted herself to the enthusiastic attempt. Chu Yun walked out of the third academy and came to the outside of the Duankong training tower. Here, a large number of students also gathered here. A senior student walked here, holding a core fire chip and looking around. He was going to sell the core fire chip he got today. He was already at the maximum level of star glory, and was just waiting to break through to the throne level. It was useless to brush the Duankong training tower again, and the experience gained would only be a waste. So he sold the core fire chips he got every day recently. Dongxing Gang only charged 35 million per hour recently, which is a bit too shady. He muttered slightly. In the Slime Academy, only Dongxing Gang dared to promise that anyone who came to the core fire chip would be accepted, although the price charged by Dongxing Gang was much lower than the average price. It was better because it promised to buy at any time and in large quantities, and was supported by many students. Today, he had a lot of free time, so he wandered around the Duankong training tower to see if there were any individual buyers willing to pay a high price. Soon, a stranger came over. You are? My name is Chu Yun. Chu Yun? The senior student looked at the person in front of him in confusion. Recently, he has been trying to find a way to break through the throne level and immersed in seclusion. He is not familiar with everything outside. Chu Yun smiled slightly. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. Anyway, You seem to want to sell the core-fired chip? Yes. The senior student nodded. Do you want to buy it? But the price I ask for will definitely be higher than what Dongxing Gang sells. Dongxing Gang not only controls the purchase of the entire Slime Academy, but also controls the sale. Under the influence of these two factors, Dongxing Gang's power is getting stronger and stronger. And many ordinary students are suppressed and have no living space. He saw that Chu Yun looked like a new student. So he warned him. No problem. Chu Yun snapped his fingers. How about 70 million for 1 hour? Too low, huh? 70 million? The senior students had already decided to bargain. Unexpectedly, Chu Yun opened his mouth with this price. The highest price charged in the market now is only 55 million. And most of them are only 50 million. Chu Yun asked for 70 million, which was 20 million more. How is it? Good. Good. Of course. The senior student was afraid that Chu Yun would go back on his word. So he hurriedly completed the deal. Chu Yun spent 70 million to buy 1 hour of practice time in the Duankong practice tower. Happy transaction. Chu Yun smiled slightly. The transaction between him and the senior student was not hidden, but was in full view of the public. Many students came over. They included senior students who wanted to sell their own Xinhui chips, and brokers who sold Xinhui chips. Classmate, are you still buying Xinhui chips? I have quite a few here. You can buy as many as you want. I don't need 70 million. Just 60 million will do. Buy mine. At this time, Chu Yun was surrounded by students. Chu Yun answered with a smile one by one. Everyone. I have plenty of money. I'm just afraid that you don't have enough Xinhui chips. And no matter who it is, no matter how many, you can buy 70 million Xinhui chips per hour. I will stand here and buy for 3 hours. The students around cheered. Good. This must be strongly supported. Is this the margin of the rich? Brother, take me. They sold a large number of Xinhui chips to Chu Yun. They would not miss this opportunity to make money. Chu Yun was very confident and had a lot of assets. So he bought as many as he could. At this time, some smart students had already gone to Dongxing Gang to buy those core-fire chips that were much higher than the market price, and sold them to Chu Yun to make a little profit. For a while, almost all the core-fire chips in the entire Slime Academy were gathered in Chu Yun's hands. In less than an hour, Chu Yun had already obtained 200 hours of core-fire chips. Chapter 285 Deputy Leader of Dongxing Gang. I accept all who come. I accept all who come. Chu Yun laughed loudly, collecting the Xinhui chips sent by all parties. Money is nothing to Chu Yun. For a while, more and more people gathered around Chu Yun, and the credit limit in Chu Yun's black gold card seemed endless. And he spent it. More and more students felt that this was an opportunity to make a fortune, and chose to go to Dongxing Gang to buy a large number of Xinhui chips, and then sell them at a higher price here at Chu Yun. And the amount these students bought from Dongxing Gang also greatly exceeded Dongxing Gang's expectations. Dongxing Gang headquarters. Deputy Leader. Deputy Leader. Something bad has happened. A member of the Dongxing Gang ran to a young man who was having fun in the lobby and shouted. The young man looked relaxed, hugged by girls, and enjoyed the girls' embrace. As the deputy leader of the Dongxing Gang, he could easily get a lot of money and resources without doing anything. And now he has already reached the peak of the Star Glory level. And he is only one step away from ascending the throne. Ascending the throne requires an opportunity that cannot be found. So he chose to enjoy it while he was in power. But at this time, he was disturbed from having fun and looked unhappy. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy? Deputy Gang Leader. Something bad has happened. Our reserves of core-fire chips are shrinking rapidly, and we are about to run out of money. Seeing the anxious look of this member, the young man was slightly stunned. As one of the 3 major gangs of the Slime Academy, the Dongxing Gang should be the ones who are anxious no matter what they do. They should always be the arrogant and domineering party. Why is this member so anxious? And their core-fire chips, which are stationed for more than 350 hours, can be replenished every day. How can they run out of money so easily? Why are they running out of money? They are sold out. Isn't this a good thing? This shows that our Dongxing Gang's business is getting more and more prosperous. Look at how anxious you are. Just as the young man was about to lie down, he heard the increasingly anxious voices of the Dongxing Gang members. But we don't have even 1 hour's worth of Xinhui chips left in our bank. Just now, an old customer came to buy and found out that they were out of stock. So he was upset. Out of stock? The young man pushed the girls on both sides away, sat up suddenly, and frowned. Smooth sales are certainly a good thing. But this is the first time he has encountered a situation where all the savings are sold out. The old customers of the Dongqing gang are the foundation of the Dongqing gang, and they must not be dissatisfied. The young man immediately use the Xinhui chips I won from various assessment awards in the college in the past few days to replenish the inventory, which adds up to about 100 hours. Sell only to old customers. We must not let our old customers feel unhappy. Yes. Also, what happened? Our savings are actually sold at a loss. It seems that a man named Chu Yuan is offering a very high price to buy all the core fire chips, saying that he will not refuse anyone who comes. Many other students come to us to buy core fire chips and sell them to him. The young man frowned. Chu Yuan? Could he be the so-called genius who defeated Ma Cheng? Humph. Let me see what he can do. After the words fell, the young man turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the Dongqing gang headquarters, outside the Duankong training tower. At this time, Chu Yuan had collected enough core fire chips for 400 hours. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your support. Chu Yuan bought a large number of Xinhui chips at a high price while congratulating them, as if it was not the people who came to sell the Xinhui chips who were taking advantage, but him. Seeing Chu Yuan's sincerity, the students around him were moved. Hey! It was you, Chu Yuan, who gave us the high price. Why are you saying such polite words? Yes. 1 hour of selling here is equivalent to 2 hours of selling at Dongqing gang. We can't thank you enough. There is no harm without comparison. At this time, the reputation of Dongqing gang plummeted in the hearts of these students. Several grateful students reminded Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan, what you are doing is tantamount to provoking the Dongqing gang. They will definitely be very angry and come to pick a fight with you. That's right. Those Dongqing gang members are arrogant and will definitely suppress you. Chu Yuan nodded slightly. Thank you for your reminder. Although this move is suspected to be provocative to the Dongqing gang, Chu Yuan doesn't bother to care about them. This slime academy is a free trade, and he didn't force the sale. That's called moral impeccable. And if the Dongqing gang dares to force a move, Chu Yuan doesn't mind letting these blind guys understand why he, Chu Yuan, is the number 1 on the current genius list. Not long after, Chu Yuan bought another 30 hours of Xinhui chips. At this time, Chu Yuan had bought a total of 430 hours of Xinhui chips. It's a great harvest. Chu Yuan smiled, and his savings were almost empty. Although money is just a thing outside of his body, and a number in Chu Yuan's eyes, the number of 1 hour of Xinhui chips is still too big. If Chu Yuan wants to earn it, he has to spend some effort and time. The students around him began to sparse, and the Xinhui chips they wanted to sell had all been sold out. Some guys who bought Xinhui chips from Dongqing gang and resold them to Chu Yuan also stopped, because Dongqing gang just suddenly announced that it would stop selling Xinhui chips and would not sell them to ordinary students. Only old customers and big customers would come, and they would sell them. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly flashed in the sky. Chu Yuan narrowed his eyes. This light is not good. This is the speed of the peak of the Star Glory level. Although only the throne level can fly in the air, the peak of the Star Glory level can also imitate the throne level after touching some of the throne level's meaning, and move forward at a very fast speed, thus achieving an effect similar to the throne level walking in the air. Soon, this stream of light has landed hundreds of steps away from Chu Yuan. When the students around saw the specific figure of this stream of light, they were all extremely surprised. But at the same time, they felt it was reasonable. Deputy leader of Dongqing gang, Gejun is here. Oh no! There will be a conflict between him and Chu Yuan. The students around them retreated, unwilling to face the sharp edge of the confrontation between the two. Gejun wore a white shirt with his chest open, looking very willful and suave. But the look in his eyes was extremely violent, as if he was ready to hurt people at any time. Are you the one who bought up the Xinhui chips? Gejun came and stood in front of Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan said lightly, It's me. What do you want? Simple. Gejun grinned, and a pistol suddenly appeared and pointed at Chu Yuan's forehead. I must leave you with an unforgettable memory in your life. Chapter 286. Have you had enough trouble? Chu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the pistol against his forehead. Expressionless. Pistols are no longer useful after the gold level. How can a bullet propelled by gunpowder hurt a body that has been upgraded for a long time? The purity is too low. After reaching the platinum level, Most thermal weapons can no longer harm humans. The diamond level can guarantee to ignore all thermal weapons. The starred level can block the 5 senses and veins, and can be safe even if a nuclear bomb hits the head. Technology is gradually on the right track to facilitate human use. Because compared to making any physical damage weapons, it is better to concentrate on studying some magic props. Another person who looks down on my pistol. Go-jun was cheerful, and the brilliant smile and violent eyes could appear on the same face at the same time, which surprised Chu-yun. This is not an ordinary pistol. It is my professional prop. As he said, the muzzle of the pistol pressed against Chu-yun's head more forcefully. And Go-jun said grimly, as long as I want, I can break your defense at any time and make you bleed on the spot. Professional abilities appear randomly according to the products in reality. So there are also professionals such as gunners. Although guns and cannons cannot harm professionals above the gold level, gunners are different. The focus of gunners is not guns and cannons. But this is a profession. They can create items that are far more powerful than real guns and cannons. Just like other professionals, fire mages can easily create powerful fires that do not exist in this world. Moreover, reality is almost impossible to replicate the objects they created. But even so, Chu-yun was not afraid. You don't think you can break my defense, do you? Chu-yun sneered and moved the pistol against his head. It doesn't matter whether it is real guns or professional guns. Chu-yun doesn't take it seriously at all. As long as the throne level doesn't come, Chu-yun will never be afraid. Go-jun was furious. Heh! You are good at talking. I must teach you a profound lesson so that you can understand what the consequences of going against the Dongxin gang are. A violent scarlet energy gathered at the muzzle of Go-jun's gun. The students around were shocked when they saw the scene and fled in all directions. Run! Go-jun is going to use the Scarlet Barrage. If you are hit by this attack, you will either die or be disabled. Damn! Is it so fierce right after the attack? These students dodged very far away in the blink of an eye. And even some senior students at the peak of the Star Glory level could not avoid it. The deterrent power of this Scarlet Barrage on them was too high. This is Go-jun's famous skill. Let you taste the power of my unique skill. Go-jun smiled fiercely. Become another person who falls under my gun. Puff! The strange red bullet sprayed out from the muzzle, like a ball of ghost fire, with a faint red light. The bullet hadn't hit Chu-yun yet. The light was just a little closer, and Chu-yun's mind seemed to be pulled away, falling into the divine. Movement speed is reduced by 10%, and casting speed is reduced by 50%, which lasts for 10 seconds. At the end of the duration, the soul attribute damage equal to 30% of the upper limit of the own health is taken. When being separated from the divine multiple times, each divine will exist independently with different buffs. Casting speed is reduced by 50%? Chu-yun felt that his soul was shaking. Oh my god! What a powerful skill! Reverse Divine. Divine Reversal begins. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Divine Reversal. Please check it yourself. Leaving the god movement speed increased by 10%. Casting speed increased by 50%, lasting for 10 seconds. When the duration ends, restore health equal to 30% of the upper limit of the own health. When being affected by multiple leaving the god, each leaving god will exist independently with different buffs. Instantly, Chu-yun felt that his brain and mind were clear. Praise of reason. Praise of reason. Praise of reason. Another triple praise of reason was stacked on him, and various buffs were superimposed together. Chu-yun felt that his consciousness had surpassed the current time. Everything on the field was slow in Chu-yun's eyes, including the scarlet bullets that were shooting at him. Nothing more than that. Chu-yun smiled slightly, and the staff of life source appeared in his hand. The vitality spread out. Life-saving field. A circle of vitality spread out immediately, forming an extremely wide array of life. The group of scarlet bullets in this array of life quickly lost their crimson aura and turned into ordinary projectiles. Without the projectiles attached by the professional ability, it is impossible to hurt a platinum level player, let alone Chu-yun, who is already a diamond level player. Go-jun's expression suddenly turned pale. How is this possible? How can my Scarlet Barrage? This is a skill that combines damage, control, distance, and speed. Scarlet bullets have extremely high soul attribute damage and physical damage, and soul attribute damage is not affected by most defenses. The deep red fire of scarlet bullets can also cause the extremely powerful negative buff of Li Xin. Why is Chu-yun unaffected? The scarlet barrage that shocked many masters actually had no effect on Chu Yun. This is unreasonable. He gritted his teeth and poured all his magic power into the pistol. The already exaggerated barrage became even more. Countless scarlet bullets were shooting. Chu Yun held the staff of the source of life and approached Gu Jun step by step. Gu Jun wanted to retreat in surprise, but found that his movement speed became slow, and his feet were as heavy as lead, and he couldn't move a step at all. Chu Yun had already released the reversed acceleration aura onto Gu Jun. Beep. Chu Yun stretched out his finger and blocked the muzzle of Gu Jun's pistol. Have you had enough trouble? As Chu Yun's words fell, all the scarlet aura disappeared. The scarlet bullet was blocked by Chu Yun's finger in the barrel, and the barrel exploded instantly. Ah! This pistol was transformed by Gu Jun's power. The backlash of the barrel explosion made Gu Jun cough up blood. His face panicked, and he retreated repeatedly. How can you be immune to my Li Shin? Gu Jun roared angrily, and an unbelievable look flashed in his pupils. Li Shin is a negative effect that has been judged multiple times. Even if there is the ability to release control, it can only release one, and then it will be superimposed by a new Li Shin. How come Chu Yun is fine? Heh. Your methods are too immature when facing a real strongman. Chu Yun showed a look of complete disdain, swung the staff of life source, and pressed it against Gu Jun's abdomen. The light of life-saving reversed. Chapter 287. Zhou Lejia has a message. The dark green vitality bloomed. Gu Jun was completely hit. His eyes rolled back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell down completely, unconscious. The geniuses around looked at this result and took a breath of cold air. They knew Chu Yun was very strong, but they didn't expect Chu Yun to be so strong. The gold content of the first place on the genius list is still shining at this time. They thought that there would be a fierce battle between Chu Yun and Gu Jun, but they didn't expect that Gu Jun would be killed by Chu Yun in a face-to-face encounter. And Gu Jun's famous trick Scarlet Barrage was even blocked by Chu Yun's finger directly. The barrel exploded. This is a move that even they have to avoid. Chu Yun is too strong, a senior student murmured. He felt that the life he had lived in Slime Academy for the past few years was like a dog's life. The deputy leader of Dongxing Gang was also defeated by Chu Yun. It seems that Slime Academy is going to change. But the leader of Dongxing Gang, Shu, stop talking about that guy. The senior students around either congratulated Chu Yun or left one after another when they saw that the situation was not right. Some members of Dongxing Gang stood there awkwardly, at a loss. Chu Yun glanced at these guys and ignored them. They were just a bunch of small fish, and they could not pose any threat to him at all. There were not many people in Slime Academy who could fight Chu Yun, but not much, which means there are still some. Chu Yun, with a diamond body, has repeatedly won against a large number of Star Glory. As long as Chu Yun can also advance to Star Glory. Chu Yun looked at his phone. Yin Ruoqing and Gu Yin had not sent him a message yet. It seems that they are still stuck in Kevin's practical class. The practical class requires all aspects to be sufficient and to be comprehensive in order to pass. It is different from Shiwan's way of thinking that focuses on one point and reaches the pinnacle. In this case, Chu Yun plans to enter the Duankong training tower alone to practice. With more than 430 hours of core fire chip in hand, Chu Yun does not have to worry about his lack of time. Stepping into this starry void space again, Chu Yun strode forward, and a large group of violent rhinos rushed towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun picked up the staff of life source and started to kill. Leveling time always passes quickly, and it was already night in the blink of an eye. Chu Yun killed a strange bug that could release frost and reached level 49. Huh? Leveling up in this Duankong training tower is really fast. The beasts here are too dense. Just kill them. No need to look around. Chu Yun was very satisfied. 1 hour in the Duankong training tower is enough to compare to 10 hours of exploration and killing in the secret dungeon. And the Duankong training tower will automatically adjust the appropriate strength for the challenger based on the last batch of beasts you killed, ensuring that the beasts that appear will not exceed the challenger's combat power, and allowing the challenger to kill the beasts to gain experience most efficiently. However, Chu Yun still felt that there must be other mysteries here. For example, the golden holy dragon that appeared at that time. Forget it. It's too early to think about these things now. I should go out for dinner and rest. Chu Yun glanced at his phone. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Although there was no network connection in the Duankong training tower, the normal operation of electronic devices would not be affected. After walking out of the Duankong training tower, Chu Yun immediately received messages from Yin Ruoqing and Gu Yin. A ball of air. Yin Ruoqing, no. This practical class is too difficult. I may not be able to finish it today. Don't wait for me. And Gu Yin. Chu Yun also added contact information. New user nickname JJKKNB Gu Yin. Are you there? This crappy name is really hard to remember. If Chu Yun hadn't made a note for Gu Yin, she would have thought it was a harassing message. This message was sent a long time ago. Chu Yun took another look and saw another message below. New user nickname JJKKNB Gu Yin. I'm back to the dormitory. Okay. Now Chu Yun doesn't have to worry about the two of them. Chu Yun walked towards the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Slime Academy is open 24 hours a day. Because many people here also need to practice and become stronger at night. Only students who need to attend classes on time will go out early and go to bed late. And many senior students who have finished their classes are already night owls at night and lazy in the morning. When Chu Yun arrived at the cafeteria, people immediately looked at him and whispered. Now he is the first on the genius list and defeated the deputy leader of Dongqing Gang. Chu Yun must be famous no matter what. Chu Yun picked some food with a blank face and found a place to eat. The food of Slime Academy is not only delicious, but also the ingredients have special strengthening effects on professionals, which can't be seen outside. Ding dong. There is a message. Chu Yun picked up the phone and found that it was a message from Zhou Lijia. After Zhou Lijia said that he had something to do that day, Chu Yun never heard from Zhou Lijia again until now. Sparks and lightning along the way. Zhou Lijia. Chu Yun. Good evening. I am your nanny. I will protect you. Chu Yun. Why haven't you been seen these 2 days? Sparks and lightning along the way. Zhou Lijia. I have been busy these 2 days. Fortunately, the result is good. Sparks and lightning along the way. Zhou Lijia. The information I got is absolutely explosive. In exchange, how about you tell me the specific circumstances and reasons for your defeat of Jiangbai? If my information makes you suffer, I will make up for it later. As he said this, Zhou Lijia sent an emoticon package that said I beg you. I didn't expect Zhou Lijia to use this kind of emoticon package. And Zhou Lijia seems to be very sincere. It seems that Jiangbai has become a knot in Zhou Lijia's heart. He didn't even target Gu Yan, who defeated Zhou Lijia. He just wanted to defeat Jiangbai. I am the nanny. I will protect you. Chu Yun. Okay. Afterwards, Chu Yun told Zhou Lijia in detail how to defeat Jiangbai on the software. The only thing he did was to reverse the situation of Jiangbai's sea erosion and modify it to be immune to negative status and immune to damage of one attribute. After listening, Zhou Lijia didn't reply for a long time. Chu Yun ate dinner slowly, and Zhou Lijia replied after about 10 minutes. Sparks and lightning along the way. Zhou Lijia. Chu Yun. You are really amazing. I am your nanny and I will protect you. Chu Yun. Thank you. Now can you tell me the news you got? Chu Yun lowered his head to eat a mouthful of food, slowly raised his head, and saw the message sent by Zhou Lijia. But after seeing this message, Chu Yun's pupils contracted and the whole person was stunned. This news shocked Chu Yun. Sparks and lightning along the way. Zhou Lijia. I found an opportunity to upgrade the professional profession. Chapter 288 Mad Bull Ho Hanchi. Chu Yun's breathing slowed down a bit. After confirming that he was not mistaken, Chu Yun immediately chose to reply. I am a nanny and I will protect you. Chu Yun. Is it true? What is the specific situation? Sparks and lightning all the way. Zhou Lijia. I can explain this to you at any time. But you must reach the Star Glory level before you can do so. Otherwise, you know, it will only be disadvantageous to you. Must reach the Star Glory level? Otherwise, the information you get will be disadvantageous to yourself? Chu Yun was a little confused for a while. But he didn't ask too many questions, because he was already 49. And he would reach 50 in 2 days. After completing the job transfer task, he would reach the Star Glory level, which was not far away. I am your nanny. I will protect you. Chu Yun. Okay. Sparks and lightning all the way. Zhou Lijia. This is all I can tell you for now. How about I compensate you a little more? I am your nanny. I will protect you. Chu Yun. No need for compensation. If I get into trouble in the future, you can just help me out. Money is just a thing outside of one's body. The promise of a top genius is something that is weight. Zhou Lijia sent a thumbs up emoji. It should be said that Zhou Lijia's emojis are very tasteless, as if they are only used by middle-aged and elderly people. Ugly and cute. Sparks and lightning all the way. Zhou Lijia. No problem. By the time you need me, my career should have been upgraded. After contacting Zhou Lejia, Chu Yun slowly ate his meal. Zhou Lejia's profession was neither good nor bad. Although it was far from being as mediocre as Chu Yun's doctor, it was incomparable to Jiang Bai's top profession, the sea god's sacrifice. Chu Yun was now being held back by the profession of doctor, which seriously affected the upper limit of Chu Yun's strength. It was a pity that the reversal ability was ineffective for the profession. To solve his own professional problems, he had to find another way out. It would be great if I was really a chaos professional. Chu Yun sighed and ate the rest of the meal in no time. When he came to the Slime Academy, it was because Chu Yun's identity as a chaos professional was favored by the higher-ups. But Chu Yun knew that he was not a real chaos professional, and did not have the strange and varied skill reserves of a chaos professional. Chu Yun returned to the dormitory. This time, Gu Yan did not make a fuss and suddenly attack. Instead, she seemed to have fallen asleep in bed wrapped in a quilt. Going to bed so early? After washing up, Chu Yun also went to bed, and soon fell asleep. But what Chu Yun didn't know was that after he fell asleep, Gu Yan stuck his head out and looked straight at his bed. After confirming that Chu Yun was asleep, Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief and officially fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Chu Yun took Gu Yan to the 4th Academy for class. The 4th Academy, also known as the War Academy, is a place where most of the students are in the main combat profession. The whole academy is filled with a passionate fighting atmosphere, and it seems that everyone wants to fight each other. But these aggressive students immediately gave way after seeing Chu Yun and Gu Yan. The first place in the Tianfeng Empire Genius list, and the double buff of defeating the leader of the Dongqing gang made these students, who claim to be no less powerful than the strong ones, have to avoid them in disappointment. And Gu Yan has been following Chu Yun like a shadow recently, with a thick black shadow, and seems to be very powerful. And people dare not underestimate him at all. Humph! What a bunch of cowards! Just 2 new students. They are so scared. A tall and strong man strode over, looking domineering, looking down at Chu Yun and Gu Yan, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. You two are just ants in my eyes. The students who had been retreating around them actually began to quietly move closer, as if they wanted to watch a good show. They pointed at Chu Yun, Gu Yan, and the tall student. Wow! It's the Mad Bull Ho Han Chi of the Mad War Gang. Every time there is a competition in the Slime Academy to get the Core Fire chip, the Mad War Gang basically takes all the rewards. The overall strength of the Mad War Gang is much stronger than that of the Dongqing Gang. I'm afraid Chu Yun will be in trouble this time. Although the Slime Academy is full of strong people, those with nicknames are still extremely rare. The Mad Bull Ho Han Chi in front of him looked up and down at Chu Yun, and the disdain in his eyes became more and more intense. You are the first on the genius list? Ho Han Chi beat his chest, making a thumping sound like an angry bull, which was extremely scary. I was also on the genius list back then, ranked 5th on the genius list, and was called Mad Bull Ho Han Chi. I think the genius list this year is lacking in talent, and it is not worthy of its name. Chu Yun, you are just an ordinary person born in my era. Chu Yun put his hands in his pockets and looked at this heroic man leisurely. Have you finished talking? If you have finished talking, get out of my way quickly. If you continue talking, I will be late. Chu Yun's attitude was very sincere. If this lump of meat in front of him keeps talking for a long time, the class bell will ring. Ho Han Chi was stunned. Suddenly, he was furious. In his opinion, this was Chu Yun's expression of not taking him seriously at all. He was too arrogant. Simply arrogant to the extreme. Arrogant boy. Take my punch. Ho Han Chi roared, and his already muscular right arm seemed to be more solid. Steam gushed out of his arm, making him look extremely strong. Boom! He punched Chu Yun, and the air was immediately hit with a sonic boom. Chu Yun had no choice but to attack, but found that there was a person running in front of him. That is, behind Ho Han Chi, and he immediately put down his hand with a playful look. Good boy. You dare not avoid. Before Ho Han Chi finished speaking, he suddenly felt a heavy blow on his head. He felt dizzy and fell to the ground, and this Quangba's punch completely lost its power. Ho Han Chi fell down. We have already learned the theory class. When fighting, we must keep our eyes and ears open. You, as a senior, are not even as good as me, a junior. Xiao Junshi behind Ho Han Chi retracted his legs and smiled at Chu Yun. Yunzi, am I not late? Just in time. Chu Yun looked Xiao Junshi up and down, slightly surprised. Fatty, I feel that you are much stronger than a few days ago. I can only say that the teachings of the 4th Academy are indeed quite good. Xiao Zhencher smiled and suddenly said urgently, Damn it. Stop talking. We're really going to be late if we keep doing this. Follow me. Chu Yun and Gu Yin hurriedly followed Xiao Zhencher to the first class of the 4th college, where Wu Kaoyang taught in person. The students around looked at the mad bull Ho Hanqi who had been knocked unconscious on the ground. And they had only one thought in their minds. Chu Yun and his friends were going to be retaliated by the Mad War Gang. Chapter 289 Practical Theory Class. The Mad War Gang is the most unreasonable gang among the 3 major gangs in Slime Academy. And they like to use fists to talk the most. The Dongqing Gang will tolerate for the sake of interests. But the Mad War Gang will directly attack anyone they are unhappy with. And they are even more unreasonable when facing the target of revenge. This Chu Yun is really a big shot. He just provoked the Dongqing Gang. And now he has provoked the Mad War Gang. Hey. This Chu Yun has the ability and strength. It is normal for him to become like this. The members of Chu Yun's team are also tough guys. Xiao Zhencher actually subdued the crazy bull with one move. The students around were talking in a low voice. And no one cared about Ho Hanqi who fell to the ground. And they quickly ran to their respective classrooms. It's really about to be late. Classroom 1. Xiao Zhencher brought Chu Yun and Gu Yin here. The class bell hadn't rung yet. And the students were sitting in their seats chatting. A student was sitting in a remote position by the corner window, but was still surrounded by many students. Chu Yun couldn't forget this person. It was Jiangbai. Jiangbai was dressed in a pure white robe, looking elegant and kind, and was completely different from Zhou Lijia, who looked extremely cold. Therefore, many students admired Jiangbai's ability and talent crazily, and hated Chu Yun who defeated Jiangbai. The moment Chu Yun came to the classroom, many students cast their eyes on him, and their expressions were stained with many unkindness. Hee hee. Chu Yun smiled awkwardly. The cold aura on Gu Yin became stronger. She was very unhappy about these people targeting Chu Yun. Just when Xiao Zhencher was about to say something, Jiangbai had already spoken to smooth things over. Everyone. Chu Yun defeated me head-on, without using those other means you mentioned. Please don't be malicious towards him. Chu Yun paused, and was immediately very grateful. There is a reason why Jiangbai can always sit firmly as the #1 person in the world. His words and actions are really refreshing. In comparison, Zhou Lijia is a relatively cold and wooden person. The type of person who talks about things based on facts. Chu Yun also introduced Gu Yin to the people around. Compared to Chu Yun, who had little information but did have some information, Gu Yin was a nobody when checking his resume. He was extremely mysterious. The style of study in the 4th college was more unrestrained. These students looked at Gu Yin directly, not hiding the curiosity in their eyes. Soon, the class bell rang, and the tall and honest Wu Kaoyang walked in. Although he was a peerless level, Wu Caoyang's style seemed to be an orthodox and pure warrior, and he did not have the divinity that everyone would have after reaching the throne level. He looked at Chu Yun and Gu Yin and nodded slightly. Gu Pen had told him before that there would be auditors coming to this classroom from time to time. Classmates. Wu Caoyang's voice was very deep. Today's theory class starts now. Compared to Shi-Wan's sharp words and Kevin's eloquent speech, Wu Caoyang prefers to talk about various actual combat scenes and use videos to assist in his explanations. This explanation style is rough, but efficient, and useful information comes one after another. Xiao Zhencher did not have the habit of taking notes, but simply told Chu Yun about Wu Caoyang's ideas in class, so that Chu Yun and Gu Yin could understand them. Wu Caoyang patted the blackboard where the projection was being made with the back of his broad hand. Classmates, this battle is a very classic battle. You see how the blue side, as a seriously injured archer, defeated the red side's knife-wielding warrior riding a unicorn horse. In the projection, the archer dodged back and forth, making full use of the advantages of the field, and gradually divided the advantages of the red warrior, first making him fall off his horse, then making the target angry, and finally hitting him with a poison arrow at the cost of injury, and knocking off the warrior's broadsword. After 10 minutes of hard fighting, the blue archer made full use of his advantages with 0 mistakes and defeated the red horse-riding sword-wielding warrior. In these 10 minutes, Wu Caoyang kept explaining the key points, breaking down the reasons for doing so, the benefits of doing so, and the results of doing so. Chu Yun benefited a lot after listening. It's a perfect and smooth battle, good content. Good content. Wu Xiaoyang's words were not filled with descriptive words or adjectives, but each word was sincere and useful. Most of the students in the class were thinking. Today's theory class was held in 2 sessions, and the 2 sessions passed by like flowing water. But no one stopped to think. Finally, Wu Xiaoyang clapped his hands. Today's theory class is over. Let's take a good rest for 30 minutes. And you can also exchange your feelings. After 30 minutes, we will have a practical class. After hearing the 30-minute break, many students breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that they could take a break. But after hearing Wu Xiaoyang's words about continuing the practical class, these students started to complain again. Chu Yun looked at Xiao Zhencher. Fatty, what is this practical class for? Why are they so uncomfortable? It's mainly because this practical class is too difficult. Xiao Zhencher sighed. Now only Jiang Bai has passed the test in the whole class. I heard that among all the freshmen, only Jiang Bai and Hua Feng have passed. Hua Feng was not assigned to class 1 because he was eliminated too early. But Hua Feng was able to pass the practical class as quickly as Jiang Bai. It's really not easy. This practical class tests you to understand all the course content. Jiang Bai walked over with a smile, holding the incomplete body of the Sea God's scepter in his hand. Teacher Wu Xiaoyang will temporarily copy a beast that is slightly stronger than you according to your strength. It is difficult to defeat it even if you try your best. You must use what you understand in the theoretical class to just defeat it. I see. Chu Yun rubbed his chin. To be honest, Chu Yun was very curious about how powerful a beast Wu Xiaoyang would copy for him. Chu Yun was now invincible at the throne level. But he was invincible below the throne level, with no middle number. If the ultimate combat power of the Star Glory level is 100, then Chu Yun has at least 200. And the throne level for the first time is an awe-inspiring 50,000. As the power of the throne level becomes more proficient, this combat power will increase exponentially. In the 30 minutes between classes, Chu Yun, Gu Yan, Xiao Zhencher and Jiang Bai, the 4 of them eagerly discussed the details of the battle. 30 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the practical class was about to begin. Then do your best. I'm going to the Duankong training tower first. Jiang Bai held the incomplete body of the Sea God's scepter and prepared to get up. He is now at the peak of the Star Glory level. But it is only level 57, and there is still a long way to go before reaching the maximum level. However, Chu Yun reached out to stop him and handed over a 10-hour core fire chip. Thank you for your guidance. This is for you. Chapter 290 successfully added Jiang Bai as a friend. Originally Jiang Bai wanted to accept it with a smile, but after seeing the amount Chu Yun gave, he was very surprised. 10 hours. This is worth 500 million. No. 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 This is too much. Too expensive. Jiang Bai wanted to refuse, but Chu Yun forced it into his hand. Just take it. Your 30 minutes of experience is much more valuable than 500 million. Although Jiang Bai was not born in a poor family, he could not ignore the full 500 million Tianfeng national currency. In the end, Jiang Bai accepted it and nodded slightly. Thank you very much. No need to thank me. Let's add each other's contact information. Okay. Soon, the 4 added each other's contact information. Jiang Bai's avatar is a picture from an ancient book, depicting a long river falling from the sky, with an antique flavor. And Jiang Bai's ID is his real name Jiang Bai, which is a bit simple. If you need help in the future, please contact me. Jiang Bai smiled gently and waved away. This time Chu Yun has gained a favor from a top genius. Chu Yun, an old fox in his 2 lives, wandered in the ivory tower where there were only students. It was really a dimensionality reduction attack. Every move can easily grasp the psychology of these inexperienced students. Of course, both means and objects must be used simultaneously. If there is only talk but no actual giving, even the person who gives it for free will be able to sense something is wrong. Using this means, it just builds a bridge that can quickly approach and communicate. Soon, the class bell rang. Wu Xiaoyang walked into the classroom. Students, come to the playground. The students sighed and followed Wu Xiaoyang to the playground. The playground of the 4th Academy is about the same size as that of the 2nd Academy. But the playground of the 2nd Academy is narrower and longer, while the playground of the 4th Academy is wider. Like a sphere. Wu Xiaoyang waved his hand, and different projections of ferocious beasts appeared in front of the students. And their momentum and strength were stronger than each other. Wu Xiaoyang had a very accurate guess. These beasts would be just a little stronger than the students they needed to fight. The students had to use what they had learned to successfully defeat them. After arranging the students, Wu Kaoyang came to Chu Yuan and Gu Yin. This peerless strongman looked Chu Yuan and Gu Yin up and down for several times, and actually showed a little embarrassment. You two are just as strong as Jiang Bai and Xiao Xinchi. It's really hard to set up a beast that is slightly stronger than you. Xiao Xinchi smiled and scratched his head. And standing in front of Xiao Xinchi was an exaggeratedly large six-legged dinosaur, with bulging muscles and dark skin, which was extremely terrifying. I can't beat him. I really can't beat him. As long as you use what I taught you perfectly, you can do it. Wu Kaoyang looked at Chu Yuan and Gu Yin for a long time, and finally waved his hand. Data surged in front of Gu Yin. The beast that Gu Yin was going to fight was created first. This is a thin beast, or it can't be called a beast. It is a creature that stands like a human, but has a pair of dark purple horns, evil flames all over its body, and two fangs protruding from its mouth, which is extremely creepy. It closed its eyes tightly. Its body was dry, and the flames burning on its body were dim to the naked eye, as if it was dying of old age. Is this the Hell Demon Clan? Chu Yuan took a breath of cold air. The students watching around him also showed shocked expressions. Compared to the current large number of fierce beasts, the demons have become extremely rare. Many of them have only seen them in books or on the internet, and have never seen real demons. But thousands of years ago, the demons were as numerous and dangerous as the fierce beasts. While they burned, killed, and looted like fierce beasts, they also had wisdom similar to that of humans. Cruel, evil, and extremely cunning. In the end, the gates of hell were closed by the god of space, and the number of demons in the world gradually became smaller. Many with the names of hell or demons are classified as fierce beasts, and have some blood of the demons, and have the innate silence ability of the demons. But they are far inferior to the orthodox hell demons, because the hell demons are born at the throne level. Yes, but this hell demon is on the verge of death, and the strength of its whole body is rapidly declining. Now it is only at the peak of the star level. Will the hell demons also die of old age? Xiao Xinchi was puzzled. Wu Kaoyang nodded. Of course, they just have a long lifespan, but they are not immune to old age. And the reason for their long lifespan is that they are born at the throne level. It is the throne level that gives them the power of longevity. It is not that they are hell demons, and therefore have a long lifespan. This hell demon is just adapted to your Guyan's combat power. So show your full level. Guyan nodded and prepared to fight. Then, Wu Kaoyang looked at Chu Yuan. His expression was particularly tangled. No, Chu Yuan, you are too strong. Chu Yuan laughed awkwardly. Being told by a peerless master that he, a diamond-level master, was too strong made Chu Yuan feel very embarrassed. Although Chu Yuan himself did have many secrets. I don't know how many flaws and secrets were discovered by Wu Kaoyang. After a while, Wu Kaoyang sighed. Forget it. I won't give you any beast projection. It's impossible to do it. Speaking, Wu Kaoyang stepped forward. Instantly, Chu Yuan felt like he was being crushed by a mountain, facing the might of nature. He couldn't breathe. How about this? You come and fight me for 10 seconds. If you can pass, you pass. Ah? Chu Yuan waved his hands hurriedly. You are a peerless master. No matter how hard I struggle, I can't struggle in your hands for 10 seconds. Of course, I will control my strength. I am only slightly stronger than you. Wu Kaoyang hooked his palm, signaling Chu Yuan to attack him. And more importantly, I am not making things difficult for you. I just want to judge whether you have learned something. After I see that you have learned something, I will naturally judge that you have passed this practical class. A famous teacher is a famous teacher. His words were reasonable and immediately dispelled Chu Yuan's doubts. Besides, the goal now was not to defeat the beast, but to fight Wu Kaoyang. So there was no need to use all the tricks he had in his hand. He only needed to use all the knowledge he had learned in class. Instantly, the staff of life source appeared in Chu Yuan's hand. The green light flickered on the silver branches and iron leaves. Chu Yuan held the staff of life source and pointed directly at Wu Kaoyang, who was as majestic as a mountain. Teacher Wu Kaoyang, I'm here. Chapter 291 10 seconds. What a courage! Wu Kaoyang laughed. You are extraordinary to be able to raise your weapon against me. Come on. Attack me. Let me see the results of your study. After that, Wu Kaoyang strode forward. When Wu Kaoyang took a step, it was as if a mountain of 10,000 feet was crashing towards Chu Yuan. This was a vast and boundless power that could make all creatures below the throne level tremble. However, this mountain had already restrained its countless power, and only slightly revealed a little bit. Just slightly stronger than Chu Yun's current power. Ha! Wu Kaoyang suddenly punched. This punch was ordinary, but it instantly produced a sonic boom, which made Chu Yun's eardrums hurt. This is absolute power. If he was hit by this punch, he would definitely lose on the spot. Chu Yun couldn't even last for 1 second, let alone 10 seconds. Guardian Shield inverted. Chu Yun didn't dare to neglect it, and immediately added defensive skills to himself, and made his steps light. Gravity inverted. Chu Yun left his feet, and released control on Wu Kaoyang again. Paralysis. Gravity. Wu Kaoyang was hit by the light, and immediately became paralyzed. But this paralysis didn't even last 0.1 seconds, and Wu Kaoyang easily broke free. The fist broke through the wind, without even being controlled. Wu Kaoyang was as heavy as a mountain, and this gravity spell had no effect on him. The fist was about to hit. Chu Yun used various healing skills to raise his upper limit of health, and let the breath of life float around his body. These breaths of life could reduce Wu Kaoyang's domineering punch to a certain extent. Boom! The fist came, and instantly exploded all the breaths of life in the field. At the same time, Chu Yun, who was flying into the air because of the reverse gravity spell, was also pulled by the strange suction and domineering offensive of the fist, and could not retreat, and took the punch. Chu Yun coughed up blood in great pain and flew backwards. This punch easily broke all of Chu Yun's defenses. Can a Star Glory level really do this? No. Teacher Wu Kaoyang's punch is almost reaching the throne level. Chu Yun murmured, and glanced at his health bar, which had dropped to an astonishing 42%. This was the most serious injury Chu Yun had ever suffered. Chu Yun's equipment from head to toe was all throne level equipment, and his body was ridiculously thick. But he was beaten like this by this punch. This means that if Chu Yun takes another punch like this, he will be killed in seconds. Healing spell. Chu Yun waved the staff of life source, and immediately filled his health bar. Before Chu Yun's various exaggerated values, Chu Yun was still a doctor. As long as he was not killed instantly, he could fill himself up at any time. Hexagonal Warrior is not bragging. Wu Kaoyang saw Chu Yun take the punch, and showed appreciation on his face. He flew over, and used the second punch again. There was almost no interval between the first and second punches, and they flowed like water, one after another. Xiao Jinsher next to him widened his eyes. Is this what Teacher Wu Kaoyang said? Hitting people is like kissing. This is a rather weird description, but it can perfectly describe this set of techniques. It means that the two boxers are fighting like a pair of passionate lovers. When one wants to escape, he is like a shy girl avoiding a kiss. When the other wants to attack, he needs to be like a boy chasing a kiss, one after another. Only in this way, without leaving any gaps for the opponent, can the opponent be suppressed to the point of being out of breath, and the space for victory can be explored bit by bit. But how could Chu Yun be a pushover? All kinds of skills with surging vitality were activated, except for a few big moves. Chu Yun almost used all his strength to barely cope with all kinds of punches. Wu Kaoyang not only uses the kingly boxing method, but also uses subtle punches. He did not defeat Chu Yun with simple and crude force, but wanted to stimulate all of Chu Yun's talents. Since this is the case, Chu Yun will not relax. Chu Yun used all his strength to avoid the sudden punch, and the life source staff hit Wu Kaoyang's body. Roaring. Miraculous healing reversed. The surging vitality spread out immediately, causing Wu Kaoyang's figure to pause. Wu Kaoyang stopped his fist and smiled. Not bad. Chu Yun, you are indeed a genius who is on the genius list. The title of the first on the genius list is well deserved. 10 seconds have passed. Chu Yun, you have passed the practical class. Chu Yun half bent his waist, panting, sweating all over, and at this time, he wiped his lips slightly, suppressing the uncomfortable breath coming out of his whole body. Excuse me, Teacher Wu Kaoyang, how much strength did you exert? The 10 seconds just now were definitely not as simple as being a little better than him. Wu Kaoyang smiled. I kept my realm just one level higher than yours, but I didn't let you down at all with my combat experience. You were able to hold on for 10 seconds, which was beyond my expectation. Chu Yun, over the past few decades, I have come to this 10-second competition with many self-important geniuses, But you are the only one who passed it on the first try. Wu Kaoyang praised Chu Yun without hesitation, took out 2 core fire chips from his storage ring, and handed them to Chu Yun. Shiwan or Kevin should have taught you how to use this thing. Right? Yes. Take it. Ha ha. With your ability, I'm afraid you can quickly pass all the teaching content of the 4th Academy. Now, it's important to improve your own level first. Wu Kaoyang patted Chu Yun on the shoulder, speaking in a kind tone. Then, he looked at the students around him and shouted, after watching Chu Yun for 10 seconds, do you have any insights? Try to fight the beast projections in front of you. Many students showed embarrassment, but still devoted themselves to fighting the beasts, and then failed again and again. No matter what, the strength of these beast projections is much higher than theirs, and they must play to perfection to have a chance to pass smoothly. Fatty, when you fight this beast, you don't have to think about defeating it in the first place. Think more about how to weaken it little by little. We are not in a hurry. What we want is victory, not speed pass. Gu Yan, the Hell Demon Clan is best at using various silencing abilities, but this does not mean that it will isolate your skills. Don't give up your skills because of fighting the Hell Demon Clan. After carefully instructing Xiao Jincher and Gu Yan, Chu Yun set off for the Duankong Training Tower. Chapter 292, Ji Jingyang, the king of the Mad Battle Gang. Since defeating Gu Jun, the deputy leader of the Dongxing Gang, no one from the Dongxing Gang dared to pick a fight with Chu Yun. Now Chu Yun doesn't bother to care about this gang full of defeated enemies. It's better to enter the Duankong Training Tower and kill monsters to level up. But one wave has not yet subsided. Another wave has risen. A huge young man like a beast is coming from a distance. He is extremely tall, about 3 meters tall, making the students around him look like beasts. And he walks straight towards Chu Yun, which is very oppressive. But Chu Yun is dismissive. No matter how great the oppression is, can it be compared with Wu Kaoyang? He is just a student. The students around him shrank their necks when they saw him. Why is this martial arts fanatic here? Shouldn't he be outside the school? Well, it seems he came to avenge Mad Bull Ho Hanqi. This person is one of the 4 kings of the Mad War Gang. Martial arts fanatic Ji Jingyang. The Mad War Gang does not have a formal leader. It is an organization composed of a group of fighting maniacs. And the 4 most powerful people in the organization are collectively known as the 4 Heavenly Kings, who have the power to make decisions in the gang. Mad Bull Ho Hanqi is the last king of the Mad War Gang, and martial arts fanatic Ji Jingyang is the leader of the 4 Heavenly Kings, and the strongest of the entire Mad War Gang. Even though they are all called the 4 Heavenly Kings, there is a huge gap between them. The leader, Ji Jingyang, can easily defeat Ho Hanqi, just like before. Shou Lijia, who ranked 2nd on the genius list, could easily beat Yishan, who ranked 3rd. He reached the peak of the Star Glory level a year ago. With the past year, his strength has become more and more profound. With a giant axe, he has defeated countless so-called geniuses. Ji Jingyang walked in front of Chu Yun and looked down at Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked up indifferently. Go away. Don't block my way. Chu Yun's tone was very casual, as if he was telling a blind little minion to stop getting in the way. Humph. Ji Jingyang snorted coldly, and suddenly a surge of steam gushed out of his body. It seemed as if the power that could easily kill the peak beast of the Star Glory level was surging in his body. You are Chu Yun? The Chu Yun who defeated Gu Jun? The Chu Yun who easily knocked down Ho Hanqi? Easily knocked down? How could you say that about your own family? And it was actually Xiao Jincher who knocked him down. But Chu Yun was too lazy to explain now. It's me. So what? Or Chu Yun's eyes suddenly became sharp. You want to find fault? Ha ha! Ji Jingyang laughed heartily. Wrong. Chu Yun was stunned. And then Ji Jingyang eagerly put his arm around Chu Yun's shoulders, with admiration and appeal beyond words. Our Mad Battle Gang likes masters with fighting power. There is no grudge. Everything depends on strength. Chu Yun, you are so strong. Do you want to come to our Mad Battle Gang to be one of the 4 Heavenly Kings? Ah! Chu Yun could never have thought that Ji Jingyang was here to win him over. The preconceived notion made Chu Yun think that such people came here to cause trouble. Chu Yun scratched his face. But aren't your 4 Heavenly Kings full? Isn't it normal to have 5 people in the 4 Heavenly Kings? Ji Jingyang put his arm around Chu Yun's shoulders, beaming with joy. If you come, Ho Hanqi has no objection. He now recognizes your strength. The brothers of our mad battle gang don't have any thoughts of going around in circles. Anyway, if you are bullied, come and ask for help. We brothers will definitely come to help. But if you want to be as strong as a man, you could also hold on by yourself. Then, if you are unhappy with the Dongxing gang and the pharmaceutical gang and want to fight them, we brothers are always here to accompany you. Ha ha ha. Ji Xingyang laughed. Pharmaceutical gang. Chu Yun, who was held by Ji Xingyang on the shoulders, showed a thoughtful look. Slime Academy is supported by 3 student gangs. They are Dongxing gang, Quanzhong gang, and pharmaceutical gang. Among them, the one that is involved in the transaction of Xinhua chips is the Dongxing gang, while the Quanzhong gang is a gang composed of a group of militants and has no actual purpose. The last pharmaceutical gang is specialized in refining drugs suitable for students to use after fighting. In Slime Academy, students often get injured during practical classes, and in the Duankong training tower, injuries are even more common. Many students will go to the pharmaceutical gang to buy medicines for various situations, when there is no treatment position in the team or even when there is a treatment position. Although these medicines are called medicines, they are also of various types. Compared with treatment medicines, the most popular ones are still control-releasing medicines. Being controlled is disgusting, and a well-timed release is extremely useful, compared to the Dongxing gang, which needs to constantly manage the entire Slime Academy core fire chip market. The pharmaceutical gang seems to be more quiet and hidden, but in fact, the money they earn is far less than that of the Dongxing gang. Hey, Chu Yun, what are you thinking about? So do you want to join the Berserker gang? Ji Xingyang shook Chu Yun, who was lost in thought. Chu Yun came back to his senses. Oh. He didn't plan to join any gang yet. But since Ji Xingyang came to show his goodwill, how could Chu Yun let it go? Sorry, Ji Tianwang. I've only been enrolled for a few days, and I feel inconvenient. Can you let me think about whether to join the Berserker gang in the future? Ji Xingyang rubbed his chin. That's fine. Add a contact number. Ji Xingyang took out his specially customized mobile phone, which was almost twice the size of Chu Yun's mobile phone because Ji Xingyang himself was tall. It was inconvenient to use a small mobile phone. Ji Xingyang's avatar was a battle photo of Shouying, a throne-level strongman of the current Tianfeng Empire, known as the Iron King. Shouying was a tough warrior, famous for his domineering fighting. I think Shouying should be Ji Xingyang's idol. Ji Xingyang's ID is called Strong People Are Always Strong, which has a very distinctive atmosphere of Ji Xingyang. Ji Tianwang. If there is nothing else, I will go to Duankong training tower to practice. Go ahead. Ji Xingyang put his hands in his pockets, humming a little tune as he watched Chu Yun go to the Duankong training tower. He was obviously in a good mood. The students around him looked at each other in surprise. Chu Yun and the Mad Battle Gang have made up their past grudges and joined forces? Wow. If Chu Yun joins the Mad Battle Gang, this is incredible. Big turbulent news. Big turbulent news. The group of students couldn't help but discuss it. Although the Mad Battle Gang has no actual industry, and seems to have no impact on the students. The reason for the existence of the Mad Battle Gang is to harass the Dongxing gang and the pharmaceutical gang. For various reasons, the Dongxing gang and the pharmaceutical gang have some shady jobs. The students are still happy to see the Mad Battle Gang picking on these two gangs. Not to mention, Chu Yun himself has a grudge against the Dongxing gang. Chapter 293. Prepare to change jobs. Chu Yun has already entered the Duankong training tower. Looking at this vast expanse of stars, Chu Yun has actually gotten used to it. Just a little bit more, and I can reach level 50. Chu Yun was full of fighting spirit and stepped forward. In an instant, a large group of ferocious beasts were teleported to Chu Yun. Chu Yun held up the life source staff and brushed the ferocious beasts. All kinds of vitality spread out, and one after another ferocious beasts were harvested like wheat under Chu Yun's life source staff. Chu Yun had a huge amount of core fire chips in his hand, and decided to brush it here to level 50 before going out. Yun Mu was chosen by Shi Wan and trained carefully, so she couldn't come to the Duankong training tower. Yin Ruoqing was still worried about protecting Dandelion. Xiao Zhenshi was still a little tricky to fight the huge and powerful beast, and Gu Yin had not completed both protecting Dandelion and fighting the beast. Now Chu Yun can use the core fire chip in his hand as much as he wants, and he can just buy some more when his teammates need it. After making up his mind, Chu Yun started leveling up day and night. 2 days later, Chu Yun killed the last python that could spit fire, and his experience value finally reached 100%. Reached level 50. Huh. Chu Yun exhaled with satisfaction and walked out of the Duankong training tower. Although the monster hunting this time was as smooth as before, Chu Yun was still a little disappointed. I didn't see the wonders like the golden holy dragon back then. There must be countless secrets hidden in the Duankong training tower. And providing fierce beasts for training is definitely its most superficial function. Chu Yun calculated the core fire chips he consumed, and it took a total of 40 hours. According to the market price, this cost 2 billion. After killing fierce beasts for a full 40 hours without stopping, Chu Yun was able to upgrade from level 49 to level 50. It's hard to imagine how difficult it is to upgrade to the Star Glory level. But now reaching level 50 is also a good thing. Next, it's time to accept the job transfer task. After Chu Yun sent a message to his team and several acquaintances to report his safety, he changed into a dark Slime Academy uniform and immediately headed out of the Slime Academy. The job transfer temple is located in the center of Guanghai City, right next to the Guanghai City Occupational Association. The job transfer temple, Guanghai City Occupational Association, and Guanghai City Exchange are built next to each other, forming a tripartite formation. Ding Pei should still be in seclusion at this time, and Chu Yun did not want to disturb the three dwarf Yu's research on forging techniques. So he went straight to the job transfer temple. This is a tall and slender building like a bell tower. It is much larger than the job transfer temple in Xuancheng. Chu Yun estimated that it is more than 10 times larger. The flow of people in Guanghai City is much larger than that in Xuancheng. Moreover, the active people here are students who need to change jobs. The job transfer temple here can only be built taller to cope with a huge flow of people. At this time, the job transfer temple was full of people, with students coming in and out. They wore various school uniforms and talked with their classmates about various things related to job transfer. But Chu Yun was alone, and he seemed a little lonely when he came here. Any college in Guanghai City has a total of 70,000 to 80,000 students, and some larger colleges may even reach 200,000 or more. So there are groups of students and bustling. And Slime College only recruits 300 to 400 people every year. And all the students in the whole school add up to only about 5,000 people. So the flow of people is really small. Therefore, Slime College is often ridiculed by outsiders who don't know the situation for its declining students. And they may move out of Guanghai City at any time, but in fact, Slime College has maintained this decline for decades. Chu Yun had already disguised himself when he came. Now Chu Yun has a full beard, thick eyebrows and big eyes, looking very rough, which is completely different from Chu Yun's usual handsome image. If it weren't for an acquaintance who came close to observe carefully, it would be impossible to find that Chu Yun was Chu Yun. Chu Yun ignored the more or less contemptuous eyes of the students around him and walked into the job transfer temple. Wow! A student from the Slime Academy is here. Is it the academy that doesn't even have a few students? I heard that this academy is about to move out of Guanghai City. Damn. This student is only diamond level? This level is too low. The students around were talking about it. They had already reached the Star Glory level, and came to this job transfer temple not to change jobs, but to temper their skills. From bronze to diamond, each level is named after a certain substance. The higher the level, the stronger it is. When you reach the Star Glory level, you have gradually left this mundane world and are preparing to advance to the throne. At the Star Glory level, you can choose to quench your various skills to strengthen your strength. And the quench skills can be changed at any time in the job transfer temple. So this job transfer temple is very lively. Most of the job transfer temples in Xuancheng are job transfer areas. And only a small part of the top floor is the quenching area. And the quenching area is basically unattended. But it is different in Guanghai City. The number of job transfer areas and quenching areas is the same. And the quenching area is very lively, while the job transfer area is deserted. Job transfer can only help people transfer from bronze level to star level. From the beginning of the throne level, there is no need to come to this place to transfer. Being a teller in the job transfer area in Guanghai City, where there are many masters, can be said to be the most leisurely profession, and even if you reach the throne and above, you need the special quenching ceremony in the quenching area. So the teller in the quenching area can be said to be the busiest profession. Chu Yun walked to the job transfer area where there was no one at this time in the crowd of people in the quenching area. Many students from other colleges, who were queuing to boardroom, saw Chu Yun's figure and immediately talked about it. A diamond level has the nerve to come to Guanghai City. Don't be embarrassing. Look at his school uniform. Slime Academy. Isn't it normal for Slime Academy to recruit students of this level? Many students laughed without suppressing their malice. Chu-yun took a breath and pretended not to hear. There was no way. Students of Slime Academy were not allowed to show their heads outside. Hello. My profession is a doctor. And I want to come here to change my profession. Chu-yun asked. A teller who kept swiping his phone woke up and coughed a few times pretending to be serious. Okay. I know. As he said that, he rummaged behind him and pushed out a dusty crystal ball. No one in Gwanghai City has used this doctor's job change crystal ball for a long time. The teller scratched his head awkwardly and quickly wiped the dust with a rag. Students who can come to Gwanghai City are all geniuses among geniuses. There are really no people who use the job change crystal ball for mediocre professions like doctors. Chapter 294 5-Star Job Transfer Task. Several students saw the crystal ball that Chu-yun needed for his job transfer, and immediately became more malicious. Ha ha ha. His job is just a doctor. I can't hold it back. Where did he get this guy? No one is recruiting from Slime Academy. So we can only use a diamond-level doctor to fill the gap. These people laughed wildly, and many students around them also cast their eyes. In their eyes, Chu-yun's job as a doctor is too eye-catching. How many stars of job transfer task can he get later? I guess 3 stars. Ha ha ha. 3 stars. Don't bully him too much. I guess 2 stars. Amid the sneers and ridicules of many people, the teller wiped the crystal ball clean and pushed it towards Chu-yun. Please receive your job transfer task. Chu-yun stretched out his hand and covered the crystal ball. The first 2 lights that appeared were gray-black lights. As if it was natural. 1-star job transfer tasks. Then, the 3rd and 4th were all 1-star job transfer tasks. There will only be 5 job transfer tasks. Well, it seems that this kid is worse than expected. I'm afraid he doesn't even have a 2-star job transfer task. No matter how shabby the Slime Academy is, it is still our Gwanghai City Academy. Why did they accept such a student? These people pointed at Chu-yun and said something. The teller in front of Chu-yun also looked at Chu-yun with a sympathetic look and decided to lower his head and continue to browse his phone. However, Chu-yun ignored them and smiled. In an instant, a layer of golden light emerged from under Chu-yun's palm. And then it exploded. The teller's lazy expression suddenly became shocked. This golden light covered the entire crystal ball and quickly began to spread, illuminating the entire counter, the entire job transfer area, and even the entire job transfer temple. The mocking students around them froze their expressions. The golden light has penetrated every one of them. It's actually a 5-star job transfer task. What? Where did this big guy come from? Oh my god. Is this true? Is there something wrong with the crystal ball? The first 4 tasks were 1 star. And now the 5th one is a 5-star job transfer task. And the expressions of these students are still shocked. Almost all of them have a 4-star best job transfer task. And 4 stars are enough to make them proud of being geniuses even in Gwanghai City, where geniuses gather. They can only see the golden light once every 2 or 3 months. Unexpectedly, this time, the golden light appeared in the hands of a doctor who they did not think highly of. Chu-yun listened to the overwhelming shouts behind him, questioning and worshipping, which was completely different from the atmosphere just now. But there was no ripple in his heart. He had seen a lot. Then, Chu-yun lowered his head and began to look at this 5-star job transfer task. What is the task? 6th level physician job transfer task 5 stars. Secret of the Golden Holy Dragon. Go to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Find out the final truth of the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. And obtain all the final storage. Limited time, 15 days. Success. Transfer from the Commander of Wonderful Hands to the Lord of Pulse. Failure. Reduce 10 levels. It turned out to be a job transfer task to explore the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Chu-yun was also very interested in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. So he went to find out what was going on. But is this really a job transfer task that can be completed by a diamond level? There must be endless dangers in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. But this is really a 5-star job transfer task. And the 10 level reduction after the task fails is also the highest penalty task Chu-yun has ever seen. Chu-yun took on this 5-star job transfer task and walked out of the noisy job transfer temple. Who is that bearded man? I have never seen any information about him. Is he a master who does not show his abilities? Is he really a doctor? This profession is not a disguise. The students were talking about it, but Chu-yun was slightly relieved. as long as they didn't find his true identity. Otherwise, Chu Yun, who ranked first on the Tianfeng Empire Genius list, was ranked at the bottom of the Slime Academy in Guanghai City. This would inevitably arouse the suspicion of many people. After leaving the job transfer temple, Chu Yun changed his appearance again, making his face extremely mature and tired, as if he had just been working on a construction site for half a year. Chu Yun walked around here for more than 10 rounds, found a batch of blank equipment without equipment skills, came to the dining area, ordered a plate of fried rice, and turned over the equipment while eating. Chu Yun was very hungry. He hadn't eaten anything after he came out of the Duankong training tower. Although this plate of fried rice was very ordinary, Chu Yun ate it with great relish. After reversing all the equipment on hand to find out the equipment skills, Chu Yun didn't waste his time in this pile of places. He went directly to the depths of the exchange to find Xie Xing. Xie Xing's whereabouts were generally fixed. After all, he was the manager of the exchange, and he needed to be able to be found at any time when he was needed. Xie Xing was either outside the office, wandering around the entire exchange, or in the office correcting documents. And if so, the lights inside were on. Coincidentally, the office lights were on at this time. I want to see Manager Xie. Just say, vitality. The guard glanced at Chu Yun. At this time, Chu Yun's makeup was really half dead, with dark circles under her eyes. It was really hard for the guard to see any vitality on this face. But he still nodded. I know. Please wait a moment. Distinguished guest. In order not to neglect extremely important guests, Xie Xing would agree on a secret code in advance. And in this case, when the secret code was said, Xie Xing would come out to receive the guest. If the guest did not know about the secret code, and Xie Xing was busy at this time, then he could only wrong the guest and be turned away. Soon, Xie Xing came out. Chu Yun, what's wrong? Do you have something new to sell to me? Or do you want my help? Manager Xie's sharp eyes. Chu Yun smiled, and sold a large number of equipment with equipment skills to Xie Xing. The two of them have been working together for a long time, and some operations on the rules can be handled slowly. At present, serving Chu Yun's needs is still the first priority. Xie Xing said, Dear guest Chu Yun, what do you want Xie Xing to do this time? Just like in Xuanqing before. Chu Yun smiled. Recommend some magic props that are effective for me with my strength. Hearing this, Xie Xing also smiled. The two couldn't help but recall the time when they were in the small town of Xuanqing. Dear guest Chu Yun, I will serve you attentively. Chapter 295 Go to the exchange again. Soon, Xie Xing led Chu Yun to the depths of the Guanghai City Exchange. The goods sold here are all the best of the best, and the prices of the goods here are also frighteningly high. Only customers with a certain amount of savings can come here after verifying their financial resources. The layout here is even more magnificent, and just arriving here will make people feel happy. Dear guest Chu Yun, what level do you think your strength has reached? Xie Xing did not say realm, but asked about strength. Guanghai City is a place where geniuses gather, and geniuses are the kind of guys who are good at fighting across levels. Realm cannot be used to judge at all, and what can really be seen is strength. Chu Yun pondered for a moment, then spoke. Chu Yun's tone was very firm in this sentence. Below the throne, I am invincible. Well, I understand. Xie Xing nodded. He did not doubt the value of Chu Yun's words. Even though Chu Yun is only diamond level now, he is the first on the Tianfeng Empire's genius list. Xie Xing felt that it was very reasonable to be able to look down on those below the throne level. Then I don't think these ordinary items are needed by the distinguished guest Chu Yun. Let's go deeper. Xie Xing didn't even look at the various magic props on the luxurious shelves, as if they were nothing at all. In fact, each of the magic props here is already expensive, close to hundreds of millions. If it is placed outside, it will inevitably be robbed. If a small family obtains one, it will grow rapidly. However, these things are completely out of Chu Yun's sight. The next place to go is the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. By the way, is the place where Mr. Chu Yun is going to be the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon? Xie Xing asked while leading the way. Chu Yun was slightly stunned, then nodded. Yes. How did you know? No one should know that he got a 5-star job transfer task. Those students only thought that a bearded man got a 5-star job transfer task. And the task content was the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, which must be known only by Chu Yun himself. Oh, I thought Mr. Chu Yun knew about the abnormality of the past 2 days. It seems that Mr. Chu Yun has other reasons. Xiexing whispered, in the past few days, the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum seems to have received some kind of induction. The entrance passage of the main tomb chamber has risen from the ground. And this entrance passage has risen, as if a whole continuous and magnificent palace has appeared. And this palace-like entrance is covered with a layer of golden wave shield, blocking everyone from entering. The four empires have each sent a peerless strongman to try to remove this layer of golden wave shield. Just yesterday, there was an obvious effect. The golden wave shield was torn open, enough to accommodate people below the throne level to enter. It would probably take more than a year for the peerless strongman to tear open a hole large enough for them to enter. To prevent accidents, they chose to open the entry qualifications of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. And all explorers can enter, and explore at will. Chu Yun nodded slightly. I see. This 5-star job transfer task may also appear because of the current situation. If there is no hole that can accommodate explorers to enter, I am afraid that this task will only end in failure, which is obviously unreasonable. Soon, Xiexing brought Chu Yun to an extremely exquisite room. This room seems to be made of crystal, and the ground is engraved with a magic forbidden formation to prevent various things in the room from rioting. The things that can satisfy the distinguished guest Chu Yun must be only here. Xiexing leaned forward to invite him, pointing behind him. Although the things here are not dazzling, they are of various types, and each item exudes a unique aura. These auras are enough to easily shake Chu Yun's mind. There is no need to say more about their power. Each of them has a throne-level effect. And the things here are not as strange and difficult to use as the things in the secret storage room behind Xiexing's office. Every item here can play a powerful function. Chu Yun looked at the prices marked on these items, and his eyelids twitched slightly. Rural Crystal Stone. It can only be purchased with Rural Crystal Stone here. Tianfeng national currency is really just a number here. Manager Xie. I can't afford anything here. It doesn't matter. Would I bring Mr. Chu Yun here and return empty-handed? Xiexing smiled and handed a small bag of gravel to Chu Yun. This small bag contained 18 or 19 milky white stones that constantly reflected strange light. This stone was smaller than the little finger, but it was extremely heavy, whether in terms of hand feel or in terms of the moment of touching it. In terms of spiritual feeling, these stones are heavy in every way. These are 20 regular crystal stones, which I, Xie, give to Mr. Chu Yun. You can use them to buy items in the store, or take them away for yourself. It all depends on your idea. The reason why the Rural Crystal Stone can become a circulating commodity above the throne level is that although this thing is not very useful, it is extremely critical and cannot be missing when it is needed. If Chu Yun takes these 20 Rural Crystal Stones to do other things, Xiexing also thinks it is very normal. Chu Yun was slightly stunned, and then weighed the small bag of Rural Crystal Stones in his hand. So heavy. Manager Xie. Is this gift a bit too expensive? Not really. This is a gift to you for both public and private reasons. For public reasons, our exchange is very optimistic about the future achievements of geniuses like you. In the future, guest Chu Yun can take care of the exchange more. Personally, I don't want my friends to go to a place like the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb and not be able to use any good stuff. Xiexing smiled. Chu Yun held it tightly and nodded slightly. I won't disappoint Manager Xie. With something in his hand, Chu Yun suddenly felt more confident walking around here. Although the things here are still very expensive, the 20 Rural Crystal Stones in Chu Yun's hand are not useless. The first thing to bear the brunt is the magic scroll that seals the skills, from bronze level to throne level. What a trumpeter. A deep purple magic scroll that seems to seal thunder is right in front of Chu Yun. Thunder from Heaven Throne Level Thunder Mage Magic Scroll. Usage conditions. Select a direction and guide for 30 seconds. Immediately drop a devastating thunderbolt to the target, with a random spread range, causing devastating thunder element damage, with random specific damage, and causing a paralysis effect of up to 60 seconds and down to 1 second. Note, this skill does not distinguish between enemies and friends. Chapter 296 Xiexing's Gift. Super long guiding time. Skill effects that do not distinguish between enemies and friends. Various random values. Chu Yun can already imagine how terrifying this magic scroll is when used. For magic scrolls of the same level, the faster and more convenient it is to use, the worse the skill effect is, and the more troublesome it is to use, the better the skill effect is. The price is below this magic scroll. Rural Crystal Stone, 3. 3 Rural Crystal Stones. Chu Yun nodded slightly. It seems that these 20 pieces are more durable than Chu Yun imagined. But no matter how durable it is, Chu Yun does not intend to buy this. There are still a lot of props waiting for Chu Yun to choose. There are a total of 30 or 40 magic scrolls placed here. Chu Yun picked around and finally decided to buy one of them. This is a magic scroll covered with frost. And on the rope that tied it, there is a fingernail-sized potion full of frost power, which seems to be a gift. Ice Age Throne Level Ice Mage Magic Scroll. Usage conditions. Consume a trace of ice elemental power as a guide. Attach the ice elemental power to the fingertips and shoot it in one direction, causing a freezing effect on all units in a super large range. The freezing lasts for up to 12 hours and causes devastating ice element damage. An ice element damage based on 50% of the target's upper limit of health. Note, the final effect of this skill has nothing to do with the ice elemental power consumed when using it. This skill is a super large range control skill. And control is exactly what Chu Yun lacks at the moment. The 2-second control of his own paralysis is not enough. And more importantly, the skill level of paralysis is too low. And it is extremely easy to be reduced or ignored by targets above the throne level. In a duel between masters, 2 seconds is certainly important. But they can easily ignore this 2-second control. Rule Crystal Stone. 4. This Ice Age scroll is more expensive than the Thunder of Heaven. But it is expensive for a reason. After selecting this magic scroll, Chu Yun stepped into one. Xie Xing stood beside Chu Yun and introduced Chu Yun. This is the Holy Throne level weapon replica area. Chu Yun was slightly surprised. Most of the weapon replicas are replicas of the throne level weapons. The Holy Throne level weapon replicas cannot be said to be rare. But they are far less than the throne level weapons. But whether it is a Holy Throne level weapon replica or a throne level weapon replica, they are not superior or inferior. Only the current power is distinguished. A throne level weapon replica with only diamond level effects is naturally not as powerful as a Holy Throne level weapon replica with star level effects. If the effects of the two are of the same level, there is no distinction between superior and inferior. Only the distinction of the props themselves. Chu Yun walked past a giant sword. Arthursen's giant sword. Who is Arthursen? I don't know him at all. Although there is no difference in the effect of imitations. The Holy Sea weapons themselves are far less famous than the God Throne weapons. It can only be said that the reputation is okay. But it is far from being comparable to the mythical weapons of the God Throne. Without special attention, most people can't recognize many Holy Sea weapons. Arthursen, the King of the Jungle, Xie Xing said on the side. Oh, the King of the Jungle of the Blue Moon Empire. I've only heard of his name a little bit. Chu Yun shrugged. The strong men in my own country know a lot about it. But it is not easy for people in other countries to know the name. Even the Holy Throne. The only story that will really spread is the story of the Holy Throne. The giant sword in front of me also looks rusty. The original is rusty, which implies that it is extraordinary. But how can this replica be so rusty? I really can't understand it. Arthursen's Greatsword replica. Category, Greatsword. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 30/30ths. Justice of the Law of the Jungle. Every time you consume 1 point of durability, you can spend 0.1 seconds to strengthen the next attack, increasing the damage by 25%. After strengthening, you can continue to consume 1 point of durability to strengthen. And this strengthening includes the number after the last strengthening. When the total strengthening of this attack exceeds 15 times, the attack speed of this attack will increase by 500%. Simple and crude effect. Exaggerated stacking damage. At first glance, the exaggeration of the Holy Sea level weapon replica is almost the same as that of the God level weapon replica. Then Chu Yun took a look at the price. Rule Crystal Stone, 10. Goodbye. Selling 10 Rule Crystal Stones? Chu Yun now will definitely not buy it. After practicing for a while, Chu Yun finally chose a prop that Chu Yun felt was good value for money. Most replicas of the Holy Sea level weapons are expensive. And it is not easy to find one that is not expensive, but has an effect that is useful to Chu Yun. This is a small device that looks like a pulse starter. And it looks inconspicuous. Life Resonator Replica. Category, Special. Level requirement, none. Professional requirement, none. Effect, none. Durability, 100/100. Life Resonance increases all treatment effects within 50 meters by 100%. And each time the treatment effect is increased 100 times. The durability is reduced by 1 point. Passive skill. Life recovery consume 30 points of durability. Forcibly pull the health of a target back to 1%. And then increase the treatment effect on it by 1000% this time. This is another simple and crude replica of a saint-level weapon. But the skill effect has won Chu Yun's heart. If this healing effect is added to the healing skill after the reversal, doesn't it mean that Chu Yun's damage can be doubled? And at the critical moment, it can be multiplied tenfold. Rule Crystal Stone, 7. This price is a bit expensive for an auxiliary physician. But in the eyes of Chu Yun, who has the ability to reverse damage, this price is fair. At least this is the only item among all the saint-level weapon replicas that costs only 7 Rule Crystal Stones. After selecting these 2 items, Chu Yun only has 9 Rule Crystal Stones left. If I buy another thing, I won't have many left. But in the future, who knows when I will need this Rule Crystal Stone urgently? Chu Yun nodded slightly, not planning to buy any more. But suddenly his peripheral vision flashed, and he saw a shelf. Dear guest Chu Yun, this shelf is full of rare treasures. It is difficult to judge the value of the things on it. Each one is for sale with 1 Rule Crystal Stone. Xie Xing introduced. Chu Yun nodded, and walked towards the shelf following the feeling. Where does this strange vitality come from? Chapter 297 An Unexpected Surprise. There are all kinds of props on these shelves, each of which is very strange, but seems to have no value at all. If Chu Yun describes it in words, then these things are all fashionable garbage. Even this shelf made of golden nanmu and decorated with various precious flowers is much more precious than these fashionable garbage. Chu Yun walked step by step, browsing the items here. There is a very delicate pocket watch, much more delicate than Chu Yun's time pocket watch. A small plaster statue that looks like it's moving completely incomprehensible. A strange ink stone with a pool of ink still on it. The ink on it is slowly spreading waves, with no signs of drying up. The price is just 1 regular crystal stone. Chu Yun pondered. This price allows Chu Yun to buy several wrong things without feeling too bad, with a good tolerance rate. But even so, these things still cannot make Chu Yun feel the desire to buy. Where is that elusive vitality? At this moment, Chu Yun felt the strange fragrance of a flower. Chu Yun immediately walked in quickly. This is a bright red flower, which seems to be no different from the surrounding flowers. They are just decorations on the shelf. The fashionable small garbage on the shelf is the real goods. Chu Yun stretched out his finger and touched the flower, and the flower instantly spread a layer of light green ripples with Chu Yun's fingers. This is the resonance of vitality. Chu Yun showed his joy and immediately looked at Xie Xing. Manager Xie, I bought this flower. Haha. There is no need to use the word buy. This flower is our decoration. Since you, Mr. Chu Yun, want it, our exchange will give it to you. Xie Xing smiled. Chu Yun nodded repeatedly and immediately took the flower down. It had been cut off and set here a long time ago. But Chu Yun could not feel the vitality flowing from the branches at all. The complete vitality was still sealed in this flower. I am afraid that after a year, it will be as bright as it is now. Flower. A flower of unknown species and name, with a strange fragrance. Dear guest Chu Yun, is this flower extraordinary? To know the specific extraordinary features, we need to ask about the origin of this flower. This flower is not even clear in the system introduction. Chu Yun looked at Xie Xing. Manager Xie, can you check the origin of this flower? No problem. Xie Xing immediately took out the equipment to inquire, and soon got a reply from his subordinates. Xiao Wang from the Logistics and Decoration Department, Manager Xie. This flower was bought from an old friend of our exchange. They said that this one also grew from their flower fields, and was mixed with ordinary flowers. There is nothing special about it in appearance, so they sold it to us. Xiao Wang from the Logistics and Decoration Department, Manager Xie. Is there anything wrong with this flower? Manager Xie Xing, no. Go and do your thing. Chu Yun also saw this reply message. It seems that this flower is a mutant. I don't know why it resonates so strongly with me. The flower in his hand suddenly began to split. A complete flower actually began to break into a ball of light green light and essence in just a few seconds, and then injected into Chu Yun's body. Chu Yun felt that a certain power in his body that he could not sense for the time being was filling up. Xie Xing on the side was very surprised. This is a strange light. After hearing these 2 words, Chu Yun was even more surprised. Manager Xie is talking about the strange light that can be used to quench light? That's right. Xie Xing's expression was very surprised. But the strange light must be above the star glory level to be absorbed. Mr. Chu Yun is currently at the diamond level. Chu Yun also felt incredible. This situation is unprecedented. Only the star glory level can guide the original light, absorb the strange light, and quench the light. Although the diamond level is only the first level of the star glory level, it is essentially not much different from the bronze level. But the strength is much stronger. It can't touch the power of the rules at all. There is only one possibility. That is, Chu Yun's current strength has exceeded the star glory by too much. Even the rules that Chu Yun can't explore at this level are making way for Chu Yun. Although it's too early to absorb the strange light now. Chu Yun patted his chest. A trace of warm vitality that did not belong to his body was being stored in his body. But it's a good thing to be able to obtain the strange light. After being promoted to the star glory level, the power that can be quenched by oneself is called the original light. And the obtained light is called the quenched light. But Chu Yun doesn't know much about this. Anyway, he will understand it after being promoted to the star glory level. The objects that the strange light depends on are all kinds of strange. And the power of the strange light is even more strange. This time it is attached to the flowers. If Chu Yun's vitality did not resonate, I am afraid that this strange light will only be buried forever. No. This strange light may have unexpected effects. Xie smiled. After getting this unexpected surprise, the remaining things were either unnecessary for Chu Yun or too expensive for Chu Yun to bear. Chu Yun still held out a glimmer of hope. Manager Xie, can't the Rule Crystal Stone really be purchased with Tianfeng national currency? Let me explain this to the distinguished guest Chu Yun. Xie shook his head. It's not that the value of Tianfeng national currency is not high enough to buy the Rule Crystal Stone, but that the thrones that can make the Rule Crystal Stone can easily make money by relying on their own means. And there is no need to exchange the Rule Crystal Stone for money. Unless there are extreme special cases. There will be individual Rule Crystal Stones circulating in the market. The highest price is trillions, and the lowest is 2 yuan per caddy. And then 15 caddies are sold for 30 yuan. Chu Yun was stunned. 2 yuan per pound? Although the Rule Crystal Stone is small. A small one weighs 15 pounds and is very solid. Selling it for 2 yuan per pound is still too abstract. Yes, I heard that the one who sold the Rule Crystal Stone was a stall owner who didn't know its value. And the people who came to buy it didn't believe that such a small stone could weigh 15 pounds. And thought that there was something wrong with the scale. Finally, after the buyer found that there was a magnet on the back of the scale, he was furious and stabbed the stall owner with a knife. Xie sighed. It's really strange. It's really strange. After hearing all these things, Chu Yun completely gave up the idea of using Tianfeng national currency to buy Rule Crystal Stones. Now buy these 2 items for emergency use, which is enough for the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, leaving 9 Rule Crystal Stones to ensure the future emergency needs. Manager Xie, I'll buy these too. Chu Yun smiled. Go out to ordinary places. I'll buy enough. Chapter 298. Everything behind it is Gu Pan. Afterwards, Chu Yun and Xie came to the area outside where Tianfeng national currency could be used to buy things. And they made a lot of purchases. Here, Chu Yun didn't have to worry about the price, because he only needed to use Tianfeng national currency to buy things. Because this meant that the price was really just a number. Chu Yun is striving to be able to treat the Rule Crystal Stone as a number in the future. Of course, this is not now. After filling the entire storage ring with a mountain of magic props, Chu Yun stopped. This amount is almost enough. Even if Chu Yun uses magic props every moment, it will take 3 days and 3 nights to use them up. This number also makes Chu Yun, who is naturally cautious, feel a little satisfied. After saying goodbye to Xie, Chu Yun did not go to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb immediately, but returned to the Slime Academy. The mission lasted for 15 days, so there was no rush, and he had to be fully prepared. Besides, now was not the time to go in. Chu Yun used the teleportation scroll to return to the Slime Academy while looking at various news on his phone. The Golden Holy Dragon's tomb is now a hot topic, and there is even a special forum for discussing the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. This forum has dozens of new posts every second, so you can imagine how popular it is. I was beaten helplessly when I passed by. Did you lead the gang into the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb? Yo Chu meow meow meow. Now we can only enter the inner circle, and we cannot enter the final entrance. Wuxin, the above is right. The 4 peerless people may need tomorrow to loosen the seal of the entrance. 30 meters away from home, it seems that there is no need to rush. Chuyun suddenly felt inspired and replied to this post. I am a Nani. I will protect you, indeed. After replying to the post, Chuyun decided to visit Gupan. Since the day when the dormitory was assigned, Chuyun has not seen Gupan since the days since Chuyun entered school. I don't know what he is busy with. Is he sleeping in the canteen? Chuyun teleported to the dilapidated canteen with a whoosh and found that Gupan was not there. Confused, Chuyun suddenly recalled what Gupan had told him. If you want to find him, just recite his name. Mr. Gu? Chuyun asked hesitantly. There was no one around Chuyun, and this soft question seemed to be talking to the air. What's wrong? Chuyun? In the blink of an eye, the air in front of Chuyun seemed to be distorted a little, and a hunchbacked, old but energetic figure appeared in front of Chuyun. It was Gupan. Gupan smiled and rubbed his fingertips, and a silver light was slowly fading. It really appears when called. Mr. Gu, why don't you have to do anything in this slime academy? Chuyun looked at Gupan so idle, and was puzzled for a moment. Whether it was Shiwan, Kevin, or Wu Kaoliang, they were busy teaching students all the time, and there were countless things in the whole college that needed them to worry about. But Gupan looked completely different. Not busy at all, and seemed to be just basking in the sun every day. However, considering the sparse population of the first college, it might be normal for Gupan to be so idle. How can you not have to do anything? Then I called you and you came? Chuyun showed a suspicious look. Isn't it because you need me? Gupan easily changed the subject. I also know why you called me. Chuyun, isn't it just to go to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon? I will give you some pointers. Chuyun pondered. Are you sure that I will follow the crowd and explore the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb? Follow the crowd? No. Gu Yin stretched out a finger and waved it back and forth like an old naughty boy. That's because your 5-star job transfer task is to find out the final truth in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. So you must go to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. Chuyun was shocked. No one should know that he accepted the 5-star job transfer task, and the specific content of the task should only be known by him. It is absolutely impossible for others to see it. Is this the method of the Holy See? Gupan said slowly. I sliced out your past history and saw this fact. Well, saying this makes me seem like I'm bragging. But as the Holy See, it's natural for me to brag. In short, the 4 empires have each sent a peerless professional to the outer perimeter of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum to remove the seal. Gupan said slowly. What he said must be the most authentic first-hand information. The outermost seal has been removed enough to allow units below the throne level to enter. But it will take about a year to create a gap large enough to accommodate the throne level to enter. The gap between the Star Glory level and the throne level is really too big. The peerless level powerhouses remove the seal step by step. The strength of the seal removed every day is the same. At the moment of getting started, the bronze level can already enter. After 5 or 6 days, it has reached the level where the Star Glory level can also enter. But if you want to enter the throne level, you need to work hard for more than a year. The peerless level may take 10 years. The peerless level. But if the throne comes in person, then this seal can be broken easily, and it does not need to be slowly eliminated. Although he has a job transfer task, Chuyun still wants to solve the doubts in his heart. Why not insist on eliminating the seal for 1 year, and then let the throne level professionals go in for adventure? There are countless secrets in the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, which must be extremely dangerous. It may be unsafe for the professionals of the Star Glory level to go in. No. Gupan immediately shook his head and denied Chuyun's idea. The Golden Holy Dragon is a righteous dragon. Even its tomb will not have deliberately set dangers. Most of them are just facilities to protect the treasures in it. And there are also fierce beasts that infiltrate for various reasons. Moreover, before this, the periphery of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb had been explored by countless explorers who were only at the platinum and diamond level. And they also collected countless treasures and brought them back to their respective places of origin. The reason why the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb was rated as the most dangerous and mysterious tomb is because the name of the Golden Holy Dragon is too heavy. That's true. Chuyun also became popular on the internet with the name of the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon because of the golden egg. As for why we don't remove the seal for a year, Gupan sighed. We have also thought about doing this. But this seal is not to remove part of it, but the whole. This seal stretches for thousands of miles and cannot take into account the whole. Instead of letting the evil organization pick up the loopholes and send people in. Why don't we make the quota public so that anyone can enter? Chapter 299 Regain Your Energy. A saint-level warrior is someone that everyone looks up to wherever they are. He is the cornerstone of the entire country, and the pillar of human civilization. Gu Pan also has a say in the top leadership of the Tianfeng Empire. And this operation is also controlled by Gu Pan. Regarding the loosening of the seal of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum, they also considered countless situations, and finally decided to open up the quota so that everyone can enter. Moreover, we have sensed some other situations. Gu Pan raised his head and looked up at the sky. Even though he is a saint-level warrior, he actually felt a little insignificant at this moment. Chu Yun was shocked to feel this meaning. Things are going to change. Things are going to change. Gu Yan shook his head slightly. The seal of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum suddenly loosened, and various places also saw unusual movements that rarely occur in 1,000 years. And disputes broke out everywhere. Chu Yun, from now on, this world will belong to you young people. Old Gu. Chu Yun was a little absent-minded for a while. Gu Pan smiled again and waved his hand. I said that the future belongs to you young people. Why do you look so sad? Well, here is some information about the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum. Just take a look. As he said, he put a large stack of documents in Chu Yun's hand. Although the internet age is convenient now, many things are extremely easy to leak when circulating on the internet. For confidential documents like this, they still need to be hidden in paper and other items. The best place to go to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon is tomorrow at noon. Also, it is not good to go to such a place alone. Gu Pan waved his hand. Okay, I have completed my mission. Goodbye. After that, the old man took a step and disappeared on the spot. He came and went without a trace. But he still has the style of many top masters. Ha! It seems that Mr. Gu is not as idle as I thought. Chu Yun weighed the documents in his hand and couldn't help sighing. It seems that Gu Pan likes to show his leisure side in front of others well. Or he may really be leisurely. Gu Pan's exhortation that he can't be alone. In fact, Chu Yun had already considered it. To go to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, at least someone must be brought with him. Thinking of this, Chu Yun took out his mobile phone and clicked on a friend. The avatar of this friend is a slightly rustic sword, posed on the grass. Obviously, the person who took this photo has no taste in taking pictures, and using this photo as an avatar is even more tasteless. I am the Nani. I protect you, Chu Yun. Are you there? Are you there? Lang Feng Hua Feng. Yes. I am your Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Have you seen the news about the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb? Let's go there soon. Just take me there. Lang Feng Hua Feng. Okay. Even if it was just a one-word reply. Hua Feng was very slow to reply. But Chu Yun understood that Hua Feng was not ignoring him. But because he was a slow typist, Hua Feng was not very good at using a mobile phone. I am your Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Okay. Then let's meet in the second canteen tomorrow morning. And we'll talk in detail then. Lang Feng Hua Feng. No. Lang Feng Hua Feng. Problem. After getting Hua Feng's promise, Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief and turned to go to the dormitory. After fighting in the Duankong training tower for several days, and then rushing to the job transfer temple and the exchange, Chu Yun has now used up the last bit of energy and is about to break his spirit. The students around him looked at Chu Yun as if they had discovered a new person, pointing and talking. On weekdays, Chu Yun could listen to these words word by word, but now he couldn't hear much clearly. Rubbing his aching temple, Chu Yun exhaled and immediately returned to the door of his dormitory. Opening the dormitory door, Gu Yan was not there at this time, and the dormitory was quiet. Gu Yan might still be doing Kevin's dandelion protection and Wu Xiaoyang's actual combat with beasts, and was being tortured. Chu Yun originally wanted to wash up, but for some reason, she felt that she couldn't hold on for even a second. So she quickly rolled onto the bed in half a second and fell asleep. Young people have good sleep quality. After Chu Yun fell asleep and snored, a head popped out of the private bathroom next to the balcony. Gu Yan looked around furtively, and found through the French window that Chu Yun was already lying on the bed and sleeping. She was relieved and glad that she didn't seem to be discovered. If Chu Yun came to this private bathroom and opened the door, I don't know what he would think when he saw her taking a shower. Gu Yan hurriedly washed up, dressed up, made herself look more like a gloomy boy, and then walked out. Huh? Chu Yun was lying on the bed, without a quilt, sleeping half dead in an indecent posture. Gu Yin bit her lip. Stupid. Chu Yun was busy interrupting the empty training tower these days, and had no time for her to follow. These days, she was suddenly forced to face a situation where no one could support her, which made her panic. However, Yun Mayan Ruoqing and Xiao Xinshi treated her sincerely, which made her feel much more at ease. Thinking of this, Gu Yin lifted the quilt and covered Chu Yun. Chu Yun suddenly opened his eyes. He felt as if his body was moved by something, and he felt unwell. Gu Yin, who wanted to cover Chu Yun with a blanket, was startled by Chu Yun's awakening. You are not asleep. Chu Yun rubbed his forehead, which suddenly hurt. Of course I fell asleep, but I just felt someone touching my body and suddenly woke up. Speaking, Chu Yun looked at Gu Yin suspiciously. What are you doing? I just want to cover you with a blanket. Gu Yin had no idea how red her face was now, and said stubbornly. Chu Yun didn't know how to reply for a while, and finally showed a bright smile. Thank you. You're welcome. The quilt was already in her hand, and she didn't think it was appropriate to throw it away. Gu Yin took a deep breath and covered Chu Yun with the quilt. Chu Yun didn't move, and let the quilt cover him. I'm going to the cafeteria to eat something. Should I bring you some back? Yes, Chu Yun said quickly. Since eating in the cafeteria of Slime Academy, all the so-called delicacies outside are just necessities for filling the stomach. If you really want to enjoy it, you have to go to the cafeteria of Slime Academy. Gu Yin nodded slightly, turned around and left, heading for the cafeteria of Slime Academy. Chu Yun was hit by fatigue again, and fell asleep as soon as he lay on the bed. Take advantage of the good rest now. When you get to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, I'm afraid you won't be able to rest for many days. Chapter 300, Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum Exploration Team. Chu Yun slept until the next morning. He got up with his head slightly hot, shook his head, and all the fatigue and discomfort in his body disappeared. Now Chu Yun was full of energy. Under his bed were several buns that Gu Yin brought back in the middle of the night. Chu Yun got out of bed and ate them all. Gu Yin was also ready to go. Chu Yun, are you going to the Golden Holy Dragon's Mausoleum? Yes. Chu Yun originally wanted to ask her how she knew, but Gu Pan's friendly and naughty smile suddenly appeared in his mind, and he stopped talking. Gu Yin mustered up the courage. Take me with you. Now Chu Yun finally understood what Gu Pan meant by not being able to go alone. This feeling is that he wants him to take Gu Yin with him. But Gu Yin is quite capable, and is not a burden. It's just that there has always been some awkward atmosphere between Chu Yun and Gu Yin. If they go on an adventure together, it may be difficult for each other to have their backs to each other. However, after thinking about it, Chu Yun decided not to hesitate. Okay. Welcome to join our Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum Expedition Team. Gu Yan's shadow power is very flexible and very useful in many occasions. And for some reason, Chu Yun did not want to refuse Gu Yin. Maybe it's because she's Gu Pan's granddaughter. Actually, this expedition is very suitable for Yin Ruoqing. But her strength is too terrible. And the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb is too dangerous. After thinking about it, Chu Yun decided not to let Yin Ruoqing get involved. Soon, Chu Yun, Gu Yin, and Hua Feng opened a temporary group. Golden Holy Dragon's Tomb Exploration Team 3 people. I'm a Nani. I'll protect you, Chu Yun. It's hard to say whether there is a signal in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. If there is, and we have to separate due to an accident, we can contact each other in this group. New user nickname JJKKMB Gu Yin. Indeed. I'm a nanny. I'll protect you, Chu Yun, and even if there is no signal, the more critical content and situation must be said in the group. If there is a signal suddenly, the content written can be sent out immediately. Lang Feng Hua Feng, yes. Chu Yun was suddenly overwhelmed. There was a gloomy and sullen person in the group. A swordsman who was not good at typing. And he was the only chatterbox. There was no chance to chat today. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun, forget it. If there is an emergency, remember to call, and we will meet in the second canteen. Chu Yun also simply washed up and took Gu Yin to the second canteen. The canteen is usually very lively. And today's canteen is much more lively than before. Because some Star Glory Masters, who were in seclusion, and trying to break through to the throne level also came out of seclusion, not wanting to miss the grand occasion of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. Are there so many people who want to go? Chu Yun and the other two have already met up. And Gu Yin is eating buns and looking around in confusion. This is the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. The Golden Holy Dragon is so important. Rather than saying that there are so many people who want to go, I think there are too few people. Chu Yun has confirmed that Jiangbai, Shou Lijia, and other geniuses on the genius list seem to have no interest in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb and do not plan to go there. But it's good that Chu Yun and the other two have lost an opponent with almost peak combat power. As he spoke, Chu Yun ate in a whirlwind. A lot of food was brought to the table, and all of it was eaten up by Chu Yun. Chu Yun wanted to make up for what he had not eaten in the past few days. And by the way, eat enough for the next few days. Hua Feng also ate a lot. And he was a person who didn't care about his image. Only Gu Yan ate elegantly. The swagger of Chu Yun and the other two also attracted attention from the people around them. Is that Chu Yun, who ranked first on the genius list? Gu Yan, who ranked third? And Hua Feng, who ranked seventh? The three of them actually gathered together. I guess they are going to explore the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Wow. So this trip will be full of troubles. Many students secretly pointed fingers at Chu Yun and the other two. This is the disadvantage of being famous. No matter where you go, you will be scrutinized by countless people, but some people seem to like it. There are also many experienced and prudent Star Glory masters who look at Chu Yun and the other two with cautious eyes, thinking that they are masters worthy of serious treatment. There are also some arrogant people who think that Chu Yun and the other two are just a name only, and don't need to care about them. And Chu Yun has received so much attention, partly because he is the master of the Golden Holy Dragon. And the destination this time is the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum. This is Chu Yun's home court. But what they don't know is that it is very difficult for the Golden Egg to wake up now, let alone become a fighting force. The Golden Holy Dragon is very picky about eating. This is not because they look down on ordinary food, but ordinary food can't provide the nutrients needed for the growth of the Golden Holy Dragon. The Golden Egg is not picky about food. Chu Yun feeds it everything, but it can't absorb anything at all. It is getting more and more tired. And now it is difficult to even wake up. If you want to wake up the Golden Egg, you can only look at the harvest behind the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. Noon is almost here. Chu Yun and Hua Feng have already filled their stomachs. Now they can maintain their fighting power even if they don't eat for 3 or 4 days. Gu Yan only ate half full because the habit brought from home has not disappeared. The three of them packed a large bag of food from the cafeteria to be prepared. The lessons of the entrance examination are still vivid in their minds. It's not good to make the same mistake twice. Everything is ready, and the three of them set off immediately to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. The Golden Holy Dragon's tomb is in the vast wilderness south of Guanghai City. It is not within the territory of the Tianfeng Empire, but a public land recognized by the 4 empires, which is extremely rare and sandwiched by territories. People from the 4 empires can come to explore this place. And this time the seal was lifted, and each of the 4 empires sent a peerless strongman to work together. Chu Yun and the other two used the teleportation array scroll, and after multiple teleportations, they finally set foot on this piece of lus. This vast land is full of lus, and there are tiny lus particles flying in the air, filled with the rich breath of endless history. Looking around, there are one after another unique relics standing on the earth, dilapidated and with a long history. No one knows why so many wonders would choose to be built in this vast land at the same time. This is also a mystery that has troubled countless scholars in history. But the current explorers only know that there are precious treasures buried here that have not yet been excavated. No matter what mechanism or what danger, it can't stop them. Chu Yun and the other two are now adventurers. Chapter 3014 Great Worlds. Oh! It's really a place full of dust. Chu Yun stretched out his hand and swept it in the air, and a few grains of sand immediately appeared in his palm. Although these buildings have been declining, there was no sign of such rapid decay before. According to the on-site photos and descriptions of various netizens, this has only appeared in the past half-month. Although countless adventurers have come for the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon is really too big. So big that hundreds of thousands of adventurers can only look at each other from a distance, not knowing where they are. Now there are only more than 20 people around Chu Yun's team, gathered into small teams, and carefully observed other people around them. This group of people are students from Guanghai City. They are wearing azure school uniforms, and their eyebrows are full of youthful vigor. This temperament can make them extremely brave, but it can also easily put them in danger. There are several warriors from the Wind Fury Empire. They are dressed in simple clothes, wearing half armor of warriors and holding samurai swords. It is said that there is a long-standing technology in the Wind Fury Empire, which is to transform any profession into the profession of warriors. So many warriors in the Wind Fury Empire use the same skills. There is also a group of wandering bandits, who are ragged but have hidden sharpness. This group of people are not dressed well, but the weapons in their hands are first class. They keep looking around, staring at each other. It seems that no one is easy to deal with. Hua Feng glanced around and spoke coldly. When fighting for the treasure, no matter who these people are, they will become our enemies. It is normal for this situation to be like this now. Chu Yun tooted. He didn't intend to conflict with anyone, as long as these people didn't snatch what Chu Yun wanted. Gu Yan looked around with a little curiosity. Since leaving home, Gu Yan has been coming to the Slime Academy without stopping. She only saw the scenery of Guanghai City a little bit, and she didn't know how big the world is. Now she is still a little excited. And at the end of everyone's eyes is the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. The tall buildings stand in the sun, emitting golden reflections, solemn, majestic, and domineering, making people dare not look directly. Their architectural style is also very unique, and has repeatedly been on the list of the beauty of historical relics in the Tianfeng Empire. It is obvious that it is a building built by the Golden Holy Dragon, and it is impossible to be fake. At this time, a very thin ceiling light shield is covering the outer periphery of the main cemetery of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. If you touch it with your hand, it will only cause a faint gilded ripple, solid as a rock. No water leaks. Originally, the coverage of this light shield was even larger, and Chu Yun and his party had to retreat 100 miles. Now they can get so close to the main tomb chamber, which is the result of the Golden Holy Dragon's light shield being continuously weakened by 4 peerless masters. Look! Those are the 4 peerless masters, who are weakening and eliminating the seal. In the distance, a student pointed to the sky and called on his companions to look up. Chu Yun and the other 2 also looked over with this voice. In the sky, there were 4 people facing each other from a distance, eliminating the outer seal of the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum bit by bit. The peerless master who was responsible for eliminating the seal from the Tianfeng Empire was a man with a short beard, wearing a casual flowery dress. His clothes were very arbitrary, but his expression was very serious, and his movements were meticulous. This is the peerless strongman of our Tianfeng Empire, Golden Pill Hua Wulo. It is rumored that Hua Wulo was an extremely handsome genius a long time ago. He was orthodox and meticulous. He rose from bronze level to star level in half a year like a rocket. However, he was originally invincible, but he was stuck at the threshold of the throne, and did not make any progress in 50 years. Hua Wulo was extremely frustrated because of his half-life of confusion. He frequently went to prostitutes, and got drunk day and night. But he wanted to indulge himself. But he realized his way to the throne, in the extreme world of prostitution, and ascended the throne. He was known for his fancy clothes, and his bohemian, but serious character. He was called Golden Pill, which means gold born from the dirt of flowers and willows. After ascending to the throne, Hua Wulo's upgrade pace did not stop. In just 15 years, he reached the peak of the throne level, and entered the peerless level. He is now level 76. It's Hua Wulo. Chu Yun and the other 2 couldn't help but focus their eyes on the man. Hua Wulo's life is too dramatic. He is simply a template for the protagonist. There are countless works with Hua Wulo as the protagonist. Chu Yun and the other 3 are relatively unfamiliar with the other 3 peerless masters. After all, they are masters from other countries. From the appearance, the man on the left is a man wearing a casual, loose, white robe, with a melancholy face, from the Wrathful Wind Empire. Next to him, there was a middle-aged man with muscular body and strong body like a bear, wearing half a fur, a strong man from the Blue Moon Empire. The last peerless level is an angel from the God-given empire, with 6 white wings on her back. She has a gentle smile, just like Kevin. However, Chu Yun and the other 2 did not dare to look down on her. Kevin, the boss of the 3rd college of Slime College, was oppressed by them. When Kevin was still at the throne level, he was excluded by the angels of the God-given empire. If he stayed any longer, he would probably be deprived of his job, and eventually be executed. Finally, he came to the Tianfeng Empire as a last resort. In the end, Kevin was accepted and reused by the Tianfeng Empire. Now whenever Kevin mentioned his hometown, the God-given empire, he was afraid and lamented, saying that the internal waters of the God-given empire were too deep, and the empire would decline sooner or later. It was not long before noon, and time was passing quickly. At some point, the four peerless masters in the sky spoke in unison. Success? While Wulo immediately spread his voice. The seal of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb has been eliminated, and all adventurers below the throne level can come to explore. The peerless masters of the other three countries also use their own languages to release messages to the people of their countries. The languages of the four countries are not mutually intelligible. When they really need to communicate, they all use human universal language, which is a simple language. Each specific meaning has a specific word, which is to ensure that there will be no deviation in the meaning during communication. Even now, most people speak the common language of mankind, because this is the only way to ensure that the people of the four empires will not become isolated, and each country's own language is already a dialect. Soon, the speech of the four peerless masters spread to the entire Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum. Everyone present heard it clearly. Everyone was excited. Let's go! Chapter 302. The beginning is difficult. Chu Yun reached out and touched the outer layer of the gold-plated corrugated light shield. It still had a resistance effect, but as long as Chu Yun exerted a little strength, he could penetrate it, as if passing through a rushing waterfall. It was a little difficult, but not impossible. If it weren't for the restriction below the throne level, Chu Yun felt that he might meet Xiao Wingtian here. Chu Yun and the other two passed through the light shield and began to move towards the depths of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum. The groups of people around also began to move towards the depths, and countless people rushed to the golden building in the depths. Damn! Can't I use the teleportation scroll here? Chu Yun took out the teleportation scroll and tried to tear it open, but found that it couldn't be torn open at all, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "If you can't use the teleportation scroll, then you can only explore everything on foot. It's normal that you can't use the teleportation scroll in the secret realm. But we haven't reached the secret realm yet. I didn't expect the pressure of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb to be so strong. It seems that the journey behind will be much more dangerous. Last time I came, I could still use the teleportation scroll normally," Hua Feng said calmly. "But I didn't come to this area last time." The three of them immediately slowed down their pace and became more cautious. Adventure is not the faster the better, but to laugh to the end. And some people obviously don't understand this truth. They ran forward, as if they wanted to surpass all the teams and compete for the first place. At this time, some people felt something strange while running. The flying of the yellow sand is unreasonable. Why is the earth shaking? The ground gradually began to shake. Clearly it came from the depths of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. The fastest team had not noticed anything unusual. This was an expedition team from a certain city, with a total of 5 people, including frontline warriors, output assistants and nurses. They ran first with complacent smiles on their faces. Ha! We are actually the first to run. Ha! Huh? Those guys were left behind by us. Huh? Huh? That's right. We are definitely the first to get the Golden Holy Dragon's treasure. Huh? This so-called strongman is not worthy of his reputation. Even we can come first. The team was out of breath and moving forward at high speed. They couldn't understand why those strong men were not faster than them. So they thought that these strong men were just SOSO, and even they were not faster than them. But in fact, including Chu Yun, countless people smiled. This team was just used to clear the way. Hiss! A creepy sound came from underground. The first team, the front row man in armor, smiled brightly. "We are the fastest." Huh? His expression suddenly froze. A scorpion with a light gray-brown body and crystal clear color was lying on his belly. Its tail sting and hook easily pierced his armor and stabbed the poisonous sting into his flesh. Ugh! The armored warrior rolled his eyes, and suddenly his body softened and fell to the ground. The 4 teammates were shocked. As the captain's main output, he hurriedly looked at his nurse. "Hurry up and treat him." The priest quickly cast a healing spell, but he couldn't treat the warrior at all. "He's dead." The priest couldn't help but screamed, and the remaining 3 people instantly fell into panic. The captain was extremely frightened, not knowing what happened. And then he became angry and yelled at the priest. "You useless person. You can't even treat him. What's the use of you?" The priest was also angry. He died in an instant. How could I have time to treat him? However, before he finished speaking, his face suddenly turned pale, and within 2 seconds his entire face turned purple. Then, the priest fell down stiffly, without a sound, and several scorpions were walking at the priest's feet. "It's a poisonous scorpion!" The three wailed loudly, and tried to retreat frantically. But before the three of them ran a few steps, they paused and fell to the ground, never getting up again. The 5 people were instantly submerged by the flying yellow sand. Chu Yun and the other 2 were startled. This is the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, not the territory of humans. All human rules are not applicable here, because the organs and beasts do not understand these. They will only kill all living things they see. Here, death is the most common thing. If you take risks here, you must be prepared to die at any time. Poisonous scorpions. It's poisonous scorpions. Some people who ran very far wailed and began to retreat. The crowd that was surging forward began to retreat backwards at a very fast speed, avoiding these purple crystal poisonous scorpions. But even so, groups of people fell like a tide in the sting of these scorpions. People are fast, but there are too many of them. At the end of the sight, countless scorpions crawled out from under the yellow sand, rustling and stinging all living things. The flesh and blood of these scorpions are light brown gray, crystal clear, and there is dark purple liquid flowing in the flesh and blood, which is obviously toxins. Amethyst Poison Scorpion. Level 51. HP 1225000. Amethyst Venom. Amethyst Poison Scorpion will attack the enemy with a needle on its tail and apply the poisoning effect. The enemy who falls into the poisoning effect has its movement speed reduced by 10% and receives 20% of the poison damage based on its own HP limit every 0.1 seconds, which lasts for 15 seconds. Chu Yun's pupil shrank slightly. Every 0.1 second, he receives 20% of his health limit as poison damage. Without resistance to poisonous elements, 0.5 seconds can kill him. The effect of the poison is extremely terrifying. But Chu Yun is not afraid. The staff of life source instantly appeared in his hand, and the green vitality was rippling. But my hand speed can still keep up. Even if you are poisoned, I can still heal you for 15 seconds without any problems. Although the poison of these scorpions is too outrageous, Chu Yun is not a pushover. In addition to the high true damage after the reversal, Chu Yun's current healing ability is also good, enough to surpass all healing units. With Chu Yun's words, I feel relieved. Hua Feng took out his long sword with a whoosh, pointing it directly at the group of purple crystal poisonous scorpions coming from afar. In an instant, countless sword intentions flew out from Hua Feng's body, extremely sharp. Gu Yan took out the giant sickle with a gloomy breath, and immediately separated his shadow with extraordinary momentum. How could the shadow be contaminated with toxins? I will easily harvest these poisonous scorpions. Chu Yun and the other 2 did not retreat, but stepped forward. This purple crystal poisonous scorpion tide is just the first difficulty of the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum. How can we hesitate? We haven't even reached the entrance yet. Chapter 303 Geniuses from all over the world. It's just a bunch of bugs. What kind of waves can they stir up? A professional holding a giant axe roared and began to chop at the bugs. The giant axe chopped everything like the wind, and immediately chopped a large group of purple crystal poisonous scorpions in half. Although these scorpions are highly toxic, their health is not high, and apart from toxin defense, they have no defense at all. All kinds of physical damage or elemental damage can be equivalent to causing real damage. A purple crystal poisonous scorpion flew up and wanted to attack the professional using the giant axe with its tail stinger. But an arrow suddenly shot out and shot through the purple crystal poisonous scorpion. A blue light shield emerged from the giant axe professional's body, and it was leak-proof. He was not fighting alone, but with a whole team. From now on, those who were weak would either die or retreat, while the well-trained professional teams would officially begin to advance. Countless rays of light from skills flickered on the yellow sand. One after another, professionals fell in the venom of the amethyst scorpion, and batches of amethyst scorpions were completely killed by the professionals. Several of the professionals took out their magic props and killed the amethyst scorpion group in front of them, laughing wildly. You bunch of scorpions. I'm going to bomb you, ha 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 ha. Then this person couldn't laugh anymore, because after a purple crystal scorpion died, the venom in its tail stinger split from the crystal clear flesh and blood, and sprinkled on his face. His face was immediately corroded by the venom, and a burst of white smoke rose. The venom easily flowed along his cheek flesh and blood and injected into his limbs and bones, killing him instantly. Everyone, pay attention. Even if the purple crystal scorpion is dead, don't be careless. Remember to avoid the venom that bursts out after they die. One Hua Feng stepped forward with a sword in hand, and a purple crystal scorpion suddenly burst out from the sand and stabbed Hua Feng. Swoosh! A silver light flashed across the long sword. Hua Feng's sword came out and back, so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. And the purple crystal scorpion in front of him had silently broken into 2 pieces and fell on the yellow sand at Hua Feng's feet. The venom slowly flowed out of the cracked tail's sting and sank into the yellow sand. Hua Feng stepped forward, holding the sword and slashing. His figure flashed, and more than a dozen purple crystal scorpions were cut in half. Before they could even touch Hua Feng, they were cut in half. Venom splattered everywhere. Hua Feng was clean, neat, and extremely fast. This was the strength of a genius on the genius list. Gu Yan also rushed out carrying a giant sickle, leaving behind a black shadow that imitated himself. Shwa shwa shwa. Groups of purple crystal poisonous scorpions were turned into powder under the slash of the giant sickle, and the venom mixed with their powdered flesh and blood was buried in the yellow sand. A purple crystal poisonous scorpion wanted to stab Gu Yan, but at the moment of hitting, Gu Yan's body had turned into a ball of black smoke, and the main body had teleported to the place where the black smoke just existed. The purple crystal poisonous scorpion retracted its tail needle in confusion, but found that Gu Yan had teleported back at some point, and the giant sickle easily harvested its life. Not far away, a large group of purple crystal poisonous scorpions rushed towards Chu Yun and the other 2. The light of life-saving reversed. Chu Yun raised the staff of the source of life and fired a brilliant golden light. This ray of light instantly hit the large group of purple crystal poisonous scorpions and exploded with countless damage. Boom! This large group of purple crystal poisonous scorpions fell to the ground intact, but they were completely lifeless, and the venom was also sealed in their bodies. They received a high amount of real damage and were killed instantly. Chu Yun and the other 2 seemed to have entered an unmanned area. While fighting in this yellow sand, they approached the entrance of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum, completely ignoring these purple crystal poisonous scorpions. Rumble! Not far away, a frost fell from the sky, and a layer of hail fell. Countless purple crystal poisonous scorpions were killed by the hail. This person was dressed in half the clothes of a warrior of the Wind Fury Empire, and the other half was in loose robes, half casual and half military uniform. He didn't look out of place in this way, but instead had a sense of solemnity and leisure of a superior, which was awe-inspiring. He held a sharp samurai sword in one hand, constantly slashing to launch sword waves, and in the other hand, he held a thing called amulet, which was also his weapon, used to launch spell attacks. Everyone, the glorious scene of winning the first prize is just ahead. This man excitedly encouraged the samurai around him. Most of the people in the field were teams of about 5 people, but he was different. There were a total of 20 samurai around him. These samurai held sharp samurai swords and kept killing purple crystal scorpions with fanatical expressions. Yes, Lord Kamio Yudo. Kamio Yudo nodded with satisfaction. With these 20 of us, we will definitely be able to take down the last treasure in the Golden Holy Dragon Tomb. It is also different from the various professional assignments of other teams. Kamio Yudo's team only has samurai. However, the samurai profession is very versatile. It can use samurai swords for close combat and shuriken for long-range attacks. At the same time, it can also enchant samurai swords and shuriken with certain elemental damage capabilities, good damage resistance, group aura assistance capabilities, and shield effects. As long as the number of samurai is large enough, it can make up for the shortcomings in all aspects. The Kamio Samurai Corps will always fight on the front line. After all the weaklings who were used to test the field were dispersed, these strong teams began to compete for the first speed. We will be the first to arrive. A warrior wearing rough leather, half blind and holding a spear spoke coldly. Every time his spear thrust out, there was a great force that made the earth tremble. We brothers stand side by side. No one can defeat us. And next to him, there was an arrogant man. He was thin, sitting on a giant wolf, driving the giant wolf to fight. The giant wolf's eyes glowed red, constantly biting the approaching purple crystal scorpion. Even if the venom was injected into its mouth, it did not stop its pace. This giant wolf had died long ago, but was just being manipulated by him. They are the famous genius Tuer brothers, Shook and Beta of the Blue Moon Empire. Only those who follow the guidance of the Holy Light will go further. A man with pure golden hair spoke loudly. He was wearing pure white holy clothes, with wings growing from his back. In his hand, he held a book of law that was emitting holy light, which made his whole body bloom with endless holy light. Flawless and beautiful. Oh! This holy light is so beautiful. This man was extremely arrogant and immersed in his own shining light, as if there was no one around him. And he was a famous holy envoy in the God-given empire, known as Flawless. Chapter 3:0 For the evil organization that intervened. Although he was alone and had no teammates around him, he shuttled through the purple crystal scorpion tide with ease. The holy light was surging, and the scorpions could not get close at all. Instead, they were burned by his holy light and dared not get close. Wu Xia covered his heart and praised the holy light, the beautiful holy light that shines and guides in the world. Please lead me to the place where the golden holy dragon is. I once again praise your nobleness and beauty, and guide me. A lost person. From beginning to end, the professionals around him got goosebumps when they heard Wu Xia's second-rate praise. But despite the embarrassment, Wu Xia's combat effectiveness is still unquestionable. The holy light covering Wu Xia's whole body is like fireworks, burning all the purple crystal scorpions that approach. Masters from all sides gathered together, and the scene became more and more heated. Kamio Yudo's samurai group, Shook and Beta brothers, Wu Xia alone, and Chu Yun's three-person team, the strongest teams of their respective empires, set off towards the end. These four forces are extremely dazzling, attracting countless eyes of professionals here, although the people of their respective countries have nothing to do with them. At this time, the simple national sentiment still makes these professionals can't help but speak out and send words of support to the professionals of their own country. Kamiko's samurai group, the strongest. The Wind Fury Empire must be the first. Many Wind Fury Empire professionals in the back shouted. The dear brothers, Shook and Beta. They are just impatient tyrants. Many people from the Blue Moon Empire also voiced their support. As an overlord, is there anything he can't win? This flawless holy light is so dazzling. With such a holy light, you will definitely be the strongest. All the professionals from the Divine Empire were amazed at the flawless perfection, and the professionals from the Tianfeng Empire spoke in a seemingly rational way. Look at how fanatical those countries are, and they are not rational at all. Our Chu Yun's title is Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, and he is a Golden Holy Dragon nicknamed the Golden Egg. From the very beginning, the final victory was doomed. Although they said they didn't care, they still enthusiastically cheered for Chu Yun and the other two. Many of them are also Hua Feng's personal fans. Hua Feng! Hua Feng! Hua Feng's forehead was sweating when he heard these shouts. He was really not used to this situation, because Chu Yun debuted too late. There were not many achievements and anecdotes that he could show off, so he didn't have many fans. And Gu Yin had even less. Her information on the internet was completely unavailable. But mystery is also a kind of ability. Many professionals in the Tianfeng Empire are very optimistic about Gu Yan's strength. The four forces of the four countries are rushing towards the entrance of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. In the sky, For Peerless Master showed a slow smile. Which team do you think can win the final victory? The Peerless Master from the Fury Wind Empire said leisurely. It's hard to say. The Peerless Strongman from the Blue Moon Empire had his eyes wide open, and his tone was calm, but his voice was like thunder. But the winner of the final victory must be among these four teams. Hua Wulo smiled and wanted to say something, but he suddenly saw a dark power surging somewhere under the field. For a moment, Hua Wulo frowned slightly. Now it seems that the winner of the final victory is among the 5 teams, because under the final field, another team of people appeared. This team has 4 people. No, it should be 2 people, and 2 of them are holographic projections of the fierce beast fighting ape. One of them is wearing a dark open suit, revealing his muscles, extremely cool and domineering, and the other is wearing a white robe like a scientist, with a cold expression, as if he is not human at all. People from the Evil Owl Hall and the God's Blood Research Institute. Chu Yun was shocked when he saw the outfits of these 2 guys. Sure enough, the evil organization can't hold back and came to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb to grab a piece of the pie. They are now arrogant and are not afraid of the 4 peerless masters outside, because they can't get in at all. The same is true for the throne level. The only people who can pose a threat to them are all the people within this light shield, but in the eyes of the 2 of them, these people are just a mob. It's the people of the evil organization. It seems to be the Evil Owl Hall and the God's Blood Research Institute. They actually came to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. I heard that the people of the evil organization do not follow the rules at all, and will easily kill people. Many professionals showed fear and began to flee. The member of the evil Owl Hall looked at the scattered professionals with murderous eyes. But the member of the God's Blood Research Institute next to him shook his head, snorted angrily, and finally looked at the entrance of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb again. Their ultimate goal is this. They can't waste time on those minions. Boom! A group of purple crystal scorpions approached, and 2 combat apes made of holographic projections immediately swung their swords and killed all the purple crystal scorpions. The 2 of them were just projections, and they were not afraid of the venom of these purple crystal scorpions. And this situation also surprised many people. Isn't this holographic projection technology? Why can't it be used here? Projection technology is an advanced technology in science, and only high-tech places have it. Projection can project the shadows of most living things to fight. But in fact it is to analyze the capabilities of the units to be imitated and digitize them before copying them. And copying requires large equipment, and it cannot exceed a certain range of the equipment. There are also many signal restrictions, which is extremely cumbersome. In this place, mobile phones can still be used, but the transmission scrolls that are extremely sensitive to signal flow can no longer be opened. How can such advanced technology as projection be carried around and ignore signal obstruction? There are too many mysteries. But there is no doubt that there are not only 4 teams competing on the field, but 5. You too. We have to hurry up. Chu Yun was a little nervous. Now they are no longer competing for the geniuses of an entire country, but the 4 empires, or the geniuses of the entire human race. Hua Feng is fearless and charges with a sword. Gu Yin follows with a giant sickle in his hand, not inferior to Hua Feng, and Chu Yun is behind the 2 of them, giving them the most appropriate back support. Most of the purple crystal scorpions in the field have been eliminated, and some of the remaining purple crystal scorpions have seen too many of their kind die, and they burrow back into the sand. The entrance to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon is right in front of us. Chapter 305 The Sealed Entrance Door. Under the charge of the crowd, the large group of magnificent buildings are within reach, and the entrance to the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum is right in front of us. Who? Beta, riding on a giant wolf, also brought his brother Shook with him. The wolf claws ran wildly, surpassing everyone and reaching the entrance of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum first. This entrance is a huge, cold, ancient door, revealing a long and profound breath from the crack of the door. This door is extremely tall, more than 50 meters high. Shook's 3-meter body is very small under this door, and he can only look up, then open the door. Just when Shook wanted to reach out and touch the door, a cluster of flames suddenly shot out and burned Shook's arm. Shook shook his hand violently and shook off the flames on his hand. Who attacked me? Humph. Sneak attack? The final victory belongs to the capable. The voice of Kamio Yuto sounded, and he brought a large number of samurai to chase here at the second fastest speed. The samurai have the ability to stack auras, which can stack each other faster and faster, but the maximum stacking is 15 layers. So Kamio Yuto brought 20 people, and more people can ensure the fault tolerance and perfect aura effect. Beta, you come to open the door. Brother, I want to teach this thing who dared to attack me a lesson. Shook grinned and raised his spear. The spear was simple and crude but powerful. If a fight broke out, the enemy would either die or be injured. I say again, I am not sneak attacking. Kamio Yuto's face was gloomy. He attached great importance to his reputation, and would never allow his reputation to be tarnished like this. When the 2 were on the verge of a fight, Chu Yun and the other 2 slowed down and arrived here. Hua Feng held the long sword and looked at the 2 people on the verge of a fight with a calm face. Without saying a word, Gu Yin held the giant sickle and frowned tightly, as if he would attack at any time. Chu Yun stood half a step behind the 2 and laughed happily. Passing by. Passing by. Don't worry about us. Can this be called passing by? Kamio Yuto snorted coldly, and looked at Shook and Chu Yun as if they were facing a formidable enemy. 20 warriors surrounded them, ready to fight at any time. At this time, Wuxia, who had been praising the perfection of the holy light and singing and dancing, also came to the entrance of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum. This handsome man in every sense bowed down and was very polite. Oh, everyone, good afternoon. I feel very honored to be guided by the holy light and come here to meet you so unexpectedly. It is really a beautiful thing in the world. God is above, and the holy light is in me. Even if this beauty is indescribable, I am willing to express it with tens of thousands of words of praise. Wuxia started to talk non-stop, and the people around him were suddenly confused. The atmosphere on the field became more and more weird, until Beta called out, "Brother, this door is really weird. It can't be opened at all." The giant wolf under Beta had used up all his strength to push the door open, but it was useless. Shook showed a puzzled expression, stepped back a few steps, and stretched out his hand to try to push this ancient door. In an instant, Shook's muscles began to tremble. At this time, he could easily push down a mountain. Huh? Shook finally showed a surprised expression. He had spent so much effort, but he couldn't open this door at all. Get out of the way. If you can't, don't occupy the seat. Kamio Yuto raised his lips. Shook and Beta's faces turned red with anger, but they really couldn't open the door. In desperation, the two brothers could only give up their seats and let others try. There is really too little information about the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. No one knows why this door can't be opened, and no one knows how to open it. Everything depends on them to explore. Kamio Yuto led a group of warriors to the door and began to try to push the door open. However, even if 20 people came together and tried their best, they couldn't shake the door at all. Kamio Yuto began to think. Next to him, Shook and Beta laughed loudly. No way. No way. The young master of the Kamio family is just like this. I thought you had some work to do. But this is it. Kamio Yuto was furious. Shut up. After scolding, he immediately fell into deep thought. All kinds of magic props were tried, but the entrance to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon was still motionless. Kamio Yuto's expression became much uglier. And at this time, Wuxia volunteered. People who are in distress, please don't worry about it. Wuxia will offer you holy light and blessings. Everyone tried their best to ignore Wuxia's praise, and Kamio Yuto gritted his teeth, and finally led the warriors to make way for Wuxia. Wuxia danced as he approached the tall door. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed in admiration. Wow! Such a magnificent view. How can this not be amazing? Even the holy light would certainly feel intoxicated like me at this moment. Stop talking nonsense. Just try it. Shook on the side couldn't listen anymore. Wuxia showed a regretful expression. Oh! There is an anxious friend here, who can't wait to explore the inner beauty behind this door. Let me, Wuxia, ask in the name of the holy light. As he spoke, Wuxia burst out with a strong golden light. This golden light began to spread throughout the door. Trying to open it. This door is magnificent and restrained. I have been passionate about the holy light, but I have only succeeded in opening a little of its state of mind. No time to lament. But in fact, under the infusion of his strong golden light, this door slowly opened a gap. The ancient breath is slowly pouring out. This shocked the people around. Could it be that this door has an effect on the holy light? Shukabeta and Kamio Yuto couldn't help but guess. But Chuyun discovered the real reason. No. It's because the holy light has some healing effects and resonates with the door. Instantly, Chuyun raised the staff of the source of life and aimed it at the door. Healing spell. An inconspicuous green light suddenly rushed out and hit the flawless golden light. Kamio Yuto was furious. Chuyun, what are you doing? Wuxia is just fine now. Before he finished speaking, the closed door opened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark entrance was facing them. The rolling ancient breath rushed towards them. Done. Chuyun ignored Kamio Yuto, who looked ugly, and called the two companions beside him. Let's go! Chapter 306 Perfect Stone. This friend's ability is really close to the holy light. Wuxia did not hesitate to praise him, and he rushed towards the entrance quickly while praising Chuyun. Chuyun smiled slightly. It's not close, but some of my skills can use the holy light. The doctor is a mediocre, but comprehensive profession. To put it bluntly, there are shortcomings in all aspects. But there is a good thing that is not a good thing. That is, many aspects are involved in a little bit. And the healing ability of the doctor such as the holy light can also learn 1 or 2 skills. Wuxia smiled. It seems that my friend and my holy light church are really destined. Why not join my holy light church? Share the guidance of the holy light and bathe in the glory of piety. Why did this guy start to offer an olive branch? Gu Yan and Hua Feng beside him also thought it was quite outrageous. Chuyun was unmoved. Sorry. I have no intention of going to other countries yet. Ah. Is that so? That's a pity. Wu Xia did not hide his regret at all. In the back, Shook and Beta, as well as the cameo warriors, were only half a step late. The four forces almost marched towards the entrance of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb at the same time. About 3 or 4 minutes after the four forces entered, two figures exuding evil auras were approaching quickly. And as these two evil auras approached, there were also two fighting apes composed of holographic projections. Hey, don't be too distracted by those bastards. The member of the God's Blood Research Institute put his hands in his pockets, rushed forward, and said lightly to the member of the Evil Hall with a ferocious face beside him. I know. Bye. No need to say it so many times. He no longer looked at the large group of professionals behind him, and forcibly suppressed the desire to kill in his heart, and said slowly, the two of them are very familiar with each other. This is because the Evil Hall and the God's Blood Research Institute have many connections, and this plan needs to be carried out together. So the two immediately formed a two-person team and came to explore. But they didn't want to make their real names public, and they had already cooperated tacitly. So they called each other Black and White. The members of the Evil Hall were black, and the members of the God's Blood Research Institute were white. After Hay suppressed his killing desire, Hay and Bai quickly entered the entrance. Almost 15 minutes after Hay and Bai entered the entrance, the other fastest teams finally entered here and officially charged towards the entrance of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum. It's so dark. There is no light inside. Chu Yun frowned slightly. Their three-person team always maintained the fastest speed and gradually went deeper. But as they went deeper, the light inside became darker and darker, and they could no longer see the road clearly. At the Diamond Star level, the night vision function is already extremely powerful, but it is still a kind of vision that captures light. It can only see clearly when the light is extremely subtle. But if there is no light at all, even the night vision ability is powerless. Holy light, illuminate the path of lost people. He ran forward without any time to chant all kinds of disgusting lines of praise. His whole body was shining, illuminating the extremely dark passage of the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum. He was like a ball of light, running forward wantonly. But Chu Yun also had this kind of holy light ability. Holy light treatment. Chu Yun held the Staff of Life Source and raised it high. The surging holy light was emitted from the Staff of Life Source in an instant, illuminating the road ahead of the three people. Good job, Chu Yun. Let's rush. The three-person team rushed forward. Kamyo Yudo raised the amulet in his hand, and a ball of fire suddenly rose up. The firelight illuminated the 20-member Kamyo Samurai group. Everyone, charge for the honor of the family. Kamyo Yudo raised his samurai sword and called on the samurai to move forward. Shook and Beta stayed quietly in the darkness, and the giant wolf, under their crotch, ran forward without any hindrance. The giant wolf's red eyes can sense any situation around it like a sensor. It is much more useful than eyes in a dark environment, and can easily observe any abnormal situation. And because the giant wolf has long been dead, the real controller is Beta. This giant wolf seems to be Beta's extra body and extra eyes, and he can control it at will. Chu Yun and his two companions, who were advancing rapidly, suddenly saw a dazzling gem inlaid around the wall. Hua Feng was startled. It's the perfect stone. Perfect stone? Chu Yun was puzzled. He had only heard of this name, and it seemed to be related to quenching light. Hua Feng nodded. Perfect stone is extremely rare and precious. Then let me dig it out first. Chu Yun hushed and took the Staff of Life Source like a heavy hammer and hit the wall. The wall shook suddenly, obviously shaken by Chu Yun's blow. This perfect stone, which was about the size of a palm and seemed to be condensed with colorful light, immediately loosened from the wall and fell into Chu Yun's hand. The three of them walked away without stopping. From the moment he discovered the perfect stone to the moment he finished digging it and took it out, Chu Yun's steps did not pause for a moment. Take it. Chu Yun casually threw the perfect stone to Hua Feng. Hua Feng paused and caught the perfect stone. Thank you. So what is the use of this perfect stone? Chu Yun asked. Hua Feng quickly said. After the Star Glory level, all skills can be tempered, and as the tempering progresses, the success rate will continue to decrease, and may even be as low as 1 in 10,000, and the perfect stone can guarantee that the tempering will be successful once. Gu Yan looked at the perfect stone without saying a word. When she was quenching the light at home, she relied on various top masters to help her, ensuring a 100% success rate of quenching. This perfect stone was the first time she had seen it. so it is very precious. Indeed, this is a stone that cannot be bought with money, and it is worth 5 regular crystal stones. Hua Feng's eyes were full of expectations. It has only been less than 5 or 6 minutes since he entered the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, and he has obtained a perfect stone. I don't know how many treasures are behind. The bricks and stones used in this passage are all golden, with a sense of pilgrimage and solemnity, and the walls around are engraved with murals, and countless dragons are flying on the murals, which is extremely spectacular. Chu Yun now recalled the place where the perfect stone was inlaid. It was exactly where the dragons in the mural were arched. It was obviously used for decoration, and then it was dug away by Chu Yun. Master Cameo Yudo. It's the Rule Crystal Stone, a warrior exclaimed, pointing to a milky white stone inlaid on the wall somewhere in the dim firelight. At this time, the roar of a giant wolf sounded in the darkness. This belongs to us, brothers. Don't even think about snatching it. Chapter 307. A mural filled with treasures. Shook and Beta approached in the darkness without knowing when, and confronted the Cameo warriors. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense, and they were ready to fight at any time. Cameo Yudo's face was gloomy. Hey, a mere Rule Crystal Stone. The famous Shook and Beta are also going to snatch it. I really don't know the principle of first come first served. We were here first, Beta shouted. Shook raised his spear. Sneered. Brother, let's not waste time talking to him. Just grab it. Shook and Beta are notorious. If they really plan to fight, there is no room for retreat. And behind them, Wuxiao was trotting over slowly with holy light all over his body. The conflict is about to intensify. Humph. I'll give you this Rule Crystal Stone? Cameo Yudo's face was extremely gloomy. But only this time. If you still don't learn from your lesson, and try to snatch what our Cameo Samurai group has set its sights on, then you'll only end up dead. After that, Cameo Yudo waved his hand, and led the warriors to move forward, no longer looking at the Rule Crystal Stone. Beta, who stayed where he was, grinned, his eyes filled with strong violence. You can say harsh words. I'm looking forward to fighting with this group of so-called warriors. Shook diligently picked up the spear, and smashed it against the wall. Bang! The whole wall seemed to shake. The regular crystal stone held in the palm of the dragon's hand in the mural loosened, and was no longer firmly embedded in the wall. Shook took it down. Brother, I got it. Let's continue. At this moment, Wuxia, who was filled with infinite holy light, floated over 3 inches above the ground like dancing. Shook and Beta immediately went into alert. Haha. The two friends' expressions are full of brilliance. I think they have obtained rare treasures. This kind of sincere smile is not inferior to the holy light. Wuxia smiled leisurely and passed by Shook and Beta in an instant. Shook and Beta opened their mouths wide, and watched this group of people from the God-given empire emitting holy light go deep into the depths. What a weirdo. Indeed. Brother. Putting away the Rule Crystal Stone in their hands, Shook and Beta went deeper again. This passage towards the end seemed extremely long. They ran at full speed for more than 2 hours. But they didn't see the end at all. But when they were running, they were not just running. On the left and right walls of this passage, there were all kinds of natural treasures waiting for them to get. It turned out to be Forget-Me-Not. What good luck. Chu Yun happily used the life source staff, and used his vitality to pull the Forget-Me-Not from the cracks of the mural on the ground. Forget-Me-Not is a medicinal herb with extremely harsh growing environment. I didn't expect it to grow normally in the cracks of the mural on the ground. The cracks were also the medicinal fields in the murals. Obviously, this was a prop used by the dragons for decoration. With this Forget-Me-Not, our adventure will be even more exciting. Hua Feng smiled a little. Forget-Me-Not is extremely rare, and the market price is 1 billion Tianfeng national currency per plant. And it is in short supply. You may not be able to get it even if you have money, because it is precious and rare. Many people are willing to use Rule Crystal Stones to buy Forget-Me-Not. Forget-Me-Not is a medicinal herb that can remove all the negative mental effects of the user. This effect description is not for most, but for all. The extreme and overbearing effects of Forget-Me-Not have laid the foundation for its preciousness. And the potion made with Forget-Me-Not as the main raw material is sold at a sky-high price. The Forget-Me-Not obtained at this time is not only precious, but also useful. Now, Chu Yun and the other two have already obtained 9 precious items. Shook and Beta have less. Only 7 items. The Cameo warriors followed closely behind, and obtained 6 items. Wuxiao was more free and casual, and only obtained 3 items. Although the four forces are constantly collecting treasures in the entire passage, they are far from being able to take away all of them. This passage is too big. Not only are there murals and treasures on the left and right walls, but there are also murals and treasures on the top and the ground. Even if you walk along the walls, it is easy to miss countless treasures. It is really too dark in here. Even if the four forces rely on their own abilities, they can't illuminate much of it. This place is swallowing up the light. Behind them, members of the Evil Owl Hall and the God's Blood Research Institute, Bai and Hei, have also caught up. The four forces all look back, and Hai Chuyun, who had a grudge against them, already had some murderous intent. The people of the evil organization deserve death. The footsteps of Hei and Bai paused. Hei from the Evil Owl Hall looked around cautiously, while Bai from the God's Blood Research Institute said in a muffled voice, "We too are not going to conflict with you. In this fight for the treasure, we will rely on our own abilities." Heh. What are you talking about relying on your own abilities with the people of the evil organization? Chuyun suddenly shouted, "Everyone, let's go together and eliminate the guys from these two evil organizations, so that they won't stab us in the back." As soon as these words came out, Cameo Yudo shook. Beta and others began to think about it. This is a good suggestion. If the people of the evil organization can be eradicated, there will be no more trouble in the future. Wuxia has already stepped forward with a compassionate look. Two lambs who have gone astray and committed serious crimes. Although the holy light can no longer cleanse your sins, it can send you to the heaven of eternal care. This sounds mysterious, and what it actually means is that I can no longer save you, but I can send you to see God. Bai frowned slightly, while Hei laughed sinisterly. No matter what, I rely on Hei and Bai. The two of us will fight to the death to exchange our lives. It is not a problem to replace the two. He has this confidence. Instantly, the whole audience fell silent. Hua Feng was about to take a step forward with his sword. "I must eliminate monsters like you." Before he finished speaking, he was pulled back by Chu Yuan and Gu Yan and covered his mouth. It is important to eliminate black and white, but it is absolutely impossible to sacrifice teammates. What a trick. It actually made us lose our loyalty. Cameo Yudo glanced at black and white and stopped staying. "Samurai, let's go!" At this time, behind them, a large number of other adventurers also poured into the passage of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. Their first mover advantage is constantly shrinking. The forces were heading quickly towards the depths of the passage. Hua Feng looked unhappy, but he also knew that Chu Yuan and Gu Yan wanted to protect him. So he just sighed. His integrity and sharpness made him like this. After running for an unknown period of time, everyone suddenly heard Wu Xia's surprised voice. "Holy light above. I see the light." Chapter 308 Abyss of 1,000 Feet. What? Saw the light? Many strong men looked in the direction of Wu Xia's voice. How could there be light in this dark passage? At this moment, Chu Yan also widened his eyes, because in his vision, he really felt the existence of light. Gu Yan, Hua Feng, there is really light. At the end of the passage, there is a faint fire. The Chu Yan trio ran towards the end at full speed. The dark, deep, and extremely closed passage suddenly became bright. What appeared in front of Chu Yuan and others was an extremely terrifying abyss of 1,000 feet. Looking down, there was no end in sight. Occasionally, a few stones rolled into the abyss and fell to an unknown place. Without any echo, a suspended stone road as wide as the passage they had just come from stood in front of Chu Yuan and others. And on the left and right of this suspended stone road there were 2 rows of towering flame towers, which were burning endlessly, flashing red flames, illuminating this suspended stone road. Are we going to pass through this place? In addition to Chu Yuan's 5 strongest forces, there were also ordinary adventurers who rushed here. After seeing this suspended stone road, they immediately made a shock sound. The ability to fly below the throne level is extremely rare, and if they fall into this abyss without the ability to fly, they will only die. Although it's dangerous, there are treasures. There are also several greedy adventurers looking at the small floating stones hanging on the left and right of the suspended stone road. Unlike the monotony of the large suspended stone road, these small floating stones are filled with all kinds of treasures. But these floating stones are still a certain distance away from the floating stone road. If you want to get these treasures, you really have to rely on your own skills. But before that, it is a problem for most adventurers to climb the suspended stone road. Gravity reversed. Chu Yun used the reverse gravity spell and tapped it on Gu Yan's body. Instantly, Gu Yan's body became light, and could imitate the throne-level strongman to walk in the air. Then, Chu Yun suddenly pulled open a scroll. Cooling down scroll, star-level magic scroll. Choose a skill that is cooling down and reduce its cooling time by 24 hours. Almost instantly, Chu Yun's gravity reversal was cooled down. Gravity reversed. Chu Yun used the Staff of Life Source to point at Hua Feng again, and Hua Feng's body became lighter. Finally, Chu Yun pulled open another scroll of cooling down, and used the same trick to clear the cooling down of his gravity. At this time, Chu Yun suddenly paused, and blood came out of the corner of his mouth. Internal injury. Lose 5% of the current health and magic points per second, and reduce the movement speed equal to the current percentage of lost health for 300 seconds. This effect cannot be removed by the ability to remove control. Using 2 cooldown reduction scrolls in a row is still not enough. Chu Yun murmured. The magic scroll is a prop that uses space magic to seal the skills of various professions in the scroll. It is extremely convenient to use, but it still requires a user as a medium. A gold-level magic scroll user can only be a medium for platinum-level magic scrolls at most. If the level is higher, such as diamond-level magic scrolls, if they are forcibly pulled open, then the user will be at risk. It is impossible for a bronze-level user to pull open a star-level magic scroll. At the same time, if 2 identical magic scrolls are pulled open in a short period of time, they will also suffer a strong backlash from space. The user can use 100 magic scrolls with different skills in a short period of time, but must not use 3 identical magic scrolls in a row. Otherwise his life may be in danger. But I can still bear the cost of using 2 in a row. Reverse internal injuries. Internal injury reversal rule begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host's internal injury has reversed the rule. Please check it yourself. Internal injuries restore 5% of the current health and magic points per second, and increase the movement speed equal to the current percentage of lost health, lasting 100 seconds. This effect cannot be removed by the ability to remove control. For a moment, Chu Yun's spirit bloomed all over his body. Gravity reversed. Chu Yun's body also became light and floated into the air. Shook and Beta, who were watching the excitement nearby, were very surprised. The internal injuries caused by using 2 identical magic scrolls in a row were eliminated in an instant. This Chu Yun is a doctor. I know he has special methods. Now I see that he is really amazing. In their thinking range, there is no situation that can reduce the internal injuries caused by using the same magic scroll in a row. This makes them look at Chu Yun more cautiously. Cameo Yudo and the warriors, as well as Black and White, also look at Chu Yun like this. Only Wuxia didn't look at Chu Yun at this time, because he was admiring a gorgeous floating group of dragon sculptures, which made people extremely surprised. What on earth did this person come here for? Chu Yun and the other 2 landed on the suspended stone road and continued to move forward. Giant Wolf. Jump! Shook also rode on the Giant Wolf, like Beta at this time. The Giant Wolf suddenly tensed up and burst out with amazing strength. Its claws directly pressed the ground down. Swoosh! The Giant Wolf took Shook and Beta and leaped onto the suspended stone road. The suspended stone road is not far from the edge of the cliff, and it can be crossed with a strong jumping force. Surrounded by the warriors, Cameo Yudo narrowed his eyes, raised the amulet in his left hand, and shook it like a bell. A layer of breeze suddenly blew, covering the entire warrior group. Cameo Yudo's amulet can command most basic elemental forces, whether it is ice, fire, wind, or thunder. As the breezes gathered, the entire knights found that their bodies could move on the breeze and leave the ground to walk. And Cameo Yudo kept shaking the amulet, muttering something, and moving forward. The entire Cameo warrior group followed Cameo Yudo and moved forward. They also successfully stepped onto the suspended stone road. The boundless black abyss is like an evil beast, separating me from the final end. Holy light, please break through this endless maze. Raise the bridge of holy light, and guide me on the way forward. Wuxia prayed devoutly, and the holy light seemed to respond to his call. A layer of light turned into a solid bridge, built in front of Wuxia, connecting the suspended stone road. Holy light, I will follow you forever. Wuxia stepped onto the holy light bridge with tears in his eyes. These passes can only stop ordinary people, while the top geniuses have their own methods. Chapter 309 Upgrade Experience Pill. Damn! This distance is a bit too far. A reckless professional was still unwilling to let himself go. and after applying various acceleration effects to himself, he jumped up. But in the end, he still did not fly to the suspended stone road. No! The professional screamed miserably and fell into the abyss. His screaming made the people around him shudder. Soon, the screams gradually became weaker, and the voice of this professional could no longer be heard. No one knows how deep this abyss is. In an instant, those professionals, who did not have the ability to cross over, immediately retreated and turned around and left. In addition to the main tomb chamber, there were many secondary tomb chambers that appeared with the rise of the main tomb chamber, waiting for their exploration. Before the main tomb chamber appeared, the explorers who came to explore the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon also went to search for the half-leaked and half-buried secondary tomb chambers. Most of the adventurers left immediately. Now only about 20% of them used the means they had prepared in advance to deal with various situations, and crossed the suspended stone road one after another. Chu Yun, I can actually walk on a sword for a short time. Hua Feng landed on the suspended stone road and looked at Chu Yun, who was injured by the continuous use of the cooldown reduction scroll, and said sincerely, I know. Didn't you tell me during the discussion in the cafeteria? But the power of your move can't be wasted here. You have to use it at the critical point. Chu Yun wiped the blood from his mouth. The reverse gravity spell didn't have much effect on the battle, so it was better for Hua Feng to save a big move. More importantly, I'm actually not injured at all. The internal injuries have been reversed by him, and this situation can also confuse others. After the three looked at each other, they continued to charge forward. The floating stones on the left and right were like paper boats floating on the sea, slowly flowing by. And these floating stones were full of treasures. One of the floating stones, not far from the three people, was shining. A deep red medicine bowl was embedded in the cracks of the stone, emitting a faint smell of medicine. It's a percentage experience pill. After seeing this experience pill, Gu Yan screamed in surprise. Even though she was from a wealthy family, it was the first time she saw this kind of pill. What? Chu Yun and Hua Feng also came closer. Percentage experience pills. This is a rare commodity. All the experience pills that can be seen on the market can only provide fixed experience points, while percentage experience pills can provide percentage experience based on the length of the current experience bar. A high experience fixed experience pill can make bronze level up several levels, but it can't even increase the platinum level experience bar by 1%, and if you take a 50% percentage experience pill, then whether it is bronze or star level, it can increase the experience value by 50%. But it is obvious that taking this experience pill at bronze level is a pure waste of resources. Although the percentage experience pill is wonderful, it is only effective when taken below the throne level. For the strongest, this is tasteless and a pity to throw away. Hua Feng and Gu Yan have already reached the peak of the Star Glory level. Only Chu Yun has not reached Star Glory yet. A percentage experience pill can greatly shorten Chu Yun's leveling time. Look, I'll take it out. Chu Yun waved the life source staff and sprayed a stream of vitality. In an instant, a fresh young bud burst out from the crack of the stone, pushing the experience pill up. Then Chu Yun waved the life source staff again, and the vitality was like a spring breeze, which immediately transported the experience pill over. Then, Chu Yun held it in his hand. Upgrade experience pill. Special, food. After taking it, the level will be increased by 1 level. This experience pill is only effective for targets below the throne level. It is actually a rarer upgrade experience pill. Chu Yun was a little surprised. Unlike the percentage experience pill, they will give corresponding percentage experience after taking it. For example, if a professional with 90% experience at level 35 takes a percentage experience pill with 20% experience, it will become 10% experience at level 36, while the upgrade experience pill, whether it is currently 0% or 99%, after taking it, it will just reach the 0% of the next level. If you start taking it from 0%, it will be equivalent to a 100% experience pill. Save it for Star Glory level 59. Chu Yun happily clenched the upgrade experience pill in his hand. Not long after, another floating stone platform approached. On this floating stone platform, there were several milky white, flickering, mysterious stones. Rule crystal stones. There were 10 on this stone platform, and this floating stone platform was close at hand, less than 100 meters away, and it was about to float to the vicinity of the suspended stone road. Let's grab it. Shook and Beta attacked without hesitation. Shook raised his spear and slashed in the air behind him. A strong wave of air suddenly surged, and a wall of earth element energy appeared. And Beta commanded the giant wolf to fly towards these rule crystal stones. Clang! A samurai swung his sword with all his might at the wall made of the earth element. But he couldn't cut through it at all. Kamio Yudo raised his samurai sword, and a layer of instantaneous light surged, covering the entire Kamio samurai group. Everyone, please fight side by side with me. The samurai swords of these samurai suddenly became extremely sharp, although each sword could only dig out a little energy on the earth wall. Countless swords gathered at one point and easily cut the earth wall completely. If you dare to move forward again, don't blame me for killing you, Shook shouted angrily. But the approaching samurai still did not retreat, and drew their swords to slash at Shook. In front of them were only enemies that needed to be defeated. If I don't show my power, do you think I have no temper? Shook roared, and the spear at his hand suddenly thrust out, and a force that could lift a mountain and lift a tripod pierced a warrior. The warrior didn't even have time to wail before he was thrown into the abyss behind him by Shook. The remaining warriors were not afraid of this scene, but instead aroused more bloodiness, and charged toward Shook fearlessly. In human society, the result of a fatal move is to pay with one's life. But in this secret realm, all people no longer have the layer of protection in society. And if they are killed, there is no place to say. Similarly, no one can say anything about killing people here. Shook laughed wildly, waving his spear, his eyes red, and the shadow of an angry bear appeared faintly behind him. 3 or 4 warriors have been killed by Shook, and 2 have been thrown into the cliff behind him. Shook was also covered in blood at this time, close to exhaustion. Chapter 310. The Golden Holy Dragon is just his disguise. Huh? I have killed 5 members of the samurai corps you are so proud of. It seems that your Kamio samurai corps is nothing more than that. Shook panted and sneered. Why, Kamio Yudo, do you regret it? It must be painful to lose so many elites. The Kamio samurai corps is the strongest elite of the new generation of the Kamio family, and it is also Kamio Yudo's personal private army. Every death is a huge loss to Kamio Yudo. Huh? Kamio Yudo showed a strange sneer, then raised his samurai sword and responded loudly. Fight for the honor of the Kamio family. Instantly, the warriors also responded in unison. Their faces were full of enthusiasm. Fight for the honor of the Kamio family. After shouting, the warriors attacked Shook again. Shook's expression was filled with unspeakable surprise. Shook felt that the jungle law of their Blue Moon Empire was the most real and cruel law in this world. But they would never understand why this group of people would be so loyal to a force and willing to sacrifice their lives for it. At this time, Beta behind Shook shouted loudly, Brother, I'm about to get it, huh? Brother. Shook looked back in surprise, and found that a swordsman holding a long sword had arrived on the floating stone, and was fighting fiercely with Beta. This swordsman is none other than Hua Feng. A 3-foot sword tip can cut through the rain curtain. Hua Feng swung his sword and stabbed, and the entire space was filled with dazzling silver light. The giant wolf was instantly wounded by countless sword wounds, and became scarred. All these sword energies have exaggerated armor-breaking effects, and can almost cause high amounts of real damage. Awah! Beta's face was full of anger, and he controlled the giant wolf to roar to the sky. The blood flowing from his body suddenly turned into red light, and was sucked into its mouth, and all the injuries on his body disappeared. This is a blood-spattering secret method that can only be used by the undead. And this giant wolf is also a kind of undead spell. Using this kind of attack that destroys the body to attack the giant wolf is really ineffective. But Hua Feng has never paid attention to the battle with Beta. What he wants to do is to fight for the Rule Crystal Stone. Don't even think about it, Beta roared, causing the giant wolf to attack Hua Feng recklessly. Anyone's combat power will be damaged if they are injured. But the beast made of undead will not become weaker. And they will not be afraid of being strong or afraid of being injured. They have an indomitable will to fight. The 3-foot sword can cut through the clouds and fog. Hua Feng used the sword move again. But this time he did not attack Beta and the giant wolf, but intercepted the offensive of Beta and the giant wolf. This sword attack as defense. In this short moment, Beta and the giant wolf were completely unable to break through the blockade of Hua Feng's sword energy. And a black shadow had floated to the floating stone platform. And the black shadow instantly turned into a human figure, and easily grasped the 10 rule crystal stones. Gu Yin grabbed the rule crystal stone and shouted, Let's go! After that, Gu Yin put the rule crystal stone into the storage ring. and returned to the original place with the black shadow. And Hua Feng retreated. Seeing that the rule crystal stone that was about to be obtained accidentally fell into the hands of the enemy, Shook and Beta brothers were instantly furious. "You bastards!" The two of them looked at the backs of Chu Yun and the other two and roared. The rule crystal stone is always a prop used and circulated by the upper throne. If you want to buy props above the throne level, you can only use the rule crystal stone. The money of all countries can only be regarded as numbers. Even if they are top geniuses, they are superior to others and have countless resources. But they can't touch many rule crystal stones, because there are countless geniuses who have reached the peak of the star glory level like a rocket. But there are only a handful of them who can be promoted to the throne. 10 rule crystal stones are important treasures that no one can ignore. Even Chu Yun can't do it. Kamio Yudo immediately changed his target and aimed at Chu Yun and the other two. In this place, there is no eternal enemy at this moment. Kamio Yudo's samurai group joined forces with Shook and Beta to attack Chu Yun and the other two. Chu Yun asked Gu Yin and Hua Feng to move forward quickly, while he guarded the rear and raised the staff of life source to stop everyone coming. "Everyone, should we walk slower?" Chu Yun turned around and faced the people running towards him. He smiled happily. Behind Chu Yun, Gu Yin and Hua Feng were quickly grabbing all kinds of treasures on the floating stones on the left and right, which made them stare with surprise. "Chu Yun." Kamio Yudo raised his samurai sword coldly and pointed it at Chu Yun. "You guys are so aggressive in plundering all the treasures without giving the rest of the people any chance. Isn't that too extreme? Haha. These treasures are ownerless, and they should be obtained by those who are capable." Chu Yun held the life source staff and knocked it to the ground. A layer of light green vitality ripples spread out immediately. "If you don't accept it, just attack. Do you really think you can withstand our siege?" Shook frowned, his expression furious, although he and Kamio Yudo seemed to be fighting fiercely and fighting to the death. In fact, neither side used their full strength. Kamio Yudo's samurai formation can only take care of 15 people. After the 5 warriors who could tolerate mistakes were killed by Shook, there was no reduction in the number of people. Kamio Yudo was so difficult to deal with just a simple use of the amulet. However, Kamio Yudo himself is also a combat master, and his samurai sword has not yet been used. Shook and Beta also have hidden backhands that have not been activated, but since it is not until the last moment, they will naturally never be used. Chu Yun also has a lot of trump cards. In addition to various magic scrolls, replicas of the Holy Throne, and even the God Throne weapons, there are also several final means of numbered objects. But the numbered objects are too dangerous. Even if Chu Yun is in a desperate situation, he does not intend to use them easily. Otherwise, he will just get out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den. Hee. You can come and try it. Chu Yun raised the staff of the source of life, and the vitality suddenly surged and spread. It is obviously the vitality with a healing breath. But at this time, it has become extremely dangerous. Kamio Yudo couldn't help but grit his teeth. Chu Yun's unknown ability has a life force skill that can cause huge damage. While most people in the Tianfeng Empire don't know Chu Yun's true strength, Kamio Yudo has already figured out Chu Yun. Half a month ago, when Kamio Yudo planned to come to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, he learned about Chu Yun, the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, and read all the information about Chu Yun without missing a word. After reading it, Kamio Yudo concluded that the Golden Holy Dragon is just Chu Yun's disguise, and his real strength lies in his life force that can cause exaggerated damage. Chapter 311, Arguing with the Heroes. Arrogant and domineering. Chu Yun has not let the cub of the Golden Holy Dragon show up for a long time. Chu Yun fought most of the battles, and the title of the first person on the Tianfeng Empire Genius list was won by Chu Yun alone with his own strength. After realizing these factors, Kamio Yudo never underestimated Chu Yun, and the arrogance on Chu Yun's face at this time was just a disguise for the enemies to underestimate him. Kamio Yudo would not be fooled by this. But the two brothers next to Kamio Yudo were not happy at this time. Unlike Kamio Yudo, who had planned to come to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon half a month ago and read countless relevant materials, he had never missed the information of Chu Yun, the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, and had already understood Chu Yun's strength. But Shook and Beta came on a whim. So they just came. Since they are here, they will plunder and return. How dare you, a mere doctor, speak so arrogantly here? Shook grinned. You dare to fight for the treasure that our brothers have set their eyes on. I don't mind killing you on the spot. Yes. Yes. At this time, many adventurers who were able to climb the suspended stone road also came closer and began to blame Chu Yun. They seemed to be standing on a moral high ground, and they scolded Chu Yun with a clear conscience. Chu Yun, how can you swallow all the treasures? Yes, we are both human beings, so share some of them quickly. You are the first genius of our Tianfeng Empire. You should help our people. The group of adventurers kept shouting. They hoped that Chu Yun would be condemned by his conscience and give up these treasures to them. Chu Yun held the staff of life source and smiled at the whole audience. Sorry, I can't do it. I need to eat. This sentence suddenly made Cameo Yudo tremble. For some reason, the way Chu Yun spoke now was too much like the emperor of their country. Who is the victim? I am the victim. Honey! I am really annoyed if you keep talking like this. Chu Yun stood firmly in place and sprayed 100 people with one. Beta shrank his neck. This technique of smiling and scolding people like a storm really scared him. A professional saw that Gu Yin and Hua Feng had almost cleared away all the treasures on the floating stone, and was immediately furious. As the #1 genius in the Tianfeng Empire, is this how you treat your fans? It is true that Hua Feng has many fans. But if you say that Chu Yun and Gu Yin have any fans, it is purely self-deception. Chu Yun blinked. Why do fans like me? Is it because I often give benefits referring to resources? It's because I am elegant. Puff. An adventurer who was watching and drinking water couldn't help but spit it out. But the current occasion seemed a little too serious, so he quickly stopped laughing. The remaining adventurers were about to say something, but Chu Yun immediately shouted, Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Don't hurt me if you don't love me. Then why did you come to hurt me? I'm the victim after all. This weird way of speaking has a kind of magic. Cameo Yudo, who was originally angry at Chu Yun, is now embarrassed. And the 15 enthusiastic warriors around him are also embarrassed. Chu Yun's way of speaking is too much like their emperor Sun Sichuan. They really can't disrespect the emperor. Chu Yun didn't know how long he had been spraying at the group of adventurers, and even felt a little dry in the mouth, when Chu Yun suddenly saw two people rushing from the back. Black and white. Chu Yun frowned immediately. His mouth cannon was effective because no one dared to take action at the moment. No one wanted to be the first to challenge Chu Yun. In addition, Chu Yun had the prestige of being the first genius of the Tianfeng Empire, so he could barely maintain this balance. If the guys from these two evil organizations incited everyone to attack Chu Yun, even Chu Yun would be in trouble. Chu Yun did not stop, holding the staff of life source, and quickly retreated. Gu Yin, Hua Feng, how are the treasures collected? Most of what can be obtained are taken. Hua Feng replied quickly. Very good. Chu Yun showed a look of joy. Although his move to stop everyone alone this time was a bit dangerous, it also brought huge benefits. Let's retreat quickly and explore deeper. Then, almost in the blink of an eye, Chu Yun and the other two disappeared on the suspended stone road and headed towards the end of the suspended stone road. From Chu Yun no longer stationed at the original place to Chu Yun and the other two disappearing at the original place. This series of processes did not even take a minute. It was extremely fast. Everyone on the field was stunned. Then a thunderous shout broke out. Chu Yun! Chu Yun, who had already run to the second half of the suspended stone road, felt a little pain in his eardrums after hearing this voice. However, this group of people only made a little loud noise. After Chu Yun completely disappeared, they began to snatch the treasures on the floating stone again. Although Chu Yun and his companions had already looted once, floating stones continued to fly in. There were still a large number of floating stones that Chu Yun and his companions could not get just now because they were too far away, but were now approaching. Although it is said that it is easy to fish in troubled waters, Shuka looked at Chu Yun's gradually receding back and gritted his teeth. But the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon must be explored. Staying here certainly gives you a chance to take a look at a large number of floating stone treasures. But who can say whether there will be more precious treasures later? Brother, let's chase. After making a decision, Shuka decided not to look at the immediate benefits here anymore. He and his brother Beta mounted the giant wolf and rushed in the direction where Chu Yun and his companions left. Cameo Yudo did not stop at all. He drew his samurai sword and pointed it forward. Everyone, follow me and charge. What they want to obtain is always the last secret in the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. At most, they can fight for the treasures around, but they will never hesitate for these things. Then, The cameo samurai group also quickly moved towards the back of the suspended stone road. In the slightly fearful eyes of the crowd, black and white strode out easily and headed towards the end of the suspended stone road. Most of the people present felt a little strange, because there seemed to be a person missing here, but they couldn't remember who the missing person was for a while, so they didn't care too much in the end. The end of the suspended stone road. At the end of the suspended stone road is a dark cave entrance, just like the passage we came from, without any light. The shape of this cave entrance is a huge and solemn dragon head, with the words of the Dragon Clan engraved on it. But for some reason, Chu Yun can perceive it with his soul and recite it subconsciously. The remains of the gods. The tomb of the dragons. Chapter 312 Labyrinth. There is still an entrance. When reciting these words, Chu Yun was stunned. Blinking, Chu Yun confirmed that he could not understand these complicated and ancient characters, but he could resonate with these words in the depths of his soul and perceive their content in this way. It's the golden egg. Chu Yun understood instantly that this was the connection between the golden egg and his soul. When he said these words just now, Chu Yun was a little dazed, and his voice was not loud. Only Gu Yan and Hua Feng heard it. Chu Yun, what is the meaning of these words? It must be extraordinary to be able to be engraved at the entrance of the cave and related to the gods and dragons. But Chu Yun didn't know either. To be honest, I don't know either. It's okay. We have the advantage of getting information that they don't have. Gu Yan said quickly, let's speed up. After that, the three of them accelerated instantly and charged towards the depths of the cave entrance. The people who fell behind were also shocked by the lifelike dragon head at the cave entrance, but ignored the 8 ancient characters, thinking that they were just a complicated carving. Not characters. The life and past of the Golden Holy Dragon are ancient events tens of thousands of years ago. The various records and legends left behind are extremely rare. Even Cameo Yudo, who has been studying the Golden Holy Dragon for more than 10 years, did not recognize these words at all. Charge! The group of geniuses roared and rushed into the Dragon Head Cave. After they entered, a large number of ordinary adventurers followed closely behind them. After entering the Dragon Head Cave, what appeared in front of everyone was an extremely strange maze. This maze looked the same and crisscrossed back and forth, and it was impossible to identify the direction. It's actually a maze. Shook and Beta narrowed their eyes, and many people suddenly became nervous. Entering the maze is not entering the one-way roads just now. If you encounter danger, you can return immediately. But if you enter the maze, if you are not careful, you will be lost in the maze forever. You can't go deeper or leave. Instantly, many people began to retreat. Chu Yun immediately spoke loudly, shocking the people around him. If you are afraid, why don't you retreat quickly? This way you can save your life and not leave it here in vain. He said this to force those ordinary adventurers who wanted to approach to leave. Now, for every person who leaves, he and Gu Yan Weifeng will have one less competitor behind. As soon as Chu Yun said this, many people were tempted, because what Chu Yun said did make sense. This is the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. If you get lost in it, you will definitely die. An adventurer trembled and muttered this sentence, and immediately turned back to fight for the treasure of the floating stone on the suspended stone road. Instantly, a large number of people began to return. They didn't have the confidence to continue walking here. All of a sudden, nearly 70% of the people here left at once. Chu Yun, you are really good at tricks. With just a few words, you have reduced so many enemies behind you. Cameo Yudo sneered. Chu Yun curled his lips. I just kindly reminded them that people like you who judge others by their own meanness will end up like this in this life. You? Cameo Yudo's face flushed, and he pointed his finger at Chu Yun, trembling slightly. This Chu Yun is so shameless that he actually calls himself a gentleman. In the back, Hey and Bai ignored the quarrel between Chu Yun and Cameo Yudo, but approached the entrances of these mazes and began to observe them carefully. The entrances to these mazes look exactly the same, with only some signs of damage, and no other differences. Looking inside, after a few steps, you will reach a corner, where you can only see the bare walls, and you have no idea what is at the end. However, although the entrances to these mazes are exactly the same, they reveal different atmospheres inside the mazes. There are a total of 7 entrances here, and at 2 of them, you can clearly hear the roars and grinding of ferocious beasts. And there are rolling waves of evil discharged from the entrances. It makes people frown constantly. Several of the holes are breezed, as if they are the entrances to the final destination. There are several entrances, which are as quiet as death, and even the air is dull here. Obviously, these holes where wind can flow are the holes that can lead to the final destination. Shuko also saw this situation and spoke slowly. But there are 3 holes in total. How can we tell which is the best direction? If we go wrong, we may be trapped here forever. There can be no mistakes. Chu Yun, which of these 3 holes should we go to? Gu Yan and Hua Feng looked at Chu Yun at the first time. Chu Yun's ability to perceive vitality is one of the abilities that can play the greatest role here. And Chu Yun is also using vitality to perceive with his eyes closed. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. You can't enter any of the 3 holes. How could that be? Gu Yan and Hua Feng were both surprised. But there is breeze flowing through all 3 holes. So they must be connected. Yes, they are connected to each other. And they are connected to each other. The reason why there is wind flowing through them is because the final dead ends of the 3 holes are connected. Chu Yun finished speaking quickly, with a look of anxiety on his face. Then which hole should we go to? No matter which one we go in, it's not good. Chu Yun gritted his teeth. This result was unexpected for Chu Yun for a while. I have sensed with my vitality. And these 7 holes are all dead ends in the end. You can't enter the main tomb here. Chu Yun tried his best to suppress his voice. But he still let out a lot of doubts. At this time, people entered the 7 entrances one after another. The 3 entrances with breezes had the most people entering. And some people also took the mentality of not succeeding or dying at the other entrances. And stepped forward desperately. After everyone entered the cave, Kamio Yudo turned around and mocked Chu Yun. You are so timid. And you dare to say that others are afraid of death? Ha! Chu Yun immediately shouted, It's none of your business. Kamio Yudo was shocked subconsciously. And then he realized that Chu Yun was not the emperor. And he was immediately extremely angry. But he couldn't waste time here. So he quickly entered the entrance with a gloomy face. Those who were planning to enter the entrance had already entered. And those who decided not to go deeper had also retreated, and went to the suspended stone road to retrieve treasures. Only Chu Yun and the other 2 were still there. They were constantly analyzing all the information they could get. The god's legacy. The dragon's tomb. Legacy? Does it mean forgotten? As Chu Yun was thinking, he suddenly had an idea. There must be another entrance here. Chapter 313, Uncover the Secret. The Records of the Gods. The Tomb of the Dragons. These 8 words should be a code for the location of their real tombs, which even the gods will miss. In my opinion, the meaning of the records here is that even if the gods find all these entrances, they cannot find the final entrance, and can only miss it. Chu Yun spoke faster and faster. Let's go out and see what the 8 words look like. The 3 of them quickly came to the entrance of the dragon head. The 8 words flickered faintly under the firelight in the dark. Hua Feng saw something unusual. You too. Do you think the distribution of these 8 words is similar to the distribution of the entrances to the maze? After comparing, the 3 found that the distribution of the 7 maze entrances in the dragon head entrance was exactly the same as the location of the 8 characters. But this raises a new question. Gu Yan said in surprise, but there are 8 characters here. But there are only 7 entrances. The remaining character corresponds to the location of the 8th hidden entrance. Chu Yun instantly saw the only character that did not correspond to the maze entrance. Lost. Chu Yun and the other 2 quickly entered the dragon head cave and found the place corresponding to the word lost. This looks like an ordinary wall. But these walls are carved with various murals. But the dragons on these murals are very peaceful and solemn. Not as lively as the ones on the other side of the passage. Planting medicine and mining. There are murals here. And there is no entrance. Hua Feng knocked on the wall. His face stern. This wall is hollow. There must be a hidden passage behind it. But although it is hollow, it is also the last. This wall is very thick. And it has a mysterious power that cannot be broken by force. Gu Yan also knocked on it and thought about it. The wall at the entrance is made of very ordinary stone and soil. Even if they use some force, they can shake it a little. But the wall here is extraordinary. They can't break it by force. There must be some other mechanism that can open this entrance. Chu Yun immediately looked around. It is impossible that if the dragons want to enter the passage, they have to break it by force. Right? This is obviously impossible. Soon, Chu Yun found an unreasonable point in these murals. Why is it so abrupt here? A dragon-shaped claw mark, in a very hidden natural depression, cannot be found if you don't observe carefully. The dragons painted on the murals all have heads and tails. It is rare to see a simple dragon claw like this. This should be the only one. The three of them discussed, and all agreed that this claw mark was special. But the three of them fiddled with the claw mark for a few times. And they were all confused about how to crack it. Claw print. Claw print. Chuyun reached out and touched the claw print. There was a shallow groove on the claw print, as if it was pressed by a real dragon claw. Is it missing a real dragon claw to press it? Thinking of this, Chuyun immediately took out the beast-controlling ball and opened it. Gu Yan and Hua Feng looked at the golden egg in the beast-controlling ball and frowned deeply. Although I don't understand the golden holy dragon, but I can see that it is very weak. No wonder you are called the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon. But I have rarely seen you use the Golden Holy Dragon. Yes. It turns out that it has become so weak. Chuyun. What's wrong with it? Is it poisoned? Gu Yan and Hua Feng were muttering their guesses. Chuyun smiled bitterly. It's not what you think. Soon, Chuyun told Gu Yan and Hua Feng about the current situation of the golden egg. Hua Feng was shocked. Is it because of lack of nutrition? Yes. There is not enough nutrition to support it to continue to stay active. Chuyun also felt helpless. So I thought of coming to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon to see if there are any props that can make the golden egg continue to grow. If it continues like this, I don't know if it will starve to death. Chuyun picked up its limp claws and pressed down on the position of the dragon claw mark groove. Despite such a big noise, the golden egg did not wake up. The dragon claw of the golden egg was much smaller than the groove of the dragon claw mark, and it could not be filled at all. When Chuyun and his companions thought they had failed, the groove of the dragon claw mark suddenly burst out with strong golden light, completely covering Chuyun and his companions. The golden light faded, and a roar sounded beside Chuyun and his companions. A huge dark hole appeared in front of the three of them. Chuyun and his companions looked at each other, and then showed joy. The other 7 entrances, and all the mazes were just illusions used to confuse people. Only here is the real passage. Let's go! Chuyun and his companions rushed into the dark hole. Other places in the maze. Several adventurers ran in it, and there were many stone sculptures of dragon warriors on the left and right. They held stone axes and looked forward, looking solemn and awe-inspiring. A timid adventurer was a little scared. Boss, it's a little spooky here. There was no light in this place, and they had to use flashlights to illuminate it. This place was very strange, and most of the light from the flashlights would be swallowed up, leaving only a little afterglow. Although the boss was also scared, he still put all his strength into scolding the adventurer. Why are you so scared? This is just a bunch of stone sculptures. If you are scared now, you will be scared to death if you encounter a real beast. But this is a statue of the Golden Holy Dragon. You dare to talk back? How can this be a Golden Holy Dragon? The boss was very angry, and was about to curse to relieve the fear in his heart. But suddenly, he heard a strong vibration, shaking their feet. Oh my god! What happened? The adventurer shouted in panic. The vibration was so strong that it was comparable to an earthquake. Fortunately, the vibration only lasted for 20 to 30 seconds, and then began to subside. The adventurers fell to the ground and began to gasp. Damn it. It seems that this is just a false alarm. I was really scared. Before the boss finished speaking, he saw those stone-carved dragon warriors slowly taking off the stone molds on their bodies, revealing hard scales on their bodies that were red or gray. Those who trespass into the holy tomb will die. They recited this sentence mercilessly, raised the giant axes in their hands, and chopped at them. The leading adventurer immediately shouted, "Oh my god!" Then, he immediately used various skills, used all the magic scrolls he could use, and began to flee at a high speed. Boss, wait for us. All the dragon warrior statues guarding the important roads in the entire maze began to revive. Chapter 314 The Resurrected Dragon Warriors. Tokugawa. Hold the upper right corner. Ayasu. Retreat to me and harass with shuriken. Kamio Yudo calmly commanded the Kamio Samurai Corps to fight the resurrected dragon warriors in front of him. A blood-red, tall dragon warrior with an indifferent expression swung his giant axe and chopped down suddenly. A samurai carrying a samurai sword in the front row was immediately split in half by the giant axe, and blood spurted. The perfect samurai formation of 15 people was reduced by one person. The flesh and blood of the dead samurai suddenly turned into a beam of light and flew into the dark depths behind the dragon warriors. Kamio Yudo's heart sank. Why did this group of stone sculptures suddenly revive? This combat power is definitely not something we can easily contend with. Beside this dragon warrior, there are 3 or 4 more. They hold blunt but heavy axes, fighting with ordinary adventurers, easily killing one after another. And the flesh and blood of these people also turn into light and fly to the end, wailing everywhere. Those who trespass into the holy tomb will die. The pupils are full of indifference, and they are ruthless. If the battle continues, the loss of every warrior will gradually collapse the warrior formation. If there is only one dragon warrior, it is okay, and it is not impossible to defeat it after paying the price. But there are many here, and the only outcome of a hard fight is death. Although he was unwilling, Kamio Yudo finally shouted, "Everyone, let's retreat." With infinite reluctance, Kamio Yudo's Kamio warriors began to retreat. In another place, Shook and Beta were fighting a dragon warrior with all their might. They chose a road without any breeze and exuding the breath of infinite beasts. No one followed them on this road. Shook grinned and pierced the dragon warrior's body with his spear. "Ha ha. Dragons are just like this. How does my armor-piercing feel?" Brother did a good job. His attack was obviously very effective. This dragon warrior was already dying. "Ah!" it roared angrily, and its whole body was actually revived. Its bloody arm suddenly raised the ancient giant axe and chopped down at Shook. Shook was startled and dodged suddenly, but he was too late to avoid it, and was hit on the shoulder by the giant axe. Shwa! Blood spurted out, and one of Shook's arms was cut off. "Brother!" Beta's eyes were about to burst, and he commanded the giant wolf to bite the dragon warrior. The dragon warrior's last gasp was over, and he lost all his strength, and was directly killed by the giant wolf ridden by Beta. "Brother, are you okay?" Beta came to take care of Shook immediately. Shook gritted his teeth and took out various treatment props to bandage the broken arm. Brother, just broken arm. It's nothing. It will grow back in half a month." Shook gritted his teeth and looked at his arm. "But at this moment, my fighting power will be greatly reduced." He used a two-handed spear method. Losing an arm would reduce his fighting power by 50%. Beta used various healing items on Shook while looking at the darkness in the depths. "Brother, do we still need to move forward?" "Forget it. Brother, there may be other dragon warriors inside." Shook gritted his teeth. "If we go deeper, we may die." "Let's go." "Okay." Beta did not question it. He always listened to his brother's judgment. Let Shook mount the giant wolf, and Shook and Beta quickly retreated and headed towards the entrance. Soon, at the entrance, Kamio Yudo brought the samurai group back here, feeling unwilling. It seems that the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb is still too difficult. Is this a place that can only be explored by the throne level? He looked at his samurai group with some unwillingness. In order to retreat perfectly, they sacrificed another samurai. And now there are only 13 people. At the same time, Shook and Beta also came out from the entrance next to them. Shook's pale face and the appearance of losing an arm immediately attracted Kamio Yudo's attention. "Haha. Shook, the genius of the Blue Moon Empire, who is invincible in close combat, actually lost an arm." Kamio Yudo sneered. "I think it should be so." "Haha. My lost arm can be restored in half a month of rest." Shook also sneered. "But the 2 people you killed can never be replaced. Everyone says that you, Kamio Yudo, are a genius in battle command. But I think you are just that." When the 2 were about to quarrel, a person filled with holy light floated in from the dragon head entrance outside. "You too. Tolerance is the best. And the holy light does not want to see their people fighting like this." After seeing him, Kamio Yudo was stunned. "Wuxia? What did you do just now?" On the suspended stone road, there was no trace of him. Wuxia immediately became pious. "I'm looking for traces of the god of life." "Haha. Wuxia, your brain is really filled with holy light, and you don't even have any IQ." Shook said contemptuously, "This is the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Where can there be traces of the god of life? I ask you, have you found it? The Golden Holy Dragon is a noble and pure race. They disdain to get close to any throne, even the supreme throne. The god of life is the same. They even dare to write down the quotations such as the records of the gods, which further demonstrates their attitude." Wuxia showed a regretful expression. "Yes. It's a pity that I haven't found any traces of the god of life." "Heh. You know nothing except holy light. What else can you know?" Shuka sneered. "Everyone go home. Everyone go to their mothers." Seeing your silly look, I am kind enough to tell you that these 7 entrances are guarded by dragon warriors, and we can't pass through them. In addition to the 2 holes they came out of, people also walked out of other holes with injuries on their bodies. Confirming what Shuka said. Oh, is that so? Wu Xiao pointed at the 8th hole, which was the hole opened by Chu Yun and the other 2. In doubt, can this place be passed through? As Wu Xiao pointed out, everyone was startled and saw the hole that suddenly appeared. The whole place was silent. Shuk suddenly spoke. Just now, there was a strong vibration. After the vibration, the dragon warriors and the statues came alive one after another. Cameo Yudo continued. After we went in, only Chu Yun's 3 people and Wuxia had not entered yet. Now, Wuxia is here, but Chu Yun and the other 2 have gone somewhere. Everyone was silent, looking at the dark cave entrance. Suddenly, everyone rushed to the latest cave entrance. This must be the place leading to the main tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, where the ultimate treasure is hidden. Chapter 315. Everyone comes again. Since Chu Yun and others haven't come out yet, it means there are no powerful and invincible dragon warriors inside, worthy to explore. The cameo warriors rushed in the front and quickly entered the dark cave. The cave entrance is not small, and it is more than enough for 10 people to walk in side by side. Cameo Yudo. You fucking run slower. Shook, sitting on the giant wolf, shouted angrily, picked up the spear with one hand and smashed it on the ground. War rhythm. War rhythm. Trampling the rhythm of war, showing the majesty of the king. Reduce the movement speed of all enemies within the range by 40% and the attack speed by 20%. For every enemy affected by this skill, the movement speed of the player and friendly forces within 5 meters will be increased by 1%, up to 100%. A wave of dust spread out immediately, and the ground began to shake, shaking everyone. The movement speed of everyone swept by this wave was greatly reduced. At the same time, because of the second half of the skill, the giant wolf under Shook's feet suddenly became faster. No, faster was not enough. It had doubled. The giant wolf whizzed through everyone like smoke, surpassing the front cameo's samurai core and reaching the front. Cameo Yudo, who was in a deceleration state, had a gloomy face. Raising his right hand, he shook the amulet in his hand frantically. Howling wind. A layer of breeze that could be stepped on suddenly rolled up under the feet of all the samurai, and everyone's movement speed increased a lot. Then, Cameo Yudo raised his samurai sword, and a dark energy began to gather. Cameo Yudo suddenly chopped down the samurai's sword in his hand, and the ground seemed to fall into a quagmire. The speed of the people running in it was greatly reduced, but the cameo's samurai corps running in the wind was not affected. Shook and Beta, who were running wildly in front, were furious. Bah! I only know how to play tricks on the Wind Fury Empire bastards. Cameo Yudo was also furious. You are such shameless barbarians from the Blue Moon Empire. You were the first to start the fight, but you are now crying thief. When the 2 groups were fighting, Bai and Hei followed closely behind. The ordinary adventurers were very slow under the influence of the war rhythm and the dark quagmire, and were very far away from the 3 of them. Wu Xia mixed in with them, chatting leisurely with the other adventurers. In the depths of this entrance, Chu Yun and the other 2 were moving forward quickly. Not good. The noise just now was too loud. I'm afraid it will attract the attention of others. Gu Yan's shadow had already finished the investigation, and said anxiously, they also chased in from the entrance. It's not because of the noise. It must be that when they went deep, they encountered an insurmountable trap or some ferocious beast. Chu Yun calmly analyzed the situation. However, it is an established fact that they chased us. It's just that we have an absolute first mover advantage, so there is no need to worry too much. Unless, before Chu Yun finished speaking, several statues of dragon warriors appeared in the dark ahead. The statues were all carved in stone, and the patterns were lifelike, as if they could come alive in the next second. As expected, the stone layers on these statues fell off one after another, turning into dragon warriors holding ancient giant axes, with extraordinary demeanor and powerful strength. Those who come to this holy land. The dragon warrior glanced at Chu Yun and the other 2 indifferently. For humans, die. Behind it, several more dragon warriors approached slowly with stone axes in their hands. Hua Feng protected Chu Yun and Gu Yan behind him, and drew out the long sword at his waist with a swish. You 2 retreat first. I will stop them. In Hua Feng's keen perception, This group of dragon warriors is definitely not something they can defeat. They are like throne-level warriors, who have lost all their skills and strength. They are the lowest level throne-level professionals. They do not have any throne-level skills, weapons, or coercion. They are just an empty shell of the throne level. Top-level star-level geniuses like them can kill such a dragon warrior by working together at a cost. But there are too many dragon warriors here. Chu Yun frowned as he looked at the stats of these dragon warriors. Warriors awakened by dragons. Level 60. HP 5125000. Dragon Pride increases damage to all non-dragon units by 100%. Reduces damage from all non-dragon units by 25%. And increases movement speed by 10% when there are no dragon units on the field. Passive skill. Back to life when HP is below 15%. Immediately increase the attack speed of the next attack by 500%. And lose 5% of the maximum HP after the attack. I finally understand why those guys retreated to the Dragon Head entrance and then discovered our new entrance. The quality of these dragon warriors is too strong. The arrogance of the ordinary dragons directly provides a double damage effect. Plus the throne level basic panel. One axe is no joke. It is impossible to roam and kill these dragon warriors. The huge attack speed bonus of the last blow is almost necessary to take an axe. It is not difficult to defeat a dragon warrior. But it is almost impossible to defeat so many. Go! Hua Feng's whole body is wrapped in sword energy. The infinite sword energy formed a sword formation composed of condensed sword blades, surrounding Hua Feng. He is ready to release the big move at any time. Although Hua Feng did not have the terrifying gap strength of Jiang Bai and Zhou Lijia. The aura of this big move touched Chu Yun. Chu Yun thought about it, and stopped Hua Feng. Wait a minute. Let me try it. If it doesn't work, we will find another way. Retreat? It is impossible to retreat. Chu Yun still has a lot of numbered items on him. If it is absolutely necessary, these things must be taken out and used. Chu Yun must go to the end of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. Not only for his own job transfer, but also because he did not want to give up the golden egg that was on the verge of starvation. Chu Yun quickly took out the beast ball and opened it. Golden egg. Golden egg. I hope God can favor you a little. Or your status is more noble. Everything depends on now. If it works, there will be an unimpeded victory in the future. If it doesn't work, a battle with unpredictable consequences will break out. After seeing the golden egg in Chu Yun's beast-controlling ball, the group of dragon warriors who were about to attack suddenly stopped. They looked at the sleeping golden egg, as if they saw an extremely sacred master. They immediately took a few steps forward and half knelt on the ground. Their eyes were loyal and fervent. Welcome the young master back to the Holy Land. Chapter 316 Golden Holy Dragon, Lost Light. Young master? Chu Yun was stunned. Gu Yin and Hua Feng were also stunned. They knew that the identity of the golden egg was very unusual. But they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Yes. How could the young master be here? The group of dragons were very happy after seeing the golden egg. It seemed that they had completed a mission. The dragon warrior with red eyes scanned Chu Yun with turbid eyes, and immediately said with difficulty, "How could the young master sign a contract with a weak human like you? This is unreasonable." Weak. Hua Feng couldn't help but speak speechlessly. Chu Yun is the #1 genius on the Tianfeng Empire genius list. He defeated Jiang Bai, who can be called a demon, head-on. He can attack and heal with his vitality. His body is thicker than most of the frontline warriors. He can be called a hexagonal warrior. How can he be weak? The dragon warrior felt Hua Feng's unbelievable eyes, and slowly said, "The golden holy dragon is already at the throne level when it is a cub. The human who signs the contract must be at least at the throne level. What's the matter with this star level?" As he spoke more and more, the eyes of the red dragon warrior gradually regained vitality. It gradually returned to its original state from the guarding dragon form. Then, it finally cast its concerned eyes on the golden egg. Then the pupils contracted. Why is the young master only at the gold level now? This level is really too low. A newly born golden holy dragon cub should be at the throne level. The blue dragon behind the red dragon said hesitantly. When the young master was still an egg, he was taken away by a pitch-black dragon. We don't know what kind of environment he was born in. Although the perfect birth of the golden holy dragon can immediately have the strength of the throne level, it can only do so under the care of its mother. Because a despicable black dragon stole the golden holy dragon's egg from here, causing it to suffer from endless hunger and become so weak. Yes. The young master is so weak now. The group of dragon warriors looked at the golden egg with compassion and were speechless for a moment. You call it the young master. So who is your real master? Of course, it is the golden holy dragon. Mi Guang. Chu Yun and the other two were shocked. Is this really the tomb of Mi Guang? Although everyone knew that this was the tomb of the golden holy dragon, there was endless debate in history books about which golden holy dragon's tomb it was. And there has never been a conclusion. There are only 3 golden holy dragons that have been recorded in human society. One of which is Mi Guang. It is a female golden holy dragon. Elegant and powerful. It has defeated countless invading demons, but was seriously injured in a fierce battle with several thrones and eventually fell. It is a tragic and great golden holy dragon. Tomb? The red dragon warrior and the other dragon warriors were confused. Isn't this the holy place of Lord Mi Guang? Chu Yun's heart tightened. It seems that these dragon warriors were sealed in this stone a long time ago. They didn't even know the news of the death of the golden holy dragon Mi Guang, let alone other news. It is possible that no more useful information can be obtained from them. At this moment, many footsteps sounded behind Chu Yun and the other two. The group of dragon warriors looked at Chu Yun and the other two and asked, "Why? Are they your people?" Now in their eyes, Chu Yun, who signed a contract with the young master, is already a distinguished guest. If these footsteps are like the 2 people beside Chu Yun, they are all Chu Yun's people. Then they will not intend to stop them. No. They are here to grab treasures from this dragon tomb. Please help us stop them. Chu Yun spoke eagerly, and rushed forward with Gu Yin and Hua Feng. It's all up to you. After that, Chu Yun and the other 2 disappeared from the sight of the dragon warriors. The dragon warriors laughed. No problem. Hee hee. You dare to rob the treasures of the Holy Land. You are really impatient to live. Drive out all these humans. They picked up the heavy stone axes and stepped forward. Kamibi Yudo, who was galloping in the passage, heard some movement, and his face suddenly became ugly. No. There are more dragon warriors ahead. This passage looks like the passage to the end. But why are there dragon warriors here? Kamio Yudo couldn't figure it out. In fact, these dragon warriors stationed here will not attack all enemies indiscriminately. They will definitely get close to fellow dragons. They will not pose a threat to them. The humans who come here to hunt for treasure. On the side, Shook and Beta didn't care. What are you afraid of? If we really meet dragon warriors, Chu Yun and his men will stand in front of us. Kamio Yudo frowned and didn't respond. The title of Chu Yun, the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, always hovered in Kamio Yudo's mind, making him cautious and anxious. Will it really be that smooth? Kamio Yudo couldn't help thinking. Suddenly, a roar of the dragon clan shook the entire passage. Many adventurers with weaker strength had their eardrums shattered by this roar. You are a group of humans who have polluted the Holy Land. The red dragon warrior appeared in front of everyone, holding a stone axe and holding it high. The majesty of the dragon clan was fully revealed at this moment. I will make you pay the price. Kamio Yudo's face was horrified. Retreat quickly. How can we retreat? Chu Yun and the other 2 have passed. You don't understand. Chu Yun has the cub of the golden holy dragon. Can we retreat now? Let's go together. Maybe we can defeat them. Do you know how much it will cost? I didn't back down even though I broke an arm. But you did? Are you going to leave the endless treasures right in front of you and turn around and walk away? Everyone started arguing, and the dragon warriors held their giant axes and gradually approached. Shook gritted his teeth. You bunch of cowards. I'm going to fight. Brother, let's go together. Shook and Beta attacked the red dragon warriors at the same time, and the dust was everywhere in an instant. But everyone knew that this was just an appearance. If this continued, Shook and Beta would not last for 3 minutes. But they still managed to fight against the dragon warriors. Kamio Yudo gritted his teeth, his arms trembling. Everyone. He raised his samurai sword and aimed it at the dragon warriors. Let's go! The Kamio warriors began to attack. White and Black exchanged a few words, hid in the darkness, and did not attack. For a while, the passage was in a state of chaos, and the lights of various skills flashed continuously. The strong dragon warriors and the humans with countless skills fought fiercely. Chapter 317 Final Destination. A warrior was hit by the dragon warrior's tail and immediately crashed into the wall, splashing a lot of blood. And several adventurers were directly cut off by a dragon warrior. Shook, with a frown on his face, suddenly spoke. Brother, let's use that move. What? Beta was shocked. Brother, that move will cause great damage to you. Now is not the time to talk about this. I believe that the benefits that can be generated later will definitely be greater than our current efforts. Shook suddenly bit his lip, letting a few drops of his blood flow down and drip onto the spear in his hand. The simple spear suddenly burst into a torrent of blood. Shook raised the spear and stabbed Beta's giant wolf, spurting blood. The spear drank blood and showed a fierce light. Shook murmured to himself, King from the ancient soul, borrow your domineering power from me to attack your most original enemy, the dragon. On the other side, Kamio Yudo no longer hesitated and took out a strangely shaped long sword from the storage ring. The blade of this long sword has many blade branches, and each branch is engraved with different element symbols, communicating with the elements between heaven and earth all the time, which is extremely mysterious. A samurai immediately stood up to stop him. No, Lord Kamio. Using this skill will overdraw your life. Even if it overdraws your life, we have to go. Kamio Yudo looked serious and raised the strange long sword in his hand. Wind element, water element, and thunder element gather. Elements meet, wind and rain. In an instant, strong winds and heavy rains blew in this closed passage. The thunder roared, as if it would strike at any time. Wuxia finally arrived. Such a dispute. So tragic. So sad. Holy light will not stand by and watch people die. Wuxia waved the pure codex in his right hand. An infinite holy light with healing breath erupted from the codex. Wuxia is treating humans indiscriminately. Outside the battlefield. Damn. The fight is so intense in the back. Chu Yun, who was galloping in the depths of the passage, couldn't help but complain. Their feet were shaking, and they must have been fighting till the sky was dark. It's not easy for the dragon warriors to suppress so many people. Hua Feng shook his head slightly. There are 5 dragon warriors in this passage. Although they are powerful, Chu Yun and the other 2 alone are enough to fight against one. And the crowd of many peak-level stars in the back. It's hard to say whether they will break through the defense of the 5 dragon warriors. So we still have to speed up. Gu Yan spoke. Chu Yun and Hua Feng were both shocked and ran faster. After running for an unknown amount of time, Chu Yun and the other 2 finally saw a ray of light in front of them. We'll be at the exit soon. Chu Yun and the others showed surprised expressions. They didn't know how far they had run. But the footsteps behind them sounded again. They actually broke through the obstruction of the 5 dragon warriors so quickly. Hua Feng was a little surprised, although he had already calculated that the dragon warriors would not be able to stop them for long. He didn't expect them to break through the obstruction of the dragon warriors so quickly. They must have used some secret method that was extremely costly. Chu Yun calmly analyzed the situation. Let's go out first. Chu Yun and the other 2 ran in the direction of the light. Soon, Chu Yun and the other 2 walked out of the passage. Instantly, the view in front of them became clear. What appeared in front of Chu Yun and the other 2 was an extremely huge platform, with a huge circular floating altar in the middle. Majestic and solemn, with countless faint light curtains floating in the air. And behind the light curtains, all locked at one end. These ends look exactly the same. And there is only one place that leads to the main tomb. Mi Guang really likes hide-and-seek games like mazes. After all, Mi Guang's Tantian diversion array is Mi Guang's favorite formation. As a throne-level formation, its function is to make the enemies trapped in it never find a way out. It is reasonable to fiddle with mazes and the like. The 3 wanted to get closer to see, but suddenly felt a layer of thin film. Will this place prevent us from entering? Chu Yun frowned slightly and thought, if this continues, the first mover advantage will soon be gone. Soon, Kamio Yudo and his samurai group, Shook and Beta, Black and White, Wuxia and others also ran out of the passage. Except Wuxia. Everyone was injured, and some were even bleeding. Chu Yun. Kamio Yudo looked at Chu Yun with resentment, and the rest of the adventurers also looked at Chu Yun and the other 2 with their own angry eyes. They worked themselves to death and suffered countless injuries, and spent unspeakable costs using various secret methods to get here. Seeing Chu Yun and the other 3 safe and sound, they were full of anger. What? Do you have any objections? Chu Yun would not indulge them. The staff of life source appeared in his hand with a whoosh, and aimed at the group of adventurers, whose morale was declining and everyone was injured. If you have any objections, come out and fight. Who the hell wants to fight you? Shuka roared. And then his arrogance disappeared and he calmed down. Now is not the time to fight with Chu Yun. What they need is to explore immediately, collect more treasures, and recover this loss. Huh? Beta wanted to move forward towards the giant wolf, but found an air wall in front of him. Everyone showed an unwilling expression. No way. Can it be that no one below the throne level can enter? Alas! What a wasted trip. The adventurers complained. But Hay from the Evil Palace sneered, and starlight shone in his arms. Instantly, a ripple appeared in the air wall, and Hay successfully passed through. This air wall requires a star-level quenching skill to pass through. Great! We are all star-level. The adventurers cheered. But Chu Yun's heart sank. He is still diamond level. Could it be that he has to stop here and can't get through? Gu Yan also used the quenching skill to open the air wall and successfully passed through. Chu Yun, come! I'll take you here, huh? Gu Yan was stunned. This air wall was unimpeded for Hua Feng, who had been tempered. But it blocked Chu Yun from entering. Shook and Beta burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Chu Yun, who always claimed to be a winner, will be isolated from the final destination. Cameo Yudo also sneered. You will suffer the consequences. How can you, who have no tempering? When everyone laughed at him, Chu Yun actually smiled slightly. Who said I don't have tempering? Chapter 318, The Light Curtain, with countless secret treasures. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Heh. You can only save yourself a little disadvantage with your words. Cameo Yudo shook his head and sneered. Chu Yun was a diamond level without light quenching, and was destined to be unable to pass through this air wall with light quenching isolation. And some adventurers also spoke up. I didn't expect Chu Yun to be so stubborn. You don't have any dignity as the first genius. They looked at Chu Yun and shook their heads. In their opinion, Chu Yun was completely in a state of impotent rage and struggle after being completely frustrated. Only the Star Glory level can obtain light quenching. This is an iron rule. Otherwise, there is no difference between the Diamond level and the Star Glory level. But these adventurers took it for granted, but completely forgot about the classification of Diamond and Star level. In fact, the classification itself is a convention set by all civilizations after discussion. And this concept of these adventurers reversed the cause and effect. Classification cannot restrict anything at all. As long as Chu Yun can have quenching at the Diamond level, it will break the conventional classification. A bunch of ignorant people are really sad and ridiculous. Chu Yun shook his head. Can't quench without Star level? Wrong. It's just that you haven't seen it. Let me show you. After that, Chu Yun guided the cluster of light green energy light in his body. It was the strange light given to Chu Yun by that strange flower. Instantly, this cluster of strange light appeared at Chu Yun's fingertips, shocking everyone in the audience. How is this possible? Chu Yun actually has strange light? Chu Yun is only diamond level. This is impossible. I understand. Chu Yun is actually star level. Diamond level is just a disguise. The adventurers were extremely shocked, and there were many different opinions. They really couldn't accept that Chu Yun, as a diamond level, could have strange light, even if he was the first young man of the Tianfeng Empire and had countless secrets. Because this situation would break the concepts they had since childhood and make their outlook on life begin to collapse. At this time, they have gradually become firm in their thoughts and firmly believe that this is the truth. In fact, Chu Yun is a Star Glory level. He has been hiding it from the world for a long time. But he has to be exposed here. So that's it. Then it makes sense that there is a tempering light. Chu Yun has been hiding too deeply before. If he doesn't have the strength of a Star Glory level, how can he sit firmly on the first place in the genius list? They talked and actually convinced themselves. Chu Yun was a little speechless. He is really a diamond level. But this group of people seemed to have become more and more convinced of the arguments they discussed. And their expressions looking at Chu Yun gradually became admiring. Cameo Yudo gritted his teeth. It seems that you are really a hidden star level. I still have some luck. Shuku and Beta's smiles have frozen. They laughed. But in fact, they never underestimated Chu Yun's strength. No matter whether Chu Yun's realm is diamond or star level, the strength he showed at the moment is too strong. The two brothers believe that only if they fight together can they defeat Chu Yun. If everyone in the audience fights Chu Yun, there will be only one outcome. That is, Chu Yun wins. Of course, when they really need to fight, they will not give Chu Yun any chance to fight alone. If they can beat him up, they must beat him up. Chu Yun raised the strange light and pointed it at the air wall. Instantly, The strange light covered Chu Yun's whole body, allowing Chu Yun to pass through this air wall smoothly. Hua Feng was also amazed. Chu Yun, are you really only at the diamond level? Yes. I got this strange light by accident. I don't even have the original light. I'm really only at the diamond level. Chu Yun shrugged. Gu Yan was also surprised. But if you haven't reached the star level, you can't condense the original light. And you can't absorb the strange light. It's amazing. In fact, Chu Yun was also confused. How did he absorb this little strange light? But now is not the time to think about this. He still has to continue exploring. Chu Yun glanced around. Countless light curtains were suspended in the air, as if waiting to enter. This scene appeared in the information given by Gu Lao. The information provided by Gu Pan was very complicated. Not only was there the Golden Holy Dragon's light, but there was also information about the other two Golden Holy Dragons. This information was vast. But there was not much helpful information for this Golden Holy Dragon's tomb expedition. Chu Yun had to remember all of them and identify them one by one. All the light screens here are real, and they all lead to one direction, where a treasure is stored. But among these countless light screens, only one place leads to the main tomb. Next, it may really be time to gamble. Chu Yun spoke slowly. Gu Yan and Hua Feng both frowned. Chu Yun, does the golden egg react? At first, Gu Yan and Hua Feng also felt that Chu Yun's naming taste was really not very good. But now they slowly accepted Chu Yun's name, and called the cub of the Golden Holy Dragon the Golden Egg. Even if there is a reaction, you can't take it out here. This group of people are eyeing it covetously. Chu Yun glanced at the adventurers, who kept peeking at him. Chu Yun and the other two cracked the secret, and opened the 8th entrance. They are now waiting for Chu Yun to open the secret. The light curtains on the sky kept flashing, each of them connected to different places, and the vast aura of the items hidden in them would flow out from time to time. An adventurer looked at a light curtain floating over. The golden light of the light curtain sprinkled on the adventurer's face. Very flashing. Such a strong golden light. Well, since I'm here, I can't come in vain. The adventurer gritted his teeth and jumped into the light curtain. Instantly, the golden light in the light curtain surged again, and a burst of medicinal fragrance erupted from the golden light. The people outside smelled this fragrance and immediately felt that it was extraordinary. Among them, an adventurer who was quite knowledgeable about alchemy couldn't help but exclaimed, "This medicinal power is a mana doubling potion." What? The people around also exclaimed. The mana doubling potion can double all the values of the next skill of the user after taking it. A devastating skill, under the expansion of mana, can become an exaggerated double stack, with extremely powerful effects. This is not the case of using two skills in succession after using the cooldown reduction scroll. That is 10 plus 10 in addition calculation, while the effect provided by the mana expansion potion is 10 times 10. Behind the powerful function is the expensive production materials. A bottle of mana expansion potion is so expensive on the market that it may not be bought with 1 billion Tianfeng national currency. A random light curtain has such a treasure. The hearts of the people in the audience were burning. Chapter 319 Black and White's Raid. The light emitted by these light curtains varies in size. Although the light curtain just now spread the light all over the adventurer after it got close to him. In fact, the light of the light curtain was not strong. And even compared with the whole venue, it was only considered small. And what treasures are there in those light curtains that burst into golden light? He can't get into the light curtain he just entered. Several teammates of the adventurer also wanted to follow him in, but found that they couldn't get in at all. Everyone also observed this situation. Can only one person enter each light curtain? It doesn't look like you can get out it well after entering. When analyzing, everyone was much more cautious, since each light curtain can only allow one person to enter, and there is a high probability that there is no chance to regret. Then now we can only carefully choose each light curtain that can be entered. At this time, no one saw that the black and white behind them showed a ghostly smile, since the number of light curtains in the field is more than the number of adventurers. The atmosphere on the field is not so tit for tat. No matter what, one person can enter a light curtain. And Cameo Yudo, who has always been reluctant to split up the Cameo Samurai group, has also been tempted. Should we split up the Samurai group and explore separately? He began to think deeply. Shook and Beta had already decided to explore separately. Although they were strong when fighting side by side, their individual combat power was also good after they separated. If they encountered danger, they would have no problem just protecting themselves. I remember that it was mentioned in Mr. Gu's file that this place was special and the signal could be connected. Chu Yun tried to send a message in the group. Golden Holy Dragon's Tomb Exploration Team 3 people. I am the Nani and I will protect you, Chu Yun. Can you see my message? New user nickname JJKKMB Gu Yin. Yes. Hua Feng stood beside Chu Yun and Gu Yin, typing slowly with one finger. Lung Feng Hua Feng. I see. We are face to face now. Just tell me if you can see me. Chu Yun complained. Hua Feng was stunned for a moment. Really? Gu Yin was amazed. This place can actually communicate with signals? What exactly is this place? The mystery of the Golden Holy Dragon Tomb is not something we can easily figure out. Chu Yun shook his head. But it is confirmed that we can communicate with communication tools. Which is good news for us. Because when we first entered the Golden Holy Dragon Tomb, all communication equipment was invalid. And even some magic scrolls that required signal waves to flow could not be opened. Having arrived here, naturally none of the adventurers thought of trying to debug their communication equipment again. This information was known only to Chu Yun and the other two. Which light screen is the real main tomb light screen? Hua Feng frowned and observed. Many light screens emitted strong golden light, which was very tempting. But this only meant that there were precious props contained in them. But it could not prove that it was the main tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. A precious treasure cannot compare with the final secret of the main tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Even if we find the real main tomb, we only need to go to one person, and the other two people still have to go to other light screens. Chu Yun looked at the light curtain shining with golden light. We have to fight for these light curtains too. Even an ordinary light curtain has a mana expansion potion in it. So what kind of shocking treasures will be hidden in these light curtains? Chu Yun's words made sense. And Gu Yin and Hua Feng's eyes became serious. In fact, there were not many dangers encountered in this journey to the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. And they did not receive malice from the Golden Holy Dragon. After all, the Golden Holy Dragon is also a sacred dragon. It just arranged some appropriate security facilities in its own tomb, and did not specifically target outsiders. Even the most dangerous dragon warriors, Gu Yin and Hua Feng, avoided fighting with Chu Yun's golden eggs. At this time, both of them were a little relaxed. But now, they are tense again. It seems that a fierce battle is inevitable. There are many people who think like Chu Yun. The top fighters who want to compete on the field begin to become serious and serious, looking around, as if ready to fight at any time. There is only one main tomb chamber, and only one person can enter. But they are almost all multi-person operations. And these light curtains with surging golden light must be grabbed. However, just to their side, in an inconspicuous corner, He held a complex mechanism in his hand and quickly activated it. The projection of a fighting monkey suddenly appeared, and then climbed into the light curtain. Soon, the light curtain regarded the projected fighting monkey as having entered, and He reached out and touched the light curtain, confirming that the rest of the people could not enter. In an instant, a crazy smile filled Hei's face, and Bai also laughed. We have been waiting for this moment. All the light screens are ours. All the treasures are ours. Hei and Bai activated the mechanisms in their hands one after another, and many energy projections were released one by one. In less than a few seconds, countless energy projections had filled the entire space, covering the sight of everyone present. And these projections quickly rushed towards each light screen. Gu Yin and Hua Feng didn't react. Shuka and Beta were stunned. Cameo Yudo's expression froze at this moment. The flawless look was full of doubts. All the adventurers in the venue were dumbfounded. Black and White suddenly attacked at this time, ready to take down all the light curtains in the venue. But someone will not let them succeed. Oh, you want to take it all? You are dreaming. Chu Yun took out a magic scroll with a whoosh and quickly pulled it open. A layer of cold breath that seemed like the end of the world gushed out from the magic scroll, freezing a lot of the surrounding air and condensing frost in the air. Ice Age Throne Level Ice Mage Magic Scroll. Usage conditions. Consume a trace of Ice Elemental Force as a guide. Attach the Ice Elemental Force to the fingertips and shoot it in one direction, causing a freezing effect on all units in a super large range. The freezing lasts for up to 12 hours and causes devastating ice element damage, and ice element damage based on 50% of the target's upper limit of health. Note, the final effect of this skill has nothing to do with the ice elemental power consumed when using it. Chu Yun pulled out the cold vial tied to the magic scroll in a flash, and dripped the drop of extremely cold air onto his fingertips. Without having time to feel the biting coldness spreading throughout his body, Chu Yun stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky. Ice Age. Chapter 320. Enter the light curtain. Endless frost suddenly burst out from Chu Yun's fingertips, covering the entire space. Everyone in front of Chu Yun was frozen by the frost. Without exception, only the user Chu Yun and Gu Yan and Hua Feng beside Chu Yun were not frozen by the frost. The powerful and solid ice blocks controlled a large area of space, flashing beautiful ice light. Even the energy projection flying in the air and the erratic light curtain were frozen by this extreme frost. Hua Feng took a breath of cold air. This power is definitely not something that the Star Glory level can do. Yes, this is a throne level magic scroll. Chu Yun smiled slightly. This scroll that he bought with 3 rule crystal stones finally came in handy here. You asked for rule crystal stones before? Even Gu Yan was surprised at this time. Rule crystal stones are extremely difficult to get below the throne level, and 10 rule crystal stones are enough to be treasured on the floating stone in the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Chu Yun suddenly took out a throne-level magic scroll, which was really beyond their expectations. What surprised them even more was that when using magic scrolls across levels, the effect would be weakened to a certain extent. But Chu Yun used this trick of Ice Age, and it seemed that there was no weakening at all. Just like a throne-level ice mage released the Ice Age here. Domineering. Invincible. Just like the throne looking down upon the stars. It was given to me by a friend. Chu Yun sighed slightly. The more time passed, the more Chu Yun could understand the weight of the rule crystal stone, and the more he could understand how valuable the 20 rule crystal stones given by Xie Xing were. Okay. Go find the 2 light curtains with the brightest light, and go in. I have to find where the main tomb is. Okay. Contact me by phone when the time comes. Gu Yan and Hua Feng both took action. Chu Yun has the cub of the Golden Holy Dragon. If he enters the main tomb, he will be the person with the greatest hope of cracking the secret of the Golden Holy Dragon. They might as well go find the biggest treasure besides the main tomb. Gu Yan and Hua Feng each ran into the largest light curtain. Everyone on the field was frozen, and could only watch Gu Yan and Hua Feng enter the 2 largest light curtains. Chu Yun began to think. Where is the main tomb? Is there a hidden entrance here like before? But the golden egg has been used to test the visitors. Theoretically, those who can come here are all dragons. Is it necessary to set up another hidden place? Chu Yun couldn't help but think deeply. At this time, the ice somewhere cracked. Crack. The ice that was frozen on Shook's body had a crack. 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 The cracks are getting bigger and bigger. Finally, Shook breaks out of the ice. Who? Shook holds his ancient spear in one hand, and the spear is already blood red and is constantly vibrating. It was this spear that saved him from freezing. He looked at Chu Yun fiercely, and then used the spear to rescue Beta from the ice. Although Chu Yun froze them all, he also froze the energy projections. The target of the energy projections is all the light screens. Soon, a heat source surged from Kamio Yudo's forked sword, and soon burned the ice. The Kamio Samurai Corps also escaped. Wuxia, standing in the ice, had a peaceful expression, like a graceful sculpture. A holy light appeared, and it chiseled the ice on Wuxia's body like a chisel, allowing him to revive from the freezing. Although Chu Yun's Ice Age was fully released this time, almost simulating the full might and effect of the throne level, the magic scroll was only instantaneous after all, and could only show the throne level power for a moment. It was not strong enough to freeze these top geniuses from 4 countries. And even if Chu Yun wanted to thaw these ice blocks now, he couldn't do it. The magic scroll he used was like water spilled. He was not a real throne-level ice mage, and there was no way to take back his ice blocks. The geniuses of the next level were also trying to save themselves. White and Black struggled desperately in the ice, but saw the gloomy face of Kamio Yudo and the furious expressions of Shook and Beta. But whether they could save themselves successfully was another matter. White and Black, who wanted to take everything, were bound by the ice even though they had countless means. They were completely unable to use them. In the end, they were completely strangled by the top geniuses such as Kamio Yudo, Shook and Beta in the ice. Although the rest of the people were still frozen by the ice, they were shouting in their hearts, "Cool!" As if these 2 people from the evil organization will be punished for their evil deeds. On the other side of the gratification, Chu Yun found that everyone's attention had been diverted to the other side, and they had no time to care about him here. This is the opportunity. Chu Yun quickly took out the beast-controlling ball, The two golden scales on the golden egg's forehead flickered. A light curtain seemed to approach in an ordinary way. This light curtain looked too ordinary and had no characteristics. It was neither infinitely bright nor extremely dim. This light curtain was the most ordinary one among the hundreds of light curtains here, and it was very inconspicuous. Chuyun pretended to want to leave, but this light curtain naturally approached again. Chuyun began to move, twisting left and right, and the light curtain chased him relentlessly. Now Chuyun could determine that any coincidences had been avoided, such as the situation where he really just happened to come here, and confirmed that this light curtain was the one selected by the golden egg's double scales. Chuyun took a step and entered the light curtain. At this time, everyone on the field realized that Chuyun had entered an ordinary light curtain. Did Chuyun go to the wrong place? That light curtain is too ordinary. I think that is definitely not the main tomb. Cameo Yudo, Shook Beta, and even Wuxia all looked at the light curtain where Chuyun was going with a thoughtful expression. After half a minute, they gave up thinking. Anyway, only one person can enter a light curtain. If that is really the light curtain of the main tomb, what can we do now? Shook snorted and looked at the light curtain with shining light blooming above. This kind of light curtain is worth my visit. There were only 3 light curtains that burst into shining light in the whole place. Guyan and Huafeng had occupied 2 of them, and now this was the last one. Barbarians from the Blue Moon Empire, don't rob the treasures of the world. Cameo Yudo drew his sword and spoke coldly. On the side, Wuxia dragged the code and walked over with a smile. Guided by the holy light, that light curtain is the direction I am going. The war between the geniuses is about to break out. Chapter 321, A Battle of Geniuses. You dare to fight with my 2 brothers? Humph! You really don't know how to live or die. Shook suddenly roared, holding up the ancient stone spear in one arm. The sound of drums beating like a beast beating its chest rang out on Shook's body. Red blood instantly permeated the stone spear, and the blood of the primitive world showed its most domineering ecology at this moment. Using this move will consume too much of my blood, but now I can't care so much. Brother, I'll do it too. Beta also resolutely pulled off the animal bone necklace on his neck and threw one of the larger bones into the mouth of the giant wolf under him. This bone, which was emitting pale blue runes from the ancient times, was immediately bitten to pieces by the giant wolf. The giant wolf's eyes emitted a faint blue light, which was very creepy. Hey, kid, I'll help you. The giant wolf actually spoke human words. Both brothers spent an unimaginable amount of money and used the strongest secret method. Cameo Yudo's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. Finally, he gritted his teeth and tore the amulet in his hand to pieces. The surrounding warriors were extremely shocked and wanted to stop it, but they still held back, because this was Cameo Yudo's determination. Even if it destroys my original weapon. After the amulet was torn to pieces by Cameo Yudo, it burst out with a dripping energy essence, and all of it fell on his forked-long sword. Swoosh! Cameo Yudo raised his forked sword, full of vigor. We, the Cameo Knights, must also seize that light curtain. Aside, the bright holy light actually became somewhat hot at this time. Wuxia held the codex, standing in the holy light, with a sincere face. The beautiful and perfect holy light, guiding me to the light curtain that seems to sprinkle gold foil. The intersection of golden light and holy light is so moving. Wuxia, who has always been indifferent to these treasures, actually came to participate in the battlefield. Both Shukabeta and the Cameo warriors are a little afraid of him. As top geniuses, it would not be a good thing for them if Wuxia got involved. Don't you say you don't fight for anything? Why are you stirring up trouble now? Cameo Yudo looked at Wuxia and frowned deeply. Wuxia looked up at the holy light devoutly. The holy light surrounding him was actually connected to the light curtain, and even formed a bridge. They didn't know whether this holy light was Wuxia's intention, or whether these holy lights had their own consciousness. But they knew that if this was the case, Wuxia would also be their enemy. Fire element, earth element, water element converge. Cameo Yudo raised the forked-long sword, and red, brown and blue lights flashed on different forked blades. Volcanic eruption. Endless magma erupted. Shook raised his stone spear and charged. The sound of the earth's core. Every step he took shook the entire earth, and the rest of the ice covering the field began to vibrate. Awoo! After swallowing the runed bone, the giant wolf seemed to have a soul. Not only could it speak, but it could also observe the situation independently. Its movements became extremely agile. and the blue flames burning on its claws could cause huge amounts of additional soul element damage. Wu Xia held the codex in his hands, and the pages turned faster. It seemed that his humanity was scraped away in an instant, leaving only infinite divinity, and the holy light that was so grand that it made people feel scorching. The right amount of holy light can heal people's injuries, but extremely strong holy light can burn the enemy's flesh and blood. Boom! Several people fought together, shaking the earth. Chu Yun, who had already entered the light curtain, sensed the movement, looked outside, and was a little surprised. What the hell is going on? Although the light curtain can block the inside and outside, it does not block the line of sight. Chu Yun is now standing at the entrance of the light curtain and can still see the fierce battle of the people outside. The fighting appearance of several top geniuses made Chu Yun sigh. Chu Yun took out his mobile phone and began to contact Gu Yan and Hua Feng. Golden Holy Dragon's Tomb Exploration Team 3 people. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Everyone. How are you guys doing in the light curtain? New user nickname JJKKNB Gu Yan. I am in a long and narrow passage. I ran at full speed for a long time, but still couldn't reach the end. New user nickname JJKKNB Gu Yan. By the way, there are murals painted around these passages. They seem to be scenes of dragons fighting demons, and those fighting methods depict a bit of charm. I occasionally stop to watch and feel that it helps my fighting method. Chu Yun is curious. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Is the fighting method of the dragon so powerful? It actually makes you. Gu Yan. Learn it. Gu Yan is the eldest daughter of the Gu family. There is a saint like Gu Pan in the family, and there are 3 peerless masters, and the thrones are countless. What can be taught to Gu Yan is definitely the top fighting skills. She actually praised it here? But after all, it is a noble dragon clan, so it should be reasonable for Gu Yan to learn. But to Chu Yun's surprise, Gu Yan's answer was completely the opposite. New user nickname JJKKNB Gu Yan. No. New user nickname JJKKNB Gu Yan. I learned the fighting method of the demon clan. Chu Yun was shocked. He typed a long string of words with his fingers, but finally deleted them slowly. This should be Gu Yan's personal matter. If you ask too much, it may be offensive. After Gu Yan sent this message, he never sent a message in the group again. After a long time, Hua Feng typed a long string of words in the group. Lung Feng Hua Feng, my place is very open. There are many beasts here. I am trying to clean them up. Hua Feng's typing is too slow, and he seems to be in an emergency state of fighting beasts now. So his typing is even worse. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Okay. I know. Then I will start exploring. Putting away the phone, Chu Yun ignored the group of geniuses fighting behind the light curtain and began to move towards the inside. According to the different situations encountered by Gu Yan and Hua Feng, the light curtain should be completely different. There is no reference, so you can only explore it yourself. There are murals here too. Chu Yun began to observe slowly. These murals no longer depict the ecology of the dragons at the beginning, nor the fighting postures of the dragons that Gu Yan saw. The murals here are sacred and noble, as if some kind of elegant ceremony is being held. Chu Yun suddenly raised his eyebrows. A cluster of blood light from nowhere passed by him and rushed towards the dark depths of the passage. There are more and more secrets in this place. Chapter 322 Countless Bloody Beasts. What are these murals hinting at? Chu Yun twisted his chin and thought deeply. The contents of these murals are too abstract. It is really difficult for Chu Yun, a human, to understand the murals about the Dragon Clan. Chu Yun walked and observed. Although it is not possible to decipher the meaning of these murals for the time being, it is not a problem to copy them one-to-one in his mind. At this moment, a strange movement sounded in the depths of the passage. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows and looked into the depths. This is the sound of the beasts moving. How could there be beasts here? Chu Yun was very puzzled. Chu Yun was very puzzled by the ferocious beast in Hua Feng's place just now. This place should be the forbidden land of the Golden Holy Dragon. How could there be a ferocious beast? And the blood light just now. Mysteries are really one after another. At this moment, the ferocious beast in the depths has already run out. This is a standing, tall tiger with knotted muscles, holding 2 huge rough machetes in his arms. And his eyes are extremely fierce. Suppressing Golden Tiger. Level 62. HP 5853100000. Tiger bite. Suppressing Golden Tiger is extremely hungry. Will bite the enemy and devour flesh and blood. and when swallowing successfully, restore 5% of HP. Intermittent fighting spirit suppressing golden tiger has exhausted its blood and chi, and all attributes are reduced by 99%. But the suppressing golden tiger can forcefully raise its spirits, restore its attributes to normal, and increase all attributes by 15%, which lasts for 30 seconds, and its whole body revealed an extremely fierce, but also extremely decadent aura. The strength of the whole body has been exhausted. Even the double swords are not so powerful, and the blood bar is even more depleted. To put it bluntly, it is a bloody skin. Obviously, it has been trapped here for a long time. A throne-level beast has been here for who knows how many years, and it has been worn down to this state, let alone fighting. I am afraid it is very difficult to stand up. Want to take me as food? Chu Yun instantly saw through the tiger's intentions and sneered. This Jinjin tiger must have been lying on the ground to prevent the original power of life from leaking. After smelling his diamond-level aura, it hurried over and wanted to take him as food. But how could Chu Yun be defeated as it thought? That will cost you your life. With a twist of his wrist, the staff of life source appeared in his hand. Healing reversed. The green light shot towards Jinjinhu. Jinjinhu sneered and did not move, intending to take this move head-on. A mere diamond-level human also wants to use skills to break his exaggerated throne-level defense? Even if he only has a trace of blood, he can't be shaken by the diamond level. The domain pressure of the throne level is not something that this diamond-level human can penetrate. However, at this time, this reversed healing technique penetrated Jinjinhu's body. Jinjinhu's eyes widened. It's real damage. The tiger spoke in human language, eyes full of disbelief. Slowly knelt on the ground, spitting out blood, and died completely. This arrogant and domineering throne-level beast was instantly killed by Chu Yun. Chu Yun Dong slammed the life source staff on the ground, frowned and watched the blood on Jinjinhu's body surge and fly into the depths. There are more and more secrets. Speaking, Chu Yun kicked Jinjinhu's body. But this is the first time I have seen a throne-level beast that can really speak. The throne level is a watershed. Whether it is a human or a beast, the beasts that have reached the throne level will be spiritual, and begin to have wisdom that can rival humans. They can also easily learn the common language of humans, and it is not surprising that they can speak human language. This is also explained in many textbooks. But it is still the first time that Chu Yun has seen a talking beast of the throne level in reality. After searching the body of Jinjinhu, Chu Yun found a surprise treasure. It has been a long time since I found something explosive on the body of a beast. This is a clean tiger bone, which looks like a weapon. Big tiger bone. Category, short stick. Level requirement, level 60. Professional requirement, none. Effect, strength plus 10%. Strength plus 200 million. Durability, 31/400. Tiger roar, immediately simulates a tiger's roar, causing fear for 0.1 to 5 seconds to all targets within the range. And the fear time depends on the target's fear resistance. Cooling time 24 hours. A mediocre weapon that is neither strong nor weak. But the highlight is that it is a throne-level weapon. It can be sold and exchanged for rule crystal stones. Chu Yun happily put this big tiger bone into the storage ring. Soon, Chu Yun continued to move forward. On the way forward, Chu Yun could see the wailing and decadent throne-level beasts from time to time. They attacked Chu Yun one after another, and Chu Yun also killed them with a casual move to cause real damage and looted their relics. A great harvest. The things I have received now should be enough to sell 50 rule crystal stones. Chu Yun thought happily, but at the same time, Chu Yun's heart was full of doubts. After the death of these beasts, the blood of the essence of life will spread to the deepest part. What is in the deepest part? Chu Yun moved forward again and found a wall. Huh? Is this the end? Chu Yun frowned deeply. This shouldn't be. Oh my god! Chu Yun was shocked. This wall was shaking slightly. Chu suddenly looked up and found that this wall was not as high as the ceiling. Under the holy light emitted by the staff of the source of life, Chu Yun found that there were dense green scales on this wall. This is actually a giant snake. This giant snake is so big that it completely blocks the way. Like a wall. What a tall snake! Chu Yun couldn't help but exclaimed. This snake stayed here quietly, but it seemed to be waiting for an opportunity to move and devour the world. Swallowing Sky Python. Level, 73. HP, 7050505000. Giant snake body when swallowing Sky Python is hit by physical damage. Ignores 75% of its damage. Passive skill. Extreme emptiness. All abilities of swallowing sky python are no longer usable. And it is permanently paralyzed. And all attributes are reduced by 99%. Decay HP limit is reduced by 99%. It turned out to be a peerless beast. Chu Yun was sweating coldly in an instant. A beast from the Jew century could kill him with just a little movement. But this sky-swallowing python did not move at all. Just quietly lying there, barely breathing to maintain life. Chu Yun raised the staff of life source and breathed a sigh of relief. A peerless beast that roams the world. Let me take you on your way. Chapter 323. The array of 10,000 blood-feeding newborns. Miraculous healing reversed. The dazzling green light flashed and hit the huge sky-devouring python. The sky-devouring python was so weak that it couldn't even wail. And its defense was broken by this real damage. And it died completely. A huge amount of experience was poured into Chu Yun. What a pity. Now I have reached the maximum level of diamond. And one peerless experience is enough for me to reach the maximum level of star glory. Chu Yun shook his head slightly. But this pity is only for a moment. In becoming stronger, the easiest thing is to upgrade. Just find a fierce beast and kill it. Where is the effort? In order to catch up with the progress of college, Chu Yun upgraded from bronze level to diamond level in just over a month. It seems busy, but it really didn't take much time. If you want to take it slowly, there is no need to rush. In addition, there is a level up Holy Land Duankong training tower in the Slime Academy. So Chu Yun only paid a little attention to the experience. Then, the corpse of the giant snake turned into a huge blood light and spread to the end. A 7-color pill was left at the original place. Chu Yun immediately picked up the pill. Tunshin pill. Special props. A pill filled with 7-color light, containing the life essence of the Tiantuan python, which looks inedible. This pill is very soft and slightly slippery. Chu Yun frowned slightly. Can't swallow it? Although he didn't know what it was used for. It should be very precious. Chu Yun decided to put it in the storage ring. At this time, the Tiandan in his hand suddenly broke, and a cluster of faint light came out from the crack. This cluster of faint light was like a bud, and the surface of the pill was like soil. This cluster of faint light quickly grew taller and bigger, and grew into a small tree. Then it quickly flew into Chu Yun's body and froze somewhere. Chu Yun was slightly stunned, and then showed ecstasy. It's a strange light. This is a strange light from a peerless killer, and it is so precious that it is hard to describe. There are 2 strange lights in Chu Yun's body now. One strange light comes from a strange flower with vitality, which is emitting a light green light at this time, and the other strange light is the strange light of the sky-swallowing python that he has just obtained. It is filled with colorful colors and flows slowly. Many star-level people cannot obtain strange lights, but Chu Yun has 2 at the diamond level. If he tells others about it, it will definitely shock the world. Moreover, the quality of these 2 strange lights is very good. After stabilizing the strange light in his body, Chu Yun moved forward again. Finally, Chu Yun came to the fork in the road. This fork in the road is not a simple fork. In front of Chu Yun is an extremely large and wide square. There are 8 holes around the square. Each hole leads to a direction, and Chu Yun is coming from one direction. In the center of the square, there is a grand altar with many statues of dragon saints carved here. These are real statues, not dragon warriors wrapped in a layer of stone and sleeping. The center of the altar seems to be worshipping something, but it is empty at the moment. In the other 7 directions, there is a dragon word written on them. Chu Yun looked back at the place where he came out, and there are also dragon words there. And these 8 words, when combined, Chu Yun has seen them before. The God's Relics, the Tomb of Dragons, and the entrance where Chu Yun is standing has the word relics written on it. It corresponds to the hidden entrance. It seems that this is the only way to get in here, and no one will compete with me. Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. I can concentrate on solving the puzzle here. First, brainstorm. Chu Yun immediately took a few photos with his mobile phone and posted them in the group. Golden Holy Dragon's Tomb Exploration Team 3 people. I am a Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Photos of the strange altar. Picture. I am a Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. There are 8 more entrances. Picture. I am a Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Do you know where this is? The group is very quiet. Are they busy? Asking the 2 teammates was not enough. Chu Yun also gave these 2 photos to Gu Pan. Gu Pan's avatar was at a roadside stall in the park. holding a pure meat sausage in his hand. Chu Yun couldn't comment on the taste of the avatar of the saint-level professional. He could only say that this avatar had not yet reached the realm that Chu Yun could comprehend. I am a Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Mr. Gu. Can you see a few photos? I am a Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Picture. Picture. What's going on here? After asking, Chu Yun didn't stop. While walking around and observing this place, he used his mobile phone to search for various information on the internet. But the information about the Golden Holy Dragon was too scarce. And the information that Gu Pan gave Chu Yun at that time was almost the most detailed information. Not long after, Gu Pan replied, Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan, Chu Yun. You got a signal in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb? Gu Pan made a puzzled expression. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan, this formation is the 10,000 Bloods Nurturing Newborn formation, which is a secret method that only powerful and difficult to birth egg-born races can use. Did you find it in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb? Chu Yun was overjoyed and replied quickly. I am a Nani and I will protect you, Chu Yun. Yes. I don't know why there is a signal in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. But that's the way it is. I am a Nani and I will protect you, Chu Yun. What effect does this formation have? Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan. This 10,000 Bloods Newborn formation will absorb the blood of the surrounding dead creatures to accumulate energy to prepare for the birth of the egg in the center of the altar. This formation is neither noble nor evil. It is a neutral formation. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan, but the Golden Holy Dragon is noble and elegant. It shouldn't use this formation. And your photo actually captures a bit of the breath of life. I wonder if it is the influence of your skills. Chu Yun frowned slightly. The breath of life? He didn't use any skills here. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. May I ask if this formation can provide energy to the weak Golden Holy Dragon cub? It is almost dying. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan, no. This formation is specifically for cultivating eggs. If a beast goes up, it will be harmful. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan, Chu Yun. You should explore more. You have too little information now. And I can't analyze anything. There must be secrets here that you haven't discovered. Chu Yun nodded slightly. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Got it. After sending the message, Chu Yun put the phone in his pocket. I have to explore this place carefully. Chapter 324 Resurrection of the Golden Holy Dragon Miguang. The Mysterious Altar. The 7 Unknown Entrances. And the main tomb chamber that has not been found so far. Chu Yun decided to take them one by one. He walked closer to the center of the altar, and began to observe carefully. The altar was very wide. About the size of 10 football fields. So Chu Yun could slowly approach it, and react first when encountering danger. And then retreat to avoid it. However, the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon should not be too extremely dangerous. Chu Yun walked carefully to the center of the altar. In the center of the altar was a floating crystal ball about the size of a basketball. And the crystal ball was half full of blood, which occupied about 80% of the space of the crystal ball. And there was still a lack of 20%. Chu Yun looked around and found that no matter what the surrounding sculptures were doing, their front faces were bound to face the crystal ball. And there must be a hand or a weapon or a scepter in the hand pointing at the crystal ball. And all these sculptures were flowing with a faint but inexhaustible blood color. I think this is the formation pattern of the new Wengsuinu. Chu Yun was not familiar with the formation, but just roughly judged it. Because there is such a profession as a formation master. Passers-by basically will not learn the formation. Similarly, there is a pharmacist. And no passers-by will study the production of medicines in depth. Although Chu Yun is the spokesperson of the god of forging recognized by the dwarves, who are good at forging. Chu Yun himself has no experience and means of forging, but relies on his reversal ability to make miracles. It would be nice to have a side job. Chu Yun also wants to have a side job, but there is really no chance. The profession of doctor is still too mediocre, which is a bit of a burden to Chu Yun. Chu Yun shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind and began to observe carefully. Under Chu Yun's observation, he found that there were very thin golden lines in the dark of these blood-colored lines. This golden line suddenly dimmed, and then began to brighten under the blood line somewhere in the entire statue. These golden lines are all integrated with the blood line, and these golden lines are hidden very deeply. If Chu Yun hadn't observed carefully, he would definitely miss them. Chu Yun believed that the photo taken by the mobile phone just now definitely didn't capture this scene. So he quickly took a photo and sent it to Gu Pan. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun, Mr. Gu. There is a very fine golden line hidden under the blood line of the formation. What is going on? Picture soon. Gu Pan replied. Gluttonous gourmet Gu Pan, you actually found this. Gluttonous gourmet Gu Pan, this is the god-level formation of the Golden Holy Dragon. The returning light and shadow formation. When the formation is completed, it can temporarily construct the true body of the deceased in the past, and achieve a short-term true resurrection. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Is it similar to the Duankong Training Tower? Gluttonous gourmet Gu Pan, no. The Duankong Training Tower and the returning light and shadow formation are completely incomparable. Although the Broken Sky Training Tower can and does accurately recreate the slices of the past, it can only be trapped in the Broken Sky Training Tower and cannot come out. While the real body that is temporarily revived by the returning light and tracing shadow array has no limitations. Just by looking at the text, Chu Yun can feel Gu Pan's surprise and enthusiasm. Taotai gourmet Gu Pan, it seems that the Golden Holy Dragon really wants to revive himself temporarily. It takes a lot of blood to guide the returning light and tracing shadow array. I estimate based on the data in the photo you sent. If the crystal ball is filled, it may really be possible to temporarily revive the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang. Taotai gourmet Gu Pan, if you want, you can fill the blood in the crystal ball. In this way, it may be possible to revive the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang. Of course, you can also choose to leave and not touch all these right and wrongs. Taotai gourmet Gu Pan, the choice is in your hands. Resurrection. Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang? Chu Yun held the phone in his hand, stunned where he was. Resurrecting the god-level Golden Holy Dragon? There are god-level masters in the 4 countries now, but they have long faded out of people's sight. For example, the founder of the Tianfeng Empire, Uwentian Shui Tianfeng, is a god-level master, but he has stopped caring about worldly affairs thousands of years ago, and no longer shows up. No one knows whether this god-level master is still alive. Officials have always said that he is alive, but he has never appeared, even during several disasters that almost destroyed the country. From time to time, there are rumors that Shui Tianfeng has passed away. The strongest in the world are basically the holy thrones. There are a total of 7 holy thrones in the Tianfeng Empire, and there are many hidden holy thrones, such as Gu Pan, and each holy throne has tremendous power and authority. They are the pillars of mankind and an important cornerstone for mankind to survive in this world. But no matter how many of these holy thrones there are, even if all of them are added together, they cannot resist the idea of a God throne. God throne. As the name suggests, this is God. And Chu Yun now has to decide whether to revive a god. Chu Yun closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. I am a Nani and I will protect you, Chu Yun. I understand. Chu Yun did not tell Gu Pan about his action, because now Chu Yun had to make a bold decision. He chose to take a gamble. See what would happen if the Golden Holy Dragon was resurrected. And Chu Yun was also very curious about where the Golden Holy Dragon's coffin was located, so that this light tracing shadow array could revive it. Chu Yun put away his phone and began to stride towards an entrance nearby. These places must be able to answer some of his questions. This entrance was pitch black. Chu Yun held the staff of the source of life to illuminate it. It looked no different from the passage he came from. It can even be said that there is a large group of dying beasts lying here, exactly the same as the passage they came from. A leopard lying on the ground was wailing softly, and when it saw Chu Yun coming, it didn't react at all. It only had this little strength left. When chasing cheetah level, 63 HP, endless exhaustion when chasing cheetah is permanently trapped. Passive skill. Dying decay when chasing cheetah is close to dying. The upper limit of HP is changed to 1000 points, and the rest of the attributes are reduced by 99%. Chu Yun shook his head and said a word. Countless powerful beasts of the throne level can only lament and fall here, on the verge of death. And Chu Yun, of course, will give them a quick death. I'll send you off. With a swish, the light of vitality sank into the body of the wind-chasing cheetah, killing it instantly. And its flesh and blood suddenly surged with blood, and rushed out of the entrance. Chapter 325 Hua Feng Fierce Fight. Sure enough, this situation confirmed a certain conjecture in Chu Yun's mind. In an instant, Chu Yun turned around and rushed out with the blood light. Soon, the blood light of the swift wind chasing the cheetah was injected into the body of the crystal ball, causing the height inside to rise a little. Chu Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. If this crystal ball is filled, Chu Yun looked at the height of the blood energy in the crystal ball just now and the current height. Although it only increased a little, It was also extremely impressive. If there were throne-level beasts lying in these 7 entrances, Chu Yun would kill them one by one. And it would look just right. Chu Yun cheered up and went to that entrance again. Give those throne-level or even peerless beasts a good time. While replenishing the blood energy of the crystal ball, Chu Yun was also collecting the drops of these throne-level beasts. These are all throne-level treasures that require rule crystal stones to exchange. And correspondingly, they can also be used to exchange rule crystal stones. And these throne-level beasts are only left with a bloody skin, dying, although their defense is extremely strong. Chu Yun's reversal skills are all real damage. Chu Yun waved the staff of the source of life and quickly harvested the lives of these powerful beasts. And the blood energy of the crystal ball in the center of the altar is gradually rising. Chu Yun has found his direction, and his actions are orderly. But Hua Feng's side is not so easy. Ha! Hua Feng shouted, and the long sword in his hand suddenly slashed. And a beast that was rushing towards him was immediately cut in half, and blood splattered. However, this dead beast has further stimulated the bloodiness of the surrounding beasts. And they attacked Hua Feng crazily. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 more swords slashed. And the 3 beasts were cut in half without any obstruction. The broken bodies piled up behind Hua Feng, forming a small hill. And the beasts rushing in front of him seemed to be endless. I've killed almost 10,000 beasts. How many are left? Could it be that this place is connected to the lair of some ferocious beasts? These ferocious beasts are so endless. Hua Feng gritted his teeth and held back the strange feeling that surged in his body. Just when he relaxed due to exhaustion and gasping for breath, he was sprayed with venom by the ferocious beasts that used venom. Now he is in a strong negative state, which will strongly disturb his mind, making him tired and hesitant to draw his sword. There are many types of these ferocious beasts, including iron turtles that are good at defending with long thorns, skeleton monkey archers that sneak attack from a distance, and tigers with sharp claws and extremely domineering. These ferocious beasts are all at the peak of the Star Glory level and are extremely difficult to deal with. Hua Feng is fighting against hundreds of people alone, and he needs to be alert all the time. He is already very tired after fighting until now. If you take too much healing medicine in a short period of time, the effect will gradually weaken. Hua Feng took out a green pill from the storage ring, raised his head and swallowed it, and his stiff face finally got better. Well, the effect of the medicine is only 30% now. Just as Hua Feng was thinking, a beast hiding in the dark, waiting for Hua Feng to relax, suddenly pounced on him. Hua Feng was startled, then quickly reacted and swung his sword to cut. Clang! A sharp long sword was held by a huge hippopotamus standing and walking, and suddenly collided with Hua Feng's long sword. Sparks flew. Although the hippopotamus was huge and fat, its movements were not slow, light and swift, and the long sword in his hand was wielded vigorously. And in an instant, it fought against Hua Feng for hundreds of moves. This hippopotamus is a genius among the fierce beasts, and its fighting power is unrivaled. Binwu hippopotamus. Level 59. HP. Quick eyes and quick hands. Binwu hippopotamus will constantly catch flaws when attacking the enemy. If the flaw is hit, the damage of this attack will be doubled, and 50% of the damage will be converted into real damage. Passive skill. Storm. Binwu hippopotamus increases its attack speed by 100% for 20 seconds. Fighting harder and harder. Binwu hippopotamus will gradually increase its armor penetration effect when fighting the enemy, and it will increase to 50% armor penetration after 5 minutes. Passive skill. Ding ding ding. Hua Feng's simple long sword and Binwu hippopotamus's sharp long knife kept colliding. The man and the beast had fought for hundreds of rounds, with countless flashes of swords and shadows, and the surrounding beasts were so frightened that they dared not approach at all, fearing that they would be affected and cut into 2 pieces by the sword energy and sword light. Cough. Hua Feng's internal injuries became more and more serious, and he couldn't help coughing up blood. Under normal circumstances, Hua Feng was confident that he could kill the Binwu hippopotamus with his sword within 10 rounds. But he had been fighting for a long time, and his whole body from spirit to flesh was too exhausted, and his internal injuries were further eroded by the fierce battle. Seeing this, the Binwu hippopotamus immediately laughed strangely and swung his sword angrily. Clang! Hua Feng tried his best to raise his sword to block, but was repelled far by the Binwu hippopotamus and crashed into the wall, raising countless smoke and dust. Hua Feng, who was sitting on the ground, couldn't help but cough violently, looking at the approaching Binwu hippo. He raised the ancient long sword in his hand. But Hua Feng's pupil shrank. There was a crack on his ancient sword. If the swordsman broke his sword, he would only die in battle. Oh! It seems God wants me to die here. The healing pills have diluted the effect. And the magic scrolls that can be used are in a cooling state that the same type of scrolls cannot be used continuously. And the ancient long sword that he relied on to fight also had cracks. Hua Feng suddenly smiled, held the sword in his hand, and stood up. At this moment, his temperament has completely changed. The sharpness of the life source gushed out on Hua Feng's body. If Hua Feng just now was an adventurer who wanted to retreat unscathed, then Hua Feng now is a swordsman who is ready to die. The beasts gathered around, who were not afraid of death, became timid and retreated frantically after sensing the sharpness. And Bin Wu Hippo's heart was also alarmed. The human in front of him was actually ready to die in exchange for death. It didn't want to die yet. In an instant, Bin Wu Hippo retreated violently, trying to avoid Hua Feng's attack, and had no intention of fighting again. But when two people meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. Bin Wu Hippo had no intention of fighting, so he could only see the flash of sword light. The attack was like a storm, but the defense was helpless. The long sword in Bin Wu Hippo's hand fell to the ground, and the broad head was cut off by Hua Feng's sword, and blood gushed out. Yu Feng's sword. Wuji! Hua Feng swung his sword and chopped it off. He suddenly lost strength, walked forward a few steps, and finally fell to the ground, fainting. The cracks in the ancient long sword in his hand had spread. Ka! With a slight sound, the long sword broke into two pieces. In this light curtain adventure, Hua Feng won a tragic victory. Chapter 326 What Gu Yan Saw. In another light curtain, Gu Yan walked in the darkness, full of thoughts. As she walked, she observed the scenes of dragons fighting against demons on the murals. These murals are not like the murals outside, which have an abstract beauty unique to the dragons. These murals are extremely realistic, as if they were taken with a camera. And there is no other content in the paintings, all of which are scenes of dragons fighting against demons. So real, so fierce. Gu Yan walked here, and these pictures that penetrated the ears seemed to be right in front of her. A long, long time ago, the human race was far from being so prosperous. The most powerful forces in the world were the fierce beasts and the demons, because the intelligence of the fierce beasts was completely melted and could only be restored at the throne level. The fierce beasts could not pose any threat to the dragons at all. The dragons lived in a beautiful place and occupied most of the world's cutting-edge resources. Then, the demons invaded. The demons coveted the territory occupied by the dragons and spread the demonic energy. Flowers and birds died. The blue sky turned black, and the earth became filthy. The three most powerful dragons, the Golden Holy Dragon, the Dark Demon Dragon, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex, led many dragons to resist the demons' attack. This long battle that spread to countless places lasted for thousands of years, and was known as the Dragon-Demon War. In the late stage of the Dragon-Demon War, the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang used himself as bait to successfully trap 4 god-level demon kings. The remaining Golden Holy Dragons, Dark Demon Dragons, and Tyrannical Dragons took the opportunity to launch a general attack on the demons with the other dragons. The battle line that had been leveling for thousands of years was suddenly broken, and the dragons began to counterattack the demons. Without the command of the god-level demon kings, the demons suddenly split themselves. Factions arose, and internal conflicts continued. In addition, without the god-level demon kings, the combat power was even more insufficient. They were defeated in the battle, and were gradually wiped out by the dragons. The living space was quickly squeezed, and then they lost the last piece of territory, and were completely driven underground by the dragons. Since then, there are no more gatherings of demons on the ground. But in order to prevent the 4 god-level demon kings from escaping, the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang used all his strength to banish the 4 god-level demon kings forever. And the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang completely fell because of exhaustion of power. This mural is praising this history. It is praising the owner of this tomb, the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang, who sacrificed his life to completely defeat the demons. Gu Yan looked at the fighting methods of these demons, and in a trance, a giant sickle appeared in her hand and slashed through the air. These fighting methods of the demons that seemed to be right in front of her were extremely helpful to increase her combat experience. That's right. All her skills came from the demons. Suddenly, Gu Yan came back to her senses, quickly retracted the giant sickle, and slowly covered her heart. There was not only a beating heart in it, but also a strange fragment emitting a dark and thick ink, which was constantly eroding Gu Yan and giving Gu Yan strength. Heh. Gu Yan laughed at herself. In her mind, the eager and fearful expressions of the Gu family flashed. Her parents' disappointed and stern eyes flashed. The fear and curiosity of the students in the Slime Academy towards her flashed. And finally Chu Yun's calm expression flashed. She was full of demonic energy. While the rigid young man could use infinite vitality, maybe they were a perfect match. Suddenly, Gu Yan's smile became much happier involuntarily. She quickened her pace and walked deeper. He had already seen most of the contents on the mural, so there was no need to keep track of his steps. She wanted to know what was at the end of this road. The mural changed as she moved forward. At this time, the mural next to Gu Yan, the Golden Holy Dragon Misty, had begun to arrange the formation. They would reach the end soon. For God-level demon kings came towards the Golden Holy Dragon Misty Light and were finally trapped by the formation. "We're here," Gu Yan spoke. In front of her was a not very wide platform, which was filled with a coffin. But to Gu Yan's surprise, this coffin was not from the Dragon Clan, but from the Demon Clan. In a trance, Gu Yan saw the lid of the coffin, which was pushed open by the hand inside, revealing a wide and terrifying look. Gu Yan was frightened and broke into a cold sweat, but found that the coffin did not move at all. Everything just now was just an illusion. After a sigh of relief, Gu Yan approached the coffin and slowly opened it. Endless black air spread out from the gap in the coffin. On the other side, Chu Yun has cleared all the beasts in the 7 entrances. These entrances have ends, and they contain thousands of throne-level beasts and more than 50 peerless beasts, all of which are dying and extremely fragile. Chu Yun killed them with one move. Chu Yun, who has killed them all, has obtained unimaginable resources. There are already hundreds of regular crystal stones, and even 5 strange lights have been harvested, and various precious materials are countless. A dragon horn emitting strange flashes, alternating between scorching heat and icy cold, a can of strange blood with bubbles, after soaking the fingers, can continuously beat the fingers, exercise defense, and increase the upper limit of life value, a music box that can sing music, only a few ancient songs. But when switching to a happy song, the audience will dance involuntarily. There are so many treasures that Chu Yun can't see them all at once. Now is not a good time to count the harvest. The real big work is about to begin. Chu Yun came to the crystal ball with an armored turtle in his pocket. The blood energy here is about to be filled, and only the last bit is needed. If it is filled, the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang may be resurrected. No one can guarantee what will happen after his resurrection, but Chu Yun dares to take a gamble, because he has confidence and chips that is. He and the Golden Egg are the contractors. If the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang wants to take care of the Golden Egg, then he will never leave him as the contractor. It's worth a gamble. Chu Yun took out the beast-controlling ball, took the Golden Egg out, and killed the armored turtle with the staff of the Source of Life. A stream of blood light surged up and floated into the crystal ball. The last trace of blood energy was filled. The moment the blood energy on the crystal ball was filled, all the statues on the altar burst into blood light, and then golden light flourished. All the blood energy in the crystal ball instantly changed from red to brilliant gold, and the infinite light that burst out made Chu Yun unable to look directly at it. Then, Chu Yun felt his feet begin to shake. The vibration affected the periphery, and instantly spread to the entire mausoleum, and then shook the countless ruins on the yellow sand, and finally, spread to the entire world. This is a sign of the revival of the throne of God. Chapter 327 Golden Holy Dragon Misleading Light. Outside the light screens, Kamio Yudo and others who were still fighting could not help but stop, and were all stunned. Where did this vibration come from? The traces of their battle had already broken up the ice blocks created by Chu Yun's release of the Ice Age, and melted them. The adventurers trapped in the ice blocks successfully broke free, but were also knocked down by the earthquake. What happened to the Golden Holy Dragon Tomb? This earthquake is too strong. The solid soil and rocks in the sky fell down due to the vibration, and the stable ground under their feet also cracked into countless cracks. The flying ability of the star-level professionals is still rare, and they are still too small under this trembling power that seems like the anger of nature. Many adventurers with unstable center of gravity fell to the ground immediately. Some of them barely climbed up by themselves. Some were rescued by teammates, and some fell into the bottomless cracks or were buried by countless rocks that fell down. Shook and Beta rode on the giant wolf, jumping back and forth among the boulders to avoid falling rocks. Wuxiao was covered with holy light, wrapping him and floating slowly. Cameo Yudo, who was standing in the middle of the Cameo Samurai Corps, suddenly swung the forked sword, and the sword light turned into a wind blade, cutting off a boulder that fell and approached. The boulder split apart, and the dust filled the sky, but it did not hit their Cameo Samurai Corps. Huh? Cameo Yudo breathed a sigh of relief, frowned and looked at the situation around him that seemed to be collapsing, gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. What happened? Outside the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum, all the top masters in the world were moved. The God-given empire, in the center of the magnificent church emitting infinite holy light, an archangel with 12 pairs of white wings behind him held a holy scepter and prayed to God. The countless holy babies transformed by holy light around him were holding musical instruments, playing and playing music, and the notes turned into holy light, gentle and infinite. Suddenly, the archangel sensed something. He stopped praying, turned around and looked at the door of the church, looking thousands of miles away. That was the direction of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum. All the holy babies around him quickly dissipated and turned into holy light like broken gold. Golden Holy Dragon Miguang? Blue Moon Empire. The cold wind is howling. This is a land frozen by ice and snow. But in it, there is a vibrant oasis. An old and lonely wizard, holding a rough staff made of dead wood and stone, stood on a wild boar as big as a hill, commanding the cold wind to blow elsewhere, not to invade the oasis on which they depend for survival. The cold wind seemed to have life, and could understand his command better, blowing away. Every day, he needs to talk to the cold wind for 5 or 6 minutes, telling them not to get close. The old wizard smiled slightly, and was about to turn back, but his body paused. He sensed something. The old wizard's cloudy eyes stared blankly in one direction. Golden Holy Dragon. The Wind Rage Empire. In the deep mountains and old forests, countless black ghost fires are surging and making evil laughs. The expressions of these ghost fires are different. Some are happy. Some are sad. Some are excited. Some are calm. Some are angry. Some are timid. Some are disgusted. Some are sympathetic. And there are countless of them. But what they have in common is that their calls are extremely ghostly, which can make people feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. A cold ninja in black clothes, covering his face with only his eyebrows and eyes, stopped here and looked at these jumping ghost fires coldly. These ghost fires are extremely arrogant, but they can never escape from a certain area of this mountain forest. They have been sealed for a long time. At this moment, the ninja felt something and looked in a certain direction. Is this world, a new throne of God about to be born? Tianfeng Empire. A sun shone into half of the office. A refined man with gold-rimmed glasses was sitting at the desk, writing something quickly with a fountain pen. This desk is extremely large. On the left is a pile of papers, comparable to a small building. On the right is a variety of messy arrangements, including computers, chess games, sand tables, Zoom cities, etc. And this office is even more exaggeratedly large, as big as a square. And this office seems to have the same function as a study. There are many bookshelves in this office, with countless books, and it is vast and boundless. A book on a bookshelf seemed to be guided and suddenly flew towards the desk, held in the hands of the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Just as he was about to flip through it, he suddenly stopped and chose to push his gold-rimmed glasses. Golden Holy Dragon Miguang. Slime Academy. Gu Pan, who was sitting on the old chair in the shabby store and browsing his phone, suddenly paused. He sensed something and slowly took the phone away. He had guessed a fact. After confirming this feeling, Gu Pan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Chu Yun, I didn't expect you to really choose to revive the Golden Holy Dragon Miguang. I hope everything will develop in a good direction. Chu Yun's choice was not within Gu Pan's expectations. Gu Pan, who can calculate everything with his time and space ability, can never calculate Chu Yun's fate. Chu Yun's past and future are always shrouded in a fog. And the Golden Holy Dragon Miguang is naturally kind. But who can say for sure whether there will be any other unexpected situations? This is the resurrection of the throne level. Chu Yun chose to take a gamble. And so did Gu Pan. If Gu Pan didn't want Chu Yun to take a gamble, He would have exaggerated during the mobile phone communication and deceived Chu Yun that this was an evil magic formation. But Gu Pan chose to tell the truth, which was also a gamble. The future is in turmoil. Just around the corner. Gu Yan closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. Countless times in spaces of war and wailing flashed in the estimation. We must take a gamble. A gamble on the hope of the Tianfeng Empire, and even the entire human race, or all civilizations. Inside the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, in front of the formation, Chu Yun saw the golden light of countless statues on the left and right began to converge towards the crystal ball. Under the altar, a huge coffin suddenly solidified, sacred and solemn. Chu Yun was shocked to find that what he was standing on was the coffin lid of the Golden Holy Dragon Miguang. And this place was the main tomb chamber. But he just didn't notice it. Countless streams of light flowed out from the cracks of the coffin, each of which carried a power that Chu Yun could not imagine, and then gathered together in midair. A huge golden dragon stood in front of Chu Yun. Instantly, Chu Yun's whole body and soul began to tremble from the inside out. The one standing in front of him was not a living creature. The majesty that made the whole world tremble. This is a throne that has just been resurrected. Golden Holy Dragon Miguang. Chapter 328 The Revival of the Throne. The eyes of the Golden Holy Dragon Miguang slid downwards, and instantly noticed the golden egg sleeping in Chu Yun's arms. The divine gaze of the throne suddenly turned into the love and tenderness of a mother. Child. Miguang's huge body began to shrink, and finally turned into the appearance of a human woman, with long golden hair fluttering, like a mother who had not seen her child for a long time. Exuding the radiance of maternal love, he walked towards Chu Yun, naturally took the golden egg from Chu Yun's arms, held it in his arms, and swayed it slightly. The golden egg was still sleeping soundly, but the strange but warm feeling in his arms made it extremely happy, and it couldn't help but slowly squirmed. Instantly, 2 lines of full hot tears flowed from Miguang's eyes. My child, Mom finally sees you. After countless days and nights of waiting, Mom finally sees you. The golden egg is actually the child of the Golden Holy Dragon Miguang. Although Chu Yun had guessed before, he didn't expect it to be true. The weight of a mother's love is heavier than the mountains. Miguang caressed the slightly thin body of the golden egg with heartache. My poor child. You haven't eaten since you were born. You are so thin from hunger. Chu Yun sweated. He didn't abuse the golden egg. If Chu Yun had a bite to eat, the golden egg must be able to eat. But the golden egg really doesn't eat anything, regardless of whether it was a can of pet food that was so noble that it was exaggerated, or a precious medicine that Chu Yun had to spend all his efforts to buy. The golden egg did not even look at it, and did not want to eat it at all. Even if he ate it occasionally, he could not absorb any nutrition. He had no choice. But fortunately, Miguang did not pay attention to Chu Yun at this time. While whispering to the golden egg, he stretched out his hand and twisted it in the air. The statues that had become dim due to the gradual fading of the golden light all flashed with surging red light. It was the 10,000 Bloods' new life formation. The Huiguang Tracing Shadow Formation resurrected the Golden Holy Dragon Miguang, but never lost the power of the 10,000 Bloods' new life formation. Endless blood and inexhaustible golden light poured into Miguang's hands, and were easily pinched into a small pill by him. This pill is only a small one, but it contains infinite energy. Be good, child. Mom will feed you medicine. Miguang comforted the gradually awakening golden egg in her arms, and sent the pill to its mouth, letting it swallow it. The golden egg's eyes, which were drooping due to extreme fatigue, suddenly widened. The blood-colored energy and bright golden light flashed in its body at the same time, and Chu Yun could feel that its level was rising steadily. The gold level that trapped the golden egg for a long time broke through in an instant. Reached the platinum level. The breath is still rising. Reached the diamond level. Reached the star level. The breath is still inexhaustible. The golden elixir is trying to overcome the towering pass of the throne level. The throne level pass that has been blocked by countless so-called geniuses. Suddenly, the golden egg swallowed its saliva, as if it had completely swallowed the elixir. At this moment, Chu Yun seemed to hear the sound of the eggshell breaking. This is the sound of life being born again. Boom! A layer of heat waves suddenly rushed out from the body of the golden egg, sweeping away the dust around it. With an extremely powerful momentum, Chu Yun was immediately affected. Before he could defend himself, a layer of golden light shield that was so thin that it was almost transparent suddenly covered Chu Yun's body. easily blocking the heat emitted by the golden egg. It was Mi Guang who took action. After a while, the heat subsided, and Chu Yun hurriedly looked at the golden egg in Mi Guang's arms. At this time, the golden egg was covered with shining scales, looking majestic, and each scale contained extremely powerful power, which was completely different from the past. The golden egg had entered the realm of the throne, and was officially born in the name of the golden holy dragon in the true sense. Although the golden egg was already the throne, and its strength was countless times stronger than before, the golden egg's mind had not improved much, and it was still just a child. At this time, lying in the arms of his mother Mi Guang, shaking his body and giggling. "Child, my child." Mi Guang hugged the golden egg with joy, enjoying the intimacy from the golden egg. After a long time, Mi Guang raised her beautiful head and looked at Chu Yun. In an instant, Chu Yun seemed to have told Mi Guang everything he knew, without hiding anything, and Mi Guang's expression gradually relaxed, looking at Chu Yun with a smile. "Called Jin Dan? Right. This name is not very good." Being criticized by the God Throne for his naming taste, Chu Yun had an indescribable feeling of complaining in his heart that wanted to erupt. But he finally suppressed it in his heart. Mi Guang muttered to himself, "The descendants of the Tyrannosaurus Rex Fafnir actually found this place, and took my child away. It really embarrassed Fafnir. Fortunately, the ending is good." Mi Guang looked at Chu Yun again, with a gentle look. "It is a blessing for Jin Dan to meet such an excellent contractor, and bring Jin Dan here to wake me up. Hee hee. I don't deserve it. Hee hee." Chu Yun smiled with a slightly stiff mouth. Just now, the Red Dragon Warrior was still complaining about how the golden egg had contracted with him. Chu Yun's current diamond level is nothing in front of the Golden Holy Dragon clan. Mi Guang hugged the golden egg reluctantly, and finally stuffed it back into Chu Yun's arms. Although the golden egg was reluctant to leave its mother's arms, it was back in Chu Yun's arms, so it lay in Chu Yun's arms at ease. Mi Guang's eyes were full of tenderness. "Chu Yun, from now on, the road of the golden egg depends on you to go hand in hand." "What?" Chu Yun frowned. "As a mother, don't you raise a golden egg?" "Oh, my light tracing array can only allow me to revive for 10 minutes. Mi Guang looked at Chu Yun and smiled. "The future depends on you. Only for 10 minutes? Chu Yun was shocked. "But I have accumulated so much blood energy just now, and I can only revive you for 10 minutes? This little bit of blood energy of the throne is not worth mentioning in front of the throne. If this little bit of blood energy can really keep the throne alive for 10 minutes, it would be a great miracle." Mi Guang shook his head. "This blood energy is used by the 10,000 bloods to nourish new life. When the blood energy is accumulated to full, it will activate the light tracing array at the same time, allowing me to revive for a short time, and then operate the 10,000 bloods to nourish new life array so that my child can be born. The Golden Holy Dragon usually does not need to use this formation to nurture its eggs, as they have infinite power. But Mi Guang died and could not nurture them, so he had to resort to this last resort and set up the 10,000 bloods nurturing newborn formation." A guess came to Chu Yun's mind, and he murmured in a voiceless voice. But Mi Guang spoke first. "Yes, the purpose of this mausoleum is to give birth to my child." Chapter 329 The Truth. Chu Yun's heart was filled with 1,000 waves. This can be described as one wave after another. Countless historical books have speculated on who the owner of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb is, and also speculated on the reason for the existence of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb, and for the faction that speculated that it was Mi Guang. There are also countless theories. One theory is that there are countless treasures hidden here, and it is the final place where the Golden Holy Dragon saves his treasures. The second theory is that this is the place where the Dragon Clan worships and fights, and the dragons will enter the tomb from time to time to worship, exercise, and pay homage to the ancestors. The third theory is that this is just a simple burial place for the Golden Holy Dragon, and countless mechanisms are hidden here to prevent later tomb robbers from disturbing the peace. In addition, there are countless branch theories, but none of them guess that this place was created to raise children, because the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang never had any love history during his lifetime. Even the most gossipy unofficial history only secretly fabricated some of Mi Guang's romantic deeds. But no one dared to say that Mi Guang had descendants. Otherwise it would be criticized by readers, saying that it was too illogical. Whose offspring is the golden egg? Chu Yun asked for some reason. For some reason, he was very curious, and the answer that Mi Guang was about to read out seemed to be extremely beneficial to Chu Yun. Mi Guang looked at Chu Yun with a little surprise. His cheeks slightly flushed, and some thoughts and beauty emerged. Cryas? What is this? Chu Yun frowned slightly. He was unfamiliar with this name. Mi Guang smiled again. His name may not be known to the world, but his name is widely known. His name is God of Life. When Chu Yun heard the last 4 words, he felt that the life energy in his body began to surge wildly. The shock these 4 words brought to Chu Yun was also completely extraordinary. After a long time, Chu Yun took a breath. I really didn't expect that the golden egg was actually the child of the golden holy dragon Mi Guang and the God of Life Cryas. It was so shocking. At this time, Chu Yun had another doubt. The God of Life controls life. Why didn't he come to revive you? The God of Life and the God of Death are the most mysterious and suspected to be the most powerful thrones. They control life and death respectively, restricting and competing with each other. But if the God of Life wants to revive Mi Guang, it will not be a problem. Moreover, in the war between the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan that Chu Yun knew, Mi Guang almost gave everything he had. But there was no trace of the God of Life in it. According to the situation of Mi Guang and Cryas, it is impossible for the God of Life Cryas not to come to save his wife. Hearing this, Mi Guang shook his head bitterly. Do you know why when the battle between your Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan has been going on for nearly 1,000 years, there is no evidence of any ferocious beasts involved? Chu Yun was stunned. Isn't it that the ferocious beasts are not intelligent enough to cause too much trouble? No. This is only true for ferocious beasts below the throne level. But ferocious beasts above the throne level can already suppress their ferocity and develop intelligence. Mi Guang shook his head. If an animal is infected with a ferocity that is difficult to remove for 1,000 years, then there will only be one classification left: ferocious beasts. And the animals that are not infected with the ferocity are classified separately, such as the Dragon Clan, the Human Clan, the Fox Clan, etc. These races have their own intelligence and are extremely smart. Only when the ferocious beasts reach the throne level can they begin to suppress their ferocity and regain their intelligence. So, the reason why the dragons and demons have been fighting for thousands of years and have not been invaded by ferocious beasts is the God of Life. Yes. Mi Guang seemed to recall the past. Cryas went to the ancient wilderness and suppressed the source of the birth of ferocious beasts, and then never came back. His voice was very light, but Chu Yun heard a heavy sadness in it. Chu Yun didn't know what to say at this time. Ask him to comfort a throne? Now the God of Life has not appeared for nearly 10,000 years, and his life and death are uncertain. So he dare not boast and admit anything. After Cryas went to the ancient wilderness and never returned, I suddenly found that I was pregnant with his child. Mi Guang smiled gently, looking at the golden egg with wide eyes in Chu Yun's arms. But at that time, our dragon race had been fighting fiercely with the demon race, and every minute and every second could decide everything. I couldn't give birth to it safely and nurture it with peace of mind. You humans also know what happened later. I created the God trapping array, trapped 4 God-throned demon kings to death, and exhausted almost all of my strength to exile them forever. I was extremely exhausted and gave birth to my child. But my strength was almost exhausted and I couldn't nurture it. So I used the last of my strength to build this mausoleum, and engraved the 10,000 bloods nurturing new life array that I disdained to use in the past, and the Huiguang tracing shadow array that resurrected me. Mi Guang explained in great detail. As if he didn't want everything, he had to be lost forever. The resurrection array is a magic array that resurrects the remains of the deceased, if one dies in the prime of life and his flesh and blood are well preserved. Using the resurrection array to revive is basically the same as a real resurrection, but my body is too weak and on the verge of collapse. Now I am satisfied with 10 minutes after resurrection. Mi Guang looked at the golden egg and couldn't help crying. His body also began to become dazed. 10 minutes? About to end. My child. How much I want to watch you grow up. How much I want to see the future world with you. How much I want to live a little longer. But there is nothing I can do. Mi Guang reached out his hand, wanting to touch the golden egg, but was afraid that he would miss it. So he slowly withdrew his hand. Finally, Mi Guang looked at Chu Yun. Chu Yun, since you are the contractor of my child, you must have the ability to lead my child on the right path. After that, Mi Guang pointed his finger, and the golden light turned into a holy dragon, touching Chu Yun's body. A mysterious feeling surged in Chu Yun's body. Chu Yun felt that in addition to the huge vitality in his body, There was another ability. Noble and domineering golden dragon energy. Mi Guang smiled. This is the new profession I gave you. The Holy Dragon Guide. Chu Yun's body seemed to have unlocked something in an instant. Unlock a new profession. New profession, Holy Dragon Guide. Speed increased by 50%. And all attributes except speed increased by 100%. Holy Dragon Guide. When the Golden Holy Dragon is within 1,000 meters, the professional will cause an additional 30% fire damage when causing damage to the Golden Holy Dragon. And the speed of gaining experience will be increased by 100%. Passive skill. Holy Dragon Guardian professionals can consume health points to add an equal amount of shield to the Golden Holy Dragon. The Golden Holy Dragon with this shield gains a 50% blood-sucking effect. When the Golden Holy Dragon restores health points, it will also heal the professional. Passive skill. Chapter 330 Unlocking a New Profession, Holy Dragon Guide. A large number of skills appeared later, making Chu Yun dazzled. In addition to these skills, there are many talents that are constantly effective. Talents are similar to passive skills, both of which are passive continuous effect bonuses. But passive skills will be forcibly interrupted by skill interruption effects, while talents will not. Talent dragons might when all creatures other than dragons become hostile to you. They will encounter dragon rebukes. All attributes will be reduced by 15%. And there is a chance that they will fall into a state of fear until the hostility ends. Talent Dragon Roar. As a prince consort, when the professional moves towards the direction of the Golden Holy Dragon, the movement speed increases by 50%. And if the Golden Holy Dragon is in combat, it increases to 100%. In addition to skills and talents, the Holy Dragon Guide also has an extremely rare ability special power. Special powers do not have any numerical bonuses, but they have extremely unique effects. In some cases, they can produce excellent effects far beyond the numerical values. Special power Hidden Dragon in the Abyss. When the professional is a human, he will be recognized as a dragon. When the dragon identity needs to be identified, the professional will be regarded as a dragon. Special power Dragon Fighting in the Wild. When the professional or the Golden Holy Dragon is in combat, there is a certain probability that the surrounding neutral dragons will become friendly and assist in the battle. Various skills, talents, and special powers filled Chu Yun's sight. At the end of a large number of skills, talents, and special powers that he had not had time to read, there was a short summary of the profession. Saint Dragon Guide. The contractor who has a contract with the Golden Holy Dragon. This profession allows the professional to obtain most of the power comparable to that of the dragon. And when standing shoulder to shoulder with the Golden Holy Dragon, he will obtain a very high additional attribute bonus. The skills of this profession can give the Golden Holy Dragon a powerful and complete auxiliary effect. And there are also some unique exclusive skills and abilities, which fully demonstrate the responsibilities and power of the Holy Dragon Guide. Chu Yun's breathing was almost shortened. The Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang actually gave him a brand new profession. Holy Dragon Guide. Now, Chu Yun is both a doctor and a Holy Dragon Guide, which means that Chu Yun now has two professions. He, Chu Yun, has truly become a chaotic professional. Unheard of. In Chu Yun's memory, there has never been a professional who unlocked a brand new profession. Is this the power of the throne level? You can easily break the conventions in the secular sense. In this way, your way forward is safe. The Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang smiled gently and glanced at Chu Yun again. Your profession is a doctor? Ha! It's the profession that is closest to him. Chu Yun understood that the he mentioned by Mi Guang was referring to the god of life. Cryas. Unlike other healing professions, doctors have almost no other auxiliary means, and are the most direct profession for healing. The god of life is also a simple and direct throne. At present, the profession that is closest to the god of life is indeed the most mediocre doctor. Mi Guang moved his fingertips, and a ball of vitality suddenly appeared, floating on his fingertips. As his fingertips rubbed, the light of this ball of vitality gradually faded, and the substantial power was rapidly condensing. A branch that was extremely tender, with only 5 or 6 young leaves, appeared at Mi Guang's fingertips. Mi Guang smiled slightly. This is the last thing that Cryas left for me before he went to the ancient wilderness. I always laughed at him for not understanding romance, but he still kept this branch until now. Now, I will give it to you, and I look forward to how you can use this branch to achieve evolution. This is... Chu Yun carefully took the branch. It was so tender that Chu Yun was even worried that touching it with his hands would hurt it. So he had to use the vitality to continuously gush out in his palm and hold the branch in a suspended manner. This is the branch of the World Tree. And it is the newest and most delicate branch. The branch of the World Tree? Chu-Yun exclaimed. All the thrones have their own unique rules and authority. And these rules and authorities have become concrete existences. The authority of the Golden Holy Dragon Mi-Guang is the formation. And all the formations in the world are inextricably linked to Mi-Guang, which is his authority, and the authority of the God of Life Cryas is life. And he has completely made this authority concrete and aggregated, turning it into the most important thing supporting this world, the World Tree. Although the God of Life Cryas has disappeared for many years, the World Tree still stands somewhere in this world, maintaining the balance of this world. However, the areas of the 4 major empires of mankind are extremely far away from where the World Tree stands, thousands of times farther than the distance between the northernmost and southernmost of the 4 major empires combined. And it is absolutely impossible for ordinary humans to reach it. At present, the only item related to the God of Life in human society is a dark green leaf. The leaf of the World Tree. It is stored in the chosen cathedral of the God-given empire, and is held in the palm of the hand by the pure white statue of the extremely holy God of Life, Cryas. And now, a whole branch of the World Tree, with 5 or 6 leaves, is held in the palm of Chu-Yun's hand. I will keep it well, Chu-Yun said solemnly. The value of the branches of the World Tree is inestimable. The countless treasures he looted in the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon are not as good as a fraction of the branches of the World Tree. This promise is enough. But all the treasures I have hidden have been returned to the Dragon Clan. And I can't give you anything. Mi-Guang shook his head slightly. Chu-Yun didn't think so. Even Chu-Yun, who had great ambitions, was very satisfied with the gains of this adventure. You have given me a lot. The world let the golden egg return to the throne, gave me a second profession, and the branches of the World Tree. This is only available here, and you can't get it anywhere else. Common things can be earned in other places, but these things are absolutely unique. Mi-Guang didn't answer, but just stroked the golden egg, and his body dimmed faster and faster. Chu-Yun's heart tightened. 10 minutes. It's about to end. The Golden Holy Dragon Mi-Guang, who was briefly resurrected by the Huiguang tracing shadow array, will die completely. The golden egg also noticed something, and kept rubbing its body in Mi-Guang's arms. It was attached to the warmth from its mother. Child, even if your mother is reluctant, this moment will eventually come. Mi-Guang pushed the golden egg back into Chu-Yun's arms. Mom hopes you can grow up safely. I don't hope you can become a Golden Holy Dragon. I just hope you won't be deceived, encounter natural disasters, suffer from the misfortunes of living beings, or be infected by the 5 evils. The voice gradually murmured and gradually disappeared. His voice and shadow turned into mottled golden light and slowly dissipated. Golden Holy Dragon Mi-Guang, completely fallen. Chapter 331, The Last Lost Light. The golden egg lying in Chu-Yun's arms was stunned, stretched out its little claws to grab at the air, but couldn't catch anything. The mother who was standing in front of him just now has disappeared. The golden egg's eyes became moist. It has always been optimistic, but at this moment, its nose turned red and it sobbed. It sensed the disappearance of its mother. It could never see her again, nor could it feel the love and warmth from its mother. Chu-Yun held the golden egg in his arms. Don't cry. Don't cry. There should still be a chance to revive your mother in the future. After ascending to the throne, the godhood will be condensed. The throne may fall, but the godhood is eternal, because the godhood represents the extreme of a direction and the final place of a direction. Unless a new formation master ascends to the throne and occupies the godhood of the Golden Holy Dragon Lost Light, then the lost light may still be resurrected, such as using this return to light and shadow array. But this is just a comforting word. This is to revive a throne. Even if Mi-Guang took action himself, he could only revive himself for a short time, for 10 minutes. It is extremely difficult to revive by other means, and almost no living creature can do it. Although it is extremely difficult to do this, Chu-Yun still thought of an existence who can do it. That is the long-lost God of Life, Cryas. As long as he can be found, he will definitely take action to revive his wife. At this moment, Chu-Yun's mobile phone rang. Chu-Yun quickly took out his mobile phone and found that it was a message from Gu Pan. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan, Chu-Yun. What happened? I sensed the breath of the Golden Holy Dragon Mi-Guang's resurrection, but now it has dissipated again. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan, how are you now? Are you in danger? Gu Pan's hasty message of inquiry made Chu Yun feel warm in his heart. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. I'm fine. Mr. Gu. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Mi Guang just resurrected briefly with a Huiguang tracing shadow array. And the resurrection time is only 10 minutes. He drove the 10,000 bloods nurturing new life array. Raised the golden egg to the throne level. And said some secrets of the past before dissipating. Chu Yun typed very quickly. And Gu Pan replied quickly. It is convenient to communicate with people who type fast. Chu Yun has always disliked voice calls. If he mishears something because of an accent or something, that would be a big trouble. Chu Yun has always only agreed to type. Gluttonous gourmet Gu Pan. That's good. That's good. As long as you are safe. Gluttonous gourmet Gu Pan. I didn't expect that the golden holy dragon Mi Guang would actually consume his own power in the last 10 minutes, and did not affect the world. He is worthy of being the righteous golden holy dragon, and lives up to his name. In history, when many thrones fell, the impact would sweep across a radius of hundreds of miles. History records that when the demon king Lelican, the throne of the demons, died, an endless plague broke out, causing that piece of land to wail for hundreds of years. Finally, with the joint efforts of several other thrones, the pollution was completely eliminated. The resurrection of the lost light attracted the attention of the entire world. But when he passed away again, it was so quiet and peaceful. Amazing. Gluttonous gourmet Gu Pan, if there is nothing else. Hurry up and get out of the golden holy dragon's tomb. Gluttonous gourmet Gu Pan. I suspect that the golden holy dragon's tomb is maintained by the last bit of power of the lost light. Now that the lost light has completely passed away, this place may soon collapse. Hurry up and get out. It's going to collapse soon. Chu Yun typed anxiously. I'm the Nani. I'll protect you, Chu Yun. I understand. Mr. Gu. No more words. I'll be ready to come out soon. Typing is really time-consuming. Chu Yun forwarded a long chat record between himself and Gu Pan to the small group of 3 people. I hope the 2 of them can see it. The Golden Holy Dragon's Tomb Exploration Team 3 people. I'm the Nani. I'll protect you, Chu Yun. Chat record. I'm the Nani. I'll protect you, Chu Yun. You too. This place may collapse. Let's evacuate quickly. New user nickname JJKKMB Gu Yin. Grandpa also sent me a message and told me that I'm ready to come out. Lung Feng Hua Feng. Got it. Lung Feng Hua Feng. Voice message for 3 seconds being translated into text. I just fainted from exhaustion. And just woke up. Come out now. After contacting the 2 teammates, Chu Yun quickly charged and rushed towards the entrance with the word written on it. And under Chu Yun's feet, the vibration became clearer and clearer. This tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon really began to collapse. Go. 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 The golden egg also jumped out of Chu Yun's arms, flapping its little wings, and galloping at a speed no less than Chu Yun. Now it is full of energy. No longer the sickly and weak appearance before. And its throne-level physique is stronger than Chu Yun. It is a Golden Holy Dragon. And even among all the thrones, it is the top strength. It's just that it lacks some combat experience. But that doesn't matter at all. The current Chu Yun is truly worthy of the title that everyone calls him Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon. Aho! The golden egg roared, and a layer of light golden air waves enveloped it. At the same time, this layer of golden air waves also appeared on Chu Yun's body. This is the talent effect of the Holy Dragon Guide. Talent share wheel, and woe when the Golden Holy Dragon or the Holy Dragon Guide exerts a positive effect on oneself. It will exert an equal amount of positive effect on the contractor. When the Golden Holy Dragon or the Holy Dragon Guide is affected by a negative effect, the contractor can choose to share half of it. The golden air wave of the golden egg is attached to himself. And Chu Yun also enjoys the effect of this skill. In an instant, the speed of 1 man and 1 dragon increased dramatically. This is a new skill that the golden egg has learned. Dragon Galloping Technique Platinum Level Golden Holy Dragon Skill. Rippling golden ripples surround the body, increasing the movement speed by 100%. And increasing to 500% within 5 seconds, and lasting up to 300 seconds. At the highest movement speed, the second stage of Dragon Galloping can be released. Release the Dragon Galloping Crash, so that the blazing flames will instantly converge on the surface of the body, and the scales on the whole body will suddenly turn into crystal red and hit the enemy, causing huge fire element damage and knockback effect. Chu Yun and the golden egg quickly increased their movement speed by 5 times. So fast that even the wind can't catch up with them. Not long after, The man and the dragon rushed out of this entrance. Chapter 332 Escape from the Collapsed Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum. The light curtain did not stop Chu Yuan and Jin Dan. On the other side, Gu Yan and Hua Feng also ran out of the light curtain. Outside the light curtain, Kamio Yudo and his men were dodging various collapses, while still fighting endlessly. However, they were covered in wounds, and it seemed that the outcome would soon be decided. After seeing Chu Yuan and the other two come out, they were stunned. Why did they come out? This light curtain has no blocking effect? And next to Chu Yuan, a majestic little dragon was flying. Golden Holy Dragon. This aura is the throne level? Shook frowned, looking at the golden egg slowly flying beside Chu Yuan. He could be sure that he had not misperceived this throne level aura. Is Chu Yuan's contracted holy dragon a throne level 1? He didn't feel it at first. And how did it penetrate the outermost golden light shield of the golden holy dragon's mausoleum? Shook certainly couldn't figure it out, because the golden egg had just broken through to the throne level. Chu Yuan didn't even look at the geniuses on the field, but simply glanced at Gu Yan and Hua Feng. And without stopping, he instantly headed for the entrance to this place, and rushed to the outside of the golden holy dragon's mausoleum. This decisive and swift move also made them stunned. This place will collapse at any time. Chu Yuan has no time to talk nonsense with these guys. He must leave here as quickly as possible. Otherwise he will be buried. Gu Yan followed closely, and Hua Feng followed soon after. Hua Feng was kind after all. He glanced at the crowd and left a word. This place will collapse soon. No one can survive here, from the throne to below. After that, Hua Feng followed Gu Yan's footsteps and quickly left the scene. They left so quickly, without any regrets, and the scene was silent. What did they see after entering the light curtain that made them run away so quickly? These three are top masters. If they can't handle it, we will be even more helpless. That swordsman said that this place is about to collapse. Is it true? Everyone on the field was talking. The earthquake became more and more violent. Various boulders fell down and cracks appeared. It seemed to be getting more and more dangerous. Even the countless light curtains floating in the air began to vibrate. This means that even the inside of the light curtain is vibrating strongly. Wu Xia closed the code in his hand and shook his head slightly. The holy light told me that the breath of the god of life that was faint in the golden holy dragon tomb has completely disappeared. Since that's the case, there's no reason for the holy light and I to stay here anymore. After saying that, Wu Xia retreated and left. He became the only one among all the masters who chose to leave. In the eyes of others, this was just an excuse for Wu Xia to retreat. But if Chu Yuan heard what Wu Xia said now, he would be shocked. And Wu Xia really felt that the connection between the god of life and this place was broken. So he turned around and left without any lingering feelings. He came to the tomb of the golden holy dragon not for the golden holy dragon, nor for the gold and silver treasures in it, but only for information related to the god of life. Now that there is nothing, then just leave. Aside, surrounded by the warriors, Kamio Yudo gritted his teeth unwillingly. It's really one thing after another, and plans can't keep up with the changes. He paid so much to come here, and now he is asked to withdraw? He is unwilling, and this collapse may end at any time. The tomb of the golden holy dragon has existed for thousands of years. How can it be so easy to collapse completely? And he has no face to return to the Wind Fury Empire with such a harvest. Compared to losing his life, he can't afford to lose the face of the Kamio family. Kamio Samurai Group. Kamio Yudo raised the forked long sword and pointed it at the light curtain shining with infinite light. Charge. Seeing the Kamio Samurai Group continue to move forward, many greedy adventurers also made up their minds and followed Kamio Yudo forward. People die for money. Birds die for food. They rushed desperately, charging towards the light curtains. Shook and Beta rode on the giant wolf, dodging the falling rocks back and forth. Wavering, they couldn't go forward, but they couldn't retreat. First, they saw that Hua Feng seemed to be an honest man, and this place might really collapse completely soon. So they wanted to leave and escape. Second, they still had a glimmer of luck in their hearts, hoping that Hua Feng was a liar or Hua Feng made a mistake in judgment, and the vibration here was only temporary, and they could enter the interior of the light curtain to continue exploring. But what they were betting on was their lives. Brother, should we go forward or retreat? Beta said anxiously. We can't think like this anymore. The noise on the field was getting louder and louder. Either leave quickly or enter the relatively stable light curtain. In short, You can't stay here any longer. Close your eyes tightly. And then open them suddenly. Shook's tone was difficult. He gave up the treasure that seemed to be within reach. Brother. Let's retreat. Okay. Brother. Beta never doubted his brother's decision. Although he still wanted to fight for the treasure of the light curtain. He still drove the giant wolf to take the two brothers away. And later it will be proved how wise Shook's choice is. Chu Yuan and the other two rushed through the narrow passage and saw the dragon warriors stationed here. Everyone. This place is about to collapse. Run away. Chu Yuan spoke anxiously. The dragon warriors were stunned. And the leading red dragon laughed. How could this place collapse? And if it really collapses, with our throne-level abilities, it will still be fine. But you, the flesh and blood of the star level, are still in danger. Chu Yuan was speechless. It made sense. Huh? The young master has finally reached the throne level? The dragon warriors felt the breath of the golden egg and immediately danced with joy. Since these dragon warriors were buried here and there was no danger of life, Chu Yuan was too lazy to care about them. He and the golden egg galloped while looking back to the back, and then charged forward again. Arriving at the entrance of the 8 mazes, he rushed out of the huge dragon head entrance. The adventurers who were originally fishing for floating stone treasures on the suspended stone road had already fled because of the collapse. Chu Yuan, due to his extreme speed, was able to fly directly over the suspended stone road. At the same time, he used the reverse gravity spell, and then used the reverse gravity spell with a cooling reduction scroll, so that Gu Yan and Hua Feng flew over. Sprint! Sprint! Chu Yuan and the other two led a dragon and ran towards the outside of the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Even this initial passage has begun to collapse. The sun's rays are right in front of us. Chapter 333 Escape from the Tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Boom! A large piece of rubble suddenly fell from the left side of the road, carrying countless rubbles, and was about to hit the heads of the 3 people. Chu Yuan immediately raised the Staff of Life Source. Healing reversed. The green light of life bloomed at the iron leaf on the top of the Staff of Life Source. But Chu Yuan did not shoot this light directly, but held the Staff of Life Source like a stick and suddenly hit the falling boulder. After obtaining the profession of Holy Dragon Guide, Chu Yuan's physical fitness has been greatly improved. Now Chu Yuan, using the Staff of Life Source as a stick for close combat, is much stronger than ordinary close combat fighters. Boom! The huge boulder was smashed by the Staff of Life Source and fell to the surroundings. Gu Yan and Hua Feng were stunned. Chu Yuan, aren't you a mage? What a powerful melee ability. Chu Yuan laughed. No time to explain. Follow me. The 3 of them sped up again, and only the afterimages of the 3 of them could be seen in the passage. The light was right in front of them, and they had to run at the fastest speed, even if it consumed their physical limits. If they didn't consume their limits to speed up now, they would have no chance to consume them when they were buried under the rubble. Boom! Another wall collapsed, and a large piece of rock fell, blocking the way forward for Chu Yuan and the other 2. Oh my god! Why do they keep coming? Chu Yuan frowned deeply. Now, it's a matter of life and death. While Chu Yuan and his 3 friends and a large number of adventurers were fleeing, the media who were always paying attention to the periphery of the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum also brought the scene in front of them to thousands of households. The Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum actually began to collapse. A young reporter stood outside the light shield, filming with a drone while holding a microphone, looking at the gradually collapsing Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum and explaining to the audience, with a shocked expression, "Dear audience, we can see that this magnificent Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum began to collapse for some reason. According to the instrument, it is very likely that a large-scale earthquake occurred in the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum. But there was no abnormality outside. Inside the light shield, countless golden and grand buildings seemed to have lost all their support in an instant, collapsing bit by bit, and about to become a ruin. Even the 4 peerless masters, who were flying in the air and constantly dispelling the light shield, were moved. The light shield that they needed to use all their strength to dispel was rapidly decomposing itself. It will take a few hours to accommodate the strength of the throne level. The collapse of the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum in front of them also surprised them. The most core secret was cracked by a few adventurers. Hua Wulo of the Tianfeng Empire was a little confused. The peerless master of the Blue Moon Empire spoke in a muffled voice. I didn't expect that these little guys could actually understand the secrets of the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum. In his prediction, This group of ants below the throne level would at most take some treasures and leave. To really crack this place, they would have to wait for a year to eliminate the light shield, which was enough for the throne level professionals to enter before they could crack it. Golden Holy Dragon Me Light briefly resurrected, and then passed away quickly. The peerless strongman of the Wind Fury Empire looked at the collapsed Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum indifferently, and spoke slowly, wondering what he was thinking. And the last peerless strongman of the God-given empire looked down with a sad look. The main tomb was collapsing, and other tombs were not spared. The adventurers who were exploring the secondary tombs wailed and shouted and ran away from the building and came to the yellow sand. Some of them managed to escape, while others were buried in the dust. The scene was extremely tragic, but there are still many adventurers who have not come out of the tomb. I wish them good luck. Audience friends, there is a big collapse here. Another mature and steady reporter with many fans stood by the light curtain, filming and reporting the scene. This is the last place the signal can reach. Wow. This collapse is too terrible. I don't know how many people will be buried under the yellow sand. Cough cough. A gust of sand and dust suddenly swept in, causing him to cough continuously, and also buried a lot of cameras. The light shield is quite a distance away from the building of the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum. But after the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum building collapsed, the dust rays could even swing outside the light shield, which shows how terrible the collapse was and how turbulent the dust was. Thousands of miles away, the city is bustling. Xiao Weitian corrected the documents while watching the reporter's simultaneous shooting on the tablet computer next to him from time to time. As an explorer who had returned from the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum, he had always been paying attention to the Golden Holy Dragon's deeds. When he heard that the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum was open this time, he was eager to try it again. But he gave up the idea after finding that he had to be below the throne level to go there. Although he couldn't go, he could still watch the live broadcast and saw Chu Yun heading to explore the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Even if the camera couldn't capture the depths of the tomb, it could at least capture the periphery of the tomb. That is, entering and exiting. Xiao Weitian was waiting for Chu Yun to come out. Chu Yun, don't fall in there. Otherwise Jincher will definitely complain about it for the rest of his life. Slime Academy. The fourth academy. In the practical class, Xiao Jincher was no longer busy fighting the powerful projection enemy in front of him, but focused on watching the reporter live broadcast on his mobile phone. Adventurers came out of the secondary tomb chamber one after another, but there was no movement in the main tomb chamber. Yunzi, come out quickly. Third academy. Yin Ruoqing was lying on the table, diddling with the dandelion, while watching the live broadcast on her phone. The sudden collapse and vibration scared the girl so much. The dandelion in front of her suddenly wilted. Why is the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb destroyed like this? Why hasn't Chu Yun come out yet? Outside the Duankong training tower, Yun Mu was standing somewhere, frowning at the phone in his hand. The dust that was raised was definitely not something that anyone below the throne level could come out without injury. Even Yun Mu, who had thick skin and flesh after using the beast transformation, was not sure of this. But that person was Chu Yun after all. Chu Yun, I believe you. You will definitely come out. Outside Guanghai City, in the woods, in a corner of a shadow, a young man seemed to finally be able to rest. He leaned against a big tree and turned on his mobile phone. And immediately the most popular live broadcast room recommendation popped up. Isn't this the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon that Chu Yun, Gu Yan and Hua Feng went to? What? No one has come out of the main tomb yet. In the dining hall, Jiang Bai also looked at this live broadcast room with a frown. At the door of the pharmaceutical gang, Zhou Lejiao looked at the live broadcast room and was very worried. Many people's moods are involved in Chu Yun. Chapter 334 Escape. Chu Yun, who is the concern of everyone, is now rushing to break through with Gu Yan and Hua Feng. The rock blocking their way is really too huge. Roar! The golden egg roared, and then aimed at the rock in front of it, and moved. In an instant, the space around the golden egg seemed to be shaken. Holy Dragon Clone / Platinum level skill. Charge forward a distance. Shake all the surrounding space. Create 15 to 50 random number of space wave mark clones. Attack the target. Cause certain physical damage, and apply folding effect. Cooling time 15 minutes. Fold, each time you are attacked by a clone. You will receive an additional 20% real damage when attacked by a clone next time. Up to an additional 100% real damage. In the blink of an eye, 26 clones appeared around the golden egg, and cut out crystal-clear light blades that were as bright as crystal agate, cutting towards the huge rock layer by layer. 26 light blades. Not many, but not few. More than enough to deal with this road-blocking boulder. Boom! The huge road-blocking rock was instantly shattered into slag under the attack of 26 light blades, and could no longer block the road. Chu Yun passed by with the golden egg. Sprint! Sprint! The exit emitting sunlight is not big, but it is right in front of us. Outside the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, many reporters saw the adventurers running out of the main tomb chamber and gave them the camera at the first time. Audience friends. Adventurers also came out of the main tomb chamber. It seems that it is absolutely not a problem for most adventurers to escape from this disaster. These adventurers ran out of the main tomb chamber, but they still did not relax. They quickly avoided the collapsing secondary tomb chambers around them and ran out of the light shield. Although the main tomb chamber has collapsed very slowly compared to other tomb chambers, and it is not dangerous to run out at present. But after running out, the collapse of these secondary tomb chambers is really dangerous, so they must run out of the light shield quickly. These adventurers were all those who fished for floating stones on the suspended stone road. They felt something was wrong and ran out immediately. But Chu Yun and other adventurers who went deep into the hinterland had only stepped into the initial passage not long ago. However, the adventurers who returned to the original route because of the maze were the majority who entered the main tomb, accounting for about 85% of the people, while the adventurers who went deep into the hinterland accounted for more than 10%. But now the main tomb is about to collapse. Are there really any adventurers who can get out of it? Could it be that the top geniuses of the four empires are going to die in hatred because they went too deep? The reporter's voice was ups and downs. In the passage of the main tomb, several more rocks fell, and Chu Yun waved the staff of life source to knock them away one by one. These things could never stop them. It's almost there. Sprint. Sprint. The sun is just ahead. The vibrations around the passage are getting stronger and stronger. This won't work. At a certain moment, Chu Yun took a step. His left foot had already reached into the sun. It's out. Chu Yun ran under the sun with the golden egg. Gu Yan and Hua Feng followed closely behind. The moment Hua Feng came out, the main door of the tomb collapsed completely. Boom boom. The tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon collapsed completely. Chu Yun and his two companions were the last to come out. Quickly retreat. Quick retreat. It's not over yet. Although the strongest collapse has ended, the aftermath still exists. The golden egg rushed to the safe area with a whoosh, guiding the direction for Chu Yun and his two companions. After seeing Chu Yun and his two companions, all the reporters in the audience burst into brilliant cheers. Audience friends. Audience friends. The highly anticipated genius trio of the Tianfeng Empire, Chu Yun, Gu Yan, and Hua Feng, escaped at the last moment before the collapse of the main tomb. And this moment, along with a flow of information, spread to every corner of the network. At this time, those who were watching the live broadcast, whether it was the ironclad good brother Xiao Shinsher, good teammates Yan Ruoqing and Yun Mu, or Xiao Wentian, who was far away in Xuanqing, or even Jiang Bai, who had fought and appreciated each other, Zhou Lejia, who had discussed the future with Chu Yun, and people from all over the place, were all happy for Chu Yun. Huh? You are worthy of being a distinguished guest of Chu Yun. You can really turn danger into safety. In the exchange, Xie Xing sat at his desk, watching the live broadcast on the computer, and nodded slightly. Even the iron was not forged. And the three young dwarf craftsmen, the wind shovel, the scraper, and the hammer, who were concentrating on watching the live broadcast, also sat in front of the TV with their eyes fixed. Great. I said Chu Yun would definitely win a great victory. In the shabby store of the Slime Academy, Gu Pan laughed loudly. It seems that this gamble is a great victory. In a certain extremely strict and hidden dark scientific research institute, a gray-haired old man wearing headphones watched the live broadcast on the tablet computer with a slightly raised brow. Soon, he wrote a few words on the sketchpad beside him. Chaos Professional. In addition to all those who were connected with Chu Yun in either an open or secret way, most of the ordinary people in Tianfeng Empire were also proud of Chu Yun and his three companions. They were the only top geniuses among the four empires, which also hinted that their Tianfeng Empire was more powerful than the other three empires. This was a sense of collective honor. Soon, Jin Dan led Chu Yun and his three companions to find a safe road that was not affected by the collapse, and ran out of the light shield. At this point, The trip to the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum was completely over. The whole audience was in an uproar. Countless reporters crowded around Chu Yun and the other two, and pushed the microphones towards them. Mr. Chu Yun, have you reached the deepest part of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb? Can you tell me the internal structure of the main tomb chamber of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb? I wonder if there are any surviving descendants of the dragon race. Mr. Chu Yun, what do you think of the scandal between you and the 18 women? Why is it getting more and more outrageous? Not only Chu Yun was questioned with microphones, but also Gu Yan and Hua Feng, and even Jean Dan. Chu Yun was helpless. I'm very sorry. We just came out of the main tomb chamber and are exhausted. We don't have the ability to think and answer. Please move aside and let us leave to rest. This was reasonable, and many reporters chose to retreat. But there were still many fanatical reporters who chose to crowd up. At this moment, a huge and majestic, yet peaceful and upright pressure appeared. The reporters were extremely surprised. It's the peerless master, Hua Wulo. Hua Wulo strode closer and stood in front of Chu Yun. Senior Hua. Well done. Chu Yun. Hua Wulo patted Chu Yun on the shoulder and laughed. Chapter 335. Advance to star glory on the spot. After saying that, Hua Wulo's body became ethereal and disappeared to an unknown place, leaving only petals on the ground. Since the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum has collapsed, the light shield will slowly disappear automatically, and there is no need for the four peerless to take action again. So, Hua Wulo chose to come over to encourage Chu Yun, and then left. Chu Yun was dumbfounded. He had made all kinds of psychological preparations in an instant, but he didn't expect Hua Wulo to come over and simply praise him. The reporters around were all stunned. Then, he suddenly squeezed the microphone over again. Mr. Chu Yun, what do you think of Hua Jisai's praise of you? Do you think you are the biggest winner of this trip to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb? What did you learn from this expedition? Mr. Chu Yun, what do you think of the scandal between you and 18 women? This group of reporters is really annoying. But in front of everyone, Chu Yun couldn't drive them away. Even the gloomy Gu Yan and the straightforward Hua Feng were overwhelmed by reporters at this time. And most people in the journalist industry value exclusive news more than their own lives. Not to mention that they are reporters who came to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb on purpose. Mr. Chu Yun, I heard that the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang was briefly resurrected. Do you know about this? As the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, what do you think of this adventure? Mr. Chu Yun? The Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum has been destroyed. Please reveal more relevant information. Mr. Chu Yun, so as not to let history be completely buried. Mr. Chu Yun, what do you think of the scandal between you and the 18 women? Where did this scandal come from? I have wanted to complain about this for a long time. How come among a bunch of reporters who care about the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum, there is one who asks about the scandal? Chu Yun finally reached out and swept away the group of reporters who were asking questions, and turned around and stopped in front of the light shield of the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum. With respect and longing for the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang, Chu Yun closed his eyes and bowed his head in silence. The golden egg, whose face was being rubbed by the reporters, also broke free and flew to Chu Yun's side. Together with Chu Yun, they faced the ruins of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum and bowed their heads in silence. Great Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang, please rest in peace. I will move forward with the golden egg in the future. The lineage of the Golden Holy Dragon will surely flourish again here in the golden egg. This strange scene immediately made the reporters take pictures. They didn't understand what Chu Yun and the golden egg were doing at all. But Chu Yun never thought of explaining anything to these reporters. He did this just to be true to his heart. In an instant, a mysterious breath surged in Chu Yun's body. It seemed that a barrier had been broken in Chu Yun's body. After feeling this surging power, Chu Yun was completely shocked. Promoted to Star Glory level. Master Commander promoted to Vain Lord. Obtained a new ability direction, Light Tempering. He actually broke through to Star Glory level. He did not hand over the task to break through to Star Glory at the Crystal Ball in the Job Transfer Temple, but broke through to Star Glory in the wild after mourning the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang. It came naturally. At this moment, Chu Yun felt that he was countless times stronger, and all attribute values were increasing by leaps and bounds. Now he can easily beat 10 of him just now. Chu Yun, who was still at the diamond level, was already invincible in Xingyao. And now Chu Yun has truly secured the title of the number 1 under the throne. Get a new skill. Pulse Condensation. Select a unit. Make its vitality burst. immediately remove all its control effects, and will not be affected by any control effects in the next 5 seconds. And all treatment effects obtained during this period will be increased by 100%, and 50% cooldown reduction will be obtained. Cooldown time is 10 minutes. Control releasing magic skill. Although Chuyun can now reverse all his negative skills and remove teammates' negative skills after getting close to teammates, the restriction of getting close to teammates is still too restrictive. Although the array's skill has a large range, it is not 100% effective. Most of the assistants or mages with control release can use the control release skill remotely, but Chuyun can't do it. As you come into contact with a wider world later, you will definitely not fight alone, but need to cooperate with the array. And this control release skill comes just right. The subsequent increase in the degree of treatment and the reduction in cooldown provided are both good attributes. Pulse Nirvana. Immediately select a unit and reduce its health to 1 immediately. And the health reduced by this skill is converted into a life shield that can resist true damage. During the duration of the life shield, the unit increases its strength and magic value equal to the value of the life shield, which lasts up to 30 minutes. Cooling time 15 minutes. Amazing skill. After reading the detailed description, Chuyun only wanted to say 2 words about this skill. Amazing skill. It seems that the health value is reduced to 1, which is a great negative. But in fact it is converted into a life shield that can resist damage, which is equivalent to not losing blood. At this time, the blood volume is restored to full, which is equivalent to having 2 tubes of blood on the body. 1 tube of blood is for oneself, and the other tube is for the life shield, whether it is for the front row to resist damage or for the fragile to save life. The effect is greatly increased. A life-saving magic skill, and according to the current life shield to increase strength and magic value. It is an auxiliary magic skill. Chuyun's previous skills, whether it is life-saving, movement speed, injury resistance, and control immunity, all have them. But there is no very direct value bonus. And this trick, it's here now. It's worthy of being a 5-star job transfer task. The skills obtained are amazing. While Chuyun was immersed in joy, 2 new skills appeared. It turned out to be the profession of the Holy Dragon Guide. After breaking through to the Star Glory level, the Holy Dragon Guide also provides 2 new skills. Omen of Dragon Flame. Choose a unit, and let it be marked with the omen. The damage received by the unit with this mark will be increased by 25%. If it is damaged by fire, it will be increased by an additional 75% for 10 seconds. Cooling time is 30 seconds. After the unit with the omen is damaged by fire, the cooldown time of this skill is reduced by 5 seconds. After the unit with the omen is damaged by the fire released by the Dragon Clan, the cooldown time is immediately refreshed. Debuff magic skill. It has a miraculous effect when used with the golden egg. Talent combined attack. When the golden holy dragon causes damage to the target, if you also cause damage to the unit within 1.5 seconds, you can add an additional 30% fire attribute damage to the damage. And the source of this damage is regarded as caused by the golden holy dragon. Whenever you cause 5 consecutive combined attacks, the next additional fire damage will be increased to 100%. Chapter 336 The Strange God-Given Empire. Joint Output Skills. With this talent, Chuyun and Jean Dan will further enhance their output when they cooperate with each other in battle. Whether it is ordinary battles or defeating strong enemies, it is a leap forward, because this is an additional multiplier of damage. Enjoying all bonuses. These 4 skills made Chuyun extremely happy. But what made Chuyun even happier was that he actually broke through the Star Glory on the spot. This situation can be regarded as unprecedented and unparalleled. Even the various human strongmen who later ascended to the throne of God have never experienced it. At this time, the reporters around also felt the change in Chuyun's breath, but did not find that Chuyun had broken through from the diamond level to the Star Glory level. They just thought that Chuyun was angry and began to give in. After all, in their cognition, it is impossible to break through the level on the spot. Then, Chuyun forcibly brought Jean Dan, Gu Yin, and Huafeng out from the reporters who were gathered around him. Amazing. These reporters are really crazy. Huafeng's forehead was sweating, and he was almost drowned. Gu Yin gritted her teeth coldly. Why do they like to ask about gossip so much? She was just born, and there are not many achievements that can be passed down to the world, let alone any gossip. Jean Dan roared uncomfortably. Chuyun deeply sympathized with the feelings of the 2 people and the dragon. We can't stay here any longer. Let's retreat. After saying that, Chu Yun opened the teleportation scroll in his hand and teleported the three of them and the dragon away. Soon Chu Yun teleported to a small town that was about the same size as Xuancheng. Just when Chu Yun was about to teleport again, he stopped. Everyone, I think there are too many people in the Slime Academy. How about we find a place to eat and rest here, and talk about our adventures and gains in the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon? Returning to the Slime Academy would inevitably attract everyone's attention. No matter how they talked, there would be the risk of eavesdropping, and it would be troublesome to contact each other using mobile phones. It would be more convenient to talk face to face. After this trip, Chu Yun, Gu Yan and Hua Feng have already established a preliminary relationship of comrades in arms. Gu Yan, needless to say, has long been a teammate. If Chu Yun needs to fight or something, as long as he sends a message, Hua Feng will definitely come to support him. And Chu Yun is the same. If Hua Feng is in trouble, he will help without hesitation. Okay. As you say. Okay. Gu Yan and Hua Feng also agreed with what Chu Yun said. And Jean Dan, who had made a big fuss, was tired again and went back to the beast ball to sleep. However, this time Jean Dan went back to the beast ball to sleep because of tiredness, not because of weakness and hunger, which also made Chu Yun feel much more at ease. Chu Yun and his two friends dressed up to make themselves less conspicuous, because there were no golden eggs flying around them. Chu Yun and his two friends looked like ordinary travelers, so they didn't attract anyone's attention and booked a triple room in a slightly more expensive hotel. Although the three of them were dressed ordinary, their savings were extraordinary. After the three of them came to the room, Hua Feng seemed to be very tired because of the high-intensity battle, and fell asleep on the first bed. Gu Yan was also very tired, but it didn't seem to be the kind of fatigue that Hua Feng had when he fought to the point of blood and flesh collapse, but mental fatigue. She simply cleaned up, took a simple shower in a high-end bathroom, and wrapped herself tightly and fell asleep on the second bed. Chu Yun was not as tired as the two of them, although he received a lot of information, such as seeing the throne resurrect and die, seeing a gold-level young dragon break through to the throne level, and obtaining a second skill, etc. These were all good news. Although Chu Yun was also very tired, he was in a good mood. It was not a problem to go out and buy a meal to relax. After closing the door, Chu Yun hummed a little song and walked down the hotel, and walked to a restaurant. Although this city is not very big, it is still too derogatory to compare it with Xuancheng. Chu Yun then discovered that there was a super large screen arranged outside the building. At this time, the screen was still broadcasting the situation at the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb, and many people stopped to watch. It is estimated that 60,000 adventurers died in this Golden Holy Dragon's tomb expedition. Among the top talents that attracted much attention, only Chu Yun, the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, Gu Yan, and Hua Feng, the ancient swordsman from the Tianfeng Empire, were suspected to have escaped after finding the final secret. A reporter with a serious face was reporting the situation live. This reporter was an official reporter sent by the Tianfeng Empire. The content and words he reported were more in line with the real situation. Unlike other reporters who like to exaggerate and say things that were not there. But even the most serious reporters are still reporters, and sometimes they can't help but make subjective assumptions. And the son of Kamio Yudo from the Wind Fury Empire, and his samurai group Kamio Samurai Group. The dear brothers Shuk and Beta from the Blue Moon Empire. Wuxia from the God-given Empire, and a large number of talented masters did not come out. And they are suspected to have fallen. I don't know if they died in this earth-shaking collapse, or they had already been defeated by Chu Yun and the other two. It is unknown. The reporter's words were mysterious and mysterious. To put it bluntly, he was implying that the deaths of Wuxia and the others were blamed on Chu Yun and the other two, saying that it was Chu Yun and the other three's achievements. Chu Yun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What a sudden victory. Although the three of them had fought with Kamio Yu, Shukabeta and others many times, they didn't really fight each other, and it was still hard to predict who would win or lose. But this unpredictable thing was the diamond-level Chu Yun, who was still in the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. As for the current Chu Yun, who is already at the star level, Chu Yun has enough confidence. He is invincible below the throne level. Just when Chu Yun wanted to leave, the reporter on the big screen suddenly exclaimed, "There is still a survivor. There is still a survivor." Chu Yun's attention was attracted again, and he looked at the big screen, at the end of the camera shooting, in the ruins that had gradually stopped. A holy light suddenly appeared. Then, the surrounding rubble was lifted up by the holy light, and an elegant and pious young man stood up from the rubble. It was Wuxiao. Shocked, Wuxiao from the God-given empire is not dead. He slowly climbed up from the ruins, and was lifted out of the light shield by the holy light. Wuxiao in the camera did not seem to be injured, but his eyes were particularly confused and his limbs were weak, as if he was being dragged by the holy light. The holy light of the God-given empire. Chu Yun frowned slightly. Chapter 337 Adventure Review. The God-given empire is the most powerful empire among the four empires. Unlike the liberal and civilized Tianfeng Empire, the Tianfeng Empire never requires its citizens to believe in the founding lord of the country. That is, the throne Buwentian Shui Tianfeng. The Blue Moon Empire is the same. It never forces people to believe in Thunder God Zeus. Almost every camp has a different throne belief. Even units that believe in something other than the throne believe in the thrones of other countries. The Wrath of the Wind Empire is also a country with serious beliefs. All citizens believe in Sun and Moon God Izanami, a throne of a man and a woman. When separated, it is Sun God Izanami and Moon God Nami. However, this belief is not mandatory. It is just the cultural influence of the Wrath of the Wind Empire. If you don't believe it, you will be preached at most. But it won't really matter. The God-given empire compulsorily requires all citizens to believe in their throne god Jehovah. Every week, all citizens must go to the nearest church to attend Mass. Their faith is deeply rooted and extremely pious, although it is broad and beautiful. It also makes people from other countries feel afraid from the bottom of their hearts. The boss of the third college of Slime College, Kevin, a peerless professional who was excluded by his hometown, talked about the God-given empire. The helpless and fearful look on his face. Chu Yun has not forgotten. Is this Wuxiao really still alive? Or is that holy light a living thing? In the mausoleum, Wuxiao spoke to holy light devoutly. At that time, he thought Wuxiao was a middle school student. Maybe that holy light could really hear Wuxiao talking. Chu Yun suddenly felt his whole body tremble. He stopped watching the big screen and turned to walk towards the hotel. In any case, the matter of the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum has come to an end, and the intersection with the God-given empire is definitely not something he needs to consider in the near future. Let him worry about it in the future. Chu Yun went to a big restaurant, packed 2 large bags of delicious food, and returned to the hotel. After returning to the hotel, Gu Yan had already woken up. At this time, she was wearing headphones and watching various news related to the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum on her mobile phone. Hua Feng was still lying in bed, but he sensed Chu Yun's return and opened his eyes in a daze. The dishes made in the big restaurant are more delicate and take time. Chu Yun waited for more than an hour before bringing back all the dishes. And sleeping peacefully for more than an hour was enough for these 2-star level professionals to recover some energy. Are you awake? Come and have something to eat. Chu Yun called Gu Yan and Hua Feng to come over for dinner, and at the same time opened the beast-controlling ball to let Jean Dan come out to eat. After sleeping, Jean Dan became full of energy and immediately flew out of the beast-controlling ball and circled in the room, without any feeling of fatigue or exhaustion. It is already a complete juvenile Golden Holy Dragon. Then, Jean Dan flew down and stood beside Chu Yun, constantly sniffing the food and drooling. Before, Jean Dan was not very interested in these human foods. Even if Chu Yun wanted to feed it had no interest. Now, Jean Dan actually came to find food on his own initiative. This made Chu Yun extremely happy. Okay. Golden egg. You'll have to eat. Don't worry. Gu Yan and Hua Feng also came closer. Wow. It smells so good. I'm so hungry. They spent too much energy and spirit on this adventure, and they urgently needed a lot of food to replenish. Although these foods are not comparable to those in the Slime Academy cafeteria, they are still good enough exquisite food. The dishes ordered by Chu Yun are all hard dishes with plenty of meat, and the 3 of them, and the dragon ate them fiercely. Soon, the 2 large dishes were swept away like a whirlwind. Chu Yun sat on the edge of the bed. Eat. I'm full. To be precise, I'm full. The same was true for Gu Yan and Hua Feng. The golden egg was so full that it couldn't even fly. The 3 people and the dragon digested the food while turning on the TV to watch the news. The collapse of the Golden Holy Dragon's Mausoleum is of course a regrettable news for history. We regret that such a magnificent building has disappeared into history. And we also regret that the various dragon-related information engraved in the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum has been lost. The official reporters reported in an orderly manner. What I saw in my light screen is exactly the same as the history we recorded outside. Gu Yan looked at the news and shook his head slowly. If they could get in, they would complain that the expected historical academic breakthroughs after entering were not actually any breakthroughs. Chu Yun asked curiously, "What's in Gu Yan's light curtain?" "My light curtain is very narrow and long. And there are murals on the walls of the passages on both sides. These murals are extremely real, as if they are photos, and are completely different from the abstract murals outside that have elements of dragon art processing." Gu Yan fell into memories. The content of these murals tells the story of the war between the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan 10,000 years ago. And the content is the same as in our reality. So I won't go into details. It should be that our historical records are correct. So the murals are painted like that. We should be happy that our own historical records are correct. Hua Feng said so. Chu Yun also nodded. That's true. But except for Gu Yan, no one can guarantee that the history they record is true. The Dragon Clan Research Institute of the History Institute is questioned every year, and the authenticity of its historical transmission. Grieve for the Dragon Clan Research Institute of the History Institute for 3 seconds. And Gu Yan continued to speak. This light curtain seems to record a simple war between the Dragon Clan and the Demon Clan. Just when I thought so, I had reached the end. When he said this, Gu Yan's expression had become extremely solemn. At the end, there was a strange coffin. I reached out and opened the coffin, and saw a dark claw grabbing me, trying to drag me into the coffin to be a scapegoat. Chu Yun and Hua Feng looked at each other and thought of a possibility. Instantly, the two were extremely shocked. The Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang trapped and exiled all 4 great demon kings at the throne level. But, yes, this is a fragment of the godhood of the great demon king Jershia Labos, known as the King of Slaughterers. Instantly, Chu Yun and Hua Feng were stunned. The fragment of the godhood of the throne? How did Gu Yan escape successfully? There was no way to escape. Gu Yan looked at the shocked expressions of Chu Yun and Hua Feng and smiled bitterly. At this point, I have nothing to hide. My family has kept me under house arrest since I was a child, and only recently released me. They not only want to cultivate me well, but also want to control me. Because there are also fragments of the godhood of the great demon king in my body. Chapter 338. Ah? Chu Yun and Hua Feng were shocked again. The fragment of the devil's godhead is actually in a human's body? I know this is very unbelievable, but it is true. Gu Yan bit her lip bitterly. Because of this fragment of the godhead, I have been given tremendous pressure since I was a child. I can't rest like other children in the family. I need to train myself all the time to prevent the fragment of the godhead from infecting me. At the same time, I am not allowed to contact other people, for fear that I will hurt them. It's true. Chu Yun took a breath. The Gu family is an extremely powerful family in the Tianfeng Empire. The people of the Gu family are everywhere. But the small place of Xuancheng was not favored by the Gu family. So they didn't come. And Chu Yun didn't get in touch with the people of the Gu family. Chu Yun has always wondered why Gu Yan has been hiding until now. Since the Gu family is not a reclusive family, it turns out that there is such a reason. At this moment, Hua Feng spoke. Gu Yan, can I ask you a rather presumptuous question? This question is too presumptuous. If you say don't ask, I won't ask. Gu Yan sighed at Hua Feng's expression. Asked. Hua Feng is a top-notch honest person. Whether it is Chu Yun and Gu Yan, who have now experienced the same adventure to the point of tacit understanding, or even strangers who meet for the first time, they will immediately understand that Hua Feng is such an honest person. What he says is what he means. In Hua Feng's thinking, there is never any joking. After getting Gu Yan's nod, Hua Feng immediately asked, since you have fragments of the godhead and are very dangerous, why don't they just wipe you out? It was really offensive. But this question was indeed just a question to get to the bottom of things. Fortunately, Gu Yan was not the kind of unreasonable woman who said, can't you take care of my feelings? In the current situation, the most needed thing is to exchange information. Of course, Gu Yan's current identity is still a man. Everything can be revealed. Except this. In fact, this can also be revealed. But it is relatively harmless. And wouldn't it be strange if the teammate, who was a man just now became a woman? Gu Yan did not intend to take the initiative to mention this aspect, because this fragment of the godhead was originally implanted in my body by my father. Speaking of his father, Gu Yan spoke in a cold tone, as if he was talking about a stranger. He placed the fragment of the godhead of the Demon King in my body, trying to control the fragment of the godhead, even if the experimental subject was his daughter. Speaking of this, Gu Yan sneered, as long as the experiment on me is done well, it means that the bloodline is feasible, and he will definitely implant the fragment of the godhead in his body immediately to enhance his power. Suddenly, Gu Yan shook his head again and smiled. It's off topic. After I encountered the fragment of the godhead of Jershia Labos, the fragment of the godhead in my body suddenly awakened, and I actually swallowed it in one gulp. The two seemed to have merged into one. Chu Yuan and Hua Feng were completely stunned. The fragment of the godhead was actually devouring another fragment of the godhead. Unheard of. After a long time, Chu Yuan slowly asked, then is your fragment of the godhead also from this Jershia Labos? They can be integrated into one. No. Gu Yan shook his head. No one knows which demon king the fragment of the godhead in my body belongs to. I'm afraid that even the entire Gu family doesn't know. Although the Gu family is huge, there have been several saints in history, but there has never been a god's throne. The god's throne godhood can only be obtained by the Gu family by accident, and they can't find out who the owner of the godhead is. That's it anyway. Gu Yan exhaled. After fusing the fragments of the godhead of Jershia Labos, I received a message from my grandfather, asking me to leave quickly. How was your adventure? Too many enemies. At this time, Hua Feng shook his head and told about his adventure experience. After I entered the light curtain, I encountered a tide of enemies. There were too many enemies. After fighting repeatedly, I was almost exhausted. How many ferocious beasts are there that make you? Hua Feng. Exhausted? Chu Yuan was slightly surprised. Hua Feng is a master in the top 10 of the Tianfeng Empire's genius list. No matter how many ferocious beasts come, they should not be able to survive Hua Feng's sword for a second. More than 10,000 star-level beasts. Hua Feng recalled. Chu Yuan and Gu Yan opened their mouths wide when they heard this number. Even if Hua Feng killed the enemy very smoothly, killing one per second, it would take more than 2 hours to kill 10,000. And these were 10,000 star-level beasts that would attack, not 10,000 ordinary beasts. Hua Feng's situation was dangerous. So you can imagine, I also met a fighting genius among the beasts. Then Wu Hippo. At that time, I was almost exhausted and couldn't beat it, and my sword was about to break. Hua Feng shook his head. At that time, I lost my mind and was knocked to the ground by it. I had used all the skills and props I could use. There was no way to retreat. I could only attack with the determination to die. Hua Feng said it lightly. But Gu Yan and Chu Yuan were shocked. This attack may cost their lives. When two meet on a narrow road, the brave wins and the coward dies. This breath seemed to shock the other beasts, and they retreated like the tide, and no one knew where they went. And at the last moment, the genius Binwu hippopotamus among the beasts actually chose to retreat. And I found an opportunity to kill it with one sword. Hua Feng said it calmly. But Chu Yuan and Gu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. After killing Binwu hippopotamus, I fainted due to extreme fatigue. When I woke up, I found that my sword was broken. I slowly moved forward and took down the stone that was offered on the altar at the end. As he spoke, Hua Feng took out a stone. This stone was in the shape of an irregular sphere, emitting dazzling golden light. Then, I saw the messages you two sent in the group. Although I don't know the purpose of this thing, I want to use it to repair my sword. Chu Yuan looked at the stone and nodded repeatedly. I will recommend you the best forging master. Of course. That is, the 3 young craftsmen of the dwarf tribe. Gu Yan said. Hua Feng. Take out your broken sword and see how badly it is damaged. Hua Feng nodded and took out his broken sword. This broken sword has been broken to a horrible state, and the sword body has almost been broken into 30 or 40 pieces. Chu Yuan looked at the sword, and no equipment information popped up at all. Hua Feng. What level is your sword? Level? Yes, your sword has no level? It seems not. Hua Feng's expression was matter of course. Chu Yuan and Gu Yan were silent. This means that Hua Feng used a sword without any attributes to win the top 10 of the Tianfeng Empire talent list? Chapter 339. Can you contact the dwarf craftsman? So outrageous? Chu Yuan carefully observed a broken sword and found that it really had no attribute bonus. Even if it was a damaged weapon, it only had a durability value of 0. which did not mean that the specific information of the weapon could not be seen. What Hua Feng had been using was really an ordinary long sword. Gu Yan also came closer and discovered this fact, and was shocked for a moment. You can ignore all weapon attributes and be in the top 10 of the genius list. I'm afraid only Hua Feng can do it. If Chu Yun didn't have the exaggerated bonus of the throne-level weapon, the Staff of Life Source, his combat effectiveness would drop a lot. Jiang Bai's incomplete body of the Sea God's scepter was needless to say. Zhou Lejia, who seemed to be wearing no weapons, also wore the gloves Thunder Hands. After wearing these gloves, they would break into flowing lightning and flow in the hands, as if nothing was worn. However, Zhou Lejia's lightning ability is something he already possesses. It's just that this set of Thunder Hands gives Zhou Lejia a lot of attribute bonuses and lightning element damage bonuses. The help provided by the fist gloves to Zhou Lejia is indispensable. The same is true for Gu Yan. Her giant sickle has a mysterious origin. It is currently a peak star level weapon, and it can be upgraded with her level. Various attributes are also very suitable for her. It can be said that weapons are absolutely indispensable items for professionals, but Hua Feng actually doesn't have it. What about your other equipment? Chu Yun asked hurriedly. Most weapons cannot be hidden and must be held in hand or placed next to them for use. But decorative equipment such as clothes and shoes have a concealment effect. A pair of flaming equipment shoes can be hidden after wearing, so that there will not be fire under your feet every day. And the attributes of the equipment after hiding are there. But the equipment skills cannot be used, and must be revealed before use. Many of Chu Yun's equipment have equipment skills, but as Chu Yun's strength grows, these skills are somewhat useless. So Chu Yun has never removed the equipment's hidden effect. Using those equipment skills, it is enough to enjoy the attributes of the equipment. I have several platinum and diamond level equipment. The equipment is too expensive. Hua Feng shook his head. At this moment, Chu Yun and Gu Yan felt that their breathing was stagnant. How powerful is Hua Feng to fight to the level of top genius with equipment that is not even as good as a blank board and such backward attributes? If Hua Feng is wearing all the peak star level equipment, Chu Yun just felt that he was invincible below the throne level. And now there is another heavyweight like Hua Feng. If Hua Feng's previous achievements were all won without any equipment, then even Chu Yun would have to think twice about Hua Feng, who was fully equipped. Hua Feng, has no one given you equipment before? Gu Yan spoke. Hua Feng is such an honest man. There should be rich kids who can appreciate him and give him generous gifts. Yeah. There is no big guy who is generous enough to transfer money to you. Chu Yun was puzzled. Chu Yun now wants to be that generous big guy and transfer money to Hua Feng. After all, he is not short of money. And Chu Yun already has the idea of equipping Hua Feng with a full set of equipment. Although the cost is certainly not low, but money is just a number. No merit, no reward. How can I accept their gifts for no reason? This will make them suffer. The equipment on my body was bought with my money. Hua Feng shook his head and said righteously. If someone else said this, Chu Yun's subconscious thought would be that this person is really pretentious. But this is Hua Feng after all. What he said is 100% true. Hua Feng, I will buy you a set of equipment that suits you best. So don't refuse. But there is nothing to compare. We are comrades. Right? If you lose in battle because of your low attributes, we will suffer as a whole. Chu Yun said a lot of truth. So picking a good set of equipment for you is also for my own good. You don't have to feel that we are at a disadvantage or something like that. It's good for us if you become stronger. Hua Feng was slightly stunned, and then nodded. Finally, he slowly said, thank you. What are you thanking me for? Chu Yun laughed. Money is too hard to earn for a poor person like Hua Feng. But it's really not a problem for Chu Yun. Reversal ability. It's so abnormal. By the way, any equipment is fine. But my weapon, I just want this sword. Hua Feng stroked the broken sword on the bed, his tone depressed. This is the only relic left by my grandfather, and I promised him that I would rely on this sword to become the strongest swordsman. This sword must never be abandoned. Chu Yun checked the material of the sword again and confirmed that it was just an ordinary long sword. It seems that this is a spirit that has supported Hua Feng until now. At this moment, Chu Yun seemed to feel that the broken sword trembled slightly, as if it was humming. Chu Yun blinked, trying to see more clearly, but the broken sword in front of him was no longer moving. It was just a voice that echoed in Chu Yun's heart. I still want to continue fighting with my master. At this time, Jean Dan, who was lying on the side, suddenly came close, rubbed Chu Yun with his nose, and then looked at the broken sword. Chu Yun understood instantly. And he and Jin Dan both heard this voice. This voice is not an illusion. Hua Feng and Gu Yan did not change their expressions. They did not hear it. Chu Yun frowned and looked at the broken sword. He actually wanted to help Hua Feng forge a brand new sword, because using this ordinary long sword as the base for forging is inherently at a great disadvantage. But now it seems that although this sword has no attributes, it is not ordinary. No problem. I know 3 craftsmen from the dwarf tribe. They will definitely be able to forge the best weapons for you. Chu Yun smiled slightly. In terms of forging, you still have to look at the dwarves. Hua Feng was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to contact the craftsmen of the dwarf tribe. It is not uncommon for dwarves to forge weapons for humans. But there are not many dwarves after all. And it is not easy to invite dwarves to order equipment. These 3 dwarf craftsmen are my friends. As long as I need help, they will definitely come to help. Hua Feng, your weapon will be forged as soon as possible. But it is hard to say the specific forging time. And Chu Yun has no way to guarantee this. You can go back to the Slime Academy first. Don't wait for me. I will go directly to my dwarf friends. Hua Feng needs a sword to fight. And he must forge weapons as soon as possible to restore Hua Feng to a combat state. After that, Chu Yun put away the golden stone and the broken sword, pulled the teleportation scroll, and disappeared on the spot. Chapter 340. Go to Guanghai City Professional Association. After getting Chu Yun's promise and leaving, Gu Yan and Hua Feng looked at each other. Let's go back to Slime Academy. Yes. After the two went downstairs to check out, they went out to find a remote place, used the teleportation scroll, and returned to Slime Academy. Chu Yun went to Guanghai City first. Now Guanghai City is still talking about the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon, because many students have brought back various rare treasures from it, and the exchange is full of various treasures. And Chu Yun also brought out a large number of treasures from the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. But these things are not in a hurry to sell. So go to Guanghai City Professional Association first. Soon, Chu Yun arrived at the gate of the Guanghai City Vocational Association. In order to hide from others, Chu Yun had already disguised himself and changed into the uniform of the Slime Academy. He was just an ordinary student and could not be recognized as Chu Yun. Chu Yun walked past the cold guard and found the Vice President Luo Ji. Luo Ji was surprised to see Chu Yun. Chu. Her first word was stuck in her throat, and she said slowly, "It's our first meeting. What do you want to see me for?" Chu Yun knew that Luo Ji had recognized him, and now he was expressing this appearance to hide from others. Chu Yun smiled slightly. "Can we talk somewhere else?" The onlookers were all stunned. The Vice President of Guanghai City, a small student from Slime Academy, wanted to invite a private meeting? Just a student from Slime Academy. A student from Xingdou Academy looked at Chu Yun and sneered coldly. In his eyes, this student from Slime Academy was really overestimating himself. Even he couldn't invite Luo Ji. So however, something even more unexpected happened. Luo Ji nodded with a bright smile. Of course, Luo Ji, who was known for his warm and friendly attitude towards people, but his solid methods of doing things, actually agreed to Chu Yun's invitation so easily. This is too unreasonable. What? The student of Xingdou Academy tried to persuade him to stay, but he only saw Luo Ji and Chu Yun leaving. His face was very ugly. Behind him, there were 2 younger brothers with embarrassed expressions. "Boss, do we still want to get lost?" he shouted angrily, and the 2 younger brothers shrank their necks in fear. Reception room. "Excuse me. How is President Ding Pei doing now?" Chu Yun asked with concern. If Ding Pei can successfully come out of the throne level, then Chu Yun will have a close throne level combat power. Luo Ji smiled. President Ding Pei has not come out of the seclusion yet, but it should be next week. And President Ding Pei has not come out of retreat, which means that at least he has not failed to break through the throne yet. And there is still a chance. He has a very rich foundation, and with enough resources, it is not a big problem to break through the throne. Thank you, Vice President, for your help. In addition, please take me to meet the 3 young dwarf craftsmen. Luo Ji smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Her eyebrows curved. You always ask me questions, and it's time for me to ask you some. Although Luo Ji seemed to want to ask Chu Yun something, she did not stop moving, and stood up and led Chu Yun to the floor where the 3 young dwarf craftsmen belonged. I wonder what the vice president wants to ask. It's too unfamiliar to always be the vice president. Just call me Luoji senior sister. Luoji spoke in a very calm and generous manner. Chuyun hesitated a little, but finally spoke. Luoji, senior sister. It was the first time that Chuyun called someone sister. Hey! Being called like that by a young junior brother really makes me feel comfortable. Luoji looked very satisfied. She looked like this, which was quite different from her usual elegant and noble image. Oh! I almost forgot what I wanted to ask. Luoji coughed and smiled. Excuse me, Hero Chuyun. How do you feel after exploring the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon? Can you tell me in detail? She had also longed for the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon for a long time. But she had already entered the throne level, and could not follow the crowd to explore. Of course. Chuyun described the general situation to Luoji, and made a lot of changes in the part where the Golden Holy Dragon, Miguang, was resurrected, trying not to expose the fact that he had obtained 2 professions and everything related to the God of Life. Cryas. At this time, Jindan ran out and rubbed Chuyun's cheek affectionately. I'm sorry, Jindan. Chuyun teased Jindan's chubby little face, in order not to attract attention. When Chuyun changed his appearance, Jindan had to hide in the beast ball temporarily, and could not come out. Only in this private situation. That is, when he showed himself as Chuyun, did he have the opportunity to come out for a breath of fresh air. The golden egg pouted, as if in a bad mood. Although the golden egg is the child of the Golden Holy Dragon and the God of Life, there is no feature of the God of Life in the golden egg, and the whole body looks like the Golden Holy Dragon. Is the gene of the Golden Holy Dragon Miguang too strong? The Golden Holy Dragon Miguang is indeed powerful, but it is not necessarily the case that he has the upper hand in this couple. The God of Life Cryas is also the supreme throne, which can only show that the gene of the God of Life is too mysterious and full of countless doubts. However, it is possible that the golden egg will awaken the ability of the direction of life in the future. After listening to Chuyun's description, Luoji seemed to be imagining the scenery. Suddenly, she looked at the golden egg that was intimate with Chuyun, and her expression was surprised. Huh? What's wrong? Senior Luoji. It can't speak? Luoji pointed at the golden egg. When the fierce beast reaches the throne level, its intelligence will be greatly enhanced, and it can also get rid of the interference of the fierce spirit to a certain extent, become able to think and speak human language. And the Golden Holy Dragon Cub is born at the throne level. It should be able to speak. Yes. Why can't the golden egg speak? Chuyun only reacted now, holding the golden egg's face. Come on. Say something. Woo woo. The golden egg was pinched on the face and pouting, but still couldn't speak. Could it be that the energy given to it by the stray light is not enough? But the golden egg is indeed at the throne level, so it should be able to speak. Or is the golden egg still incomplete? Chuyun was in a dilemma. Forget it. Let's go back to the Slime Academy and ask Mr. Gu. Although Gupan is knowledgeable, I guess he doesn't know much about the secrets of the Golden Holy Dragon. Chuyun and Luoji were chatting when the elevator arrived at the craftsman's floor. The golden egg returned to the beast-controlling ball and played with the quilt. Chuyun stepped out and immediately saw the 3 dwarf craftsmen looking up at him in surprise. It's Chuyun. Chapter 341, Where the Spirit of the Weapon Is. Chuyun. Wind Shovel put his hands on his waist, and his pigtails swayed. I thought you were going to be in big trouble. The situation was too dangerous. Scraper and Hammer also came closer, chattering and expressing their concern for Chuyun. The emotions of the dwarves are so direct and passionate. At this time, there were only 3 of them here. The forging masters that Chuyun expected seemed to have gone out to eat, and were not here. Ha ha ha. It's okay. I'm back safely now. After expressing his thoughts to the 3 young dwarf craftsmen, Chuyun took out the golden stone and Huafeng's broken sword. I want you to help prepare this sword. If this stone is a good thing, it can also be integrated into this sword. After seeing this stone, Scraper and Luoji were surprised and said, It's Dragon Box Stone. It's Dragon Box Stone. After hearing Luoji beside Chuyun exclaimed, Scraper looked at her strangely. Luoji pushed her glasses and smiled. I have some knowledge of Golden Holy Dragon. I only know that this thing is Dragon Box Stone, but I don't know the specific effect. Dragon Box Stone is the stone used by Golden Holy Dragon to make boxes. It can gather all energy, including but not limited to light and dragon energy. Hammer added. Wind Shovel immediately said. Dragon Box Stone is not suitable for mixing into the sword, but it can be used to make a scabbard for this sword to gather the edge. When the sword is out, because of the concentration of Dragon Box Stone, the sword edge will become extremely powerful in an instant. Okay. Chu Yun didn't know swordsmanship, but he understood that this seemed like a good thing. What materials do you need? I'll get them for you. As for materials, ordinary ones will do. This broken sword is too fragile at the moment. It can only be strengthened slowly through repeated forging. While the scraper was speaking, he seemed to feel something moving. He looked at the broken sword in surprise, his pupils shrinking slightly. There was a faint voice telling him that he wanted to become stronger. This sword actually has a sword spirit. The wind shovel and the hammer squeezed over in an instant, and both discovered this anomaly. It's amazing. This is the first time I've seen equipment without attributes and levels give birth to spirits. Chu Yun and Luo Ji were also stunned. There is such a thing as spirits? Looking at Chu Yun and Luo Ji's shocked expressions, Hammer explained. All things have spirits. Fierce beasts have the opportunity to give birth to spiritual intelligence, let alone other items. And numbered items are props with spirits. Until now, Chu Yun suddenly remembered that he had a lot of props with spirits. Dangerous items with independent consciousness, numbered items. But the spirits of numbered items are very stubborn and refuse to cooperate with the user. That's not what I want to say. What I mean is that all things have the opportunity to give birth to spiritual intelligence. But there is also a prerequisite. That is, they are strong enough. Hammer stretched out a finger and shook it slightly. It is extremely difficult for a weed to give birth to intelligence. But if this weed is trained to the throne level, it can. Correspondingly, the equipment needs to be extremely powerful to have a chance to give birth to intelligence, such as numbered objects. And this sword is the most ordinary sword in my eyes. It can be regarded as a decoration. But this decoration actually gave birth to a weak sword spirit, which really surprised me. Next to him, Feng Zhao spoke up. It must be because its owner cares about it very much. Hearing this, Chu Yun immediately took out the Staff of Life Source and rubbed it vigorously. Hey, do you feel my concern? The Staff of Life Source did not respond to Chu Yun's eagerness. I don't know if it was because it didn't have a spirit or it was too cool. I believe this broken sword can be made. The scraper looked at it with confidence. We will do our best to make it the best sword. How much does it cost? If it's top-notch, 3 billion. Okay. I'll pay you by credit card. 3 billion Tianfeng national currency was given out so casually. And Chu Yun's face did not change. How long will it take to repair it? Is it urgent? It is urgent. But it still needs to be of the highest quality. I just want to know when the highest quality will be needed last night. The three young dwarf craftsmen all bowed their heads and thought deeply. Wind Shovel slowly raised his head. 5 days. So fast? Chu Yun thought it would take at least a month. It mainly takes time to purchase the props. If the props are ready immediately, it will only take 3 days. Chu Yun immediately volunteered. No problem. You make a list and I will help you buy it. That's great. Wind Shovel quickly wrote down a long list of items, and then discussed it with Scraper Hammer, deleted and added a few items, and handed it to Chu Yun 5 minutes later. That's all. Okay. I'll be back soon. After that, Chu Yifeng hurried downstairs and went to the Guanghai City Exchange. At this time, Xie Sheng was walking in various shops for inspection. Suddenly, he saw Chu Yun running over. Ah, Mr. Chu Yun. It's really great to see you safe, huh? Manager Xie. Urgent. Please buy a copy of all the items on the list immediately. A large list was shot over. Although Xie Sheng was a little confused, he immediately showed his excellent professionalism. He took the list and nodded slightly. No problem. Mr. Chu Yun. Please wait a moment. After that, he immediately took out his mobile phone, scanned the names of the items like lightning and classified them, and then found the special contacts of different item divisions, asked them one by one and asked them to deliver the goods. Within 10 minutes, all the items on the list were delivered by a specialist, piled in front of Chu Yun, and put into his storage ring. A long strip of thousands of different props were purchased in 10 minutes. Manager Xie is fast. Chu Yun gave a thumbs up. The total price of these props was 6 billion. Chu Yun directly transferred 7 billion. The extra 1 billion is the hard work fee for this expedited delivery. Manager Xie and those who ran errands this time, please accept it. After that, Chu Yun left the scene in a flash. Xie Xing and a large number of staff members stopped where they were. Manager, what happened to this distinguished guest? I don't know. I only know that our distinguished guest Chu Yun is in a hurry. And we made a net profit of 1 billion in 10 minutes. Chu Yun returned to the Guanghai City Professional Association building in the blink of an eye, and returned to the floor where Luo Ji and the three dwarf youths were at the fastest speed. Huh? Everything you want is here. Chapter 342 Hua Feng's full set of equipment. Seeing Chu Yun rushing back here at lightning speed, Luo Ji and the three dwarf youths were all shocked. How did you come back so soon? Oh my god! Chu Yun shook the storage ring, and a lot of things spilled out of the storage ring. Luo Ji looked at these things and was extremely shocked. These things were all written on the list by the three dwarf young craftsmen. Chu Yun, you are too fast. Can you collect all the things on the list in 10 minutes? The shock of the three dwarf young craftsmen is hard to erase. Even if they split into 3 people and act separately, it will take at least 2 days to complete the purchase. How can Chu Yun be so fast? This is the magic of connections. You will understand it later. These dwarves still have too little knowledge of the human world, and Chu Yun does not intend to pollute them with all kinds of human knowledge now, as long as they do the forging they like. Luo Ji couldn't help but look at Chu Yun with a higher opinion. As the vice president of the Guanghai City Professional Association, she knows the importance of connections better than anyone else, and Chu Yun can complete the purchase of so many list items in 10 minutes. So he must have a good connection in the exchange, even if it is her. To contact Xie Xing, the manager of the Guanghai City Exchange, it will take at least 30 minutes to prepare before the meeting, and it will take longer to complete the task. Chu Yun saw the look Luo Ji was shooting at him, and he didn't say much, just smiled slightly. Okay, everything is ready. When can we start working? Every second counts. Hua Feng is still waiting to use the sword. We can start working anytime. When it comes to forging, several young dwarf craftsmen suddenly became excited and rubbed their hands. They can't wait to forge a good sword body for this sword with a sword spirit. Okay, then I won't bother you. I'll come to get the sword when the time comes. Do you want a mobile phone? Now Chu Yun suddenly realized that these 3 little ones have no way to contact him. But if I give these 3 little ones a few mobile phones, I'm afraid they will experience the troubles of the world in advance. What is a cell phone? The 3 dwarfs were confused. Chu Yun took out his cell phone and showed it to them. It's this square and flat thing. With it, no matter how far apart we are, we can communicate with each other. It can transmit sound over thousands of miles. Yes, of course, the 3 dwarfs shouted, since they all said they wanted it. Chu Yun had no reason to stop them. Then wait a minute. I'll go get a few cell phones. Oh, and we need a contact account. It's a bit troublesome and time-consuming. Chu Yun frowned slightly and thought, if I have to get the cell phones and identity information for the 3 of them step by step, it will take a lot of time. But making a sword requires every second. It's impossible for him to wait here for 3 days to see when the sword will be cast. At this moment, Luo Ji beside Chu Yun smiled and spoke. Junior Chu Yun, it seems that you don't have any connections in the field of electronic products. Indeed, Chu Yun answered frankly. Luo Ji was stunned again by Chu Yun's straightforward admission. What a straightforward junior. Luo Ji laughed immediately. Then let me do it. Apart from anything else, it is still possible to equip the 3 dwarf craftsmen with mobile phones. I will also help with the identities of the 3 dwarf craftsmen. When the sword is completed, they will definitely be able to send you messages with their mobile phones. But you should pay more attention to whether there are any new friends on your phone. No problem. After exchanging some other information, Chu Yun nodded and was completely relieved. Just come back a few days later to get the sword. Chu Yun immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Hua Feng. I am the Nani and I will protect you, Chu Yun, Hua Feng. I have asked the dwarf craftsman to help you make your sword. It is expected to be made in about 3 days. Lung Feng Hua Feng, so fast. Lung Feng Hua Feng, thank you. I am the Nani and I will protect you, Chu Yun. You are polite. We are comrades in arms. In addition to this sword, I will go to pick equipment for you. Wait for my good news. After sending the message, Chu Yun put the phone back in his pocket. Then I will leave. Come on. As he said that, Chu Yun quickly took the elevator down and left the Guanghai City Professional Association. You are really a quick-handed junior. Luo Ji shook her head and sighed. I wonder what kind of sparks Chuyun can create in the Slime Academy competition a week later. She is looking forward to it. At this time, Chuyun has returned to the Guanghai City Exchange again. Seeing that Chuyun was not in a hurry this time and returned to his usual calmness, Xie Xing was slightly stunned. Dear guest Chuyun, why did you turn back again? Is there something wrong with the items on the list just now? Ah. No. I came here for this matter. Chuyun got straight to the point. Please ask Manager Xie Xing to help recommend a set of melee swordsman equipment suitable for the peak of the Star Glory level. I want the top level ones. And money is not a problem. For example, the domain of Moradin on Chuyun is a very special throne level equipment, which allows Chuyun to wear it even if he has not reached the throne. The same is true for the Staff of Life Source. But Chuyun can use it this way. Under normal circumstances, star level equipment is used by star level equipment. Xie Xing was a little surprised when he heard this. Could it be that Mr. Chuyun wants to change his career to become a swordsman? Then I have to be a swordsman, Chuyun complained. It should be said that he really got a new career, the Holy Dragon Guide. But this career is also semi-ranged, and the Staff of Life Source can meet the needs of 2 careers at once. I want this set of equipment to give to a swordsman friend of mine. I see, Xie Xing pondered. I wonder if this swordsman friend of guest Chuyun is a light type, a power type, or a frontline type. Different fighting styles have different equipment recommendations. Chuyun thought for a while. Light type. Is it a sword chi type? Or a sword battle type? Swordsmen are also divided into sword chi magic swordsmen and close combat swordsmen. The profession of Storm Knight uses a long sword to cut out a storm. And the elemental warriors of the Wind Fury Empire also use samurai swords and use various elements. Close combat swordsmen use weapons more purely to attack, with strong armor breaking ability and more direct damage. Sword battle type. Okay. A light sword battle swordsman professional suit. Not long after, Xie Xing found an excellent suit and asked someone to deliver it. This is a set of cloud armor with azure blue, decorated with cloud patterns all around, which looks very extraordinary. Chapter 343 Go to the Job Transfer Temple. Each of these equipment has equipment skills. Chuyun just glanced at it and didn't look at it carefully. Anyway, he just glanced at it and recorded it in his mind. He would recall it later when he needed it. But the overall attributes of this set of equipment attracted Chuyun's attention. Cloud Armor Set Star Level Peak Set. Cloud Armor Robe. Cloud Armor Forehead Guard. Cloud Armor Arm Guard. Cloud Armor Boots. Cloud Armor Order. Cloud Armor Heart Mirror. Feiyun Sword. Cloud Armor Set Effect. 2-piece set Qing Lu. 4-piece set Fei Hong. 6-piece set Buyun. This set of equipment actually has 3 equipment effect skills. In addition, each piece of equipment has its own equipment skills. So this set of equipment gives 10 equipment skills. Qing Lu increases critical hit rate by 10% and movement speed by 20%. Each time a critical hit is triggered, the movement speed is increased by an additional 20% for 6 seconds, which can be stacked up to 10 layers. Passive skill. Fei Hong increases critical hit rate by 2.5% and critical damage by 5% for each additional 10% movement speed. Passive skill. Buyun. When the additional critical damage is greater than or equal to 100%, the 65% damage caused by the critical hit will ignore 65% of the defense and double the movement speed for 1 second. Passive skill. 3 complementary and progressive passive skills. High movement speed, critical hit rate and critical damage. Chuyun only took one look and knew how well it suited Hua Feng. Not bad. Not bad. Manager Xie is still good at choosing. When Chuyun nodded slightly, he suddenly found something strange. This set of swordsman equipment includes a sword. Of course, it is normal to have a sword in a set of swordsman equipment. But Hua Feng no longer needs an extra sword. Well, including the sword, this set of equipment has a total of 7. And the maximum set effect is 6. Even if you don't wear a sword, you can still use the full effect of the equipment set. So it's not a big problem. But you should buy the sword first. Otherwise it would be embarrassing for Hua Feng to have no sword to use for the next 3 days. Chuyun made a generous move and bought the Cloud Armor Swordsman set in full. Thank you, manager, for being so quick. See you next time. See you. Dear guest Chuyun. Chuyun walked out of the Guanghai City Exchange and immediately turned on his phone to send a message to Hua Feng. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Big surprise. Your star-level swordsman set has been purchased. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Where are the people? Where are my comrades? Where the hell are they? Lung Feng Hua Feng. I am in the second cafeteria. Lung Feng Hua Feng. You bought it so fast. Without having time to read Hua Feng's complaints, Chu Yun pulled the teleportation scroll and instantly teleported back to the Slime Academy. Hua Feng was sitting in the cafeteria, watching Chu Yun teleported in front of him, and was so shocked that a piece of chicken held by chopsticks slowly fell into the plate. Hey, Hua Feng. Your equipment. Chu Yun stuffed a whole set of cloud armor into Hua Feng's arms, flicked his hair to show off, and instantly teleported away again. The atmosphere around was a little quiet. Hua Feng snapped his fingers, and these equipment were instantly worn on his body, replacing those platinum, diamond, copper and rotten iron. The majestic cloud armor shocked the students around. What a powerful armor. Hua Feng's aura actually soared. Isn't this the cloud armor in the exchange? I've been envious for a long time. No matter how strong the cloud armor is, it is only slightly stronger than other equipment. Why is Hua Feng's aura so strong? The students around him were talking about it. Hua Feng just now was able to secure the 7th place on the genius list. How strong is Hua Feng now? And what level can he reach? They can't imagine. As for Hua Feng, he felt that the power in his body was filled with countless. So, I could become so strong. Hua Feng didn't eat his meal, muttered to himself, and picked up the light and handsome Fei Yun sword, waited a few times, and shook his head slowly. No. It turns out that the sword is still not good. If I use this sword to fight, my heart will be confused and my combat effectiveness will drop too much. 3 days? There shouldn't be any fighting in 3 days. If there is a fight, I can just use this sword to make do. Chu Yun really took a lot of trouble. This honest man put away the Fei Yun sword, hid all the cloud armor he was wearing, and slowly ate his meal again. He didn't pay much attention to the specific skills of each equipment, and the triggering effect of the passive skills can take effect even when the equipment is hidden. Hua Feng's breath gradually slowed down, as if the scabbard hiding the sword's edge. The people around looked at Hua Feng, and the discussion continued. The college competition is coming soon, and the strong people in the college may usher in a new round of reshuffle. In addition to Hua Feng, Chu Yun, who had just been teleported here, also received a lot of discussion. The geniuses on the genius list will get everyone's attention whenever they appear. At this time, Chu Yun has returned to Guanghai City again. Chu Yun disguised himself and walked towards the crowded job transfer temple. He had already broken through the Star Glory level on the spot. This time, he did not come to touch the crystal ball, but to go to another area, the quenching area. Now that I have reached the Star Glory level, it is time to quench my skills and strengthen my strength. After Chu Yun came here, some students noticed Chu Yun. Chu Yun was shocked. Oh no! I subconsciously dressed up in the same disguise as last time. I feel like it will cause a stir. But since we were already here, Chu Yun felt that it was unnecessary to disguise himself. As long as others didn't know he was Chu Yun, it would be fine. Wow! That guy from Slime Academy is here again. Why didn't he go to the job transfer area, but went to the tempering area? Ha! I think the 5-star job transfer task was too difficult, and he didn't complete it. So he was too embarrassed to go there. So he came to the tempering area to feast his eyes. The group of students laughed at them mischievously. Chu Yun was too lazy to even give them a wink, and walked straight into the tempering area. The waiter in the tempering area also remembered Chu Yun and bowed immediately. I'm sorry, classmate. The tempering area is dedicated to serving star-level students. I am a Star Glory. Chu Yun spoke calmly. Instantly, the group of students couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! This guy is still pretending to be rich. Poor thing. There is a 5-star job transfer task, but he can't complete it. Look at his stern expression, as if someone owes him 2.58 million. What's wrong with the stern expression? Isn't it because you guys are so rude? Chu Yun curled his lips. I have a way to prove that I am a Star Glory. After saying that, a ray of green light appeared in his hand. Instantly, the surroundings were silent. Chapter 344: A situation of great turmoil. This little green light is full of vitality, and emits a bright luster. This is also a strange light. The students were stunned. They came to the job transfer temple from time to time to work for so long because they had too many skills, and too few original lights. They needed to transfer the original lights of each skill to other skills when needed. And a new strange light was hard to come by. Moreover, having a strange light means that Chu-Yun has indeed entered the Star Glory level. How? How could this be? The student panicked and gritted his teeth and said, "It must be this guy who went to another job transfer temple to complete the job transfer, causing me to make a wrong judgment. Damn Slime Academy students. Too cunning. You have obviously made malicious assumptions. But now you are acting like I am persecuting you," Chu-Yun said mercilessly. "You are so shameless. Students are a group of people who care about their reputation very much. Scolding him in front of his classmates is enough to break his defense." Sure enough, the student suddenly became furious. He rolled up his sleeves and wanted to hit Chu-Yun regardless of the obstruction of his classmates around him. "Humph. You scoundrel." Chu-Yun snorted slightly. And a breath of life suddenly surged out, pushing the student back several steps. No need for the life source staff. No skills. Just the simplest burst of life breath. It is enough to make the student geniuses, who can come to Guanghai City, suffer. Chu-Yun was slightly satisfied with his own strength. But that's all. The real complete Chu-Yun still needs to wait until the quenching is completed. Ignoring this young man who broke the defense, Chu-Yun stepped into the quenching area again. At this time, the other students who were queuing here no longer dared to underestimate Chu-Yun, and no longer said anything. It takes time to queue up. The students who were queuing here took out their mobile phones to check various information. And Chu-Yun was no exception. The moment the news section was opened, a piece of news jumped out. Latest interview. Chu-Yun, Gu Yan, and Hua Feng, the suspected biggest winners of this Golden Holy Dragon's Tomb expedition, have not appeared in front of the media again, and have no time to agree to interviews. Seeing this title, Chu-Yun quickly clicked in to watch. After a few glances, Chu-Yun frowned slightly. Although it was an interview with Wuxia, Wuxia was not clearly captured in the video. Only the rolling holy light. It was said below that Wuxia's holy light was too strong, and the camera could not capture a clear face. But Chu-Yun always felt something was wrong. Respectfully, the God of Life. Cryas. This is what Wuxia said at the end. After saying this, the interview was basically over. And the content of the entire interview was what Wuxia did in the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. There was nothing strange. But Chu-Yun still felt uneasy. God of Life Cryas. This name appears more and more. After touching that ancient memory in Xiaowentian's skill storage room, Chu-Yun's connection with the God of Life becomes deeper and deeper. I don't know if this is good or bad. The Golden Holy Dragon's tomb is over after all. The onlookers who don't know the details will be very interested in this matter. But Chu-Yun, who has actually participated, doesn't want to read this kind of news anymore. So he starts browsing other places. Surprise! The Deep Sea Vortex secret realm appears at the border between the Skywind Empire and the Windwrath Empire. Geniuses from both countries go there one after another. But the Windwrath Empire has a strong attitude and wants to take it all for itself. Chu-Yun clicked on it and saw that among the geniuses from the Tianfeng Empire in this secret realm, Jiang Bai's name suddenly appeared. While he was working hard to become stronger, other geniuses were not idle at all. Everyone was getting stronger. You really can't relax at all. Chu-Yun was slightly amazed. His position could be surpassed by others at any time. If you want to sit firmly, you have to become stronger. The closer Chu-Yun got to more secrets, the weaker he felt. When facing the Golden Holy Dragon Mi-Guang, Chu-Yun clearly felt that if he had any malicious intentions, he would be wiped out on the spot. He was still too weak. After the quenching was completed, he had to go to level up immediately and try to break through the throne. Only by reaching the throne can you gain a firm foothold in this world. While Chu-Yun was thinking, a shout came from the front. Next, it's his turn in the queue. Chu-Yun immediately stepped forward. The person in charge of the quenching here is an old man wearing glasses. He has gray hair on his temples and holds a magic wand less than 30 centimeters long. He points to a magic circle engraved with a 5-pointed star pattern. Please stand on it. Chu-Yun nodded and stepped into the 5-pointed star magic circle. In an instant, the magic circle flashed and enveloped Chu-Yun. Chu-Yun felt that the original light and strange light in his body became active. It seems that this is your first time to quench the light. I will explain it to you briefly. The old man pushed his glasses and said, the quenching light is divided into the original light and the strange light. The original light is the light in your body. You will have an original light every time you break through a level. You have 6 original lights at the Star Glory level. namely bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and star glory. Each original light has different effects and can be placed on a skill to give the skill additional effects. Only one original light can be installed on a skill. The strange light is the same. In short, only one light can be installed on a skill. In short, it is like this. It costs 1 million Tianfeng national currency to install a light for each skill. How many you plan to install depends on how much money you spend. The old man pointed to the QR code posted next to him. Just scan the code to pay. Chuyun calculated the light in his body, and then raised his phone. Successful transfer. 27 million Tianfeng national currency. The old man looked at the newly deposited money calmly, and nodded slightly. Just as he was about to take the next step, he suddenly felt that he might have read it wrong just now, and looked again. 27 million. Classmate, did you give too much? You gave 27 million. No mistake, Chuyun said firmly. But 1 million for one light. Yes, I have 6 original lights and 21 strange lights. As soon as these words came out, all the noisy people around him fell silent. Everyone was looking at Chuyun with an expression of shock that could not be suppressed. 21 strange lights? It was hard to say whether all the students present had 21 strange lights. It was extremely difficult to find one strange light, let alone 21. Instantly, many students questioned. Impossible. How could you have 21 strange lights? This is really a big boast. Faced with everyone's doubts, Chuyun just smiled slightly. It's none of your business. You don't want to be slapped in the face by me later, do you? Chapter 345 100% Perfect Hardening Stone. This. No one dared to speak for a moment. Although Chuyun's 21 strange light sounded outrageous. Most other people didn't even have one strange light. But if Chuyun really had so many strange lights, then they would be the ones who were slapped in the face. Heh. I'm waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Many students murmured in a low voice, but didn't dare to speak loudly. Without the chattering of these guys, Wu Feng looked at the old man again. Please start. Okay. Then I will explain the rules of hardening in detail. The old man said slowly. The hardening is not 100% successful. As the number of hardening increases, the difficulty of hardening will gradually increase. The first hardening is 100% successful, but the second will drop to 80%. The third is only 40%, and the fourth is only 20%. After completing the hardening of 6 original lights, the success rate of hardening the strange light has reached 2%, which is negligible. What happens if the quenching fails? If it is the original light, it will recover after a week of rest. If it is the strange light, it will be consumed immediately. If the skill that has successfully quenched the light wants to move the original light or the strange light out, it will definitely succeed. Then these lights will be calculated as before the quenching, and the success rate will be calculated. Wu Feng nodded slowly. I see. Although he has a lot of strange lights, the success rate of the strange light being able to be quenched successfully after the original light is quenched is ridiculously low. Even if all 21 strange lights are created, it is possible that not even one strange light will be quenched successfully. Humph. Although there are a lot of strange lights, I think this kid will definitely waste them all. That's right. With such a low probability, I don't think even one strange light can be quenched. Many students looked at Chuyun, their expressions full of envy and jealousy. With so many strange lights, I'm afraid they can't even collect them in their lifetime. And among them, as long as they have a strange light, it's worth showing off. Chuyun glanced at the group of envious guys and snorted. These strange lights were brought out from the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. In a sense, they can be the burial objects of the Golden Holy Dragon of the throne. The strange light. How can there not be many? Not only are there many, the quality of these strange lights is also better than one. Seeing that Chuyun has fully understood the rules, the old man picked up the magic wand and clicked the 5-pointed star array. Let's get started. Please select the skill you want to temper. Chuyun thought about it and decided to start with the simplest healing spell to see how it goes. Choose healing spell. Skill selected. Healing spell. Success rate of this tempering, 100%. Please select the light you want to temper. Each light has a different effect. A truly powerful person needs to temper the skill with the best light under various effects. Chuyun thought for a moment. Bronze level original light. Bronze level original light has been selected to temper healing spells. Quenching. Quenching successful. Healing spell quenching effect. Healing effect increased by an additional 100%. When performing excess treatment, 30% of the excess treatment is converted into a temporary shield lasting 10 seconds. Instantly, a layer of faint light burst out from Chu Yun's body, indicating that Chu Yun has successfully tempered the light. The treatment effect is increased by an additional 100%. This means that the skill effect of this skill is simply doubled, and the subsequent overflow treatment to shield is also a god-level ability. Is this one of the benefits of every job transfer being a 5-star job transfer task? Chu Yun smiled slightly in his heart. The bronze level original light should not be so powerful. The bronze level original light of other students has an additional bonus of 5%, which is already very powerful. This is more of a bronze level original light. The highlight is yet to come, and most students will also give priority to tempering the star level original light. The strongest original light must guarantee a 100% tempering success rate. Only Chu Yun would choose to use the bronze level original light for the first tempering. But Chu Yun can do this because he has confidence and a backup plan. Please select the skill you want to temper. Choose paralysis. Skill selected, paralysis. Success rate of this tempering, 80%. Please select the light you want to temper. However, at this time, Chu Yun was not in a hurry to choose the light, but took out a dazzling gem about the size of a palm from the storage ring. When seeing this gem, the students around him breathed a little stagnant. They didn't see this gem very often, but everyone wanted it. It's the perfect stone. Wow, where did this guy get so many treasures? The perfect stone can guarantee that the first quenching will be successful. Everyone wants the stone, and it is the top masters with strange light who are flocking to it. The perfect stone is a consumable. It is always out of stock, and no one will have too much. At this time, a student widened his eyes and looked at Chu Yun. This guy doesn't want to take the perfect stone. Chu Yun held the perfect stone and looked at the old man. I want to use the perfect stone to ensure that the second quenching will be successful. What should I do? The discussion in the audience suddenly became quiet. Even the old man, who had seen a lot of storms and waves, almost stunned his glasses. You are only tempering for the second time, and you need to use the perfect stone? Yes. Chu Yun nodded slightly. Very naturally. But the second tempering has an 80% success rate. The old man spoke calmly, trying his best to suppress his anger. A perfect stone is priceless. And you actually plan to use it like this? If it's not 100%, then you have to use it. Chu Yun answered casually, looking at the eyes of the students around him, slightly surprised. What's so strange about this? Silence. Death silence. This group of students are so jealous that they can't even speak. Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee. A student looked at Chu Yun and said slowly, let this guy who doesn't know how to quench the light waste this perfect stone in the secondary industry quenching, when the perfect stone is needed later. I'm waiting to see his regretful look. Chu Yun also heard this sentence. However, Chu Yun shrugged indifferently. There are more than 100 perfect stones in his storage ring. Except for the first shot. Each quenching consumes a perfect stone, which consumes 20. Not even 100. This is the gold content after sweeping the main tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. Although the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang himself did not put the large treasure in the main tomb, the little resources that flowed out of the throne from the fingers were enough for Chu Yun, who was only at the Star Glory level, to look down on the students in the entire Guanghai city. It is a dimensionality reduction attack. Chapter 346, Full Quenching. Okay. Since you want to use the perfect stone, then use it, the old man said in a tired tone. Put the perfect stone in any groove of the pentagram array, and it will be fine. In addition to the perfect stone, a quenching item that is sure to succeed, there is also a stone called the Fortune Stone, which is a lower level substitute for the perfect stone. Each fortune stone can increase the success rate of quenching by 20%, and 5 fortune stones can increase the success rate of quenching by 100%, and they are placed in the 5 grooves of the pentagram array. However, the fortune stone is also a priceless existence, and it is difficult for those students to own it. This pentagram array has absorbed the perfect stone for the first time. Choose Silver Level True Light. Silver Level True Light has been selected for paralysis. Quenching. Quenching successful. Paralysis quenching effect. Paralysis time extended to 5 seconds. And after the end, it will fall into 90% deceleration, which lasts for 5 seconds. The control effect of paralysis is almost doubled. and the subsequent 5 seconds of high deceleration is not much different from imprisonment. After quenching, Chu-yun took out another perfect stone. Then let's continue. Not long after, Chu-yun had quenched all the true light on the skills, and also used the strange light to quench all the skills that were still useful. And every time he quenched, Chu-yun could take out a perfect stone, ignoring the unimaginably low quenching probability. The students around him were a little numb. 15 perfect stones. Just spit like this. Is this the son of a hidden family? But why the hell would a son of a hidden family go to Slime Academy? Under the absolute wealth. Many students have changed their views on Chu-yun. Not only do they no longer despise him, but they want to get close to him. These students really want to get a perfect stone. I have tempered my last original light for nearly 100 times. But it still didn't work. A student gritted his teeth. The probability of 5% is too low. If the last original light can successfully temper a skill, his strength can immediately increase a little and defeat his nemesis. If I can get a perfect stone, I will buy the strange light from that merchant. A wealthy lady thought. After all the original lights are quenched, there is only a 2% chance of a strange light. Even if she is wealthy, she does not have so much money to buy too many strange lights to try one by one, because it is a waste. However, Chu-yun ignored these students who wanted to get close to him. Although Chu-yun has always adhered to the survival policy of having many friends and few enemies, he is still in disguise after all. He is just an unknown student of the Slime Academy. He cannot be too prominent, let alone reveal his true identity. If Chu-yun came here as Chu-yun, there would have been a large number of students who came to curry favor with him, the genius who ranked first on the genius list. But due to the Slime Academy, Chu-yun can never reveal his true identity. Well, in this way, all the skills I am still using have been successfully tempered. Chu-yun felt the power in his body, and when he was about to release a skill, there would be a layer of faint light flowing. This is the proof of successful tempering. Is this the star level tempering? I am now several times stronger than I was just now. Chu-yun was very satisfied. There is an insurmountable gap between star and throne. And for ordinary people, the gap between diamond and star is no different. After the quenching is completed, the star is much more powerful than the diamond level in all aspects. I really don't know how I was able to defeat those star level players when I was at the diamond level. Chu-yun sighed inwardly. I was so powerful before. Chu-yun now can no longer be described as powerful. To be more specific, he is invincible below the throne level. Moreover, Chu-yun has already felt that being invincible below the throne level is not enough to describe himself. And he has already crossed most of the gap between the star level and the throne level. If he fights against the throne level, Chu-yun now is not afraid. Just when many students around him wanted to gather around and make friends with Chu-yun, Chu-yun smiled at everyone, pulled open the teleportation scroll, and disappeared on the spot. Since then, Guanghai City has left a legend of a mysterious boss. But no one expected that this legend would be completely broken by an accident before it spread for long. In the Slime Academy, Chu-yun and Xiao Shincher hugged each other tightly. Yunzi, you worried me to death. I'm back safely. How is the course? Everything is fine. Xiao Shincher, Yen Ruoqing, Yun Mu and others are steadily upgrading, and their strength is rising day by day. But there is still a lot of experience gap from the Star Glory level. Chu-yun pondered. Do you have enough core fire chips? How about Tianfeng national currency and equipment, etc. should be ready at any time to be the strongest front line. If Chu-yun wants to make money, he can do it anytime. There is plenty of money. We will not save it when we need it. Also, Yunzi, you can really make money. Yesterday, my father sent me a message saying that his business career for so many years is nothing compared to yours. He also said that the future belongs to us young people. Xiao Shincher admires Chu-yun's money-making speed very much. He is already dizzy with the methods of his old father Xiao Wentian. But Chu-yun now earns more than his father. Uncle Xiao, just do it step by step. But if you are short of funds, just tell me directly. Chu-yun smiled slightly. The speed of making money with the reversal ability is too unreasonable. It can be regarded as making something out of nothing. This ability to make money is unique and cannot be compared with others. By the way, Yunzi, if you are free, remember to go to Gai Tower next to the first college. It seems someone is looking for you. I understand. After greeting Xiao Shincher, Chu-yun looked at Yen Ruoqing and Yun Mu again. No matter where Chu-yun appeared, he would be shocked and watched by the students around him. Chuyun had also released the golden egg. But there were actually many bold female students in this group who came over and stretched out their hands to rub the chubby face of the golden egg. How could this be possible? The golden egg quickly ran into Chuyun's arms and flew back to the beast controlling ball, while Chuyun looked at this group of students with no sense of propriety with a black face. After greeting Yin Ruoqing and Yun Mu and assuring them of safety, Chuyun followed Xiao Zhencher's instructions and went to Gai Tower. There are many mysterious buildings in the First Academy, and Chuyun is mainly active in the dormitory building, rarely going to other places. This is the first time I've been to Gai Tower. When Chuyun arrived downstairs of Gai Tower, he saw a familiar person leaning against the door. It was Lung Yin. Hey, Chuyun. Long time no see. Chapter 347 Join the Night Watch. Lung Yin? Chuyun was stunned, then smiled and walked over. Where have you been recently? There is no news at all. I thought the Night Watch didn't plan to recruit me. Originally, when entering the First Academy, there was an agreement that Lung Yin would take Chuyun to the special organization of the Slime Academy, the Night Watch. But after Chuyun entered the First Academy, there was no news about Lung Yin, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Hey, that's how the Night Watch is. Lung Yin smiled bitterly. Once the mission is completed, you won't see me for 8 or 9 days. It's hard. After that, Lung Yin's expression became firm again. But being a night watchman is an honorable thing. We stand behind the shadows, protecting the people standing in the sun. Chuyun, are you willing to join the Night Watch? Chuyun rubbed his chin. It's not that I don't have a sense of justice. I'm just asking, what's the benefit? It's human nature. There's no need to hide it. Lung Yin smiled heartily. After joining the Night Watch, you are still free. You can choose to accept the task, or you can choose not to accept it. It all depends on your freedom. And after completing a task, you will get the reward issued by the task. It's just that these tasks will be more hasty, critical, and time-consuming. When accepting a task, you need to ask yourself whether you can really complete it. It's quite free. Chuyun nodded slightly. If it was an organization that had mandatory tasks from time to time, Chuyun would not go in. The world is constantly changing, and he cannot stop here. What are the specific tasks? Your question is too general. There are all kinds of things. Lung Yin scratched his head and said, let's talk about my mission this time. Speaking of this mission, Lung Yin's eyes instantly became sharp. Chuyun has been in battle for a long time, and knows very well that this is the expression that will appear at the most critical moment of the battle. But Lung Yin did not finish everything directly, but changed the entry point. Chuyun, what do you think of the Wind Fury Empire? Oh! This question caught Chuyun off guard. Chuyun frowned and thought for a while, then slowly said, it's okay. To be honest, I prefer the action romance movies of the Wind Fury Empire. Ahem. Let me ask it another way. Lung Yin coughed. Chuyun, what do you think of the relationship between the Skywind Empire and the Wind Fury Empire? This question was a bit sharp. Chuyun's brows were already frowned. It's just SOSO at the moment. Not as good as the friendship between our Skywind Empire and the Blue Moon Empire. Among the 4 great empires of mankind, the Blue Moon Empire in the north has the best relationship with the Skywind Empire, while the Wind Fury Empire is mediocre, and the distant God-given empire exudes a gentle but unfamiliar feeling that does not allow anyone to get close. However, even though the relationship between the Skywind Empire and the Windwrath Empire is mediocre, it has not yet reached the point of causing friction. That's right. Lung Yin's expression became more and more serious. But recently, the Windwrath Empire's movements have become more and more intense. Many ninjas are trying to cross the border of our Skywind Empire and force their way into our country. What? Chuyun was shocked. There are 2 most popular professions in the Windwrath Empire. One is the warrior, and the other is the ninja. These 2 professions are listed as the most popular professions in the Windwrath Empire. But at the same time, their strength is not inferior. Whether it is a warrior or a ninja, they are better than Chuyun, a doctor, with many skills and very flexible. According to calculations, the total number of these ninjas has reached thousands, and they are all top-level star-level ninjas, and many are throne-level. Lung Yin spoke faster and faster. The ninjas we met and defeated would commit suicide by taking poison before being captured by us. We only caught 3 alive. But fortunately, we still managed to pry open the mouth of one ninja. They came here on orders, And they were orders from the official general's mansion of the Fury Empire. Chu Yun couldn't help but speak in shock. Isn't this declaring war on our Tianfeng Empire? The four empires have ushered in 600 years of peace. And now the Fury Empire means to declare war on the Tianfeng Empire. However, the diplomats of the Wind Fury Empire denied this in a private meeting. The captured ninjas cannot be made public because of our Night Watch's confidentiality policy. Moreover, once the two countries go to war, it will cause countless impacts. Unless it is necessary, it will never happen. As he said, Lung Nian smiled slightly. Of course, our Skywind Empire is not afraid of him. If you want to talk, we are willing to talk. If you want to fight, we will fight with you. Recently, in the Deep Sea Vortex secret realm at the junction of the Skywind Empire and the Wind Fury Empire, the Wind Fury Empire is extremely powerful. And coupled with the numerous ninjas recently, it really worries the top leaders. The Night Watch will do its best to wipe out the invading ninjas. But even so, several Night Watchmen have been sacrificed. A lot of sincere and heavy words were thrown in front of Chu Yun. The stability of the Tianfeng Empire, in addition to the border soldiers, is also stabilized by the blood of the Night Watchmen hidden in the darkness. Hearing this, Chu Yun was not afraid. Sacrifice is not fun. So I will never sacrifice. A sense of righteousness surged from Chu Yun's heart. Night Watchman. I'm in. Good. 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 Lung Nian's eyes lit up, and he laughed. You have courage and courage. You are worthy of being the genius I am looking for. If you are willing to accept the mission, just come to the Guy building. There are multi-directional scanning systems here. As long as you come here, the Night Watch will know. Oh, by the way, I will also give you a software that can only be used by the Night Watch, so that it is easy to communicate. The Night Watch also uses the communication software used by the public, but the Night Watch still needs to use this software when communicating important information. Chu Yun followed Lung Nian and downloaded a remote and unpopular communication software that was almost not used. After registering his identity information, he joined the Night Watch family of the Moment Slime Academy. In order to avoid accidents, it is best to use a different ID and avatar than those used on other social software. After some deep thought, Chu Yun used a brand new ID and avatar here. Slime Academy Night Watchman Family 18. Mage with stick hits real damage. Chu Yun. Hello everyone. I am the new Night Watchman brought in by senior brother Lung Nian. The group was silent. No one in the group? Everyone should be cleaning up ninjas now. Just check the group from time to time. Lung Nian was also a little embarrassed. When can you come to accept the task? No hurry. Wait until I reach the maximum level first. Chapter 348. You also have a contract partner? Chu Yun's road to becoming stronger has not ended yet. Having been stuck at the diamond level for a long time, it is difficult for him to make any progress. Now that he has reached the Star Glory level, of course, he must quickly improve himself. This is just the beginning. Since it can enhance your strength, that would be the best. Lung Nian smiled. The identity of the Night Watchman is too dangerous. You must make yourself the strongest you can be, so that you can complete the mission most perfectly and survive in dangerous missions. What is the strength of senior brother Lung Nian? Throne. Lung Nian laughed. And a throne-level aura suddenly swept over. At such a young age, he has the strength of a throne. And he is indeed a top genius that the leaders of the entire slime admire. At this time, a hawk swirled down from the sky and landed on Lung Nian's shoulder. The hawk stared at Chu Yun, shook its head, and made a bird-like quacking sound. Hello. Although the tone was that of a hawk, the content was obviously human language, and only creatures other than humans who were at the throne level could speak. This hawk was also at the throne level. Soaring Sky Hawk. Name, Songyun. Level, 64. HP. Falling Eagle Eyes when not in combat. Soaring Sky Hawk's field of view increases by 1000%. Perception increases by 200%. And movement speed increases by 50%. Passive skill. Battle skills invisible. Song. A level 64 warrior. Is considered a top warrior in the Eagle clan. He actually formed a contract with Lung Nian. He was also quite polite, and actually greeted him. Hello. Chu Yun also replied. This is my contract partner, named Songyun. He is my important combat partner, and indispensable. Lung Nian teased Songyun's chin and said, You are the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon. Don't forget to upgrade your partner. After mentioning the golden egg, The golden egg flew out of the beast's control ball with a whoosh, and kept rubbing against Chu Yun's cheek. It was obvious that it had heard this conversation. Seeing the golden egg, Chu Yun suddenly had a doubt buried in his heart, and couldn't help but speak it out. Brother Leng Yin, what if a beast still can't speak after reaching the throne level? I haven't heard of this situation. Leng Yin rubbed his chin. Even if it is a beast that is temporarily forced to rise to the throne level for various reasons, it can have intelligence and speak at that moment. Why do you ask this? This situation should be very special. As he said, Leng Yin suddenly looked at the golden egg. At this time, the golden egg was being harassed by the flying Song Yun. Song Yun muttered in a low voice. But the golden egg was frowning and didn't say a word. Could it be that this golden holy dragon still can't speak? That's right. Chu Yun smiled bitterly. Leng Yin just shook his head. I can't do anything about this. You should ask Mr. Gu if he has a solution. Okay. Chu Yun nodded. Since he came back from the tomb of the golden holy dragon lord, he hasn't met Gu Pan yet, and he doesn't know what he thinks. After chatting with Leng Yin for a few more words, Leng Yin said that he looked forward to fighting with you, and then turned and left with the throne-level flying eagle Song Yun. Chu Yun immediately took out his mobile phone to find Gu Pan. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Is Mr. Gu here? Is he here? Is he here? Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan. Yes. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan. I am in the canteen. You can see me when you come over. Chu Yun exclaimed in surprise, and immediately went to the Slime Academy store with the golden egg. The Slime Academy was decorated luxuriously and noble everywhere, but the store was decorated in a hurry and was shabby. It was just an ordinary wooden house. Although Chu Yun knew that this was a disguised place for external display, it was still very strange. And Gu Pan, as a powerful saint in the world, always liked to lie on this broken old man's chair, which was even more strange. When Chu Yun came to the store, Gu Pan was lying on the old man's chair and browsing his phone. He looked like he was completely idle. Chu Yun, you are here. Gu Pan's sight slowly raised, and finally looked at Chu Yun. His eyes were full of wisdom. I guess you came here this time to ask me about your contract partner, the Golden Holy Dragon. Chu Yun's heart trembled. Old Gu has a sharp eye. The golden egg is now a complete Golden Holy Dragon infancy, and has reached the throne level. But why can't it speak yet? Hearing this, Gu Pan put down the phone in his hand, crossed his fingers, and smiled slightly. Before I answer your question, I have another question that needs your answer, that is, everything that happened in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb. Please explain it to me in detail. As he said this, Gu Pan lowered his eyebrows slightly, and his eyes flashed with infinite meaning. Child, I know you have a secret. It's understandable that you want to hide it. But this is about the future of mankind. You can speak boldly about your journey to the Golden Holy Dragon Mausoleum. You can refuse to answer any questions that may cause disobedience or conflict with your secrets. And I will not ask. Chu Yun opened his mouth slightly, but did not say a word. He could feel that the facts this time must be very serious. Otherwise Gu Pan, who was always idle, would not become so serious. And if Chu Yun chose not to answer, Chu Yun could not imagine the means of a holy sea. Okay. I know. Finally, Chu Yun chose to speak, because many of the contents are actually not a big deal. Afterwards, Chu Yun told Gu Pan everything that happened in the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb in detail, because Chu Yun's reversal system did not participate in this adventure too much. What Chu Yun said was almost the same as the real situation. When hearing that Chu Yun used the strange light to pass through the Star Glory shield, Gu Pan's eyes burst into a strange look, but he did not speak directly. After hearing that Chu Yun officially resurrected the Golden Holy Dragon Niguang, Gu Pan could not help but straighten up from his seat, and was in high spirits. After hearing the real reason why the Golden Holy Dragon Niguang was building the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb, Gu Pan could not help but look at the golden egg a few times. The conversation between Niguang and Chu Yun was an explosion of information, and it also involved the Tree of Life. Cryas, even Gu Pan, who had seen countless storms, couldn't help but ponder. Finally, the Golden Holy Dragon Niguang passed away. The Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum began to collapse. Chu Yun and others fled the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum, and after worshipping the remains of the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum, Chu Yun was promoted to Star Glory on the spot. A lot of information came out of Chu Yun's mouth, and Gu Pan fell into a long period of thinking. Chapter 349. Chu Yun, you have so many miracles. It's so magnificent. After thinking deeply for a long time, Gu Pan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Not only Gu Pan felt so, but even Chu Yun himself felt so. This trip to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb was really too exciting. And because of the strange and remote corner of this small shop, Chu Yun and Gu Pan could guarantee that no third person would hear this conversation. Then, let me ask the doubts in my heart one by one. Gu Pan straightened his waist, crossed his arms, and his face was calm. You got the strange light at the diamond level? That's right. I found this strange light in the Guanghai City Exchange. It is a strange light with vitality. What a miracle. Gu Pan sighed. Miracles frequently happen to Chu Yun. Whether it was the Chaos Occupation, the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, or even the followers of the dwarves, and even defeated the #1 genius on the Tianfeng Empire's list, the legendary Jiangbai, at the diamond level, and finally, obtained the strange light at the diamond level. Each of these legends is rare in 1,000 years, and is enough for a person to be proud of for a lifetime. And these miracles actually gathered on Chu Yun alone. Although I want to ask why you have the strange light at the diamond level. I want to ask you and you can't answer. Gu Pan thought again. Is your golden egg the child of the golden holy dragon Miguang and the god of life Crius? Yes. But I didn't sense any breath of the god of life on it. The golden egg is a purebred golden holy dragon, and it has inherited the lost light in both appearance and ability. In short, if the lost light hadn't been mentioned, Chu Yun would not have thought of it at all. And the golden egg looked like this. Chu Yun even suspected that it might not have received the seed of the god of life. But the golden egg can't speak. There must be some kind of defect that cannot be ignored. I think it is related to the god of life. Yes, I think so too. And the golden egg still can't speak. So I concluded that there must be something wrong. Well, now let's try to figure out how to get your contract partner to speak. Gu Pan picked up the phone that was placed aside and scanned the various data in it for Chu Yun to see. These data are almost unrelated, with only one thing in common. They are all vaguely related to the god of life. These are all things that the god of life, Crius, has influenced. They once burst out shining miracles of life. However, after the god of life completely disappeared, these miracles of life seemed to disappear out of thin air, and everything else stayed in this world in the most reasonable twisted way. After finishing the argument, Gu Pan looked at the golden egg. As the offspring of the golden holy dragon and the god of life, the golden egg has no trace of the god of life at all, which should be because of the signs that the god of life has disappeared. But logically speaking, without the breath of life, the golden egg cannot be born. At this time, Chu Yun suddenly spoke. Maybe I have. I have seen the past image of the god of life. What? Gu Pan was shocked. After hearing about the adventure in the golden holy dragon tomb, and knowing that the throne of God was resurrected and passed away without much ripples, Gu Pan was completely shocked at this moment. Even in the face of the infinite darkness outside the human territory, Gu Pan has never lost his composure like this. Have you seen the past image of the god of life? In an instant, all the surrounding space began to distort, split, dislocated, and then quickly reorganized. Like dominoes, layer by layer, waves were lifted outward. The floor tiles suddenly bulged and suddenly returned, and the fallen leaves flying in the air were instantly broken into several pieces and safe and sound in the next second. The instantaneous movement of the powerful saint is enough to change the world. Shoo! Old Gu, you are too loud. Chu Yun hurriedly covered up Gu Pan's movement. Gu Pan finally calmed down at this time and re-examined Chu Yun. Chu Yun, you have presented me with another miracle. The saint tried his best to suppress his movements quickly, and all the abnormalities around him returned to normal. Chu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Old Gu, you really scared me to death. He was so close to Gu Pan that he was almost completely separated by the ability of spatial dislocation. You are the one who scared me to death. Gu Pan admired. The latest record of the god of life is 2,000 years ago, and all the information circulating in this world is in text version, and there has never been any video. Tell me in detail. Soon. Chu Yun repeated what he said in the savage ancient realm to Gu Pan. The savage ancient realm. Gu Pan fell into deep thought. Finally, he raised his head. Chu Yun, you have to brush the Duankong training tower more. Even if the experience has reached the top, you have to brush it more. Whether the golden egg can make up for its own shortcomings depends on your luck in the Duankong training tower. Mr. Gu, what is the mystery of this Duankong training tower? Chu Yun can even see the historical slices of the past golden holy dragon in it. This place is definitely not as simple as just leveling up for students. Gu Pan shook his head and sighed. I don't know the details. Ah? Didn't you build the Duankong training tower? Chu Yun was stunned. Gu Pan sighed. Yes. I built it. But the key to maintaining the Duankong training tower is the artifact. The Heaven's Lock. The throne-level weapon of the God of Space. MO1. Chu Yun frowned. The God of Space. MO1. Also known as Ju Lichu MO1. Is the throne of the Tianfeng Empire. MO1 fell thousands of years ago, and his godhood disappeared. But the throne-level weapon, the Heaven's Lock, has not been lost. It is now in the hands of the Tianfeng Empire. But its exact location is unknown. Chu Yun had used a replica of the Heaven's Lock before to beat a diamond-level dragon. Now, I didn't expect that the real location of the Heaven's Lock was in the Duankong Training Tower of the Slime Academy. This Heaven's Lock can restrain everything that is real in history and the future. While my Duankong Training Tower can only temporarily retain these things, and cannot truly control the Heaven's Lock. Gu Pan said carefully, I can't guarantee what good things will be exploded in the Duankong Training Tower. But what I can be sure of is that the upper limit of the Heaven's Lock is enough for ordinary people to benefit infinitely. So that's it. Chu Yun pondered for a moment, hugged the golden egg and pretended to turn around and leave. I'll go to the Duankong Training Tower to swipe monsters now. Hey, don't worry. Gu Pan smiled and put his arm around Chu Yun's shoulders. You know so many secrets. Why not know a little more? Let's go. I'll take you to see some people. Chapter 350 Tianfeng Empire Leader. Rong Kan Wen. Go meet someone. Who? Chu Yun raised his eyebrows. Gu Pan did not answer immediately, but took out his mobile phone and looked at it for a few seconds. It's almost time. Well, you come. Gu Pan lifted Chu Yun with one hand and the golden egg with the other, and his 10 fingers burst into a flashing silver light. With a whoosh, Chu Yun found that he and the golden egg were brought to a completely unfamiliar place by Gu Pan. This seems to be an extremely grand, wide and mysterious library, with countless bookshelves standing on the ground or half floating in the air. And every book in these bookshelves seems to know how to speak, slowly reciting their own stories. But even though there are all kinds of sounds, it is very quiet to stop here, as if standing in the mountains where birds are chirping, crisp and pleasant, soothing the body and mind. It's amazing. This is... Chu Yun looked around. The floor of this library seems to be paved with ordinary marble. But every time Chu Yun takes a step, there will be a very light ripple slowly spreading. And the sound pattern like water waves is quite extraordinary. The golden egg flew around Chu Yun, looking around curiously. And its 2 small wings also fanned water waves in the air. This is the Wanhua Library. Gu Pan smiled. Let's go. I'll take you to see someone. Although this library seems to be huge and endless. Every time Chu Yun and Gu Pan walked past a bookshelf, it was as if they had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers and arrived at another place. Jin Dan felt a little scared, huddled on Chu Yun's shoulder, blinking his big eyes and looking left and right. Suddenly, a desk appeared in front of everyone. Although the distance was a bit far, it was enough for Chu Yun to see clearly. This desk was extremely large, with a mountain of papers, comparable to a small building. And on the right were all kinds of messy arrangements, including computers, chess games, deduction sand tables, Zoom cities, etc. The person sitting on the desk working hard was less than 1/1000th of the size of the desk. But this desk is very small. Chu Yun can read it all in his field of vision without moving his head, and take in all the countless contents. 2 completely opposite visual perceptions merge together. Not abrupt. Extremely magical. How is it? Are you done? Gu Pan walked to the desk, leaned his elbow on the desk, and asked the middle-aged man working on the desk with a smile. The middle-aged man had his hair combed meticulously, wore a pair of gentle gold-rimmed glasses, and was holding a pen and writing something on the paper. Hearing Gu Pan's voice, the middle-aged man put down the pen and smiled slightly. The moment he smiled, Chu Yun felt that all the sounds here were stagnant, and then continued to flow. The face of this middle-aged man is so familiar, but I can never remember it. And I can't see it clearly. This is an ability that can blur one's own face. Chu Yun had seen this ability before in the Killer Wing of the Bloody Hall, a subsidiary organization of the Shao Evil Hall. But the middle-aged man in front of him used this ability unintentionally, and his realm was obviously countless times higher than that of Wu Ying. How can I be busy? The middle-aged man smiled gently. Gu Pan, you are still as idle as ever. Gu Pan looked embarrassed. Among all the saints in the Tianfeng Empire today, he is indeed the most idle. But this is only the most idle in comparison. Gu Pan himself is also constantly watching the movements of the Duankong Training Tower. The slightest change brought about by the Heaven's Lock, a divine throne-level weapon in the Duankong Training Tower, is crucial. It may be a turning point, or it may be a danger. Hey, don't talk about this. Come and see the young hero I brought you. Gu Pan greeted Chu Yun. This is Chu Yun, the one I always nag you about. Nag you often? Chu Yun scratched his head, a little at a loss. He and Gu Pan haven't known each other for a long time, but considering that Gu Pan is a space mage who can almost distort time, it may not be surprising that he can nag you often. But the fact that the Holy Throne Gu Pan called Chu Yun a young hero still made Chu Yun feel a little proud in his heart. The future hope of Tianfeng Empire? The middle-aged man was slightly moved. Chu Yun was a little surprised. He didn't expect Gu Pan to think so highly of him. But at this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly laughed again. He looked at Chu Yun, as if he had seen through everything about Chu Yun. Now to be more precise, it is the hope of mankind. Right? Chu Yun was shocked. Why did such a heavy burden suddenly fall on his shoulders? He was not used to it yet. Seeing Chu Yun's shocked expression, Gu Pan laughed again. Well, it's time to introduce you to the young hero I brought here. Gu Pan looked at Chu Yun and pointed at the elegant middle-aged man. This is Rong Conwen. Chu Yun's eyes widened instantly. He never expected that the person that Gu Pan seemed to casually say he would bring him to see would be such a heavyweight. You are the leader of our Tianfeng Empire. Rong Conwen. 700 years ago, Rong Conwen officially took office as the leader of the Tianfeng Empire. At this time, the Tianfeng Empire was in turmoil and in danger. The four empires were in a chaotic mutual attack, and the Tianfeng Empire had been jointly attacked by the Nufeng Empire and the God-given Empire. In this critical moment of survival, the previous leader died on the battlefield. Rong Conwen took on the responsibility and began to lead the country and plan a counterattack. After decades of hard work, Rong Conwen exhausted his energy and finally brought out a powerful Tianfeng Empire. He appeared on the front line of the battlefield, frequently took action, successfully defeated the invading army of the Nufeng Empire, and killed the general of the Nufeng Empire on the spot. The Wind Fury Empire quickly surrendered and evacuated the territory of the Skywind Empire, and the God-given Empire had to lead its army to retreat after only 2 years of resistance. Not long after, the Archbishop of the God-given Empire died of illness, and the new Archbishop came to power. Like the new general of the Wind Fury Empire, he chose to express friendship and peace to the Skywind Empire, and was willing to pay countless compensation to the Skywind Empire. After achieving all the victories, Rong Conwen immediately took off his military uniform and gave up his military career. Under Rong Conwen's governance, the Skywind Empire became more and more prosperous. The God-given Empire and the Wind Fury Empire did not dare to act rashly, and the Blue Moon Empire had a very good relationship. It already looked like the leader of the four empires. Leader? I don't deserve it. Rong Conwen pushed his glasses down and smiled. I'm just doing my part for the future of the Tianfeng Empire and the happiness of its people. At the same time, we must also explore the treasures of mankind for the coming future to resist the storms that are gradually emerging. The gentle leader looked out the window. The sun was pouring in. The world is changing. Chapter 351. I'm not a chaos professional. Chu Yun didn't respond for a while. This kind of mission that concerns the whole world. At least you have to reach the throne level to be qualified to participate. Why tell him this? He is here at the pure star level. The time has not come yet. The gap between star and throne is too big. Even if he exhausts the ability of star, he can't do better than the throne. Chu Yun doesn't quite understand what Gu Pan and Rong Conwen mean. Chu Yun, what you are thinking now is that with your level and strength, you can't touch this field that concerns the world? I can tell you clearly that you can already touch it. The pupils in Rong Conwen's gold-rimmed glasses were extremely deep, locking Chu Yun in front of him firmly. When you were not at the diamond level, you could cross levels and defeat Jiangbai, who was at the peak of the star level. Jiangbai was not only the #1 genius before, but also the most powerful star level in the entire Tianfeng Empire. And now you have reached the star level. Various basic values have exploded. Plus you can increase it by 10 levels, quenching and other bonuses. Your strength must have exceeded your diamond level by more than 100 times. Plus the complete juvenile golden holy dragon. Your combat power has been raised to a whole new level. Chu Yun was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that the man in front of him could see through his current situation and true combat power at a glance. As expected of Rong Kanwen, the leader of the Tianfeng Empire. His insight is truly extraordinary. I am sure that although you are not at the throne level, you already have the combat power of the throne level. Chu Yun's mind moved, and he suddenly had an idea. He wanted to test it out. If you rely on the golden egg, you can indeed have the strength of the throne level. No, Chu Yun, I'm talking about you. Rong Kanwen emphasized the object in his tone. You already have the strength of the throne level. If you match your contract partner, that's 2 throne levels. And because of the contract, working together can achieve the strength of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Chu Yun still didn't hear the answer he wanted to hear, so he pretended to smile bitterly. My doctor, you are a chaos professional after all. Rong Kanwen shook his head. The moment he heard the last 5 words, the heavy stone hanging in Chu Yun's heart finally fell. If he was found to have reversed the system, he would be finished. And the identity of a chaos professional can perfectly cover up all his abnormalities. That's right. I just got a new set of professional abilities, Chu Yun said, as if talking to himself. Instantly, Rong Kanwen and Gu Pan were surprised. Very surprised. You got another profession? Elegant and gentle Rong Kanwen couldn't help but exclaimed. And Gu Pan almost jumped up. What profession is it? I don't know either. Chu Yun did not directly say the name of the Holy Dragon Guide profession, but deliberately pretended to be stupid to cover up the effect of his reverse skills. However, Chu Yun still said the general skills of the Holy Dragon Guide, and the specific names should be defined by these 2. This skill sounds like a skill suitable for the Golden Holy Dragon contract partner. Rong Kanwen pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. I have some impression of this profession. Please wait. I will look it up. Even when facing a junior, Rong Kanwen's tone and attitude were so gentle, without any uncomfortable pressure. He is indeed a respectable leader. Rong Kanwen's image on the TV screen is quite serious and formal, just like the kind of leader that ordinary people imagine. Even Chu Yun didn't recognize him at all when he first saw him in reality. It's better to say that if Gu Pan hadn't spoken, Chu Yun still couldn't recognize him. Rong Kanwen is really too amiable. He is obviously a level 87 saint-level strongman. He is also the leader of an entire country. Around the office, among the endless bookshelves, dozens of ancient and heavy books suddenly flew out like meteors and landed on Rong Kanwen's desk, allowing him to quickly flip through them. Gu Pan sighed aside. There are many people who have contracted pets, but being able to develop skills that match contracted pets, I can only say that they are worthy of being chaos professionals. If it were released, it would definitely be a super news that could be discussed for 10 days and a half months. And Chu Yun just smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Sorry, respected Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang. This profession you gave me must be used by me to fill the hole of chaos professionals. Hee hee. At this time, Rong Kanwen also finished flipping through his classics. It took less than half a second for the classics to fly from the bookshelf to Rong Kanwen's side. And it took Rong Kanwen less than half a second to finish flipping through so many classics. But in Chu Yun's consciousness, Rong Kanwen kept pushing his gold-rimmed glasses and flipping through every page carefully. This short and long time merged together without looking abrupt. This is the power of the Holy Sea. Chu Yun was originally wondering why electronic devices were not used in the internet age. Now it seems that the reaction speed of electronic devices is far less convenient than this. The throne level has initially exceeded the limits of humans and technology. And the Holy Sea level is naturally the same. And it exceeds it even more. Unlike your full true damage, another professional skill is still unknown. But the profession you have now has a name in history. Called Saint Dragon Guide. I see. Chu Yun showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Rong Kanwen had no doubts. This profession was too rare. Not to mention that it was difficult to access the secrets of the Golden Holy Dragon below the throne level. Even he had to look through ancient books to retrieve some memories. The characteristics of this profession are that it can greatly enhance the output and strength of the Golden Holy Dragon. And it can also provide some more sufficient auxiliary capabilities to other people. And even assist itself. It is very versatile, and will become a very powerful auxiliary profession with the Golden Holy Dragon. Rong Kanwen pushed his gold-rimmed glasses. The Holy Dragon Guide is a very positive profession. The impact on you should not be a bad thing. Not bad. Influence? Chu Yun was puzzled by these two words. The few recorded chaotic professionals in history are all schizophrenic without exception. Each of their mental schizophrenia represents a different profession. And this profession also shows the thoughts of this spirit. If the profession is very evil, then the spirit will also be very evil. Is that so? Chu Yun nodded slightly. He is not a chaotic professional. So he just listened. The Holy Dragon Guide should bring you a sense of justice and foresight, but you still need to check your mental health from time to time. I know. Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 352 The Era of Acceleration. I didn't expect you to have a new profession. Then our Tianfeng Empire's chances of winning are even greater. Ah? Winning chance? What do you mean? Chu Yun has clearly sensed that a huge burden has been placed on him. And there is a high probability that he cannot shirk it. He is responsible for something that these holy thrones cannot bear? And the riddle man is too outrageous. At least explain it clearly. But Chu Yun himself knows that he has been closely involved with two thrones and involved in the cause and effect entanglement of a grand story. And it is difficult to get out. It is the result of the divination of our throne. Buwentian Shui Tianfeng. What? Now it was Chu Yun's turn to be shocked. The chief god of the Tianfeng Empire, Buwentian Shui Tianfeng, has not appeared in the public eye for a long time. There have been many different opinions about his existence, and the official has not given any specific response, but simply refuted the rumor every year that Shui Tianfeng is still alive. Chu Yun did not expect that this name would be mentioned again by Rong Conwen. It seems that Buwentian Shui Tianfeng is really still in the Tianfeng Empire. This situation is not common, because the only clear thing among the four empires is Thor Zeus, who keeps running in the Blue Moon Empire day and night, clearing ice and snow and killing beasts. Izanami, the sun and moon god of the Wind Fury Empire, has not been heard from for a long time, just as the rumors in the Skywind Empire said that Shui Tianfeng had been missing for a long time. The god Jehovah of the Divine Empire simply stated that he was not in the human world, but in the top-level dungeon heaven. Before Chu Yun's shock had subsided, Rong Conwen continued to speak. Rong Conwen slowly said, sometime before the opening of the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb, Shui Shinzua predicted that there was something wrong with the stars in the sky, and the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb was about to be born. And there was a brief resurrection of Shinzua, and then a rapid fall. Exactly the same. Chu Yun murmured. Is there really anyone who can predict the future? This is an indescribable ability, even for the throne of God. And the opportunity to divine this information was that the throne of God Shui saw two pieces of dragon scales merged into one. This wasn't that the situation at the Guanghai City Exchange, in Xiexing's treasure room, where two pieces of dragon scales merged into one. One piece of dragon scale was obtained in the Duankong Training Tower, and the other piece was the dragon scale collected by Xiexing. Chu Yun immediately called the golden egg flying around in the bookshelves. Golden egg. Come here. Ah? The golden egg flying happily in the bookshelf replied in confusion, and slowly flew to Chu Yun's side. It blinked its big, shining eyes and stared at Rong Conwen. A golden holy dragon that can't speak yet. Rong Conwen said, Hey, I don't know what's going on, but let's look at this first. Chu Yun pointed to the two dragon scales on the top of the golden egg. Is this the dragon scale that Shui Shinzua predicted? Instantly, Rong Conwen couldn't help but push his gold-rimmed glasses and nodded vigorously. Yes, it is this dragon scale. Because of its appearance, the world is about to start an era of acceleration. For a moment, Rong Conwen looked at Chu Yun, and the admiration in his eyes was hard to conceal. The miracles brought by Chu Yun are really too many. What will happen in this accelerated era? Chu Yun asked hurriedly. The word accelerated is very neutral, and it is really hard to tell whether it is good or bad. It will catch all humans off guard, including me. As for what the gods think, we cannot determine. Rong Songwen's eyes became deeper. Because of this opportunity, all the ancient relics that have been silent for thousands of years will be revived, and the halls that have been hidden for countless years will be activated again and appear, allowing people to explore. Chu Yun was puzzled. Isn't this a good thing? Of course it is a good thing. And this era is also an era where you, the group of geniuses, can rise. Gu Pan took over the conversation with a smile, saying, But this era is not just about this. The scum of the evil organization is brewing a conspiracy to seize the world. And the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. The hell demons trapped underground are also gradually reviving. They have a mortal feud with all the creatures on the ground, and are ready to counterattack the ground at any time and sweep the entire civilization. Everything is speeding up. Even, at this point, Gu Pan stopped talking. Even what? Chu Yun. Although your strength is enough. After all, the level is not yet reached. If you say something, it will be discovered. Everything you say will be known. Roan Conwen shook his head. Just when Chu Yun was lost in thought again, the leader smiled slightly. Chu Yun, you will have a lot of responsibilities in the future, and it is absolutely right for you to hurry up and become stronger. Roan Conwen turned his head to look at Gu Pan. I remember that Guanghai City will hold a college competition recently? That's right. Gu Pan nodded. The two saints looked at each other and immediately understood what the other was thinking. Chu Yun. Roan Conwen intertwined his fingers. As long as you can get the first place in the college competition, I will allow you to choose one thing from the Yushu treasure house. This is not only a reward for your first place in the college competition, but also an investment in the heroes I have chosen. Really? Chu Yun couldn't help but lean forward. Yushu Treasury, the first treasury of Tianfeng Empire, contains no more than 50 rare items, and the lowest is the Holy Throne level, and even has many things related to the Throne of God. It is a place more powerful than the Holy Light Museum of the God-given Empire. Roan Conwen's move is really generous. Of course. Gu Pan also answered like this. Chu Yun, who was immersed in a beautiful fantasy, remembered something and immediately broke free from the fantasy. But shouldn't our slime academy be low-key? How can we get the first place in the academy competition if we are low-key? The academy competition is held once a year in Guanghai City. In the college competition, each school can select 6 teams, and then fight against each other to determine the winner. The ranking of each team will be used to determine the grade of the school. Before, Slime College had always been weak and repeatedly lost the first battle, so it was not noticed. Why is it going to take first place again this time? The times are changing, and the times are accelerating. I have decided that Slime College will no longer need to hide its identity from today. Roan Conwen smiled slightly, and the various documents and ancient books in front of him had run to the side at some point. And in front of Roan Conwen was a half-plate endgame. He picked up a chess piece and pushed forward. Shine your talent. Chu Yun, win the top team position in the Slime College competition, and win the first place in the entire Guanghai City competition. Chapter 353. It's time to level up. The words were passionate, and the pie was big. Chu Yun was also a little excited. But only a little. Although he was the world's #1 genius, there were many seniors in the Slime Academy who were already over 20 years old and not on the genius list. Moreover, they had been on the throne for a long time and were very powerful. Basically, they rarely showed up in the Slime Academy, but they were still students of the Slime Academy after all. After knowing that they no longer had to hide their identities, they would definitely compete for this opportunity to show their talents. Although Chu Yun was confident that he could fight against the throne level, he was not very confident that he could beat all the throne levels. It was not that easy. I'm going back to level up. Chu Yun had a dull expression. Ha ha ha. Young man, it's a good thing to be calm. Roan Conwen smiled. For some reason, the effect of your equipment is far beyond my imagination. I originally wanted to equip you with a set of top-level star-level equipment, but it seems that I don't need to add unnecessary details. Star-level equipment can only be worn at the highest star level. Chu Yun, who can wear the throne-level Moradin realm, is a masterpiece of the dwarves. No matter how advanced the star-level equipment is, it can't touch the bottom of the Moradin realm. The same is true for the Staff of Life Source. Okay, then we'll leave first. Gu Pan waved his hand at Roan Conwen. Well, see you when you have time. Roan Conwen smiled slightly. Gu Pan grabbed Chu Yun and the golden egg, and with a flick of his fingers and a move of his feet, they returned to the canteen of Slime Academy. Chu Yun couldn't help asking, where is that place? Of course it's Kyoto. Gu Pan's face was full of a matter-of-fact expression. Mr. Gu, you can take us from Kyoto to Guanghai City in the blink of an eye? Well, what's wrong? Nothing. Chu Yun just wanted to express his admiration for Gu Pan's superb strength again, since there's nothing else to do. Mr. Gu, I have to go level up. Okay, go ahead. I've said so much to you in a short time. You must be a little confused. Anyway, go and improve your strength. Gu Pan waved his hand generously, walked back to the store, and lay on the old man's chair to browse his phone. Although I know that Gu Pan must not be so free. He looks like he is really idle. Is this the unique disguise of the Holy See? Gu Pan seemed to see Chu Yun still looking at him, and immediately laughed and waved at him. By the way, don't forget the weekly classes. Those theories are very important. Got it, Chu Yun replied, and with a burst of energy in his heart, he walked towards the direction of the Duankong training tower. As he walked, Chu Yun was still browsing his phone. He sent a message to Zhou Lejia first, but Zhou Lejia did not reply to him. Are you busy? I was told that when I reached the Star Glory level, I would get clues to upgrade my profession. But now it seems that no one is here. The various ruins that have appeared recently are far more than the Tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. After the exploration of the Tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon ended, many new ruins and dungeons were opened. Chu Yun was slowly browsing the news, while Jin Den squatted on Chu Yun's shoulder and looked at the content on the phone with Chu Yun. For example, the unknown ruins at the Deep Sea Vortex, which has been a hot topic recently, and a tunnel with strange ice and endless vines growing at the junction of the Tianfeng Empire and the Blue Moon Empire. These places will not appear for thousands of years, but they appear in large numbers at this time. The times are accelerating. Wow! Zhou Lejia went to the Cave of Endless Vines. In the photo in the news, Zhou Lejia's figure suddenly appeared in the endless vines frozen by ice. In this case, there is no need to rush to find him. It is more important to level up. Chu Yun sped up and quickly came to the surroundings of Duankong Training Tower. The students around saw Chu Yun and showed respect and fear. The cub of the Golden Holy Dragon simply lay on Chu Yun's shoulder. Too scary. Everyone. Chu Yun laughed. I don't mean to oppress you with coercion. I came here to buy Xinhui chips. 1 hour. 80 million Tianfeng national currency. I'll buy 100 hours first. First come first served. This price is much higher than the purchase price of Dongxing Gang. For a while, all the students came to sell. I want to sell. I want to sell. Chu Yun. Buy mine. I have a lot here. Buy mine first. Buy mine first. The students surrounded Chu Yun. Dongxing Gang can no longer pose a threat to Chu Yun. They might as well make more money quickly. In fact, Chu Yun can naturally use money to buy a large number of Xinhui chips from Dongxing Gang. But this move that is almost like giving money is more for winning the hearts of the people. Soon, the 100-hour core fire chip was purchased. Thank you for the sales. I'm going to level up. After that, Chu Yun walked into the Duankong Training Tower with the golden egg on his shoulder. The group of people surrounding Chu Yun did not disperse immediately. One of them murmured to himself, "What do you think of Chu Yun's strength? I feel that he is countless times stronger than before." When Chu Yun spent a lot of money to buy core fire chips before, he also came to sell a lot and made a lot of money. He clearly remembered Chu Yun's strength at the time, although it was so powerful that he looked up. It was not out of reach, and now Chu Yun seemed to be so high that he couldn't even look up. And he couldn't see how strong Chu Yun was. This is normal. Chu Yun has come back from the Golden Holy Dragon's mausoleum. I don't know how many treasures he has obtained and how much his strength has improved. And the Golden Holy Dragon cub on his shoulder has clearly reached the throne level. Don't underestimate it. No matter how powerful Chu Yun is, he is just a young generation. Compared with the truly mature strong, he is not worth mentioning. Although these students have different opinions on Chu Yun's specific strength, they all agree that Chu Yun's strength is no longer what it used to be. The strength of geniuses is indeed growing very fast. But Chu Yun's strength limit is far more than now. I came to this place again. Chu Yun stepped into the mysterious space filled with stars and galaxies, and sighed slightly. Unexpectedly, this starry sky and galaxy was actually the place where the Heaven's Lock was born. There must be many secrets hidden. But now is not the time to look for secrets. I have to level up well. Chu Yun touched the golden egg on his shoulder and smiled slightly. Golden egg. Let's go! Ah! The golden egg responded and flew up from Chu Yun's shoulder, spreading its wings covered with golden flames. The power of the throne level is fully displayed. And Chu Yun also took out the staff of the source of life and pointed to the infinite galaxy in front of him. Ferocious beasts. Here I come! Chapter 354. Don't give up on your studies. Chu Yun took a step forward, and a group of red-eyed rabbits with strange ears suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yun and Jin Dan. These rabbits were grabbing things and gnawing on them, and they didn't look strong at all. But if you look closely, you can see that they were gnawing on the hard bones of the giant beasts, making a crackling sound. Killer rabbit. Level 68. HP 282800000. Some skills are visible. Crazy killing intent. The attack speed and movement speed of the killer rabbit will increase over time, up to 100% within 3 seconds. When it reaches 100%, the cooldown of all active skills will be refreshed. Passive skill. Horrifying sharp teeth. Killer rabbit's attack will ignore 40% of physical defense. Passive skill. This group of bloodthirsty rabbits, each of them is actually a throne level. The Dwankung Training Tower will judge the challenger's combat power and refresh the beasts that appear in real time. If a challenger is accidentally seriously injured and unable to fight in a battle, it is not an exaggeration for the beast that appears next to be bronze level. This also means that the Dwankung Training Tower, which is centered on the artifact Heaven's Lock, also recognizes that Chu Yun's combat power is worthy of the throne. After seeing Chu Yun and the golden egg, this group of bloodthirsty rabbits immediately put down their hard bones and bit towards Chu Yun and the golden egg. Although you look powerful, but under real damage, you are just a bunch of crispy rabbits. The life source staff waved, and light burst out. The golden egg also flew forward, spewing out the hottest flames. This is them. One man and one dragon, officially fighting against the throne level in an equal posture. Boom! The flames spewed by the golden egg directly roasted several killer rabbits that were running over, and Chu Yun's skills easily penetrated their defenses and killed them on the ground. Seeing this, Chu Yun felt relieved. For him now, the throne level is not out of reach. After calming down, Chu Yun put all his attention into killing the beasts. Although I have 2 professions, fortunately the experience levels are common, so I don't need to brush 2 copies. I should be able to brush up to 60 with some time. Soon. A few days passed. Chu Yun finished brushing the 100-hour core fire chip and walked out of the Dwankung Training Tower. The difficulty of upgrading to the Star Glory level is beyond my imagination. I have been fighting for several days and nights, but I have only reached level 53. But fortunately, Chu Yun has an extra secret treasure to instantly cross the last few critical and difficult levels. After brushing for so long, Chu Yun was exhausted. The golden egg had already returned to the beast-controlling ball, and Chu Yun quickly returned to the dormitory, ready to wash up and go to bed. Gu Yan was busy with something. Chu Yun seemed much more relaxed when she was not in the dormitory. It was always awkward to meet each other anyway, so it was a good thing now. Tomorrow is Monday, and the new week of classes for the 3 colleges will start again. Chu Yun left the Dwankung Training Tower at this time, washed up and went to bed, preparing for tomorrow. Gu Yan came back when the sky was dark. She looked at Chu Yun sleeping soundly on the bed, frowned slightly, and didn't know what she was thinking. She was also tired all over. It seemed that she had made a lot of efforts to become stronger. I wanted to surpass you, but I didn't expect you to become so much stronger all of a sudden. Gu Yan sighed slightly. The Chu Yun on the bed now is stronger than she was after she became stronger. Gu Yan had no confidence in defeating Chu Yun before, and now she has even less confidence. Chu Yun, is there really no limit to your strength? Hey, it seems that you must break through the throne to achieve results. Gu Yan thought in her heart, washed up, and lay back on the bed to sleep. No words all night. Early the next morning, Chu Yun sat up from the bed with full energy. It's a new week again. I'm the only one who got up. If you make so much noise, others won't be able to sleep. Gu Yan had already gotten up and was walking past Chu Yun's bed. Looking at Chu Yun, are we going to the second academy today too? Yes. Chu Yun got out of bed, washed up, and took out his phone to contact Yun Mu. I am your nanny. I will protect you, Chu Yun, Yun Mu. We are going to your second academy. Beloved animals, Yun Mu. Okay. They already knew the specific route, so they didn't have to ask Yun Mu to lead the way. The golden egg flew out of the beast-controlling ball with a whoosh, lying on Chu Yun's shoulder, rubbing Chu Yun's cheek slowly. The golden egg is no longer weak, and can follow Chu Yun at any time. And Chu Yun, who has the job of the Holy Dragon Guide, has further solidified the title of Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon. That is Chu Yun. The power of being the #1 on the Tianfeng Empire genius list. Even wolfing down breakfast is so domineering. Becoming a top figure inevitably means being watched. Chu Yun has become accustomed to eating under the gaze of everyone without changing his expression. Gu Yan is still a little uncomfortable and is very restrained when eating. Beloved little animals, Yun Mu, Chu Yun, please bring me some breakfast. Thank you. I am a nanny. I will protect you, Chu-yun, no problem. Fortunately, there are still teammates who treat Chu-yun as a normal person. Being watched by everyone for too long and being praised as a god can easily make you complacent and no longer be able to look at yourself correctly. At this time, if someone comes to pull the situation back on track, it will be much better. Chu-yun packed a few trays of snacks and some buns, and went to class one of the second college with Gu-yin. Zhou Lejia had not returned yet because he went to explore the ruins, and some students were unable to attend for their own reasons. So the course started with a shortage of students. Shi-wan tapped the screen. Our theory class talks about how to adapt to the surrounding environment as quickly as possible. Yuan Mu was chewing buns, and some people were taking notes, and everyone was listening attentively. Soon, Chu-yun had a new understanding. It turns out that it can be like this. Okay, my practical ability is higher. No peerless is a vegetarian. And those who can reach this level naturally have their own theories and strengths. And the 4 peerless in the slime college are more adept at systematic theoretical teaching, guaranteed to allow students to learn enough. It seems that everyone has learned well. Shi-wan looked around with satisfaction. Then let's immediately enter the practical class of the actual combat link. Sign up one by one. She stuck a dogtail grass on the table. This dogtail grass looks ordinary, and it will become crooked when blown by the wind. Whoever can touch this dogtail grass within 0.5 seconds at the door of the classroom, that is, 5 meters away, and does not make it crooked or tilted, will pass this week's practical class. Chapter 355 Easy Pass. The requirements sound a bit too ordinary, but it's probably a different story to put them into practice. A student volunteered. Let me try. Okay. Come on up. Remember to keep a distance of 5 meters. Shi-wan repeated the rule indifferently. The student nodded, ran to the door of the classroom, made sure the distance was 5 meters, bent his body, and immediately rushed towards the dogtail grass. Haha. I hit it. The student touched the top of the dogtail grass and laughed, crossing 5 meters in 0.5 seconds. This is too easy. However, the dogtail grass had already been knocked down by the student's running force. The dogtail grass is already crooked. But? Shi-wan shook her head. The student walked away, and another student raised his hand again. I'll do it. This student took a completely opposite strategy from the previous student, slowing down the speed of the whole body. Just for accuracy, she leaped 2 steps, so that her whole body would not be affected by wind, and finally touched the dogtail grass. However, Shi-wan still shook her head. This is too slow. It's already 1 second. Instantly, the whole class felt the difficulty of this practical class. If you want to touch the dogtail grass within 0.5 seconds, you will inevitably bring up the wind that blows it down, and if you don't let it fall, then the time of touching it will definitely exceed 0.5 seconds. It was a dilemma. Many students were in a dilemma. Many students went up and tried a few more times, confirming this conjecture. This was simply an impossible task. However, at this moment, Chu-yun suddenly stood up. Let me try. The golden egg on his shoulder roared in agreement, although it didn't know what it meant. The students around were talking. Look, Chu-yun is going to take action. Is he going to ask the golden holy dragon for help? It seems there is no way. I think he just wants to go up and try. Why are you in such a hurry? However, Chu-yun just smiled slightly. Are you sure? Yunmu asked. And Chu-yun also answered with a smile. 90% sure. If nothing unexpected happens, he will pass this level soon, because Chu-yun has caused so many miracles. The students have been slapped in the face many times. Now they dare not question Chu-yun's boasting. Otherwise it will be fun to be slapped in the face later. Seeing Chu-yun's confidence, Shi-wan also smiled. Okay, Chu-yun, come and try it. Let everyone see your strength. Now everyone is in a dilemma, and they don't know what unique moves Chu-yun has. Chu-yun stood at the door of the classroom, and did not move forward rashly, but turned his wrist, and the staff of life source appeared in his hand. As the life source staff waved, a pure breath of life filled the entire classroom. These breaths of life are physical entities, similar to a kind of wind. Swish! Chu-yun rushed forward suddenly, and the wind he brought was about to blow down the dogtail grass. However, the life force that blew into the classroom rebounded and formed a collision with the wind brought by Chu-yun, which just melted away, leaving the dogtail grass motionless in place. And Chu-yun's fingertips touched it. Passed? Shi-wan was amazed. looking at Chu Yun's expression. She admired it very much. Awesome. Awesome. He can control his own power so accurately in just the Star Glory realm. Awesome. This peerless expert said amazing 3 times in a row. After that, Shi-Wan took out the 1-hour core fire chip and handed it to Chu Yun, while looking at the students in the class. Watch out. Chu Yun's ability to improvise on the spot. You should learn more. And Chu Yun waved at Gu Yan and Yun Mu. Come on. I'm going to the 3rd college. The life of a top student is so tight. Chu Yun flew to the 3rd college. Kevin was slightly stunned when he saw Chu Yun coming. Student Chu Yun. I'm sorry. Today's theory class is over. Can you briefly tell me the main points? Then I'll try the practical class first. Okay. Kevin's lectures are almost broken up to teach students. And the pure and ultimate dry goods are basically only about 10 minutes. After listening to Kevin's private teaching, Chu Yun nodded slightly. I understand. I understand everything. Practical class? I'll come. Then, Chu Yun sat next to Yin Ruoqing. Yin Ruoqing looked depressed at this time. Lying on the table. How can this practical class be completed? Hey, Chu Yun. You are here. When seeing Chu Yun, Yin Ruoqing immediately smiled again. This time, the practical class of the 3rd college is similar to a simulated sandbox battle situation. In the case of only 3 steps. Each step has a limited number of steps. How to achieve the optimal solution. Under these harsh conditions, the students racked their brains, but still could not come up with the best solution. Kevin shook his head repeatedly. Students, please understand what we are teaching in today's theory class. The content of today's theory class is to teach the huge difference between facing the enemy and turning your back to the enemy, and how to deal with it. You can't turn your back to the enemy. At this time, the protagonist and the guardian in the sandbox were surrounded by the enemy. Instantly, Chu Yun suddenly understood. Yes. In fact, the solution is too simple. Chu Yun immediately commanded the protagonist on the sandbox to stick his back to the back of the guarded, facing the enemy together. As for the other 2 steps, forget about them. The so-called 3 steps are a completely confusing trap. In fact, only 1 step is needed, because everyone's sand table is invisible to each other. The students next to him were very curious about Chu Yun's confident look. Kevin walked over. Just a glance at the contents of the sand table. Kevin smiled. Congratulations to Chu Yun. You passed the practical class this week. He handed over the 1-hour Shinhui chip and smiled. Can Chu Yun give a hint to the students? It's a hint, but it can't be a direct solution. Chu Yun thought for a while. In fact, Kevin's answer was right in front of everyone. But for various reasons, they just couldn't be sure of the correct answer in their hearts. It's just that Chu Yun tried it this way. When you are besieged, the most taboo is to be attacked from both sides. After leaving this sentence, Chu Yun looked at Yin Ruoqing meaningfully, then turned and left. Heading for the 4th college, the other students murmured. We are all besieged. How can we not be attacked from both sides? What does Chu Yun mean by this? Yin Ruoqing pondered this sentence. Her eyes lit up. I understand. She set up the sand table and let Kevin see it. Student Yin Ruoqing passed the level. Chapter 356 Slime Academy is unbanned. 4th Academy. Because Jiang Bai and other top talents are not here, and the battle is the most intense. The 4th Academy, which respects the strong. Almost all students will just look at Chu Yun who has just arrived. The reason is simple. Just because Chu Yun is the strongest here, and the golden egg on Chu Yun's shoulder has also attracted everyone's attention. The golden holy dragon cub is so dazzling. This practical class is still the same as last time. Break through yourself and reach the strongest. Wu Kaoyang folded his arms and watched the battles of each student. In front of each student, there are beasts that are a little stronger than them. Students must use all their abilities and the most exquisite cooperation to win. Xiao Xinshi was already panting with exhaustion. Seeing Chu Yun coming, he only had the energy to slowly raise his hand and wave to greet Chu Yun. When he saw Chu Yun coming, Wu Kaoyang spoke cheerfully. Chu Yun, I want to talk to you about some theories. Come here. Although the leaders of the 3 colleges have different personalities, they are all passionate about teaching. After a while, Chu Yun nodded slightly. He has learned enough theories for this week. No more problems. Okay. Let's start the practical class. Chu Yun is eager to try. The golden egg on his shoulder is also eager to try. However, Wu Kaoyang did smile bitterly and shook his head. Why do you need to test this? I don't think it's necessary. As he said that, he handed over a 1-hour core fire chip. I declare directly that you have passed. Your overall combat level is already strong enough. You just need to supplement some theoretical knowledge from time to time. I believe you will be able to do the specific practical operation in the Duankong Training Tower. Wu Kalian laughed. Chu Yun has long been a celebrity, who has been followed by most of the Slime Academy. The moment Chu Yun entered the Duankong Training Tower, someone was already squatting outside, calculating how long Chu Yun had been in there to kill monsters. The final conclusion was that the 100 hours just bought were all used up. Even a master like Jiang Bai would grind for 24 hours day and night, and then take a break for 2 to 3 hours before leveling up again. But Chu Yun could grind for 100 hours without rest. What kind of combat master is he? In the Duankong Training Tower, the duration of combat is often unrelated to the realm. The higher the realm, the stronger the monsters that will be spawned in the Duankong Training Tower, and vice versa. The longer one can fight in it, the more basic combat capabilities one has. Chu Yun did not answer anything, but just smiled and took the core fire chip. The daily routine of the 3 colleges this week has been completed, and it is time to continue to grind the Duankong Training Tower. After chatting with Xiao Shinshi for a few more minutes, he turned around and left in the extremely complicated eyes of the students. On the way to the Duankong Training Tower, Chu Yun took out his mobile phone and checked the news again. In the past, Chu Yun just read most of the news for fun, because these things are basically hard to take to heart. But now all kinds of news are enough to be on the front page of the headlines in the past. And now, they are constantly gathering and emerging like mushrooms after rain. Shock! Super Secret Realm appears. A brand new God Throne level replica is released. What? It is an ancient item. Authoritative experts analyze the specific situation of the latest ruins. The same information overlapped in front of Chu Yun. Should I try to find another secret realm to explore? Chu Yun pondered. The last time I went to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb, Chu Yun tasted great sweetness. Let's talk about it later. The most urgent thing is to upgrade. It's not too late to talk about other things after upgrading. All the other top geniuses are at the peak of the Star Glory level. But he is not. This is not a big deal. And there should be no more preferential treatment, like the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb in the future. Although these newly appeared ruins and copies are numerous and large, most of them have nothing to do with the Throne of God. They are just some relatively ordinary, but higher level and more ancient ruins and copies. And even if they are related to the throne, they are not necessarily close to Chu Yun. There are very few people like the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang. Just after Chu Yun closed the news about the latest ruins and copies, an internal news window of Slime Academy popped up. Latest notice from Slime Academy. Students of Slime Academy no longer need to hide that they are students of Slime Academy. All disguises of Slime Academy are completely abolished from today. Students of Slime Academy can stand out and enjoy all the same benefits as other ordinary students in Guanghai City. If students are interested, they can compete for the Guanghai City Academy competition. But the school will not comment. There are so many things. Almost 2 pages of content. And most of the news can be summarized in 1 sentence. Slime Academy has completely lifted the ban on disguises. And in the comment area below, the students are also arguing fiercely. Little Overlord, I test. Why is it lifted so suddenly? There is no warning at all. Guio, if there is a warning, you will also post this under the warning. And then, there are many things that are not quite right. Add me to watch beautiful women take a bath. Does it mean that I can go out to eat cereal openly? Is there really someone who doesn't know how to eat potatoes? There is also a brother in Slime Academy? Chu Yun hesitated for a moment and decided to post a sentence to make the atmosphere. I am your nurse. I will protect you. It is difficult not to be educated. After typing, Chu Yun came to the Duankong Training Tower and bought a lot of core fire chips. After buying enough core fire chips, Chu Yun hurriedly stepped into the Duankong Training Tower to continue his leveling journey. Somewhere in the back mountain of Slime Academy, in a cave, a student was sitting in deep meditation under the shadow. Flying ashes accumulated on his body, but he seemed to be unmoved, leaving these things on his body for a long time. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Gang leader. Slime Academy has a new policy. Slime Academy has lifted the ban. Suddenly, the student shook off the dust all over his body and disappeared into the air. The dust had been directly washed away by him. Tell me slowly. What's going on? The student said coldly. The person who came to report the news smiled awkwardly. I don't think you can explain it clearly. Boss, look at the phone. The phone in his hand had been in the hands of the student in the shadow without knowing when. After a while, the student in the shadow made a humming sound. So that's it. Slime Academy no longer needs to hide its strength. The student stood up from the shadow. It seems that we old guys don't have to sit in seclusion anymore. Chapter 357. The sword has been forged. Boss, are you going to come out? The student who came to report the news raised his head suddenly, with a look of surprise on his face. Boss is back. Our Dongxing gang no longer has to be afraid of Chu Yun. The Dongxing gang leader looked puzzled. Chu Yun? He is a freshman this year. The first on the genius list. Very arrogant and domineering. Suppressing our Dongxing gang so much that we can't raise our heads. The student who reported the news hurriedly said. The Dongxing gang leader slowly stood up. And the airwave swept out, directly knocking the student who reported the news to the ground. His throne-level aura was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. The throne is a respected and admired existence outside. But this Dongxing gang leader is still here. A student. Number 1 on the genius list. Humph. The so-called geniuses on the genius list are just a bunch of brats in my eyes. I will let these arrogant brats know who are the top talents of Slime Academy. Just when these old students came out of the Slime Academy because of the lifting of the ban, wanting to take the strongest position of Slime Academy, a group of geniuses of the time were still working hard to upgrade and become stronger. The old guys are stuck on the road to becoming stronger. But the road to becoming stronger for the new generation is still continuing. Chu Yun is upgrading with the golden egg. But this time Chu Yun didn't go in for long and came out. Because the news has come. A person with the avatar of Hammer, and the name of the same person is requesting to add Chu Yun as a friend. And the wind shovel and scraper are no exception. Hammer, are you Chu Yun? I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun, yes. Have you cast your swords? Hammer, okay. Okay. Hammer, Chu Yun. Your name is so strange. Why don't you use your real name? This is a network full of people. It would be strange to use your real name. Chu Yun rushed to the Guanghai City Vocational Association with the golden egg, typing quickly at the same time. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun, because there are many strangers on the internet. You cannot reveal your real information at will. Hammer, what? Hammer, then I want to change my name too. Chu Yun paused. I am your Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Actually, you don't need to change it. It's better to say that your current name is quite an online name, whose real name is Hammer. Although dwarves are really like this. In the minds of humans, dwarves will never play online. So this is an ironclad online name. Chu Yun used the teleportation scroll and quickly came to the Guanghai City Occupational Association. Because he no longer needed to hide his identity, Chu Yun directly stepped into the hall in his true appearance, wearing the Slime Academy uniform and a golden egg on his shoulder. It's Chu Yun, who ranks first on the genius list. Is that the cub of the golden holy dragon? So cute. Many girls really can't resist cute pets. And some people quickly noticed the school uniform Chu Yun was wearing. This school uniform was so eye-catching that they couldn't help but exclaim. It's Slime Academy. What? Chu Yun, who ranks first on the genius list, is actually in Slime Academy. A third-rate school? What's going on? For a while, these students found it difficult to accept this fact. And there were many different opinions. There has always been a strange tacit understanding in Guanghai City. That is, the top talents in the country, when they come to Guanghai City, they seem to have disappeared and will no longer appear. After many years, they will return to the stage of the entire Tianfeng Empire to display their talents. But in Guanghai City, their deeds were not spread at all, which was quite mysterious. And it was not just one time, but almost every year the students in Guanghai City were used to this situation. When discussing the Tianfeng Empire genius list, they basically would not default to their appearance in Guanghai City. And at this time, Chu Yun actually appeared. He was still wearing the school uniform of Slime Academy. What is this Slime Academy? Everyone was surprised and talked endlessly. However, Chu Yun had ignored the conversation of the group of people and walked straight into the depths. The service staff in the hall saw that it was Chu Yun coming, and they did not dare to stop him at all. This is Guanghai City. Here, students are the most important. Soon Chu Yun took the elevator to the floor where the 3 young dwarf craftsmen were. Chu Yun! The 3 young dwarf craftsmen cheered when they saw Chu Yun coming. I'm here to get the sword. Yeah. We've also cast it. Hammer spoke first. He was already dusty from working hard, but the smile on his face couldn't be concealed. He was really happy. This is the excitement of the craftsman after concentrating on casting. We used our unique craftsmanship to forge a throne-level weapon that can be used by the Star Glory level again. Scraper pointed excitedly at the long sword on the forging table. This long sword looks ordinary, just like the broken long sword before, except that it has been repaired. But the infinite sharpness that is faintly revealed is showing its power. It can actually break through the current level limit and make equipment that can be worn by the user beyond the user's level. Luoji was already stunned by the sight. This is the masterpiece of the dwarves. Ha! This is just a piece of cake. Grandpa's technology. I haven't achieved it yet. Feng Shovel rubbed the tip of his nose and smiled. Her grandfather is naturally the furnace, the great elder of the dwarves. Although the dwarves have recently forged platinum and diamond-grade goods, these are only used to sell for money and practice goods. And trading with humans is just a side job. And the dwarves don't spend much. If the dwarves want to forge throne-level equipment, it can't be said to be easy. But it's not that difficult. And forging low-level equipment on weekdays is more to explore new forging directions. Ah! Chu Yun. You're here. At this time, Luoji finally woke up from the shock and smiled at Chu Yun. Sure enough, you look more handsome like this. Exactly the same as the photo in the news. Hee. Chu Yun smiled awkwardly. He used to come here in disguise. It's also thanks to the three dwarves that they can recite his name so easily after seeing him in disguise. But I heard that dwarves have face blindness to humans. So it was because of face blindness that they didn't think Chu Yun was a person twice. Or they could tell them apart? It was really rude to ask these questions. So Chu Yun didn't plan to ask. Okay. Now that the sword is forged, I'll take it. Feng Chan put the sword into the scabbard made of dragon box stone and handed it to Chu Yun with a smile. The sword spirit of this sword said that she is already eager to fight. Chapter 358 Provocation from a Senior Student. It turned out to be a female sword spirit. Chu Yun accepted the sword and nodded slightly. I'm going. After that, Chu Yun held the sword and left the Guanghai City Vocational Association. I am a Nani and I will protect you, Chu Yun. Hua Feng. Your sword has been made. Where can I find you? Hua Feng, who has always typed very slowly, responded at his fastest speed. Lung Feng Hua Feng. I am in the martial arts training ground of the first year class 2 of the second college. I am a Nani and I will protect you, Chu Yun. Come on. Chu Yun held the sword and instantly teleported back to the second college of the Slime College. At this time, the students here are still taking practical classes, and some classes are in class, and some classes are outside of class, and the whole thing is in full swing. Chu Yun laughed. Hua Feng. I'm bringing you a sword, huh? Chu Yun stopped laughing instantly, because Hua Feng was being knocked to the ground by several tall students at this time. Ha ha ha. No matter how talented he is on the genius list, he will still lose to us. Hee hee. Hua Feng's swordsmanship is said to be amazing in the rumors. Now I have tried it myself and found that it is just SOSO. Standing in front of Hua Feng were 3 throne-level students. They were full of energy and blood, and their strength was infinite. The students around them were all trembling and dared not look at them at all. Although Hua Feng was knocked to the ground, he still slowly got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. Very tenacious. Huff. Hua Feng is much more resistant than the rumors say. The value is quite high. But it's a pity that it's just that. The 3 seniors kept sneering and mocking. Hua Feng's eyes flickered with an unyielding look. The Feiyun sword in his hand shook slightly. This sword doesn't work well with me. And my strength is only 1/10 of what it used to be. If my sword was there, how could I be defeated by these guys with empty attributes? The throne level, which is unattainable and insurmountable in the eyes of everyone, is nothing in Hua Feng's eyes. What he has is an indomitable sword spirit. Hua Feng is in a bad state today. Where is his superb swordsmanship on weekdays? I think he was defeated by the throne level offensive, and his swordsmanship was messed up. It's not fair that 3 thrones are fighting against Chu Yun alone. Many students around were emotional, angry, and sympathetic, even though there might be some friction on weekdays. When facing the bullying of senior students, they felt that they were in the same boat, and they all spoke well of Chu Yun. But the 3 thrones didn't care. What's wrong with us senior students giving you some pointers? This is throne level guidance. Don't be ungrateful. One of them saw Hua Feng slowly getting up. and immediately grinned, raised his foot, and wanted to step on him. Chu Yun's indifferent voice rang out. Try to move again? For some reason, the throne didn't dare to step down for a moment. He put his foot away and looked at Chu Yun, who was walking towards him. He was not familiar with Chu Yun's face, and he was obviously not a senior student, which made him feel at ease. Where did this rascal come from? And he also wanted to help others? The throne rubbed his fists. It's time for you to learn a lesson and understand what it means to respect your senior brother. As he said that, Chu Yun suddenly attacked. He was very fast and had already made a sonic boom, obviously without holding back. But Chu Yun was no longer the Chu Yun he used to be. Even Chu Yun was too disdainful to do it himself. Golden egg. Roar! The golden egg squatting on Chu Yun's shoulder suddenly opened its mouth, and golden flame spewed out. This is the real golden flame spewed by the golden holy dragon. The throne couldn't avoid it for a while, and was burned by the flames all over his body. Ah! He screamed immediately, using all kinds of means. But there was no way to get rid of the flames on his body. A powerful throne-level king seemed so helpless at this time. Almost done. Golden egg. After receiving Chu Yun's order, the golden egg immediately began to inhale. The flames burning on the throne were all sucked back into the mouth of the golden egg. Who? The throne finally got rid of the burning of the golden flames, looked at Chu Yun in fear, and fled away in a hurry. One of them shouted, Are you the Chu Yun? It's just relying on the golden holy dragon. What kind of ability is that all? The staff of life source has appeared in Chu Yun's hand, and the light green reverse healing spell has hit the root throne. The high amount of real damage successfully blocked this person's mouth. Hua Feng. Chu Yun threw the sword in his arms to Hua Feng. This is Hua Feng, who had fallen to the ground, miraculously had the strength to stand up and took the sword. The Feiyun sword in Hua Feng's hand had been thrown into the storage ring. He only had this sword in his hand. Finally I hold you again. What a comforting feeling. Hua Feng stroked his sword with joy. Humph. The last of the three thrones, who was still standing, was extremely angry when he saw his two companions fall and flee. He immediately raised his fist and hit Hua Feng. No matter what. It's not your turn to be so happy here. You are so nosy. In an instant, Hua Feng drew his sword out of its sheath. A sword light that amazed everyone burst out from the sword tip, shining the world. What a fast sword. The throne only had time to think, and even before he could make any move, Hua Feng had already held the sword and pointed the tip of the sword at his throat, only an inch away from drawing blood. Get lost? Hua Feng hadn't been so angry for a long time, and he hadn't used such serious words for a long time. Chu Yun also stepped forward. Don't think that we new students are easy to bully. Talk to the guys around you. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the first-year student's place again, I, Chu Yun, will be the first to disagree. Chu Yun patted his chest suddenly. If you don't agree, find me. Chu Yun. You. The throne looked at Chu Yun angrily and wanted to say something harsh, but Hua Feng's sword tip was right in front of his throat, so he finally swallowed it. In the end, he left the scene with a companion who had fainted. The students around cheered loudly. Chu Yun. Hua Feng. Chu Yun. Hua Feng. The two geniuses saved the dignity of the freshmen. Hua Feng sheathed his sword and looked at Chu Yun with a smile. Thank you for sending the sword. Otherwise I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to fight back. It should have been sent yesterday. But the dwarf craftsmen were a step late. Now that you have the sword, how do you feel? Chu Yun asked with a smile. Hua Feng showed a matter-of-fact expression. Now that I have this sword, I can naturally look down on the throne. Chapter 359. Another video of the God of Life. Hua Feng could clearly feel how powerful this sword had become. Hua Feng used this sword as if it were his own arm, and it was not difficult for him to defeat the throne. Just like just now. Hua Feng, are you interested in participating in the college competition later? Chu Yun wanted to invite me. To be honest, I'm not very interested. But if you invite me, I'll come. Hua Feng answered truthfully. That's great. Chu Yun laughed. I'll contact you later. After that, Chu Yun turned and left. His busyness has not stopped yet. Zhou Lejia has returned from the secret realm and sent him a message. Sparks and lightning along the way. Zhou Lejia, just saw your message. Sparks and lightning along the way. Zhou Lejia, have you reached Xingyou? I am a nurse. I will protect you. Chu Yun, yes. I want to upgrade my profession. Sparks and lightning along the way, Zhou Lejia. Okay. Let's meet at the Universe Divination Building outside the school. Universe Divination Building. Chu Yun has heard of this name. Chu Yun has seen this name on the campus wall. It seems that it predicts the future very accurately. But many people have made mistakes in their predictions of the future because they went in different directions. And the predictions became inaccurate, which led to complaints. But can this place really upgrade your profession? But it's not a big deal to take a look. Chu Yun used the teleportation scroll and came to the Universe Divination Building. The Slime Academy is in the Endless Forest in the southeast of Guanghai City. And the Universe Divination Building is at the foot of the mountains in the north. Looking up, you can see the towering peaks and the bright sky at the end. And Zhou Lejia is already waiting at the door. Chu Yun. Zhou Lejia put his hands in his pockets and greeted Chu Yun. And suddenly his eyes opened slightly. You have become much stronger. Chu Yun is now much stronger than he was in the cafeteria. And the golden egg lying on Chu Yun's shoulder is also extremely eye-catching. This is a golden holy dragon. And the golden holy dragon has also reached the throne level. Chu Yun's speed of becoming stronger is beyond Zhou Lejia's expectations. Although there will be a long period of strength increase after the promotion to Star Glory. Chu Yun's strength increase is a bit too outrageous. For a moment, Zhou Lejia, who has a dull personality, can only use a lot to describe the degree of Chu Yun's strength. You are not bad either. Chu Yun shrugged in response. After Zhou Lejia's trip to the secret realm, his aura is not only strong, but also much calmer. Obviously, he has gained a lot, but it is completely incomparable to the speed at which you become stronger. Zhou Lejia shook his head and lifted the black door curtain of the UNI Divination Building. Come in. Chu Yun also lifted the door curtain and walked in. The building was decorated with a drooping dark blue curtain, and on it were painted glowing stars to simulate the night sky. A woman in a black hooded robe held a suspended crystal ball in both hands, and her voice was elegant and ethereal. I have calculated that the two of you came to ask for divination. I wonder what you want to ask for divination. Because of the throne of the Tianfeng Empire Buwentian Shui Tianfeng, there is still a small group of fanatical divination enthusiasts and believers in the Tianfeng Empire. And the person in front of him must be one of them. I don't tell divination. But he wants to come. Zhou Lejia pointed at Chu Yun. Ahem, then this person. May I ask what you want to ask for divination? Why does this person seem unreliable? Zhou Lejia nudged Chu Yun with his elbow. What do you want to ask? Just say it. Of course. You don't want to ask how to upgrade your profession? Ah. Yes. Although the situation in front of him looked particularly mysterious, Chu Yun still stated his request. I want to divine how to upgrade my profession. As soon as the voice fell, the curtains in the entire building brightened, and the brightest one was the crystal ball in the hands of the woman in the black hooded robe. Future events can be predicted. Instantly, the light of the crystal ball burst out, completely covering Chu Yun. Everything in front of Chu Yun changed from the starry curtain of the divination tower to a battlefield full of sand and dust. Where is this? And Chu Yun found that his perspective seemed to have been fixed in one direction. And he immediately understood what situation he was in. He was watching a historical projection. Just like watching the historical projection in the ancient wilderness at that time. On the deserted battlefield full of yellow sand. A wizard with the brilliance of life all over his body was fighting fiercely with a ferocious beast. The breath of life and the burning blood vibrated, making the world tremble. This man, wearing a white robe and holding a staff like a newborn tree, had a deep look in his eyes. And every move was full of life. This is the god of life. Cryas? Chu Yun frowned. Could this be the image of the god of life? Cryas, blocking the beast before the golden holy dragon. Mi Guang. Fell? The beast that was fighting with the god of life. Cryas was huge, with a hideous face, knotted muscles, and 4 arms that constantly exuded a wild and violent aura. It was the rage born of nature, the embodiment of destruction and ruin, and the throne that the beasts worshipped and surrendered to. The throne of the beast. On this desolate battlefield, it was fighting a thrilling battle with the god of life. The scene was so grand that ordinary people could not imagine it. At a certain moment, the beast throne with an unknown name let out a thunderous roar and suddenly pounced on the god of life. Cryas, and the ground was directly shaken out of a big pit. The god of life. Cryas quickly waved his staff, causing a green light to break through the sky, splitting the clouds and hitting the beast directly. The green light instantly burst on the beast, knocking it back very far. The battle of the throne level appeared before my eyes. It was really shocking. Chuyin watched intently. The waves that were shaken by the thrones were enough to destroy an entire country. The beast was enraged, roaring violently, releasing a burning breath all over its body. It stomped on the ground violently, causing it to tremble, and countless gravel flew up, forming a fierce storm, blocking the sight of the god of life, Cryas, and also blocking the sight of Chuyin. However, the god of life, Cryas, closed his eyes. The life energy around him was quiet at this time. Even Chuyun's life breath was the same. This was clearly just a video. The god of life, Cryas, suddenly raised the staff in his hand, releasing a dazzling bright green light. A huge beam of life energy shot out from the staff, rushed straight towards the beast, and exploded on the beast's throne. The light swept, shaking the earth. As the life energy dissipated, the beast's throne disappeared. Only the lonely figure of the god of life, Cryas, was left on the spot. He panted slightly, and the staff in his hand gradually lost its light. Then he turned around and walked to the end of the wind and sand. Chapter 360 Forest of Life. Chuyin suddenly found that his camera was not moving. Move quickly. What did the god of life do behind? You won't let me do it here and watch. The god of life, Cryas, walked away. His back was so blurred that it could not be seen. Could it be that this historical video has ended? Then why haven't I quit yet? What remained in front of Chuyin was a bare piece of land. A trace of life breath was slowly flowing. On the already calm land in front of Chuyin, a young branch suddenly emerged from a crack that was shaken by a throne-level battle. Life can actually be born on this land. This young branch was eroded by countless wind and sand. But it did not fall down at all, but became more upright. The time in front of Chuyin suddenly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, the sun and the moon rotated, and countless seedlings emerged from the land in front of Chuyin like bamboo shoots after rain, and quickly grew into towering trees. The barren sand in front of him has become an oasis. The oasis continued to take root towards the edge, filling the dry sand, and gradually nurtured clear water in the center of the oasis. Birds and beasts began to gather here, build nests here, and live here. A vibrant oasis appeared in front of Chuyin. This is simply a miracle of life. Did the dead beasts of the god throne level become nutrients for this land? Chuyin pondered. It is too extravagant for the corpses of the god throne level to become nutrients. But correspondingly, the oasis in front of him grew very rapidly, and the area covered was also very wide. Because of the strange god's perspective, Chuyin was able to see the oasis in full view. After a rough calculation, this oasis was already half the size of the Tianfeng Empire. The weather outside the oasis became more and more weird and capricious. Sometimes with heavy rain, sometimes with thunder and lightning, and sometimes with biting cold winds, making the animals staying in the oasis even more reluctant to leave. And they reproduced here generation after generation. Because of the source of the oasis power, the plants growing here became stronger and stronger. And a considerable number of animals also became ferocious and turned into ferocious beasts. And their strength was also very strong. The weather outside gradually took shape into a rolling cold wind, and it blew for thousands of years. The oasis on the edge could not be expanded because it was too far away from the remains of the ferocious beast on the throne. And the size of the oasis was finally completely determined. Finally, a group of hungry and thirsty humans arrived here in the biting cold wind. They knelt on the ground, grateful for the gift of life, and eventually multiplied here, established a tribe, established a civilization, built buildings, and created a sculpture outside the ceremonial hall that Chuyin would never forget. The only statue of the god of life, Cryas, in the world so far, since he was related to the god of life. Chuyin had searched for relevant information and saw it clearly on his mobile phone. The statue of the god of life, Cryas, here means that the location of this video recording is the legendary place of the Blue Moon Empire, the Forest of Life. The Forest of Life is the only place in the world that worships the god of life. And it is also a very special tribe in the Blue Moon Empire. That is, they do not believe in God of Thunder Zeus at all, but only believe in the god of life, which is what their tribe calls the source of forests and clear streams Cryas. The rest of the tribes, even if they do not worship God of Thunder Zeus but other thrones, will leave a little space for Zeus. But there is none in the Forest of Life, just as Chuyin was thinking. A huge suction force was pulling his consciousness. When Chuyin closed his eyes and opened them again, the dense forest and gorgeous civilization in front of him had disappeared, and what he saw was a dense starry sky. But this is not the starry sky. This is just the curtain inside the UNI divination building. Finally back? You have been thinking for a long time. Zhou Lijiao leaned against the wall with his arms folded and smiled. How is it? Have you gained anything? This is no longer something that can be described as a little gain. The complete image of the god of life and the emergence and prosperity of an entire tribe. What a precious thing. And Chuyin clearly felt that after watching this video. His control of the power of life has improved a lot. And it has become much stronger. At the level of the throne, one can already achieve whatever is said must be known. And anyone who interacts with the throne can share part of his power. And the corresponding price is to recognize the throne. There are too many secrets in it. And they are too profound. So, Chuyin turned everything into the simplest 2 words. Not bad. Zhou Lijiao crossed his arms and stared at Chuyin without saying a word. Chuyin is a guy who will make a big splash if he doesn't make a sound. And Zhou Lijiao never dares to underestimate him. After Chuyin finished his reply, he immediately thought again. Is he going to the Forest of Life to upgrade his profession? That's too much of a requirement. It's not difficult to go to the Blue Moon Empire, but to find the Forest of Life in the snow, and to enter despite the xenophobic local tribesmen's obstruction, and finally upgrade the skills. I'm afraid it's impossible without a holy throne. But what I saw in the crystal ball doesn't seem to have a way to upgrade my profession. Chuyin had no choice but to hide it. The way to upgrade your profession can't be casually told, however. At this moment, a voice came from the direction of the fortune teller holding the crystal ball in front of Chuyin. I didn't tell you how to upgrade your profession. Of course you don't know. The fortune teller, stroking the crystal ball, spoke as if it was a matter of course. Chuyin was stunned. There is a reason? This fortune teller can actually know how to upgrade his profession? Then tell me quickly. Pay first. I'll tell you later. The fortune teller said, as a matter of course. Chuyin nodded. After all, this is not a charity organization. It is normal to spend money. Okay. How much does this trip cost? No matter how much the fortune teller offers, Chuyin can afford it. Even if it is 10 billion, Chuyin can give it without blinking. Chuyun's trip was worthwhile this time. Whether it is to see the precious images of the God of Life and the Forest of Life, or the direction of the next career upgrade, it is quite useful. However, the fortune teller shook his head slightly. I don't want money. I want something else. What is it? No money? But I want something else. And Chuyin is not sure that he will have it. And this fortune teller is so sure to ask him for it. The fortune teller looked at Chuyin, emphasizing each word. What I want is the Rule Crystal Stone. Chapter 361. The lion's mouth is wide open. Can you change it for another one? Do you want money? I'll give you as much as you want. Chuyin asked the fortune teller to change it without even thinking. Why did he suddenly want the Rule Crystal Stone? This thing is very precious. Even though Chuyin had accumulated a considerable number of Rule Crystal Stones after a trip to the Golden Holy Dragon's tomb, he was still reluctant to spend them. He wanted to save as much as he could. I never liked money. I'm not interested in money. The fortune teller shook his head. This? Chuyin scratched his head. Why is this sentence so familiar? Chuyin always felt like he had heard it somewhere before. But this is not important. Chuyin coughed. After the customer has finished the service, asking for a sky-high price. Isn't it a bit too much? You can just turn around and leave. You have already used my crystal ball memory search ability for free. The fortune teller curled her lips. Now she looks very sincere. Chuyin secretly glanced at Zhou Lijiao. And Zhou Lijiao just shook his head. This fortune teller asks different things from everyone. And I don't know that you will be asked for this. What about you? Chuyin was quite curious about what Zhou Lijiao was asked by this mysterious fortune teller. Zhou Lijiao suddenly showed a strange expression. He, who has always been cold, also found it incredible. She asked for a section of my household current. Zhou Li's family has mastered the use of lightning to perfection, and it is not difficult to control the flow of household current. But no matter how you look at it, this matter is too strange. At this time, the fortune teller spoke again. I don't want more from you. 50 Rule Crystal Stones. 50 is not enough? Chuyin exclaimed loudly. At that time, Xiexing gave him a large amount of Rule Crystal Stones, which were only 20. This fortune teller asked for 50 at once? No. Where can I get so many rule crystal stones for you? Chu Yun shook his head. Let alone 50 rule crystal stones. Even 5 is not something that a star-level student can get. The fortune teller spoke calmly. You have just explored the tomb of the Golden Holy Dragon. You have at least 500 rule crystal stones in your pocket. Giving away 10% of them is a very reasonable reward for you this time. Chu Yun's eyebrows twitched slightly. This fortune teller guessed it right. Although the Golden Holy Dragon Mi Guang had left no treasure, Chu Yun still dug out more than 500 rule crystal stones from the remaining beasts. This fortune teller's origin is definitely not simple. Excuse me. Who are you? I came here based on the divination of the future. But the divination result told me that I can't tell you my identity information. The fortune teller smiled. But if you can give me 50 rule crystal stones, I can consider telling you. Isn't it possible to tell you? She is just greedy for Chu Yun's rule crystal stones. Okay. I'll give it to you. Chu Yun sighed. When Zhou Lejia heard what Chu Yun said, he was stunned. At his level, he has more or less come into contact with rule crystal stones. But each one is precious. He has only circulated 8 or 9 of them. Is it true that 50 of them will be circulated in an instant in front of him? Chu Yun took out a cloth bag from the storage ring. This cloth bag contains 50 broken stones emitting soft white light. It was the rule crystal stone. Chu Yun took a last look at the cloth bag and reluctantly handed it to the fortune teller. Although the fortune teller said very strongly that he wanted 50, and did not give in at all. After actually receiving the 50 rule crystal stones, he did not even look at them, and threw them directly into the drawer in front of him. Then, she opened her mouth slightly. A soul-piercing voice sounded in Chu Yun's heart. The next words will never be leaked. Extraordinary. After that, the fortune teller smiled slightly, and used his normal voice. This is the key to your career upgrade. So don't forget it. That's all? Chu Yun couldn't believe it. Yes, that's all. Chu Yun now deeply suspected whether the fortune teller was trying to cheat him of his 50 rule crystal stones. Seeing Chu Yun's questioning eyes, the fortune teller suddenly became serious. Although it was brief. You must not forget that you are different from others. The interweaving of fate is too deeply involved with the past and the future. You have one and only one chance to upgrade your skills. If you miss it, you can't come back. You must think about it carefully. The fortune teller's words were so sure that it seemed to be true. Then who are you? Chu Yun was also curious about this. Shui Tianfeng has many fanatical followers. And Chu Yun doesn't know many of them. But at least, he knows some of them. Do you think I'm a follower of Shui Shenzhua? The fortune teller smiled slightly, as if he saw through Chu Yun's thoughts. Chu Yun nodded slightly. And Zhou Lejia behind Chu Yun also nodded, looking at the world. Only Bu Wentian Shui Tianfeng has this ability to divination. Chu Yun suddenly thought of a possibility. You are a follower of Yu Shinzhua? The fortune teller was stunned. Someone can actually guess my identity. Yes. I am a follower of Yu Shinzhua Tianhua's Terazia. Most of the thrones in the world have owners, belonging to different civilizations. For example, God Jehovah belongs to the Divine Empire. Bu Wentian Shui Tianfeng belongs to the Tianfeng Empire. And the Golden Holy Dragon Enlightenment Mi Guang belongs to the Dragon Clan. In addition, there are 2 very special types. The Cornerstone Throne and the Cruising Throne. The Cornerstone Throne is the throne of the God of Life, the God of Death, the God of Fire, the God of Water, etc., which constructs the most basic ability of the entire world. This kind of throne can fall, but the godhood can never be destroyed and look for the next successor. The Cruising Throne is a throne that does not have the ability to construct the world, and does not belong to any civilization, any organization, or any source. They are strange, mysterious, and a little weird. Many notorious evil gods are wandering god thrones. But wandering god thrones do not mean that all of them are evil gods. At least, the heavenly wisdom Terazia mentioned by the fortune teller is a relatively neutral god throne, whose ability is to divine the traces of stars and fate, which is slightly similar to foretelling the sky Shui Tianfeng. I actually saw a follower of the wandering god throne with my own eyes. Chu Yun sighed. After chatting for a few words, Chu Yun and Zhou Lejia walked away from the UNEI divination building while chatting. In the building, the fortune teller gently stroked the crystal ball. In the crystal ball, Chu Yun, with a broad back, was guarding this world where war was spreading. The future has been gently pushed. Chapter 362 Wandering Throne Heavenly Wisdom to Raja. Brother Zhou, Did you find this universe divination tower? A female classmate introduced it to me, saying that this place can make people's wishes come true. Zhou Lejiao walked with his hands in his pockets expressionlessly, saying, at that time, defeating Jiangbai occupied all my thoughts. Regardless of whether this place is real or fake, I should come and try it. I asked the fortune teller how to defeat Jiangbai, and she gave me two answers. One is to make myself stronger, and the other is to ask you. And I never thought that making myself stronger would actually upgrade my profession. Zhou Lejiao's expression had become slightly excited, and he was trying his best to suppress his emotions. Afterwards, Zhou Lejiao calmed down a lot. Then I followed the second answer and found you, and exchanged the information of defeating Jiangbai for the reason of upgrading my profession. Chu Yun listened and nodded slightly. Thank you. Information is valuable. Some things cannot be bought with any amount of money, and the person concerned must be willing to speak. Zhou Lejiao's cold personality is willing to say so much to Chu Yun, which is already a kind of sincerity. Zhou Lejiao did not say much about this. No need. I didn't expect that this fortune teller was actually a follower of the Wandering God Throne, because the Wandering God Throne has no civilization, organization, or even origin. It is extremely difficult to attract believers, and most of those who sincerely follow the Wandering God Throne are those who have witnessed the power of the God Throne with their own eyes, or even those who have been given the power by their own hands. Although Chu Yun's memory of the battle between the two thrones seemed simple, Chu Yun never relaxed his awe of the throne. The throne is always the pinnacle of this world. Only the throne is qualified to look at another throne equally. Indeed, this so-called universe divination building, I can come back a few more times later. Chu Yun turned around casually, and then suddenly froze. Zhou Lejiao frowned. What's wrong? The universe divination building is gone. Chu Yun was completely stunned. Ah? Zhou Lejiao said in confusion and looked back. Where is the building? Where did that huge building go? The UNI divination building standing there has disappeared, leaving only a flat piece of land, as if telling Chu Yun and Zhou Lejiao that this place is very suitable for building a building. The two looked at each other. Is it the mission of the fortune teller to complete the divination for you and then leave? Then this is really... Chu Yun really didn't want this result. It was hard to say whether it was a good thing to be targeted by a mysterious follower of the Wandering God's throne, because he was coveted by various people. Chu Yun was completely pessimistic about the forces of unknown origin. But only by being cautious can you go a long way in this dangerous world. Zhou Lejiao left in advance because of something, and Chu Yun found a fine restaurant and ordered something. Although the Slime Academy canteen is good, the big restaurants in Guanghai City are still of a higher standard. Besides, Chu Yun is not short of money, so he would occasionally go out for a meal. Chu Yun walked towards the private room, and the people in the restaurant outside the private room were shocked when they saw Chu Yun. Is that Chu Yun? He is actually wearing the Slime Academy uniform. Is he going to the private room to eat? He is indeed rich. Chu Yun ignored the noise of the group of diners, sat down in the private room, ordered the dishes, and then sent a message to Gu Pan. I am the Nani and I will protect you, Chu Yun. Gu Lao. Have you heard of Heavenly Wisdom to Raja? Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan. I have heard of it. Gourmet Foodie Gu Pan. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Met his followers? As expected of Gu Pan. He is really well informed. He even predicted what happened to Chu Yun. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun. Gu Lao really has a keen eye. I am the Nani. I will protect you, Chu Yun, because of some things. I accidentally met the followers of Heavenly Wisdom to Raja, and she seemed to have been waiting for me for a long time. After I finished my business, she quickly disappeared. Is there any problem with this? Chu Yun quickly typed a bunch of words. At this time, the waiter had brought some of the food. Chu Yun ate while reading the message from Gu Pan. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan. It's not a big problem. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan. Heavenly Wisdom to Raja is a relatively kind cruising throne. Most of the divinations he brings are positive, although there are accidents. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan. It's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. The divination of a throne, even if Gu Pan is the holy throne, can't interfere. But since Gu Pan has an explanation, Chu Yun is relieved. However, the message sent by Gu Pan is not over yet. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan. Heavenly Wisdom to Raja is somewhat similar to our throne Bu Wentian Shui Tian Feng, but they are not the same. It may be too early for me to say this. Chu Yun, you can listen. Gluttonous Gourmet Gu Pan. Taraja's divination is to predict a certain fact in the future, so that the person being divine can move forward according to this fact. But whether the predicted future is correct or not, it cannot be modified. It can only be accelerated or delayed. Gluttonous gourmet Gu Pan, Shueishan's divination is to divert countless futures and select from them, and finally choose the most excellent future to move forward. The future can be modified in theory, but in contrast, the predicted future can be modified, so it can be said to be a false future. Not true. Chuyun thought about it carefully and understood most of it. Heavenly wisdom, the future that Taraja saw is the future, a fact that has been established, but it cannot be changed after seeing it. Buentian Shui Tianfeng saw countless futures, and he can modify them by himself. But that doesn't count as seeing the future. Although the methods are all divination, the difference is still quite big. Chuyun ate while reading the message sent by Gu Pan. The golden egg seemed to smell the fragrance and was greedy. It flew out of the beast-controlling ball and lay on the table, motioning Chuyun to feed it. "You glutton!" Chuyun laughed and scolded, and took a pair of chopsticks to feed the golden egg. Fortunately, the golden egg is now a complete golden holy dragon. Otherwise the golden egg would have no appetite at all, and could not absorb nutrients. At this time, the door of the box opened again. "Guest, your dishes are here. Put them on the table." Chuyun answered casually and continued to look at his phone. But he never thought that a sharp edge would come out from the waiter's suit pocket. It was a dagger. Swoosh! The dagger was held by the waiter, and rushed straight to Chuyun's throat. There was an assassin here. Chapter 363 Assassin. This short sword came through the wind, and was about to pierce Chuyun in the blink of an eye. Instantly, Chuyun felt that this short sword was completely impossible to dodge, and had completely locked him. After many layers of superposition, Chuyun's speed has far exceeded all the stars. The only assassination that can reach this speed is the throne level. A throne level assassination came to assassinate him. The full-strength assassination of the throne level is not the kind of small fight between seniors and juniors in the academy. It is really a fight to the death and the winner. But Chuyun could not avoid it. But why should he avoid it? Using skills? This is much faster than getting up and retreating. The staff of life source quickly appeared in Chuyun's hand, and he spoke quickly before the dagger was about to arrive. Nirvana of the principle of the veins. A throbbing that could only emerge in the deepest part of an ancient forest surged out from the staff of the source of life. And this throbbing covered Chuyun's entire body. Instantly, Chuyun felt that the vitality of his entire body was stripped away by this strange power, and quickly merged into the strange throbbing covering his body, turning into a shield. Chuyun's health value had been reduced from 100% to only 1 drop, and the reduced health value had all been transformed into a shield. Healing technique. Chuyun performed a combo smoothly, instantly replenishing his lost health value to 100%. In this way, Chuyun almost had 2 lives. Swish! The short sword has arrived. The 1-inch dark spot of light at the tip of the sword can annihilate all life force. The throne-level assassin laughed grimly. "I have used a fatal blow, which will cause 100% of your life value in real damage to targets 1 level lower than yours. This move of his is like a chicken rib in a battle of the same level. But it is extremely useful and stable when assassinating low-level targets." So he became a despicable assassin. Chuyun, the first on the genius list? Oh! You will fall under my sword. There are geniuses every year, and almost all of them are outstanding. But there are only a handful of geniuses who can really rise. Some of them were completely unknown because they could not break through the throne. And some died young, some died in the depths of the secret realm. Some died on the battlefield. And some died under assassination. And the assassin also enjoyed the wonderful feeling of these geniuses falling under his assassination. The short sword pierced Chuyun completely. The assassin laughed grimly a few times, smooth as usual. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't laugh anymore, because Chuyun was still standing in front of him alive. Only the strange shield on Chuyun's outermost layer was broken. 100%? Chuyun sneered. What a pity. I have 200% blood. A front row player can stack up his health to the sky. But the health ratio is still only 100%, while Chuyun can rely on the nirvana of the meridians to have 200% health in a short period of time, of which 100% is the body and 100% is the shield. But this shield is extremely special and is counted as life. The assassin was a little angry after missing the attack, and looked at Chuyun sinisterly. So what if I block this attack? I am the throne, and it is easy to kill you. Xingyao. Although his attitude was very arrogant, the assassin's expression was still ugly. If the attack just now could successfully kill Chu Yun, then he could leave without leaving a trace. But now even if he kills Chu Yun, it will make a big noise. And it is not easy for him to escape in Guanghai City, where there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although he is an assassin, it does not mean that he is ready to assassinate with his life at stake. Easy as pie? I don't think so. Chu Yun kept talking nonsense with the assassin, while the golden egg beside him was about to finish charging. Chu Yun has a lot of confidence in his own strength. But since he can do it in the safest way, he should not miss it. The new trick of the golden egg, coupled with Chu Yun's pincer attack, will definitely be able to successfully stop the assassin. The assassin was provoked by Chu Yun, and was so angry that he did not notice the abnormality of the golden egg for a while. It is his shame that the assassination failed. Chu Yun, I have decided. I want you to die in pain, so as to relieve my hatred. The assassin raised the cloak behind him, and his voice disappeared in an instant. Chu Yun was stunned, and then surprised. Secret cloak. This thing. Only the Shaoyu Palace has it. This Shaoyu Palace is so persistent, and wants to assassinate him again? When Chu Yun said the four-word secret cloak, the assassin was also shocked. You even know this? The secret cloak is a replica of the God Throne level weapon that only the Shaoyu Palace can produce, and it is strictly confidential to the outside world. How did Chu Yun know it? Here. Chu Yun suddenly looked in one direction. Although he couldn't see the assassin's position, Chu Yun could clearly hear the assassin's surprised voice. Instantly, Chu Yun raised the staff of life source. Paralysis applied. Holy light healing reversed. A large area of holy light suddenly fell in the direction Chu Yun pointed. The assassin was truly injured, and immediately broke out of invisibility, and fell into a short paralysis. Night is coming! The assassin shouted angrily, and it seemed as if a thin layer of gauze was draped over his body, wiping away the paralysis, and instantly got out of control. But it still caused a moment of lag, and this moment of lag was the best time. Golden egg. Now! Chu Yun shouted. The golden egg, which had been accumulating power for a long time, finally moved. The two dragon scales on its head exuded scorching heat. Endless dragon energy began to spray out from the scales of the golden egg, which was a precursor to the release of powerful skills. Holy Dragon Spell. Immediately summon a huge holy dragon steel to fall from the sky. The holy dragon steel will immediately launch a golden chain to trap the nearest target for 900 seconds. During the duration, the target cannot obtain all buffs, and the control releasing skills are considered to be on cooldown. Cooldown time 1 hour. In the dark, a classical steel as tall as a person appeared behind the assassin. The shape of this steel is solemn, like a coffin in which an ancient relic is sleeping, and dozens of golden chains are instantly ejected from the gap of the coffin, trapping the assassin tightly and tying him to the holy dragon steel. Even the throne cannot escape the control of the holy dragon spell. Originally, it takes at least 60 seconds for the golden egg to charge this move, but with the help of a talent of the holy dragon guide, the release speed has been accelerated to only 3 seconds. However, 3 seconds is extremely long when facing a throne-level assassination. Fortunately, the result is good. The assassin has been successfully trapped by Chu Yun. Chapter 364. Counterattack on the throne level. No. Impossible. Why can't I break free? The assassin was shocked. As an assassin, his best abilities are the ability to fight quickly, and the ability to escape after the battle. But these hundreds of various escape abilities are all ineffective here. What is going on? He suddenly glanced at the chains on his body, and finally noticed the golden egg on the table. Is this the skill of the golden holy dragon? He originally wanted to assassinate Chu Yun and leave, completely ignoring the golden holy dragon. He didn't expect Chu Yun's ability to resist assassination to be so high. This time, he missed a single strike, and was like being stuck in a quagmire, unable to move forward or backward. But now, the golden egg found a flaw, and used this super control skill to completely block him. Even if you lock me up, what can you do? The assassin was hysterical. I am a throne level. Even if he is not as powerful as the throne of the same level in a head-on battle, he is not something that these star level ones can touch. He must be able to fight back. When the assassin just had this thought, the life source staff was already in front of his chest. What about the throne level? Chu Yun smiled slightly. No matter how strong your level suppression is, It can't stop real damage. Each level upgrade is an upgrade of basic values and skills. But when it comes to the throne level, level suppression will appear. This is why there is a huge difference between Star Glory and Throne. When Star Glory attacks Throne, the damage will be reduced by more than 95%, and the same applies to all control and negative status. When Throne attacks Star Glory, the damage can be increased to 200% due to level suppression. And as the level increases, the level suppression becomes more exaggerated. But all these values do not include true damage. True damage is the most real damage, ignoring all reductions and calculations. And the amount of damage written will be the amount of damage. Occasionally, there are extremely rare skills such as Chu Yun's Pulse Nirvana that can absorb true damage. But the principle is to absorb the damage of true damage to avoid true damage hitting the main body. But the value caused by true damage will still not be weakened at all. A mere Star Glory. What kind of real damage can it cause? Real damage is an extremely rare attribute, even rarer than invisibility. Even if Chu Yun is a genius, he can still suffer real damage. The assassin was about to taunt when he felt the life source staff on his body bursting with light. Healing with a miraculous hand reversed. Unimaginable vitality burst out from Chu Yun's life source staff. It was clearly a green color that seemed to have a healing effect. But why did it carry disturbing destruction at this time? The assassin's face turned pale. The exaggerated real damage was destroying his body. Bang! The vitality seemed to explode in his body. This power is all real damage. No one can resist it. The assassin wailed, widened his eyes, and tilted his head. He was killed instantly by Chu Yun's reversal and healing. A throne was killed instantly. This blood is too thin. It's not unfair to be killed by me. Although this assassin is already a throne, he is still an assassin after all. His body is really fragile. And Chu Yun's output is usually a huge overflow, which is poured into the throne level. Now it seems just right. The golden egg also howled excitedly. This is the first time it has fought in such a critical situation. It seems that it is doing well. Jindan. Well done. Chu Yun smiled and patted Jindan's head. He couldn't eat now. So Chu Yun immediately called the inspectorate of Guanghai City to investigate the identity of the assassin. Not long after, a small group of inspectors rushed over and filled the small box. Student Chu Yun. These inspectors first greeted the most distinguished student in Guanghai City. Several professionals immediately searched for the assassin's body, and several others came to ask Chu Yun what was going on. Did he disguise himself as a waiter to assassinate? So that's the case. You guys, go and take the boss and manager to question. Dare to assassinate students in Guanghai City? If they can't find out the truth, they won't have to stay in Guanghai City anymore. What's more, Chu Yun, who ranked first on the genius list, was assassinated. You are worthy of being assassinated by a throne-level person. But you are still safe and sound. Several inspectors found out the level of the assassin, and were a little surprised for a while. The gap between the Star Glory level and the throne level is generally not something that can be crossed by the name of a genius, but Chu Yun succeeded. Lucky, mainly thanks to my contract partner. Chu Yun attributed all the credit to the golden egg. The inspectors were naturally trustworthy. But Chu Yun couldn't trust the media more. Today's incident would inevitably appear on the headlines. In order to hide his strength for the time being, Chu Yun could only attribute the achievement to the golden egg. The golden egg didn't seem to understand, and flew to Chu Yun, happily rubbing Chu Yun's cheek. Even though it was a golden holy dragon, as a cub, it was better to be happy. Not long after, the inspectors found out the identity of the assassin. The deceased, Lian Dio, one of the 5 thrones of the Xia Palace, was particularly good at assassination. He had assassinated nearly 100 geniuses, and all the assassinated people were killed by him. Without exception, the inspector who recorded the identity looked at Chu Yun and smiled. Except you. You have created a miracle. Xia Palace. Chu Yun's brows were furrowed even deeper. This evil organization is profit-driven. If there is no profit, no matter how many enemies they have, they will not let a throne take such a big risk to come to Guanghai City to assassinate him. There must be a pusher behind this. Please check carefully. If there is any news, notify me as soon as possible. Okay. The inspectors looked serious. This is the request of the #1 genius list. They must not slack off. At this time, Chu Yun's phone rang again. When he opened it, he found that it was Lung Yin who sent him a message. Goshawk Hero Cold Thoughts. Chu Yun. How are you? Are you in danger? Goshawk Hero Cold Thoughts. The result of the interrogation just now is that the group of ninjas in the Fury Empire have gone crazy. They have bribed the evil organization Shao Evil Palace and the Throne of the Gods Blood Research Institute. They want to assassinate all the top geniuses in Guanghai City and cut off the future of the Tianfeng Empire. You must be more careful. The target is all the geniuses in Guanghai City? Chuyun quickly typed a reply. I am a Nani. I will protect you, Chuyun. I was just assassinated. But I am fine. You should notify others. I am a Nani. I will protect you, Chuyun. Where can I fight these ninjas? I will be there soon. Chapter 365. Everyone is good in a little bit. Just now, I got a lot of benefits in the UNI divination building, and went to a restaurant happily, but was assassinated. The good mood was instantly gone. And now, Chuyun just wants to kill a few ninjas to vent his anger. Since this group of ninjas want to kill him, they must be prepared to be counterattacked by him. In addition to upgrading, Chuyun's road to becoming stronger has been almost completed. Now, there is no problem for him to sweep the ninjas with the Nighthawk team. Goshawk Hero Cold thought, haha. Chuyun, are you finally coming? Goshawk Hero Cold thought, then you can temporarily join my team. Let's meet at the Guy building. By the way, all the subsequent contacts will use internal communication software. Chuyun looked at the busy inspectors, wanting to tell the truth, but unable to speak. The Night Watchers are a group of hidden existences, which must not be revealed. It seems that these inspectors have worked in vain. Chuyun thought about it, then let the golden egg sit on his shoulder and set off to Guy Tower. Under Guy Tower, Lung Yin was already standing there, as if he had been waiting for Chuyun for a long time. And beside Lung Yin, there were two more people. One was a quiet senior sister wearing glasses and a coat, with a small globe flying slowly around her. The other was extremely tall, wearing a cowboy hat, suave, carrying a quiver and a long bow. Obviously a mage and an archer. This is the #1 genius on the genius list. Chuyun, known as the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon. Lung Yin first introduced Chuyun to the two. The first on the left is Chuyun, and the second on the left is the Golden Holy Dragon. Of course, I recognize them. The senior sister replied indifferently, not appreciating Lung Yin's little humor at all. Lung Yin did not feel embarrassed at all, and smiled and introduced Chuyun again. These two are my professional teammates, Observer Guan Ran and Swift Archery Yasuo. Chuyun looked at the two and nodded slightly. Hello. Swift Archery Yasuo sounds like a man like the wind. And the fact is exactly like this, whether it is his posture or expression. Yasuo looks like a playboy. Yasuo lifted his cowboy hat with his index finger and smiled freely. Oh, seeing is believing. Chuyun is really handsome. Much better than in the video and photos. I think he will definitely attract a lot of beautiful butterflies. Right? Chuyun was speechless. What a joke. Chuyun thought his appearance was not bad, but he seemed to have no female fans at all. Yasuo didn't know that his words had deeply hurt Chuyun's heart. The venom of this sentence was more powerful than thousands of words of ridicule. Guan Ran just snorted. Don't waste time. The ninjas may send new waves to harass us at any time. We need to deal with them as soon as possible. Chuyun also looked at Guan Ran again. This was not the first time he had seen Guan Ran. The first time he had met her was when Chuyun first moved into the dormitory. He saw her in the library area on the first floor of the dormitory. However, Chuyun did not say hello at that time in order not to disturb Guan Ran, who was reading carefully. I don't know if Guan Ran recognized him. And just when Chuyun looked away, Guan Ran quickly cast her eyes on Chuyun, as if she was peeking. And when Chuyun moved her eyes back, she pretended nothing happened. Chuyun noticed something unusual and didn't know what to say. Lung Yin's two teammates seemed to be somewhat unique. You two have titles. What about you? Senior brother Lung Yin? Me? To be honest, I am grateful to you for your appreciation. My title is Blood Swordsman. Lung Yin smiled slightly. Let's get going first. We'll talk about the details on the way. As soon as Lung Yin finished speaking, Song Yun swooped down from the sky and landed on Lung Yin's shoulder. Hello. Song Yun greeted in the unique voice of a hawk. Hello. Chuyun responded politely. The golden egg lying on Chuyun's shoulder howled with interest in response. Then, Lung Yin opened the teleportation scroll and teleported the four people, a dragon and an eagle, to the forest. Teleporting here is the maximum distance. If we use the teleportation scroll again, it will attract the attention of the ninjas. From now on, we rush out and go straight forward. If we see ninjas, Lung Yin smiled and made a gesture of wiping his neck. Kill without mercy. Chu Yun nodded. The forest is dense and deep, which is very suitable for hiding. No matter for ninjas or for them. Any target who completely exposes his position here is likely to die. Now that we are still free, let's talk about our abilities, so that we can cooperate in battle. Lung Yin traveled through the woods at high speed. But his voice was very stable, and entered the ears of every teammate. He talked about himself first. My profession is a blood swordsman. As the name suggests, I need to burn my own health to fight. But my skill mechanism is to burn blood, not to fight with my back to the water. So you can rest assured to treat me. Burning blood means that you will consume your own health to fight. But it does not mean that low health is better. The most important thing for a blood-burning warrior is to burn blood as much as possible while keeping himself full of blood. For the back to the water, the lower the blood volume, the higher the effect of a certain mechanism, such as attack, will be. To become a teammate with back to the water skills, it is best to add a shield to the back to the water unit instead of releasing treatment. The blood swordsman has a balanced attack and defense because of the blood stacking. Even if he is left with less blood due to blood burning, he is much stronger than the squishy ones. So under normal circumstances, I can also be used as a front line to resist damage. That's about it. Everyone nodded. Lung Yin said it in detail. Guanran said, the main ability of my skills is to accurately predict, calculate the cooldown time, casting distance, and casting effect of each skill of the enemy, and inform you in advance. Secondly, I can also reduce the cooldown of your skills. None of Guanran's abilities directly add to the battle, but there is no doubt that Guanran can provide help. Just reducing the cooldown of skills is already an extremely powerful auxiliary ability. Yasuo laughed. I can shoot physical arrows, wind arrows and breeze arrows. The first two types cause physical damage and wind damage respectively. And the third type can increase the attack speed and movement speed of teammates. If I aim my bow and arrow at you, don't hide. The three of them have introduced their abilities. And the only one missing is Chu Yun. Chu Yun. Everyone has a clear professional expertise. Which one are you good at? Chu Yun smiled slightly. I am good at a little bit of each. Chapter 366 Hexagonal Warrior Chu Yun. My main job is a doctor, so I have the ability to heal. The treatment here refers to the ability to restore a blood cow like Chu Yun to full blood at 1 drop of blood. As long as Chu Yun is there, I am afraid that someone in the team will be in urgent need of blood. But since I am a doctor, I naturally have auxiliary abilities in addition to treatment. Auxiliary refers to various super large halo fields, acceleration, sanity recovery, near-death rescue, and control release effects, covering most of the auxiliary in all aspects. Even the extremely rare flying ability. Chu Yun has it. At the same time, I also have a lot of frontline damage resistance. Chu Yun's current health value is already higher than many frontline professions. If the frontline profession is full of damage to only 10% of blood, Chu Yun can still have 80% left. Moreover, Chu Yun can heal himself at any time, so he is not afraid of low health. In terms of damage resistance, Chu Yun is not inferior to any frontline player. In terms of output, I can also take on the responsibility. Real damage is damage that can never be reduced. And most of Chu Yun's skills are super high real damage, which is not only useful for fighting against squishy, but also like fighting against squishy frontline players. He is an absolute tank killer. Most of the players whose health is not stacked up will be killed instantly if they are hit by Chu Yun. In terms of output, Chu Yun will never be inferior to anyone. I can output both long range and close combat. Chu Yun smiled slightly. Unlike traditional squishy mages, who are afraid of close contact. In terms of close combat, it doesn't matter if you infuse the reversed healing spell into the Staff of Life Source, and then use it as a staff to sweep it out. In short, I can handle combat output, injury resistance, support, or healing. Oh, by the way, I also have a contracted partner, the Golden Holy Dragon. Chu Yun was flying, and he did not forget to tease the golden egg following him. The Golden Holy Dragon can cause high fire damage and good all-round ability. In short, like me, it is a hexagonal warrior. The other three people suddenly fell into silence. Where did this master come from? Lung Yin was the first to laugh. Others may not believe it, But I have seen how strong Chu Yun is. Chu Yun says what kind of combat power he is. And I believe what kind of combat power he is. However, I am still a little surprised by such a hexagon. The reason why we need to form a team in battle is to stack advantages and complement weaknesses, so as to maximize the strengths of each person. If a person is a hexagonal warrior, then he can be an army by himself. And even a team is not needed? But Chu Yun was indeed like this before, since the combat power is already an army by himself. Chu Yun acts alone in most cases, and does not rely on the team. Guanran pushed his glasses. It's still a bit outrageous. Chu Yun's words were already modest, but they were still too surprising for outsiders. Guanran still couldn't accept it for a while. Yasuo smiled heartily. I believe it. Chu Yun is the lord of the Golden Holy Dragon after all. What's so unbelievable about it? And Chu Yun is so charming and suave. We are actually the same kind of people. It's impossible for him to lie. Although Chu Yun was secretly happy to be praised for being handsome, he didn't know why he always felt something was wrong. Even if you three are not sure about my strength, the golden egg is definitely at the throne level, and it won't hold you back. Lang Nian, Guanran, and Yasuo are all at the throne level. This time Chu Yun came. In fact, the three of them wanted to lead Chu Yun first and adapt him to the battlefield. And they didn't expect Chu Yun to achieve any results. After all, most of the battles involved the throne. But Lang Nian and the other two could not have imagined that Chu Yun's record in this forest would cover all the Night Watchers in the past. Song Yun, who was flying in the sky, actually lowered his head and expressed his admiration for Chu Yun. You are the most confident human I have ever seen. Is this really a compliment? The four people and the dragon were communicating while rushing towards the depths of the forest. Thanks to the vision coverage of Song Yun, the eagle, they could clearly know whether there were those ninjas around. And they did not need to act so covertly before approaching the target. At the throne level, flying is a very basic ability. But they now choose to travel through the woods. And naturally they have their reasons. Chu Yun, are we going too fast? Can you keep up? Lang Nian turned around and cared about Chu Yun beside him. Chu Yun had been running at the same speed as their throne-level counterparts. Lang Nian was afraid that Chu Yun would soon be unable to bear it. Before Chu Yun could speak, Guanran beside him had already raised her hand. The globe in her hand shot out a beam of light, hitting Chu Yun. Limitation release basic. Remove basic physical restrictions. The description of this skill was really confusing, but the moment Chu Yun was boosted by this skill, his body could not help but rush forward. His speed became much faster. But the most important thing was that the air resistance in front of him seemed to have been greatly reduced, so he could run forward freely. Although it is not a bonus acceleration, it actually gives Chu Yun a speed-enhancing effect. Guanran's ability is really special. Yasuo also quickly drew his bow and shot an arrow at Chu Yun. But this arrow did not hurt. But a breeze instantly surrounded Chu Yun. Chu Yun felt that his speed increased again. Wind arrow. Movement speed increased by 25%. Increased to 100% within 30 seconds. And lasted for 600 seconds. Immune to deceleration status during the duration. Although these two throne teammates have a little bit of different personalities, they are still very quick to help their teammates when they need to. They are good teammates worth trusting. But Chu Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this. Don't worry, Senior Lang Nian. Although your throne is very fast, I can still catch up easily. You don't have to worry about me. Can Chu Yun's hexagonal warrior just talk? In terms of mobility, Chu Yun's dual professions provide an incredible speed panel, which allows Chu Yun to be faster than most of the Star Glory level with full acceleration skills without any skill blessing. It's better to say that if you want to fly, you can fly. Don't worry about me. I also have the ability to fly and can catch up in the first time. As long as the gravity spell is reversed and applied to yourself, you can simulate the ability to fly. You still have the ability to fly? Yasuo and Guanran expressed their surprise again. Lang Nian smiled. This number one genius has many secrets. And at this moment, Song Yun, who had been flying in the sky, suddenly used his ability to send a sound to everyone's ears. Found the target ninja. Number of targets. 4. Chapter 367 First Battle. After saying that, Song Yun turned around and flew in another direction. After hearing Song Yun's voice, Chu Yun and the others immediately became serious. Lang Nian also lost his smile and said cautiously, "Start to slow down now. Make sure there will be no movement." and followed Son Yun's direction. Chu Yun, I know you are very confident in your strength. But this is the first battle. I still hope you can stay behind us to assist and observe, and accumulate experience for the next battle. Chu Yun did not refute, but nodded. Okay. In this completely unfamiliar environment, since there is an experienced person leading the way in front, Chu Yun naturally wants it. Moreover, Chu Yun does have a strong interest in the so-called ninja, because he read a comic called Mizukage Ninja in his previous life. Chu Yun always felt that the abilities of ninjas were very varied, and should not be underestimated. However, although the ninjas in Mizukage Ninja have high output, their bodies are too fragile. An ordinary dagger can kill ninjas with destructive power comparable to the throne level. Unlike this world, the attributes of professionals are all improved in all aspects, and they are both strong and strong. Although there will be advantages and disadvantages in the same period, the high level is simply stronger than the low level. Of course, the ninjas in this world are also professionals, and they may not have much to do with the Mizukage ninjas in the comics of the previous life. We're here. Leng Yin lowered his voice. Several people from the Wind Rage Empire dressed in black appeared in front of Chu Yun and the others. They were in a hidden place in the woods, plotting something with each other. The 4 men were dressed in black, with a marching vest, a black mask and gloves, with only a pair of eyes exposed. They were ninjas. The leading ninja was at the throne level, and the other 3 were at the star level. The leading ninja seemed to sense something and raised his head. There seemed to be movement in the woods next to them. Leng Yin shouted, "Go!" Yasuo shot 3 arrows in an instant. One of the arrows was wrapped in a breeze and shot at Leng Yin, causing a strong wind to surge on Leng Yin's body. Another arrow condensed into a gust of wind and flew towards the 4 ninjas. The last arrow was a physical arrow. It made a big turn, formed an arc, and shot towards the target from another angle. This was an illusion of interference, pretending to tell the 4 ninjas that they were surrounded. Guan Ran also quickly informed various information. The leading ninja is good at using the earth element to gather, but the skill range is not large. The next skill to be used can only affect 30 meters at most. Leng Yin chuckled. Understood. After that, a blood-red sword that looked like a door panel appeared in Leng Yin's hand. This sword was so huge that it was not an exaggeration to call it a door panel. It could even be said to be a wall that was torn down and carried on Leng Yin's shoulders. The red light on the sword surged, absorbing Leng Yin's blood. The evil spirit on the sword became much stronger. This is Brother Leng Yin's profession, the blood swordsman. When preparing for a battle or in battle, you need to constantly consume your health to maintain your combat effectiveness. And now before the fight even started, Leng Yin has already consumed 50% of his health. This is when the healer comes in. Healing spell. Chu Yun raised the Staff of Life Source and healed Leng Yin. Leng Yin's life value, which had been halved, was instantly restored to full. Leng Yin was slightly stunned. It was the first time he had seen someone heal him instantly when he was half-blooded. But at this time, he had no time to think about this problem. He immediately rushed forward with the door panel sword. Yasuo's 2 arrows have arrived. All this happened in a flash. Although the leading ninja noticed the abnormality, he did not react to the abnormality that appeared in an instant, and was immediately shocked. The wind arrow suddenly shot through his body, shooting a blood hole, causing him to exclaim. Another physical arrow nailed his other arm to the tree. Leng Yin was already holding the door panel sword and killing him. Damn sneak attackers from the Tianfeng Empire. The leading ninja quickly pulled his arm out of the tree. This action was very fast, and he paused for almost a moment before preparing for a counterattack. But this moment was too long for the throne level. Earth element converges. The leading ninja pinched his 10 fingers and wanted to use a skill, but Leng Yin's door panel sword had already slashed in front of him. Blood mark. The raging blood suddenly erupted from Leng Yin's door panel sword, occupying all sights. Swish. The blood seemed to have cut a sword mark, and instantly cut a large gap in the chest of the throne, and blood gushed out. The 3-star level ninjas beside the leading ninja didn't even have time to react before they were completely cut in half by Leng Yin's slash. The dozens of meters tall trees behind him were completely destroyed by this bloody mark. Cough. Damn it. The leading ninja coughed up blood angrily. The blood attribute is an extremely rare damage attribute, which only reduces defense, and the damage caused is very high in most cases. This move hurt him too much. He lost 70% of his blood directly. If this move was fire damage, with his 50% fire element defense. How could he be so injured? Earth elements gather, earth blessing. The ninja's mouth was bloody, and he quickly made a gesture and released the earth element skill. Dozens of earth pillars rose from the earth and wrapped the ninja. Earth elements gather. Isn't this earth escape? Chu Yun couldn't help but complain silently in his heart. It's just that this world doesn't have the concept of escape. Elements are elements, which is quite reasonable. And Cameo Yudo, whom Chu Yun met before, can also use the ability to command pure elemental power. It seems that the professional tone of the Wind Rage Empire is to command the purest elemental power, and the professions on the Skywind Empire side will have more diverse skill effects. Schwa. Leng Yin swept the door panel sword again. The blood and chi in his body were once again drawn into the door panel sword, and the blood was surging. This is the fighting method of Leng Yin's profession. He can hurt the enemy 1,000 times by hurting himself 800 times. Boom! Dozens of seemingly indestructible earth pillars collapsed again under Leng Yin's sweep. But this ninja seemed to have got a breather. And when he was about to launch another resistance, Yasuo beside Chu Yun had already loosened his string. Several more wind arrows were shot out. In the blink of an eye, they completely pierced this ninja. As an archer, Yasuo is not inferior to Leng Yin's long-range main output. It just looks like the special effects are not so gorgeous. But the damage is awesome. The ninja's health value has returned to 0. Chapter 368 Gold. Wood, water, fire, and earth. The ninja widened his eyes and fell down helplessly. A throne was killed in just 2 seconds with the cooperation of Leng Yin and Yasuo. You cooperated really well. Chu Yun praised sincerely. Not only Leng Yin and Yasuo's melee and long-range suppression were in place, but Guan Ran's various information provision also never stopped. It can be seen at a glance that these three people have been cooperating for a long time. After all, they have been fighting side by side for 3 years. Leng Yin smiled heartily. Chu Yun, you don't feel unfamiliar here at all. The healing spell just now was also in place. I think you will be able to integrate into us soon. Let's not talk about joining the Nighthawks. I don't think this is a blessing for people. Guan Ran said calmly. Nighthawks are a dangerous profession. Many people choose to quit after just a few months of joining. It's not because the Nighthawks are too serious or have too many rules, or the atmosphere is bad, or the treatment is bad. It's simply too dangerous. This is a profession with a high mortality rate. For students who are still immature, it should be better not to join the Nighthawks. But for some reason, Leng Yin has always been very respectful of Chu Yun. It's okay. I'm fine. Chu Yun smiled. If he was afraid of danger, he wouldn't have come this far. What kind of danger has he not encountered? But Chu Yun is not a pushover. Just when everyone was about to clean up the corpses of these ninjas, Song Yun, who was hovering in the air, cried out urgently. Then, a voice rang out. There are enemies. 5 ninjas are approaching here. All 5 are throne level. 5 throne level ninjas? Before he could say anything, Chu Yun suddenly felt a breath bursting out from his side. Danger? Yasuo exclaimed. And Chu Yun's reaction was also dissatisfied. And he quickly turned his body sideways. A dagger with a ring handle specially made by the Wind Fury Empire was emitting flames, passing through Chu Yun's eyes, and shooting a towering tree next to Chu Yun. The remains of the tree started to burn with a whoosh. What a powerful star-level Skywind Empire. A ninja with a thick accent stepped forward from the woods. You can actually avoid my kunai. It's really extraordinary. Although his words were exaggerated, his tone was full of contempt. It was as if he was praising a weak person. Your strength is really strong. This ninja was also wrapped tightly all over his body. But unlike other ninjas, he was not all black, but all fiery red. And there were 4 ninjas on his left and right. The colors of these 4 ninjas were also different: golden yellow, dark brown, azure blue, and dark green. It's the 5 ninjas of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Leng Yin's expression was both excited and serious. Who are these 5 people? Chu Yun quietly clenched the staff of life source, ready to deal with any emergency. The 5 ninjas of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are the intelligence we pried out from the captured ninjas. These 5 people are one of the leading groups of this ninja group attack, and they are extremely powerful. Guan Ran frowned deeply. Although these 5 ninjas are only thrones, when they cooperate with each other, they can briefly exert peerless combat power. This is definitely not something we can defeat. Peerless level? How can we fight then? Chu Yun's face was full of sincerity. Can we call for help now? I want to ask Mr. Gu to come over to help. I'm afraid there's no time. The ninjas of gold, wood, water, fire and earth are already flying towards them. We must focus on the battle. Send a message? A moment of lack of concentration will lead to immediate defeat. Leng Yen once again carried the door panel sword. Everyone, use all your good skills. We are no longer facing the throne. We must treat it like a peerless master. As soon as the words fell, a thick layer of blood gushed out from Leng Yen's body. The blood gathered behind Leng Yen, forming a hideous figure with 6 muscular arms. Although this figure is hideous, it is full of Buddhist meaning. His palms are either twisting flowers or clasping hands, which is particularly pious. Wandering god throne blood refining master killing monk. Leng Yen is the successor of this god throne. After carrying this phantom, Leng Yen's aura is growing rapidly, more than 10 times stronger than before. On the side, Guan Ran resolutely smashed the globe in front of him. Although it was smashed, it should be the outermost layer of the skin that was smashed, and colorful rays of light erupted from the core of the globe. The globe is just a disguise. In fact, it is a crystal ball. Countless hands of nothingness grew out of the crystal ball. The white hands of nothingness held Chu Yun, Leng Yen and Yasuo, and gave them pure white, and the dark hands of nothingness immediately went to the 5 ninjas of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The last player, Yasuo, also had a grim expression. He did not use any strange and shocking moves, but took out another bow from the storage ring. He held 2 bows in his hands. Yasuo had a top-level ability that almost no one could do using 2 bows at the same time. This was not the effect of a skill, but Yasuo's own ability. However, using 2 bows at the same time would consume a lot of physical strength and energy, and it would never be used until the critical moment. This was also Yasuo's ultimate move. 2 bows meant double shooting, double arrow rain, double assistance, and double damage. Water element converges, surging flow. The Azure Water Element ninja made a gesture, and springs gushed out from under the feet of the 5 ninjas, pushing backwards and accelerating. They are about to arrive in front of us. Earth element gathers, heavy armor. Wood element gathers, wild bloom. Gold element gathers, solidification. 3 more skills are released, cooperating with each other. 5 sets of mud-like armor cover the ninjas, which can resist physical damage at a glance. And the vines grew quickly and wrapped around the heavy armor, which was covered with elemental runes, which could resist elemental damage at a glance. Finally, the heavy armor and vines solidified on the ninjas, becoming indestructible. Leng Yen was already holding the door panel sword and slashed at the first fire element ninja. The blood-refining master monk killing behind him was surging with blood, and he also suddenly slapped the fire element ninja in front of him. Fire elements gather. Pupil technique war god. The fire element ninja instantly made a gesture. A tall and burly energy body suddenly appeared behind him and punched, fighting against Leng Yen's projection. The 2 were evenly matched. Leng Yen wanted to consume the original power again to suppress the opponent, but a layer of halo spread under his feet. His strength increased. Chu Yun's voice kept ringing behind him. Holy light healing. Life-saving field. The glory of sacrifice. The vitality is spreading across this battlefield. Chapter 369 Fierce Fight. These 5 ninjas have mastered the coordination, and they showed excellent combat quality as soon as they appeared. Chu Yun has just started to integrate this team, and seems to be at a great disadvantage. But Chu Yun is not the first time to fight, and all kinds of auxiliary effects are really in place. Although they have just started to cooperate, they are so skilled that they seem to have fought side by side for hundreds of times. Good job, Chu Yun. Yasuo praised himself without mercy. You are worthy of being the first genius on the Tianfeng Empire genius list. You are different. If someone else was here at this time, it is very likely that they would not only fail to help, but also hold them back. As Yasuo spoke, he began to shoot with both bows in a way that humans could not imagine. Countless wind arrows and physical arrows burst out, covering the entire forest. With the power of one person, he shot a rain of arrows. And these rains of arrows were not only numerous, but also extremely tricky in angle. They twisted their directions, and avoided Chu Yun in front of him and Leng Yen who was fighting, and attacked the 5 ninjas of gold, wood, water, fire and earth from all directions. The dark green ninja immediately pinched the seal, The intersection of wood elements, the wall of 10,000 trees. Countless new trees began to grow, turning into natural shields to resist the arrows shot by Yasuo. The sharp and swift arrows could easily blow up the trees. But that was all. They could no longer harm the people behind the trees. The wood element ninja, who used this trick, thought so. But how could Chu Yun let them do what they wanted? The life source staff pointed at the group of trees that began to grow. The most restraining thing for wood is, of course, fire. Golden egg. Spit fire. Aurora. The golden egg suddenly spewed out a strong column of fire from its mouth. The flame spewed by the throne-level golden holy dragon. The column of fire instantly burned through the tree wall composed of the forest. Damn flames! The wood ninja was shocked and used the wood element to gather continuously to disperse the flames. But it was useless. These flames are too weird. They can't be dispelled at all. In the past, his wood element gathering was not afraid of any flame attack. But the flame attack would be defeated by his wood element gathering ability. But this time, why can't he dispel it? This flame even burned his body, causing huge damage. This flame spewed out from the mouth of a strange dragon. It turned out to be a golden holy dragon. On the side, the water element ninja immediately pinched the seal. Water element gathering, thirst quenching rain. The rain fell, extinguishing the flames on the wood element ninja, and also extinguishing the flames on the trees. Although the urgent problem was solved, Yasuo's overwhelming arrows were already flying. Swish, swish, swish. The water element ninja and the wood element ninja were instantly pierced into sieves. Golden egg. Keep spraying. And pursue the victory. Chu Yun began to command. The various skill effects of the Holy Dragon Guide gave the golden egg a lot of bonuses, allowing its output to easily fight against 2 thrones alone. Under the continuous output of the golden egg, Yasuo's rain of arrows has not stopped. It burst like a storm. Yasuo's high firing rate is also inseparable from the high bonus of Chu Yun and Guan Ran. The 2 assistants. Guan Ran's crystal ball is constantly blooming, and while informing the 5 ninjas of the specific skill movements, cooldowns, and casting ranges, it is also continuously reducing the cooldown of Yasuo's wind arrows. As long as there are physical arrows, they can be fired. The wind arrow is actually a skill, but the cooldown is very short, and Guan Ran can shorten it even shorter. Mitsu's healing bullet. A strange barrel suddenly appeared in Chu Yun's hand and fired at Yasuo. A package similar to a backpack was shot out of the barrel and hit Yasuo. While applying treatment, the cooldown was also reduced. As a long-range output, Yasuo is treated to the fullest. Woohoo! It's great! Yasuo laughed happily, and the double bows in his hands shot much faster than the so-called Gatling gun. And Lang Yin, who was in close combat, was also treated well, enjoying Chu Yun's instant treatment. Fire elements gather goes fire 3 mysterious transformations. Ah! The fire element ninja roared. The blood and chi in his body were floating, and the tall energy body behind him began to burn crazily. Every punch he threw was full of domineering power. The fire element ninja was burning his own life value to increase his combat effectiveness. But wasn't Lang Yin the same? The battle between the 2 berserkers was extremely passionate. Boom! The fire element ninja held a kunai in his hand and suddenly stabbed at Lang Yin, while the huge energy body behind him punched out in an extremely exaggerated way. With surging flames, Lang Yin also waved the door panel sword crazily, and the projection of the blood refining master killing monk also slapped down to the opposite side. Blood for blood. You have to hurt yourself 800 times before you can hurt the enemy 1,000 times. Although it is very heroic, this way of fighting is also very dangerous. Chu Yun does not intend to see any danger. Healing spell. The green light shot towards Lang Yin, and Lang Yin's missing health points were instantly replenished. Lang Yin laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. I can still fight for another 300 rounds. This amount of healing. The fire element ninja stared at Chu Yun. The 5 of them were not without a healing position. The thirst-quenching rain, just released by the water element ninja, was still providing him with healing. In the past, he felt that although this treatment could not fill up his blood tank, it was enough. Compared with Chu Yun's treatment, it is simply a world of difference. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in the surrounding woods. 2 kunai that had been hidden for a long time were stabbing towards Chu Yun. They were ready to assassinate Chu Yun. The gold element ninja and earth element ninja that had been hiding for a long time finally showed up. Earth element gathering, draw a prison. Gold element gathering, Sharp weapon. A layer of khaki light quickly covered Chu Yun's feet, trapping Chu Yun in place. Immortality. Movement speed is reduced to 0, lasting 30 seconds. During the duration, earth element damage received is increased by 100%. Physical damage is increased by 90%. And other damage is increased by 80%. The two kunai that attacked were blessed by the gold element ninja. And countless pure golden phantoms appeared, surrounding Chu Yun layer by layer. Although these phantom daggers are not real daggers, they are all energy bodies that can cause a lot of damage. Chu Yun was besieged from both sides, and was in a precarious situation. Chu Yun. Lung Yen instantly broke free from the fight with the fire element ninja, and wanted to come to rescue Chu Yun. Yasuo also quickly moved the bow and arrow over. Guan Ren also immediately poured all the information to Chu Yun. But it seems that everything is too late. And Chu Yun, the corner of his mouth curled up, finally took the bait. Chapter 370, took the bait. After meeting these 5 ninjas, Chu Yun has not released the skills after the reversal. If he was just facing the 5 thrones, he would fight with all his strength. But once these 5 ninjas are fully combined, they will have a temporary restoration of peerless combat power, which is absolutely difficult for them to resist. So, at the beginning, he must hide his weakness and deliberately show some fatigue, so that these 5 ninjas will think that they can easily win, and then find their slack flaws, and the flaws are at this moment. Reverse confinement. Confinement reversal begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The confinement has reversed the rules. Please check it yourself. Imprisonment movement speed increased by 100%. Lasts for 30 seconds. During the duration, earth element damage received is reduced by 100%. Physical damage is reduced by 90%. And other damage is reduced by 80%. In the next 30 seconds, Chu Yun will have complete immunity to earth elements, high physical damage reduction, and all attribute damage reduction. Guardian shield inverted. A thin film emerged on Chu Yun's body. This film is inconspicuous, but it can reflect damage. Gold element convergence. 100 swords pierce the heart. Earth element convergence. Infinite decay. The 2 ninjas approaching quickly superimpose the effect again. Another 2 elements converged. The power of the gold element seemed to allow countless energy kunai daggers to completely lock Chu Yun, leaving no way out. But Chu Yun had no intention of avoiding it. And these kunai daggers showed a strange dark yellow energy. Obviously, being stabbed by these daggers would cause all kinds of negative effects. But Chu Yun has the ability to reverse. This so-called assassination situation is nothing to Chu Yun. Shwa shwa shwa. Countless energy kunai daggers all fell down and completely pierced Chu Yun. The earth exploded, raising dust all over the sky. Chu Yun. Lung Yin Yasuo couldn't help but exclaimed. And Guan Ren also bit his lips tightly. Unexpectedly, the first time they came out, they met the 5 ninjas of gold, wood, water, fire and earth, which put Chu Yun in such danger and harmed him. The gold ninja and the earth ninja were also very proud after seeing the success. After killing this powerful healer, it will be easy to kill the remaining few people one by one. Kill the Lord of the Golden Holy Dragon, and then kill the Blood Swordsman. Swift Wind Arrow. Observer. Hee. The hidden forces in Guanghai City will be completely eliminated by us soon. Lung Yen gritted his teeth, and the murderous aura in the depths of his pupils was extremely strong. The appearance of the blood-refining master killing monk behind him became more solemn and detached, as if he was ready to prove his truth with killing at any time. Even if I burn to ashes, I will kill you and avenge Chu Yun. The tone of the gold element ninja was grim. You should think more about how to survive our siege. I'm afraid you don't have time to think. At this moment, a slightly speechless voice sounded. Hey, why are you all so sure that I'm dead? The smoke and dust in the sky were brushed away by Chu Yun's hand. Chu Yun stood in the center of the explosion, intact. Don't you know the truth of the world? There is smoke but no injury? Chu Yun. Lung Nian laughed out loud, and the unhappiness accumulated in his heart disappeared instantly. I knew you wouldn't fall down so easily. Chu Yun is Chu Yun. Yasuo was also happy, wearing his cowboy hat to hide the tears in his eyes. This scene is so touching. Guan Ran's frown suddenly relaxed, revealing a little smile. But he was not very happy, because the battle is not over yet. Now is not the time to be at ease and happy. No, it's impossible. How can you survive being hit by so many armor-piercing kunais at the Star Glory level, after his kunai is hit by the 100 swords? It will add a high armor-piercing effect according to the number of hits of the kunai. At the same time, the damage is also good, which is more than enough to kill Chu Yun in seconds. Why is Chu Yun still standing? Your kunai dagger is just tickling me. Chu Yun sneered. Although the Gold Element Ninja is called Gold Element. In fact, Gold Element is classified as a physical element. Chu Yun already has 90% physical damage reduction, plus an exaggerated health value comparable to that of a throne. The ultimate move of the Gold Element Ninja only reduced Chu Yun's health to 60%. The throne-level ultimate skill only hit a star less than half of his health. Even if it spreads out, no one would believe it. And Chu Yun not only ate a full set, but he could even eat another set. And it doesn't matter. Each energy kunai dagger comes with a negative effect. I'm almost suffering from all kinds of diseases. Slowed down, poison, burn, bleed, electric shock, paralysis. Reversing the negative effects one by one is too inefficient and too late. The top of the life source staff flashes with a strong light. Veins condense. The breath of life bursts out. And the countless negative effects on Chu Yun are all cleared in an instant. The overall control release effect is so overbearing. This Xingyo. Several ninjas looked at Chu Yun and understood the danger of Chu Yun. If this person is not eliminated, when he grows up to the throne in the future, I don't know how outrageous he will be. However, now Chu Yun is about to show his outrageousness again. That is the reversal ability. After Chu Yun's body is strong enough to withstand the throne-level attack, he should immediately use the real damage that can break the throne's defense. It's time for my favorite Tool Throne segment again. Healing reversed. The surging green light suddenly shot out from Chu Yun's life source staff. The Gold Element Ninja, who couldn't avoid it, screamed in pain. What is this real damage? If he takes a few more moves, he will really die here. The real damage can't be blocked. But he just wanted to avoid this move. But he couldn't avoid it, because this move is originally a healing skill that locks teammates. Now it locks the enemy. But the healing effect has become real damage. Chu Yun chased after him relentlessly. The light of life saving already reversed. Healing with miraculous hands already reversed. Healing already reversed. The cooling time of these three skills just matched each other. After Chu Yun used the previous skill, the next one was almost ready. In the blink of an eye, even the Earth Element Ninja had no time to protect. And the Gold Element Ninja had been beaten to a pulp by Chu Yun. The Gold Element Ninja looked frustrated. When had he ever been so embarrassed when facing the Star Glory level? If he wanted to turn the situation around, he had to do something ruthless. Suddenly, he looked at the Earth Element Ninja next to him. Let's merge.